101:100 Aftermath. When Akashi left the village. Approximately after a few hours, the Empire found something strange about one of their secret villages since all of them were had to report at regular intervals. When they didn't get any report from one of their villages, Saikua was instantly informed about this. He was thinking about sending out Dark Squad that was trained with Bill's help and his enhancing drugs, but then he suddenly recalled that in that village was also resting Gozuki's kid, so he sent for him and informed him about this, ordering him to go and investigate it. Father, what had happened? Green asked while they were jumping from one tree to another, speeding towards the village. There was Akame, Green, Najasho, Pony, Tsukushi, and additional help Natala and Jin who were previously rescued from the tombs. All of them were being led by Gozuki. Such a deadly group of people would be able to take care of any enemy, even if it was rebels' army, as long as their numbers didn't reach thousands. We lost contact with one of the villages, and that specific village is also where Guy is currently resting. Gozuki explained without even looking back at them and kept focusing on what's in front of him. What? We need to hurry up. Tsukushi was shocked by such information, but she wasn't the only one who was shocked. They kept traveling through the forest with uneasy expressions until they reached the village. By the time they reached the village, the sun already rose and started sending peaceful and warm sun rays on the entire village. Where is everyone? Akame muttered with a dumbfounded expression while looking around the village. Sniff, I don't see neither, I smell any blood in the air, it's as if everyone just disappeared. Gozuki muttered with a thoughtful expression. Everyone was looking around with cautious expressions while they were nearing the village's center. There is something unusual there. Pony said while pointing at a big boulder that shouldn't belong there and started running towards it. Wah, Pony, wait! Akame instantly ran after her because the enemy could still be around. I know that enemy can be around, but this is the best way how to lure them out, appearing to be off guard, plus you are right after me, Akame. If anyone decides to attack, he won't be able to live for much longer. Although it looked like Pony just thoughtlessly ran towards the boulder, she actually intended to become bait for potential enemy lurking around. Everyone quickly followed after Akame and Pony, but they were more cautious than them, therefore they were slower. Pony stopped in front of the boulder while looking at it with wide open shaky eyes. Even Akame wasn't an exception when she caught up to Pony. What is wrong, both of you? When others caught up to them, Green and Tsukushi instantly asked when they saw Pony and Akame just staring at the boulder in front of them. Here lies a brave warrior named Guy. Smiling and laughing in the face of death itself until the end. Struggling despite knowing that it is futile. May he rest in peace despite not knowing that he isn't even fighting for what he believes in. May those who lied to him burn in hell. Everyone read the sentences craved into the boulder with wide open eyes. No. Wait, we can't be sure until we see his body. Tsukushi said while tears poured down her cheeks. I will go look for some tools we can use to make sure. Akame said while holding back tears. She quickly left the group while Gozuki gestured with his hand for Green to follow her since the enemy could still be around. Gozuki looked at the ground in front of the boulder and saw that soil was just recently excavated and put back, maybe a few hours ago. He is most likely dead, but what kind of enemy would bother himself with doing this? Gozuki thought to himself with closed eyes. While Akame was looking around for the tools, she has entered the barn to look for tools for digging and she has found them, but she also found some documents near it. She decided to have a quick look at them before returning with Green. Nair village exterminated and reduced to ashes, 236 adults, 64 children. No survivors, mission well accomplished. Fuchi village. The more Akame read, the more shocked she became, and she couldn't stop herself to read even more despite wanting to only cast an eye over them previously. Akame. Green wanted to give her some space even though he had to go with her to protect her in case she would get ambushed, but he no longer could take it since everyone was waiting for them, so he decided to approach her and put his hand on her shoulder. Ah. Green, I am sorry, let's go back. Akame took documents with her and also took some tools for digging while returning back with Green. What are those reports? I have to ask father about it, Akame thought with a complicated expression. When they got back, they quickly started digging, and after a few minutes, they found Guy's lifeless body lying with his eyes closed and a small smile on his face. Instead of his arm, he had arm made out of the earth and his cut-off arm was lying on top of him. The armor was still around him, which normally would automatically disappear in case he would be too exhausted to wear it or dead. This only implicated that his Shinguria suit was broken or more like unusable right now. Everyone stood there looking at him in silence for a good few minutes. I don't understand, what is going on with his Shingu? Tsukushi wiped away her tears and asked with a confused expression. She didn't ask who did it or other stupid questions since she knew that no one here knows the answer. His Shingu combined with him at his last stand. It even created a new arm for him, and that's also why his Shingu is still on his body. However, right now it is good as broken. We can't take it back since it fused with his body, and since the wearer is already dead, there is nothing we can do to separate them. Gozuki explained his theory when he saw Guy and his Shingu's condition. They decided to cover him up with the dirt since someone already bothered to make the tombstone for him. Although they had complicated feelings about this person who killed Guy, that person still showed a great amount of respect to him. They were completely confused since this is the first time their enemy bothered to do something like this. They wanted revenge, but they were also grateful that this enemy showed respect for their friend. Everyone, I found this, behind the boulder, Najasho said and showed a small stone with a few sentences carved on it. P.S. I am not very versed in these things, so sorry if it won't be good enough. Simply said, he stood strong till the end and this earned my respect. Despite the fact that this could look slightly offending, most of them released a small sad smile while reading this. What kind of enemy would apologize for badly written tombstone? If I will ever find out who did this, I will kill that person swiftly without any suffering. Akame thought with a small smile. At the same time, somewhere in the forest. I didn't expect you to contact me so early. What is it about? A woman with short silver hair asked while being accompanied by two cloaked figures that appeared to be men. I don't usually do this, contacting the client by myself, but the situation is delicate, I would say. A woman with long black hair and bun on the right side of her head, she had a birthmark under her left eye. This woman was precisely Maride Orberg, the leader of Orberg herself. Delicate, you say? What happened with that assassination unit that has been running amok for some time? They never actually stopped, so what's the deal? The silver-haired woman asked with a curious expression, but her narrowed eyes indicated that she was feeling slightly angered. Oh my, no need to be so angry, let me explain first. Mara said with an amused smile while touching her cheek with her index finger. She was completely fearless in front of this woman despite sensing that those two cloaked figures next to her were very strong. And that's about it. Mara said with a thoughtful expression when she was done with her explanation. You are telling me that you are pulling away from the contract formed between us? The woman asked with narrowed eyes. Yep, that's about it. Here is your money back, and also 2 kids from that unit are dead, so despite this being a special situation, we completed part of the contract while giving you your money back, so I think it is quite fair from us. Mara clasped her hands together with a bright smile and replied before explaining further with a bored expression she picked up from Akashi. She threw a big literally backpack full of coins to them. However, if you have a problem with this, I believe we can find a different solution, Mara suddenly said with a sinister smile while seductively touching her lips with her long purple nails. The moment she said it, one cloaked figure took a spear out of nowhere and another one got into a defensive supporting position while revealing his hands with strange gloves on them. Swish! When the atmosphere was getting tense each second, the woman in front suddenly raised her hand to indicate for her companions to stop. They immediately listened to her and relaxed their bodies once again. Sigh, that's more than enough, thank you for informing us of this situation even though you didn't have to. It has been a nice cooperation with you. The woman replied with closed eyes after releasing a long sigh. Thank you for being so understanding. Mara was getting ready to leave, but before she left them, she stopped and looked behind her at that silver-haired woman. You should let your hair grow longer, short hair doesn't suit you and only makes you look like a man, at least your breasts are big and nice. Mara said with a playful tone before jumping away, escaping before the woman could attack her out of anger. Ha! Do I look like a man? She instantly turned at the figure on her left. What? Oh, of course not. He replied while stuttering. Good, anyway, looks like we will need to take care of them on our own. They are causing Revolutionary Army heavy losses. We are quickly losing our income that comes from villages that are trading with foreign countries, and to make it even worse, they always slaughter the entire villages and reduce it to ashes. The woman said while turning around, intending to leave the place. Yes, it looks like we need to act if we don't want our armies to lose morale. Our spies are also getting restless with each day. We need to do something about that assassination unit. The other cloaked figure said with a serious tone. Let's go back to the hideout and form some kind of plan, the woman said and gestured for them to follow. Yes. Both of them exclaimed with a confident and determined smile across their faces, one of them gripping his spear and other adjusting his gloves while their cloaks were fluttering in the wind. 102:101 Relaxing after the battle. Beastmaster, LV6, 159/320 NXP. I was practicing with my wings on my way from the village back to Orberg hideout, and when I was only a few kilometers away from my destination, I met someone who I have never expected to meet while traveling through the dense forest. Oh! What a nice surprise to meet you here, Akashi. However, where is Taiko? Meryl looked at me with a surprised expression when our paths crossed. Taiko should already be back in your hideout, since you aren't aware of it, you must have gone somewhere even before she returned, which should be a few days ago. I said with a slightly surprised tone and expressionless face. Since we are both returning, how about you join me? Mara smiled and gestured with her hand next to her while she was using her umbrella to protect her skin from a few sun rays that escaped through gaps between leaves of the trees. She is changing too fast. I have no problem with that. I said with a calm tone and joined her, walking through the forest right next to her. I contacted rebels to put off the contract we formed, so right now we are free. Mara said with a smile while glancing at me. I have completed my revenge, which means that 2 kids from that group are already dead. I said with a blank face while looking at the ground in front of me. Although it seems like a waste, I mean their deaths. They are just being used by the Empire, but one can't just change their beliefs in a few days. They have been raised to believe that what they are doing is for the good of common people. Even if one can show them evidence, it will take a long time to convince them. I wonder if they will send that group to investigate the disappearance of all people within that village. If yes, I wonder who will be the first to find those documents I have left there. Really? That's great, since I have just reported that we killed 2 of them, so I can rest easy now. She said with a slightly surprised tone before resting her head on her chest with a relieved smile. What the fuck is going on with her? Isn't she acting too ladylike? Refined? You reported it without even knowing if I will actually kill that guy? I asked with a raised brow while glancing at her. What can I say? I had faith in you that you wouldn't let him live after attacking your precious Tycho. Mara said with a teasing tone and wide smile. Yeah, whatever. Can you tell me how the meeting went and who did you even meet? I asked her with a slightly curious expression. I have met one of their generals, short silver hair. She immediately started explaining with a smile, but I quickly interrupted her. Nyenda perhaps? Not many women have silver hair and are strong enough to be general. Was there something else distinguished about her? I muttered while holding my chin before asking another question. Hold on, let me explain first. And yes, she had a metallic right arm, she had purple eyes, and that's about it. She also had 2 companions, but they were hiding under the cloak, so I didn't see any of their faces. However, my hunches told me that they are strong. They definitely must be wielders of Taigu. Mara explained everything to me and I just kept nodding. It must be Nyenda without any doubt. I have heard something about high-ranking imperial officer running away from the capital together with Taigu in his hand. All thanks to my organization, because for now it is meant to be secret. They wouldn't be able to bear humiliation that someone was able to escape from them right under their noses. He could be the one with Nyenda right now. When we finally got back to the hideout, Tycho instantly welcomed me back with a warm smile and a few kisses, and amidst this, even Kiyomi came to cuddle with us, which was a bit strange, but since Tycho didn't mind, I didn't say anything. Here is money to hire your loyalty, not sure if it is for eternity, but a few years is definite. I said while throwing an enormous bag full of coins onto the wooden table that instantly split in 2. Oops, I muttered while scratching the back of my head with a blank face. Mara threw me an annoyed look before checking the bag out. There should be more than 15,000 gold coins, right? Mara asked after just taking a quick look and moving the bag up and down a few times. 17,000 precisely. Don't ask me where I had stored it before taking it out. You can count them if you don't believe me, I said with closed eyes and folded arms. To be honest, I think that we somehow ended up cooperating without even accepting your money. It's really strange. I feel like I don't even want to accept this money, but I should accept them at least for the appearance's sake, Mara thought with a complicated expression while looking at the bag full of money. Sure, I won't check anything, I believe you. Gil, if you can, please. Mara said while gesturing for Gil to take the bag away from here. Of course, Mara-sama, Gil replied with a big smile while taking away the bag. I only looked at Gil leaving the room with her satisfied smile. Anyway, were you able to find out Chowri's hiding spot? I looked back at Mara sitting in front of me and asked her with a curious tone. Yes, it is one not so particular city behind the borders with northern tribes. It took a lot of manpower to find him, and to be honest, we found out about him only thanks to luck. We have a minimal amount of spies behind the borders, so we mostly followed rumors of his travels when he was still within the Empire. Mara said while sipping on her red wine. You want some? She asked me while elegantly offering her glass to me when she noticed me glancing at it. I can try. I replied with a slightly curious look and took it from her hand. This was my first time tasting alcohol in this world, so I was quite interested in its taste. If it's worse or better than in my original world. Although I have never been a drinker and very rarely I have been to any wine degustation events, the moment I smelled the aroma of the wine, I knew that it was definitely expensive and one of the better ones out there. The wine's aroma was fruity, and after I took a sip, I instantly felt the bittersweet fruity taste in my mouth. It wasn't the aggressive type of wine, and it was definitely the softest wine I have ever tasted, yet I could feel that amount of alcohol within it wasn't that low. The finish and aftertaste it left in my mouth were sweet instead of bitter, but it left my mouth slightly dry, wishing to take another sip. While Akashi was tasting the wine with his eyes closed, Mara was intensively looking at the particular place on the wine glass. It was the place from where she drank the wine, and it was also the place from where Akashi drank without even thinking about it, since he didn't think of such a small thing as something important. Why am I feeling embarrassed just from one indirect kiss? Am I a little kid or what? Mara blushed a bit and quickly shook her head with closed eyes. Dora, who was carefully holding the bottle of wine while standing on their side and observing Mara, couldn't help but tilt her head to the side in confusion when she saw how Mara was acting. She looked at Akashi with a puzzled expression, who was still tasting the wine with his eyes closed. So how is it? Mara asked when I finally opened my eyes and handed her glass back. It's definitely top quality. I definitely wouldn't mind a bit of relaxing with this wine around. I replied with a satisfied smile. Then you have a unique opportunity to relax here with this wine of mine together in a company of two beauties. No, it will be 3 once Gil comes back. You can spend a night here and go to meet Chowri tomorrow morning. So, what do you say? Mara offered with an inviting smile while crossing her almost entire bare legs. She isn't even wearing any underwear under that light outfit of hers. Hey! Dora, who was standing near us, suddenly flinched in surprise when she heard Mara's words. She secretly threw a glance at me, but both I and Mara were able to notice it. Well, I am quite tired and it certainly is once in a lifetime opportunity. I have killed a lot of people today and I have heard that alcohol tastes even better after such act, not to mention having 3 gorgeous women around. Maybe this already tasty wine will become so-called heavenly wine. I said with a blank face. Dora blushed a bit while averting her gaze when she heard my words, but Mara only chuckled. Ha, saying such sweet words with a blank face, only you can do that. Mara said with closed eyes and a small smile while slowly shaking her head. That night, I decided to spend my time in a room together with Dora, Gil, and Mara. We mostly just drank and talked about unimportant things, but as time flew by and we slowly started to feel a bit tipsy, Dora and Gil snuggled close to Mara while I remained alone on the other side, but I actually enjoyed it, having the opposite side of couch completely all to me. Hehe, you are smiling a lot, that's some very rare sight around here. Mara chuckled and said with flushed cheeks when she saw me enjoying myself with closed eyes and a genuine smile across my face. Although we are assassins and have some resistance to alcohol and other addictive harmful substances, we are still humans, so if consume such things in large margin, there will still be some effects. Of course, I can always burn any harmful substances from my blood vessels in case I am attacked, but right now I am trying to relax, so I am letting myself get drunk since it has been a while since I was drunk. The last time must have been with Arno. However, we already drank more than 12 bottles and we are still going, not to mention that it has been only a few hours. Then enjoy it while you can, you won't see me drinking very often. I spread my arms and rested them on the back of the couch in relaxed manner before saying this with an unusual smile that I would usually show only to Tycho. All 3 of them opened their mouth in shock and started staring at me in a dumbfounded manner. What? I haven't done anything to earn such a reaction, no? Why is his smile so captivating? Is it because he usually doesn't show such an honest and innocent smile, or is it because of the alcohol in my blood? Gil thought with flushed cheeks, but one was unable to tell the reason since all girls were blushing a little due to alcohol. And Gil wasn't the only one who had those thoughts, even Dora and Mara had very similar thoughts. Akashi, Heek, why are you sitting there all alone? Heek, there is a lot of space here for all of us. Heek. Gil stood up and swayed a few times before she regained her balance. She quickly approached me and started dragging me by my hand to their couch. Wait, I am quite comfort. I wanted to refuse, but she suddenly used her superhuman strength to throw me onto their couch right next to Mara. She was able to do so only because I was slightly affected by the alcohol and because I didn't expect that her strength would be even greater than what she had shown to me before. Before I was able to stand up, she jumped on my legs and lied across the couch. Her thighs rested on my legs while her back rested on Mara's thighs and her head rested on Dora's small thighs. I thought that if they are all lesbians, they wouldn't involve me in this even if they would get drunk. Well, as long as they won't try anything too drastic, I am fine with relaxing this way. I thought while looking at the ceiling with a small smile, but then I suddenly felt someone touching me down there. When I looked down, I saw Gil touching me in that area with her foot covered in black tights that belonged to her maid outfit. I instantly frowned and looked at her, and when she saw my glare, she threw me a slightly lewd smile that was saying just relax. 103:102 Spear. The next morning when I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was the ceiling of the room. I was actually sleeping in sitting position, and when I looked around myself, I saw Mara sleeping using my left shoulder as pillow and Gil sleeping using my right shoulder as a pillow while Dora was sleeping in lying position on our legs. I looked back up at the ceiling, trying to remember what exactly happened, but I got a little headache. However, I ignored the pain and tried even harder to remember because I wouldn't want to not be aware if I actually banged all 3 of them, but considering that they have their clothes are on, although a bit tattered, they are still wearing them. Ugh. I released an annoyed sound because I had a problem remembering anything except for our talk before we drank more than 20 bottles of wine. Nah, it is impossible for me to actually bang all of them and not be aware of it. However, if they will suddenly act as if we have really done it, then I won't know how to react. Maybe my sour mood and fidgeting around a bit woke them up. All of them looked at my face with a slightly surprised expression. I just glanced at each of them without saying anything while keeping my guard up. PFFF, you look too cautious. Gil was the first one to laugh, and she sat up straight before giving me a morning slap on my back. Although she was laughing, it was apparent that she was blushing a bit. Mara just took some distance away from me, although I wouldn't call it a distance one would take from someone he hates. She was just staring at the empty bottles on the ground without saying anything. Dora, who saw both of their reaction, looked confused. In the end, she just shrugged her shoulders and went back to using my lap as a pillow. Hey, I think there was enough sleeping for today, I said with a calm expression while trying to push her head away since I was having my usual morning reaction and she was dangerously close. Oh, all right. I think that she also noticed something poking her cheek, so she easily agreed with slightly flushed cheeks. However, she quickly composed herself and sat down next to Mira. There was a long uncomfortable silence between all of us while we were just kept glancing at each other, or more like they kept looking at me while I was glancing at them and trying to think of something disgusting to get rid of my morning wood. Does anyone remember what had happened the last night? Mira broke the silence with a weak voice. Well, unfortunately, no. Gil was the first to reply while scratching her left cheek with her finger. Even Dora shook her head with a clueless expression. Mira then looked at, expecting me to reply. I don't know. Since none of us know anything, let's just forget about everything. I should go meet up with Chowri before he will run away somewhere else, I said with closed eyes before getting up and intending to leave. However, all of them stopped me from leaving, and Gil with Dora were trying to convince me to remain for breakfast, so I just agreed and left after a quick breakfast. This time I would be traveling without Tycho because I have already seen how deadly it can be if we travel together. We can't afford to be seen together, so we can only be together within the darkness, but it's not like we care since we practically live within the darkness. Kiyomi took me close to the northern borders before I let her rest inside my shadow due to strong wind and snowing. She would have a problem flying in such conditions, and even though she would be able to endure it, I can also travel on my own, and sitting on my ass all the time like on the train is not my style anyway. While on my way to the town where Chowri should be living right now, I decided to take a few stops in a few villages to change my clothes because most of the people here are wearing clothes consisting of fur or something warm. Just by wearing those clothes, I looked much more like locals. I had no problem with entering the town, but instead of rushing to see Chowri and not like I knew where he is hiding, I decided to look around first. To see in what kind of conditions people are living in here. After walking around a bit, I noticed that most people here had good living conditions despite snow being everywhere. However, it looked like they were quite cautious of their surroundings and only a few groups of people could be seen laughing and smiling. Why is everyone so tense? It's like they are expecting some kind of war, I thought with narrowed eyes while walking around and eating still warm freshly baked bread. I wasn't paying attention in front of me since I was too focused on people around me, and no one would even walk into me if they saw that I am not paying attention. At least that's what I have thought. Suddenly someone came from around the corner and bumped into me. Ow! Thud. I looked in front of me with a stern look when I felt someone bump into me, and I saw a girl maybe slightly younger than me. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes. She has fallen on her butt after she bumped into me, and she was still rubbing the place where she hit herself with one closed eye. Hey, can't you look? She started complaining, but when she looked at me she suddenly shut her mouth. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't want to cause any scene, so I quickly apologized while offering her my hand. Oh, it's nothing to worry about, it was partly also my fault, she replied with a cheerful tone and a friendly smile while also apologizing. She patted her butt to get rid of dust and dirt. Are you all right? I wanted to continue my exploration of the town, but she was blocking my way and it looked like she was looking at me with expectation. I had no idea what she wants, so I decided to ask a question anyone would ask. Ah. Yes, sorry for bothering you. My name is Spear, by the way, may I know yours? She asked me with a smile while holding her hands behind her back. Spear? I thought for a while and then I remembered Mara's words before I left their hideout. Your former Prime Minister Chowri seems to also have a daughter. Her name is apparently Spear and she is also traveling with him. She is also a disciple of the Imperial Fist, so she knows how to protect herself, but from what I have heard, she is definitely not a threat to you. Well, I can't be luckier, can I? I doubt that there are more girls with a name Spear in this town, she must be the one. I have yet to find out Chowri's hiding place, and looking through the entire town would be bothersome. Thankfully I met his daughter. I can try to befriend her for the sake of better cooperation with him, or I can simply let a few of my wrigglers follow her. However, they can't remain outside in this weather for too long, and I have no idea where she is going. Nice name, you must be devoted to martial arts. My name is Akashi, which means crimson. I took off my hood stuffed with fur and showed her my red hair together with my red eyes before I extended my hand to her. Why, yes, I can see why. It's nice to meet you. By the way, how did you know that I like martial arts? You hit the nail on the head with that. It can't be just my name alone, right? She stared at me for a while before taking my hand and shaking with it a few times before letting go. Looking at your figure and judging from your strong determined eyes, I can guess that you are eager to make a name for yourself in the field of martial arts, I said while pointing at her eyes with a smile. I see, you don't look like you are local, do you perhaps need to get to somewhere? She nodded her head with a satisfied smile and then asked me while curiously looking at my clothes. Although I had clothes similar to northern people, it could still be visible that I am someone from a small village instead of a big town. I actually arrived here just a few hours ago and I am looking around to see what this town has to offer. I replied with a small friendly smile. Ooh? Then do you want me to be your guide? She asked me with a curious tone and slightly expectant look. Of course, it would be nice to have someone who lives here show me around, but I wouldn't want you to waste your time on me. I replied with an embarrassed tone while scratching the back of my head. Don't worry about it, I was about to go and eat breakfast, we can eat together while I will guide you through the entire town. So, what do you say, Akashi? She quickly explained herself while waving with her hands to deny my words before she asked me with an expectant smile. Sure, I will pay for your breakfast as thanks for going out of your way to help me look around. I said with a bright smile and closed eyes, and thus we went towards the restaurant that Spear selected. Meals weren't exaggeratedly expensive and some of them were even too cheap, so I deduced that although she easily accepted my offer, she still didn't want me to spend too much money on her. Anyway, she is a bit too trusting. I mean, my acting skills aren't bad combined with how high my charisma is, there is a low chance that she would be able to see through my intentions unless she would already know me. But there still must be some kind of reason for her to go out of her way like this. I thought while we were eating our meals in one of the restaurants. Akashi, what you are doing for a living? She suddenly asked me with a bright satisfied smile while she was eating her meal. Mostly hunting. I raised my head from my meal to look at her with a slightly surprised expression, and then I replied with a small smile. I am actually not lying here, there is some truth in it. Really? So you must be strong, what kind of danger beasts are you hunting? Or did you mean normal animals? She instantly asked with sparkling eyes before she looked at my delicate skin on my hands with a bit of doubt in her eyes. I am mostly hunting snow trolls and others that are around class 3 class 2 strength. I replied with the same smile, not being offended by that speck of doubt in her eyes. Oh. Really? How about we go out for practice after we are done looking around? She was slightly surprised by my words, but it was apparent that she was pleasantly surprised, then she asked me in anticipation. Maybe later after our tour around the town ends. Let's see how exhausted we will be at that time. I replied with a helpless smile. Maybe I should have just said that I am a farmer or something. Well, as long as she will lead me to her father, I don't mind spending time with her. No. Maybe if we will go out and we will be attacked by some large strong danger beast, I can use it as a situation where I will save her and her father will also have a better opinion of me. I need to start gathering capable and honest people who are good at leading the country. There aren't many people like that, so I have to be careful with Chowry. 104:103 Snow Trolls. When we were done eating, I paid for both of our meals and then she started showing me around the town. And this is where most of the festivals are usually held. Spear said while pointing at the town's square. I see. I mumbled while holding my chin and looking at where she was pointing. We continued walking for a while before she finally stopped. That should be everything important, I am sure you would like to explore it also on your own. I also didn't show you some inappropriate places that would probably catch your interest. She explained with a smile before looking down while blushing a bit. Thank you for everything, Spear. You have been a great help. I thanked her for being a good guide with a small smile while ignoring the last part she said. And no need to thank me. You even paid for my breakfast, which was very nice of you. Say, do you still want to go out for some hunting? She instantly panicked when she heard my words and then she started fidgeting while she asked me in a low voice. Sure, we spent quite long on this tour, so let's eat whatever we hunt. I said with a big smile as any other passionate hunter would do. Alright, let's meet in 15 minutes in front of the town's gate. I still need to go fetch my weapon. Spear's expression instantly brightened when she heard my answer, so she didn't waste any second and quickly said before running away while waving at me. Sure. I said with a smile while also waving at her. When she finally stopped waving at me, my smile disappeared. Follow her, I ordered my wriggles to follow her just in case something bad happens. I will know where their hideout is. I decided to go and buy some weapons I could use for our incoming hunting session. After 15 minutes passed by, I was already waiting for Spear in front of the gate. Akashi. Sorry for the wait. She came running to me while waving at me with one hand, and with other she was carrying a spear with a one-sided blade at the end. A weapon slightly similar to naginata or glaive, but with a much larger blade to be able to pierce through danger beasts' defenses. No need, you are here on time. Shall we move while there is still light out? I shook my head with a subtle smile and asked her. Yes, let's go. By the way, I thought that Akashi would be using bow or perhaps javelins instead of a spear. Are you also someone interested in the art of spearmanship? She replied, and we slowly exited the town, and while we were walking to the outskirts, she asked me with a curious tone while looking at my weapon. Weapons such as bow or javelins are needed only when your prey is running away. Danger beasts are arrogant without a sense of danger, so there is no need for such weapons. And I am only slightly proficient in using spears, so please don't laugh. I said while scratching back of my head with an awkward smile. Oh, right, you have said that you are hunting danger beasts, sorry to assume something like that. Spear nodded in understanding. Plus no need to be so polite with me, Spear, I added while resting a similar spear to hers on my shoulder. While we were walking towards one bigger forest, I noticed two people following us ever since we left the town. They were dressed as regular hunters, but I noticed that those two people also came from the same direction as Spear when she arrived in front of the gate. Although it doesn't look like it, I can pay quite a lot of attention to the surroundings and its details when I want to. They must be her bodyguards, or it could be also a big coincidence, but judging from her status I highly doubt the coincidence thing. I thought, but I decided not to do anything with them since they are here just to ensure her safety. Plus they are just another lead to Chowry. They will probably report to him that. When we entered the forest we instantly started looking for some danger beasts, but after 30 minutes of walking around, we only met a few class 4 danger beasts, frost wolves. Their strength was just slightly above those normal wolves, so there was no problem with dealing with them, but I could use such an opportunity to have a look at Spear's proficiency with her weapon. She was able to cut through all of them despite being heavily outnumbered. With each movement of her hands, she cut wolf in two, and despite being much stronger than them, she still used minimum strength required just to kill them. I can't see much from this since her proficiency is already high enough to deal with such weak opponents. I will be able to judge more after seeing her fight something of equal strength, I thought, and after we were done exterminating all of the wolves, she turned at me to check on my situation just to see me standing there looking at her. Oh. You are also done. And I actually wanted to be first to finish. She exclaimed in surprise while pouting. Well, healthy competition is always good, but let's be careful. These were just weaklings, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. I replied with a smile before choosing the next direction we should go. I have already deployed my wrigglers to look around and find some stronger danger beasts because I was getting bored walking around without any real destination in mind. I know, don't worry. Spear quickly followed after me and replied with a cheerful tone. I already had destination in mind, and when we arrived in front of some kind of cave, we instantly heard series of angered roars. Roar. It was apparent that it came from inside the cave, and it was because I ordered my wrigglers to anger those beasts and make them leave the cave. It sounded like much stronger danger beasts. Are you ready, Akashi? Spear readied her weapon while asking me with a confident smile. Sure, but let's wait here, we can't fight efficiently inside that narrow space with our spears. I replied with the same confident smile and suggested that we wait, and Spear just nodded her head while looking in front of her with a determined expression. It sounded like much stronger danger beast, maybe I will be able to impress Akashi with my skills. Spear thought with a happy smile before her expression turned serious. After a few seconds passed by when we first heard those roars, a few beasts run out of the cave. These are actually snow trolls. As long as we don't let them hit us, we are fine. They aren't even that fast. Spear muttered before charging forward. To think that we would meet so-called snow trolls after saying that I am usually hunting them despite not even seeing one with my own eyes before this event. Now that I look more carefully at them, they look slightly similar to frost trolls from Skyrim, just a bit larger. Sigh, I really miss days of playing video games. I thought while charging at them together with Spear while maintaining my speed around Spear's level. The trolls immediately started roaring at us when they spotted us, so Spear made of this chance and jumped up while slashing her spear from left, instantly decapitating one of the trolls. Before she could fall down on the ground, another troll tried to grab her while she was falling down, but before he could catch her, he got his neck pierced with my spear that I had thrown at him. Bang bang! When both of the trolls have fallen down, they cracked the ground while making snow fly around for a bit. I jumped on top of the shaft of my spear while balancing on my one leg and taunting others to attack me with my hand. Roar! Roar! They were instantly enraged by our actions, so they bounced on us. I quickly jumped down from my weapon and pulled it out of the troll's neck, making blood spray around. I was attacked by two trolls, sweeping their hands with claws at me from both sides. I waited until they were near enough and then I jumped up, narrowly evading their attack and instead of making them attack each other. While one of them won the exchange and other lost balance, I threw a spear into the stomach of the one who won the exchange and then jumped on the weapon stuck in his stomach and bouncing from the shaft of the spear on the troll's shoulders. I took two daggers from my belt and buried them into his neck from both sides and then jumped behind while still holding on my daggers. He instantly lost balance, and while my daggers were slowly tearing his flesh on his neck, he has fallen on his back. I rolled a few times on the ground while leaving those daggers behind. Some distance away from Spear and Akashi. Whoa, that guy is really strong, and more than that he is also fast and acrobatic, one of the previous hunters exclaimed while looking at the fight with wide open eyes. That's right, I knew that not just anyone would be able to catch Lady Spear's eye. But let's be careful, we need to protect her from any threats. Another guy was more composed and just nodded his head while saying with a serious tone and narrowed eyes. Maybe we can recommend him to Lord Chowry. He would be a great addition to our ranks. There are too few of us who remained by Lord Chowry's side. The first guy said with a slightly sad expression. Maybe, but we still don't know him at all, we can't just take him to Lord Chowry. Who knows, he can even be an assassin sent for Lord Chowry's life, the second guy replied before focusing on the fight in front of them. 1 XP for killing your enemy while limiting your strength x2. Class, Blade Master, LV8, 15 STR, 15 Agi, 7 Const, 34/1280 XP. I gained some experience from them, interesting, but I guess it won't work the same way with everyone. They need to have at least a considerable amount of strength. The second troll that finally regained its balance, once again thoughtlessly charged at me, swinging its hands at me in a mad manner, and since my weapons were nowhere near me, I kept dodging his attacks, which weren't that hard to evade despite the fact that I was limiting my speed. Although I limited my strength, I can't limit my senses, and his attacks were simply too easy to read. I decided to take advantage of the surroundings and kept dodging while slowly approaching some trees. When my back suddenly hit the tree, it looked like a troll smiled a bit while throwing a straight punch towards my face. Hey, I chuckled with a mocking smile and jumped to the side, narrowly dodging his punch. His fist went through the entire tree and it started falling down on him. The troll could just look up before he crossed his arms in front of him to lighten their impact. However, the tree still managed to knock him on the ground, and I had enough time to go back for my weapons and finish him off. 1 XP for killing your enemy while limiting your strength. Class, Blade Master, LV8, 15 STR, 15 Agi, 7 Const, 35/1280 XP. 105:104 saving. When I was done with my opponents, I looked in the spear's direction. She just defeated her first opponent with an overhead slash, making a deep cut across the entire troll's body and most likely also cutting his treasure off. I couldn't see much during this, but her footing was good and her handling of the pole of the spear was also good, but when I saw her fighting her last opponent, I was able to see some room for improvement. I am not well versed in this world's spearmanship, but I have some knowledge from my previous world. And this is the last one. Spear shouted with a confident smile while she dodged Troll's attempt to grab her. She drew her hand holding the spear back and then performed a series of thrusting attacks, making the entire troll full of holes. That wasn't a bad technique, her speed was much better than usual and also the strength of those attacks was much higher. Our proficiency in using spear is on around equal level. Although I can see some mistakes she makes, it doesn't mean that I would be able to perform it perfectly myself. I have never trained in her spear arts, but I would perhaps have fast improvement with how I can see a lot of her mistakes. A spear was never my favorite weapon, but it definitely has a few advantages like range and one can use it for many acrobatic tricks. Unfortunately, such spear is rendered useless once in narrow places. Humph, good. Akashi, are you done on your side? She snorted when she saw the troll in front of her fall down and then turned around while asking aloud with a cheerful tone. However, the moment she shows her back to the cave's entrance, I saw a similar troll charging at her with a much higher speed. Its fur was red instead of snow white. Maybe my time has come. Look out, spear! I shouted at her while running towards her while maintaining believable speed. When she heard my shout, she instantly snapped her head back with just to see another troll in a different color than others, throwing its fist at her head, intending to make minced meat out of her. Her body froze as her eyes opened wide when she saw the big fist nearing her. Bang! Just when she was about to get hit, I jumped at her from the side, taking her with me and narrowly dodging its fist that created a small hole in the ground. We began rolling on the ground together since I jumped towards her at full speed and grabbed her with me. While we were still rolling on the ground, I took another dagger from belt and threw it precisely at its eye. Roar! My dagger hit directly its right eye despite me throwing it while we were still rolling on the ground. The troll quickly slapped the dagger away from its eye, but it only caused it more pain and damage, which enraged it even further. Ah, how good it felt throwing that dagger, I am getting nostalgia. I thought with a genuinely happy smile due to remembering my past when I was usually only working with throwing daggers. Akashi! Spear exclaimed when she finally recovered from her shock after we stopped rolling on the ground. I was currently on top of her on my knees and hands, but I didn't even bother looking at her. This troll is around 5 times stronger than the previous ones and its speed is also something not to be underestimated. These trolls were weak mainly due to their poor speed, but this one is quite fast. I thought while glaring at the rampaging troll with narrowed eyes, but a happy smile never left my face. He saved me. Why? He knows me only a few hours, why would he risk his life to save me? Spear was only staring at Akashi's face with a mesmerized expression. To her, Akashi was currently making a very particular expression that truly mesmerized her and she couldn't describe why. He looked so fearless and confident with that smile across his face while also serious with his narrowed eyes. While Akashi saved Spear, our 2 hunters that were responsible for Spear's safety witnessed everything. Fuck! Let's go help them, we can no longer keep hiding. Lady Spear almost died if it wasn't for that guy's fast reaction. The second more serious guy shouted at his colleague and they instantly jumped out of their hiding while reading their guns. I could hear a subtle shout from the distance and I was sure that our 2 bodyguards will most likely show up very shortly. I quickly helped Spear up and patted her clothes of the snow. She still looked a bit startled but I interrupted her. You can thank me later, let's focus on the problem in front of us, looks like our friend finally stopped rampaging and recovered. I said while making her focus on the troll in front of us. Did you do it, Akashi? When? She exclaimed with a shocked expression since she couldn't remember anything related to it. Be careful, his left eye is still functioning just right. I ignored her question and just warned her and she got the meaning that she should focus right now. While we were getting ready for its next onslaught of attacks, two hunters I saw previously follow us jumped out of their hiding. You too. We heard sounds of fighting so we decided to take a look, let us assist you. One of them said with a serious expression but the other one was slightly awkward most likely from playing this act. No to mention, what kind of idiot would bring a gun for hunting, its loud gunfire can attract more danger beasts but whatever. Bang 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 they started shooting at it to slow its advance to show us that they truly want to help us. Spear didn't look surprised by the newcomers and instead looked down with a slightly guilty expression. Spear, what do you say? Should we believe them and show them our backs? I decided to play ignorant and see what she will do. They are my bodyguards, I am sorry for lying to you and not saying everything, I promise that I will explain everything once we are done with this opponent. She said with a low and weak voice, even I had a bit of trouble hearing her. Oh. Don't worry, it's good that we can trust them. I tried to look a bit surprised and then I said with a small smile while looking at her if she is ready to attack. She firmly gripped her spear and nodded her head with determined eyes. With the support of gunfire from those two bodyguards, we were able to focus on attacking its sides. I took right side while Spear attacked left side. Due to too many targets, the beast was getting exhausted and after accumulating numerous stab wounds, it tried to run away but both I and Spear used the chance of it being off guard and both of us slashed out spears at its neck, cleanly decapitating it together. 15 XP for killing your enemy while limiting your strength. Class, Blade Master, LV8, 15 STR, 15 Agi, 7 Const, 49/1280 XP. Yay! That was good teamwork, Akashi. Spear exclaimed with a cheerful smile while holding up her hand. I guess none of us can tell who truly finished it off, I said with a chuckle before doing a high five with her. Are two all right? Both men who provided help approached us and asked us with a concerned expression especially while they were looking at Spear. It's all right you two, I have already told Akashi your true identities. Spear said with a small smile and they seemed to be surprised by this information as they glanced at me with an open mouth in shock. Nice to meet you. I introduced myself and shook hands with them. However, we had no time to remain here any longer since we were just producing loud sounds that could attract other danger beasts and not to mention that stench of blood in the air. As we were walking back to the town. Akashi, I want to properly thank you for saving me so if there is anything you want. Spear said while nervously gripping her coat and occasionally glancing at me before looking down at the ground. Of course, her bodyguards were walking some distance behind us after they had some discussion with Spear. No need for anything like that. I looked at her with a slightly surprised expression before looking in front of me with a stoic expression and replying. I was slightly tempted to tell her to lead me to her father but, I don't really want anyone to question me why. Although Spear would perhaps do so without much hesitation since I saved her. However through this hunting session, I was able to see what kind of person she is and if her father has a similar character, he is definitely worth this hassle. However, I can't say that I didn't enjoy this since I was also able to get some nostalgia from fighting while truly limiting myself. Are you sure? She pouted before asking with pleading eyes. Then do you know how to cook? I asked her with a curious expression when I suddenly got an idea. I knew that if I truly didn't want anything it would look slightly bad and since it looks like she really wants to repay me, it would be impolite not letting her do that much. Hey? Yes a little bit, why? Spear asked while nervously gripping tightly her spear as if something was about to attack her. She was evading eye contact. Of course, she knows, despite training in martial arts, her father wouldn't allow her not to learn how to behave like a true lady and few essential things for marriage. Then how about you cook me something from those snow wolves we hunted today? I have heard that their meat is quite tasty. We took some of them with us after all. I suggested with a thoughtful expression before looking at her with a smile, expecting her answer. Why you want me to cook for you? But that is. She raised her head while looking at me with a surprised expression and exclaimed with a disbelieving tone. What? Is there any problem with that? I can change it if it's inconvenient for you. I said with a confused expression. No. It's all right and we can go right away since it's almost lunchtime. She quickly waved her hands to stop me and then said with a cheerful smile. I just wasn't sure if you truly want that after getting to know that I am not just a common resident. I can't tell you everything but I will try to explain as much as I can. Spear said while looking down and started explaining a few things. And thus we had to run away from the Empire, do you still want what you have asked for? Spear finished her explanation with a slightly sad smile while glancing at me. I see, so that's who you are. Thanks for telling me, as for my request, it still holds, I said with a smirk, and she looked at me with wide open eyes. Let's go back and I will cook something for you. She nodded and said with a happy smile. Spear, she isn't bad girl but she needs some kind of training, she seems to be too trusting. Just because I saved her once, she is going to take me to her house, however, it could also be that they have more houses and she will invite me to the one where Chowri isn't hiding. Let's see what will happen, but with those two around and Spear, I am already confident in finding Chowri even if they have numerous hiding places. 106:105 Chowri. Anyway, what kind of danger beast was that? It was definitely one of those troll types, but even if it was alpha of that group, its fur shouldn't have been completely different from them. Alphas are usually just bigger and stronger and at most, their fur has grey hue, but that's all. What do you think, Akashi? Spear asked me with a thoughtful expression when we were walking down the street towards her house. In terms of raw strength, snow trolls are strong enough to be considered class 1 danger beasts, but their slow and sluggish movements make them at most class 2, however, that boss was fast and even stronger than his brethren. I would say that he was a low-tier special class danger beast just by its agility and raw strength. I replied while looking at the white sky filled with snowflakes. Even I was slightly surprised by meeting such an interesting specimen. Special class. Sigh to think that such strong danger beast would be so close to the city, although it was quite strong. I believe that if it didn't make a surprise attack on me, we would be able to take it down just two of us. By the way, you are really proficient in using a spear, why were you so humble before? Spear sighed in relief when she heard my words, but then she clenched her fist and said with confidence. I am quite interested in what kind of fighting style it is, I have never seen the one you are using, Akashi. Spear praised me while looking at me with curious eyes. Yet, because it's from my modern days and mixed with my own movements created on run. I have always trained alone, so I had no teacher, therefore all of my moves are self-created. I replied with a small smile while glancing at her. Really? That's amazing. You must be natural when it comes to using a spear, Akashi. She praised me with a completely shocked expression. Haha, not at all, your style is still better than mine. I replied with an awkward laugh. I don't think so, but if you are interested in it, I can teach you some moves from my style. Spear replied with a cheerful tone. We kept on talking until we reached the shadier side of the town, where we walked for a few more minutes before we stopped in front of one house that didn't look any special. The house itself looked like any other house in this location. Can you please wait for a bit, Akashi? Spear, who was standing in front of the door, suddenly turned at me and asked me with a helpless and pleading smile. I just nodded and leaned my back against the wall next to the door. Thank you. She slightly bowed with a happy expression and rushed inside while leaving me outside. It looks like this is their real hideout, since she wants me to wait outside. It's either to warn Chowri or to tidy up the rooms, which I don't think is the real problem here. It is also the location where she went for her weapon. I thought while looking at the two bodyguards who also remained in front of the door. The one who was acting a bit awkward at first smiled at me like an idiot, and the other one tried to start a conversation while we would be waiting. Inside the house. Father, can I invite a friend inside? Spear asked her father, Chowri, who was currently sitting at the dining table while reading a book. Friend? Is it the same person you went with outside hunting? Sai, you are focusing too much on martial arts instead of trying to find a suitable husband. Chowri raised his head from the book and asked with a surprised expression before he released a tired sigh with a slightly disappointed expression. That's not important right now, is it? Spear instantly started waving with her hands around while blushing. Is she trustable? Chowri asked with a serious expression. Yes, and it's he, not she. He even saved my life while we were hunting outside of the city. I believe that he is a very good person. Spear said, full of confidence with a wide smile and showing her father thumb up. Bring him in. Chowri almost couldn't believe that her friend was actually male, since he thought that she only found a female who was also interested in martial arts, so when he even heard that person saved her, he instantly answered after he recovered from his shock. After a few minutes passed by, Spear came back just to invite us inside, but her bodyguards refused with a polite smile and slowly left. Akashi, please make yourself at home. Spear said while she was leading me somewhere. The exterior of the house looked much poorer than interior, but even then it wasn't anything luxurious like my mansion, and it was also a relatively small house with only a few rooms, but I didn't mind it since I felt like I was back in my old days back on the earth. Thank you, Spear. I replied with a warm smile while looking around with my hands in pockets. When we entered what seemed to be a kitchen, I instantly spotted a man sitting at the table while reading a book. It was a bald elderly man with a large mustache and a small beard, and a walking stick was leaning against his chair. At first look, he indeed looked like a kind old man, and even the air around him was of dignity, however I couldn't detect any arrogance, neither scorn for those beneath him. It was definitely Chowri I was looking for without any doubt. Oh, you must be. I am sorry, you must be Akashi, right? Thank you for looking out for my daughter. Chowri raised his head when he heard us enter the room, and when he saw me, he froze and stopped talking, making me think that he remembers me despite being in exile for some time already. However, after a few seconds he recovered and said with a bright smile while extending his hand for a handshake. This made me slightly confused. Does he remember me, or why that freeze? Flashback when Spear went to invite Akashi. Her friend must be some local hunter or someone of that sort. Although I don't want to force marriage onto my daughter and want her to choose on her own, I still want the one who will marry her to be worthy. Be it military strength or having some kind of achievements, even minimal ones would do. Not to mention locals here in the northern tribes have rough faces and overly aren't really attractive to people from Empire, so I doubt that Spear would like anyone like that. She is after all from the capital. Chowri thought to himself while flipping another page of his book. Akashi, please make yourself at home. Thank you, Spear. They are finally here, huh? Anyway, his voice doesn't sound so rough as I imagined at first. Chowri thought to himself, and before he even realized, they came inside the same room as him, which made him look up to check out Spear's friend with a tired expression on his face. However, the moment he saw Akashi's appearance he was shocked to the core. This isn't how locals look. No wonder that Spear seems to be so interested in this man. Anyway, he looks around her age, maybe slightly younger, who knows. However, that isn't important right now. Chowri thought and instantly stood up from his seat to shake hands with Spear's new friend. End of flashback. Odo-san. Spear exclaimed with a little blush while pouting. Yes, my name is Akashi, may I know yours, sir? I looked at Spear with a little smile after seeing her being so embarrassed by her own parent before I directed my gaze at Chowri standing in front of me. Ah. Haha, sorry for impoliteness. You can call this old man Chowri. He laughed when he realized that he had yet to introduce himself. He quickly gestured for me to sit down on the chair opposite of him, and I accepted and sat down with a small smile. Now, since it looks like he doesn't know me, should I exploit this advantage even more? He should be aware that I am but a lowly hunter, and if not, he will definitely ask me a few questions. Maybe I can see how he truly sees poor people and people without any social status. I thought while covering my sly smile behind the curtain of my innocent and friendly smile. Odo-san, I will be using the kitchen for a while, all right. Spear informed her father with a cheerful smile. What for? If you are hungry, you can just go buy something in the restaurant. Chowri asked with a surprised expression, as if Spear hated cooking, which could be the truth, but I had no way of knowing. I promised Akashi to cook for him. She answered slowly while a blush crept up her face. I thought that you hate Seo. He was shocked once again and wanted to ask her something, but he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. I am going. She exclaimed aloud with closed eyes and flushed cheeks before she turned around to go prepare food. I chuckled with closed eyes and a genuine smile after seeing the duo. Typical daughter being embarrassed by her own father. Although I haven't experienced something like this with my eyes in my past life, I have heard a lot about such situations. Say, Akashi, would you mind a little talk with me? Chowri just looked at his daughter's back before he redirected his gaze at me. And so our talk began. We talked the entire time until Spear was done cooking lunch for all of us. I must say that Chowri is quite an interesting person, and it is visible that he was Prime Minister while the previous emperor was still alive. He has a bearing of someone of a high post, but he has also kind disposition. We talked about a lot of things that included also the life of poor people like me and poverty itself. Slowly, after he saw that I had similar ideas as him, he became more passionate about what he was speaking about, and he started asking me for some opinions on his theories or goals. One of his biggest goals was, of course, to establish a safe future for his daughter and secure a capable husband for her, but there was something even bigger, and it was a desire to unite the entire empire and make it great once again. 107:106 discussion. Here you go, please don't expect much. Spear come back and put 3 plates full of food on the dining table. It was visible that she was extremely nervous. Thanks, I am sure it's great judging just by its smell. I replied with a small smile to reassure her. It was a steak from those snow wolves we hunted together with rice and a mixture of herbs. Thank you, Spear. Chowri also thanked with a warm smile while accepting the meal. All of us were about to take the first bite, but I noticed Spear waiting while glancing at me with an extremely nervous expression. I decided to ignore it and just took the first bite. So? Is it good enough? She asked with a low voice. It is good. Chowri was the first to answer, but he was interrupted by Spear. SHH. She gestured for him to be quiet while she was waiting for my answer. It's splendid, very rich in flavor, and combination of herbs is also incredible. Overall this is a very tasty and healthy meal. I am more than satisfied. I am glad that I chose this reward for saving you, I said while slowly nodding with a satisfied smile. I wasn't even lying because the meal is truly good and satisfying. It is apparent that she was raised in the capital and in a higher social class. Thank you. She finally relaxed when she heard my answer and thanked me with a strong voice. Chowri kept glancing from his daughter and Akashi without any stop. Is my daughter interested in this man or are they just friends? Well, through that small talk, I was able to discover his personality and it definitely isn't bad. Also, his bearing doesn't exactly match just normal hunter, I have no way how to describe it. He really acts like one but something tells me the opposite. It's like he is shrouded in an impenetrable mysterious mist. Chowri thought to himself, he was also scouting Akashi's character. I also can't get rid of feeling that I already knew him before, what a strange feeling. Chowri was slightly annoyed that he couldn't recall where he could have met Akashi in the past. We kept on talking happily while devouring the food prepared by Spear before I deemed that it was the right time to dig into a more sensitive subject. Mr. Chowri, may I ask you one question? I asked while making it look like I was looking down but I was just hiding my expression behind my bangs. No need for Mr. Thing. And ask anything you want, haha he answered with a hearty laugh. Spear sitting between us could only glance between us with a nervous expression, most likely wondering what I was going to ask. You have said that you want to fight the current Prime Minister of the Empire, right? If that's the case, why won't you ally with the Revolutionary Army? I believe that they would welcome someone of high position like you. I asked with tone devoid of any emotions. You know, I don't think what they are doing is right for the good of the Empire. I could be mistaken but that's my belief. They aren't strong enough to oppose the entire Empire and only cause more suffering to people due to creating more wars and battlefields. Armies need money and food, and where will they take it from? Of course from the poor. Even Chowri sensed that atmosphere changed a bit but he quickly disregarded it before explaining with a slightly angered and sad expression. But I am not saying that it's their fault that the Empire is taking from the poor, however, they still play some role in it. Not to mention that other countries that will be eyeing the Empire after it will be truly weakened by this civil war. I want to win this from within while preserving some of the Empire's military strength. He continued his explanation and Spear by the time he finished looked slightly worried by this entire atmosphere in the room. I didn't reply to him for a good 5 seconds and both of them were only watching me warily. PFFF. Hey. Both of them looked at me with a surprised expression when they heard my low chuckling. Ha ha ha, finally someone who is using their brain. Thank you for this conversation, previous Prime Minister Chowri. I laughed while wiping away a few tears from the corner of my eyes. Who are you? By this time, Chowri finally realized that previously I was only acting. He seemed to be cautious but he didn't order his daughter to call guards or anyone which means that he can sense that I have no hostile intentions. My apologies for late introductions. My full name is Akashi Phoenix. I took off a long coat that I bought on my way here in one of the villages just to reveal my black neat military attire, a very typical style of clothing for the Empire. I put my right hand to my heart and then performed a low bow with an amused smile. Wait. You are from that family which must mean that you are. Chowri spent a few seconds looking at me while browsing his mind before he exclaimed with a completely shocked expression. Father? What is going on? Spear was completely confused, she was also no longer sitting and just kept glancing at me and her father. Relax a bit Spear, there is no need to be as shocked as your father, just let him absorb the information. I said with a small smile while looking at Spear. Alright she looked at her father's shocked expression before answering me. Why you are that famous red devil? Despite my retirement, I still heard a few news about your feats, why are you here? After a few more seconds, Chowri finally recovered and asked me with a confused expression. You aren't afraid despite hearing about my feats? Interesting. I muttered while holding my chin with an interested smile. Well, if you wanted to kill me, you would have already done it, no? He replied with a forced smile. Spear was shocked by her father's words as she looked at me with a questioning gaze. Maybe but as you have guessed, I am not here to kill you. I want to cooperate with you, I also don't want honest on the post of Prime Minister. I said while resting my right leg on my left thigh. Spear, please give us some time Chowri said while looking at my reaction so I just closed my eyes to tell him that I don't mind. But father. Spear wanted to say something but she had no idea what to say since she was too confused about how this situation even escalated. Please, it will take a few minutes at most. Chowri tried to convince her and she looked at me just to see me sending her a small harmless smile. In the end, she nodded her head and obediently left the room. Why do you want my cooperation? I am just an old man who got overthrown by honest. What do you gain from this? He asked me with a serious expression when Spear finally left us alone. I will be completely honest with you, I am not a kind person or type of person who will go out of my way just to help someone as if I felt it was the right thing to do. I am a selfish person who does things whatever I want. I kill when I want to kill, I save when I am in a mood to save someone. However, one thing that I can't ignore is this country. The country is made of its people, happy people usually means prospering country. Each day passing by, the empire is slowly losing its former glory. Even if I am someone who doesn't really care much about masses, as one of the most prominent houses in the capital, it is my duty to ensure this country's future. I explained with a stoic face and then took a sip of tea previously prepared by Spear. I can't detect any lies in his words, however, it could be also due to his perfectly stoic face concealing his true intentions, Chowri thought to himself while observing Akashi. I am glad that you are so honest with me and not telling me something like because it's the right thing to do, since I wouldn't be able to believe someone like you if those words left your mouth. Your family must have done a lot of bad things to be allowed to keep standing next to the honest. He nodded his head with a serious expression. In this world, everyone's hands are dirted no matter what side they stand on. One is only looking at how much dirted they are. People can even wash their dirted hands, but most people don't bother to do that once they see how much effort they have to give in. I nodded with closed eyes and agreed with his statement of our family doing bad things. Then what do you even want from me? And how do I know that you aren't just making up those words to persuade me? He thought for a while about my words before asking me with a confused expression. First of all, the country needs someone capable of leading it, and you are someone who cares about the country's people because they are making the country we are talking about. One person alone can't lead it, so I am gathering as many qualified people as I can. I replied with a smile. As for the reassurance that I am not lying, I have nothing, but if you will ever travel to the capital, you can visit my family's territory and you will see the real order. I continued while shrugging my shoulders. A real order, you say? What exactly do you mean by that? He nodded at my reasoning for wanting his cooperation with understanding expression and then asked me with an interested expression after hearing my reassurance. In my territory, one can eat a full meal that will satisfy his hunger as long as that person will work on some civil projects or perform some community services. So no one can die there out of hunger as long as he doesn't want to die. And even small markets are letting their goods on display while they are closed or their owners are away. I said with an amused smile, just thinking about his reaction. What? And as I thought, he stood up just from the shock, but it should be about those markets instead of public meals. How is it possible that people just let their goods on display? Aren't they afraid that someone will steal them? He quickly sat down and asked me with a curious and impatient expression, since he was aware that I was teasing him on purpose by not saying everything in one go. You are quite energetic for old man, het. Thievery? In my territory rules iron law, no one can steal in my territory, not even the emperor himself. I chuckled at seeing his impatient expression before saying with a strong and cold voice and narrowed eyes. He opened his eyes wide, but I didn't let him say anything and continued talking. Any thief will be punished according to the severity of their crime. The same with murder, no one will get away by killing anyone in my territory as long as the ones killed are registered as citizens of my territory. Even if that person will hide inside someone else's territory, I will see to it that he receives his punishment. I said with a cold smile while staring at Chowri's shocked face. How are the thieves punished? He suddenly asked, and I instantly knew why. Nah, they aren't crucified nor killed, they are to do forced labor and perform community services until they pay off what they have stolen plus a little bit more for the offense. Although murderers are a different matter, I don't want to explain everything here, it's too complex to explain it within a few minutes. For example, stolen goods are also returned, and if not found, my house will provide money according to the damage to its owner. Some merchants even wanted to exploit it, unfortunately they were found out and their punishment was even more severe than of that thief who was cooperating with them. I waved my hand to deny any cruel punishments, but that forced labor can sometimes be even crueler than death, but I don't give a shit about that, since for honest people and people afraid of death it is purely best kind of punishment. Are you perhaps planning on taking the throne? He suddenly asked me after a few seconds of processing my words. 108:107 Beginning of trouble? Are you perhaps planning on taking the throne? Chowri asked with a completely serious expression. Throne? PFFF, I haven't even thought about it, but I guess someone would need to become emperor afterward. People wouldn't be able to accept the current emperor, so substitute will be needed. I was slightly surprised by his question before I had to repress my laughing. In the matter of a second, I instantly stopped chuckling and said with a slightly bored expression. So you aren't aiming for the throne? Chowri asked me with a slightly surprised tone. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't let just some random imbecile sit down on the throne, it's just that I can't imagine myself sitting on the throne. As you can see, right now, I should be preparing for war against rebels or do some political shit. Instead of doing just that, I am being here, talking with you, having lunch with you, having a fun hunting danger beasts together with your daughter. I explained while leaning forward and supporting my chin with my hands on the table. I see, tell me, who is Spear to you? Was she just a tool for you to find me? He suddenly asked me a completely irrelevant question that didn't relate to our earlier discussion. What a troublesome question. I thought with a small forced smile, since I knew that Spear was eavesdropping on our entire conversation. All thanks to my wriggler, since I would be able to feel her presence anyway in such a small house, so I wouldn't be able to tell if she is eavesdropping just by sensing her. Right behind the corner, Spear, who was listening to everything with a disbelieving expression on her face, suddenly flinched when she heard her father's question, and only now she realized this fact. A sad expression appeared on her face, but she still chose to hear Akashi's answer first. Although two of them knew each other only one day, she really liked Akashi, and not just because of his superior looks over the locals here, but due to his calm demeanor and collected thinking. She was never bored while talking with him. That's right. When she heard Akashi's calm reply, she tightly gripped her left arm while biting her lower lip in frustration. However, if I wanted to just find you, I wouldn't have to go eat breakfast with her, I wouldn't need to hunt danger beasts with her. When she heard Akashi's next words, she raised her head with a slightly surprised expression. She stopped tightly gripping her arm and a small smile appeared on her face. True, but we have never met, so you had to be sure about my character. By exploring my daughter's character, you also came closer to figuring out my own character. After all, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Chowri said with folded arms. Why do I feel like on interrogation when I am the one in advantage? Haha, anyway, he is quite smart. You once again impress me, former Prime Minister Chowri. It's the truth that I have also done that, but I was sure about her character already after we were done eating the breakfast. So I still didn't have to bother myself going out to hunt some danger beasts together with her. What I can tell you is that after spending half of a day with her, I view her as a nice, kind girl who has great potential, and not just in martial arts. I explained with an honest smile. Haha, good. Sorry about drifting away from the subject we were meant to discuss. He released a hearty laugh before apologizing with an embarrassed smile. Don't worry about it, I understand your concern. After all, she is your daughter. I waved my hand to show that I didn't mind, and after that, we started discussing our cooperation, and my wrigglers informed me that Spear left in the midst of our talk. We settled on simple cooperation without any big promises, since he has yet to confirm if my words are believable. Therefore, he will most likely travel one day back to the capital. I will need to prepare for it in case Honest will try something. Well, that should be everything, thank you for your time. I am looking forward to our cooperation. I said while getting up from my seat and taking my coat on. Yes, it has been a nice talk with you, Akashi. I wish you good luck on your way back. Be aware of bandits, there have been a few bands lately patrolling around major roads. He also got up and extended his hand for a handshake. Congratulations on roping in one of the prominent figures onto your side. 500 XP to your noble class. Noble, LV6, Tencha, 272/360 XP. I nodded and shook his hand before going to the hall leading out of the house, where Spear was also waiting for me while leaning her back against the wall. You are leaving? She asked me with a confused expression, but her tone was obviously awkward. I am sorry if I have offended you with my words, but I just said my honest thoughts. I said out of nowhere. Hey. What do you mean? She was surprised by my words, but I halted her words by my hand while having closed eyes. I know about you being naughty, not listening to your father. However, next time it would be better to just let two men have their talk alone. Anyway, I truly meant what I have said earlier. I know that you are a kind girl that didn't mean any harm and was only worried about her father. I said with a smile while patting her head a few times before retracting my hand. A blush crept up her face while she had difficulty answering, which was a quite amusing sight. It must be quite embarrassing hearing that her little eavesdropping didn't go unnoticed. Don't worry, I didn't say anything to your father. I will be leaving and you probably won't see me for some time, so I will quickly explain who I am if you didn't catch it amidst my conversation with your father. I reassured her with a teasing smile before I started explaining who I am and my position. I see, well, I already knew most of the things from your conversation, but it's still more reassuring hearing it right from you. I want to thank you once again for saving me, and even though you most likely did it because I am the daughter of the person you were looking for, I am still grateful. She said politely while bowing down. I clicked my tongue seeing this and quickly performed karate chop to her bowed head. Ouch! What is it? She instantly straightened herself and started rubbing the top of her head with a clueless expression. I saved you because you are a nice and kind girl, and most importantly because you were already my friend at that time. So stop being so polite. The next time we see each other, I hope to see you improve your skills in using spear and others. I also recommend you to learn a few things about politics from your father, you might need it in the future. I said while opening the door to the outside. I thank you. Thank you for everything today. However, women usually don't enter politics, so I doubt I will need it. She stood in the middle of the doorway while shouting at me, who was already outside in the snow. Trust me, you will need it, don't neglect it. You can learn it while resting from your practice. By the way, the lunch was incredible, so don't neglect also your skills in cooking or you will grow rusty in that area. You will still need to satisfy your future husband's stomach, I said while walking away and waving my hand behind me. Don't be like my father. Bang, she shouted at me with an embarrassed and upset voice before shutting the door with force. Now, I should return to Orberga's hideout and inform Mara of my success. I will make them guard him, which should be enough. I doubt that Honest will ever send the entire army after him, if he will even send anyone, but considering his personality, he will. He wants to have full control over the empire without any obstacles. I thought while walking towards the city's gate while pulling up the scarf over my mouth. I have a feeling that the real war will erupt in a few months, maybe a year at most. I looked up at the peacefully looking sky filled with snowflakes with narrowed eyes. Few tens of kilometers away from Mount Hakuba. One man and two cloaked figures were traveling through the dense forest. Their destination was exactly Mount Hakuba. Muti, you have said that we will have our revenge, but why are we traveling to the location occupied by bandits? One figure walking on the right side of a man named Muti asked with an annoyed tone. It was obviously feminine voice, and also it was more than visible under that cloak was hiding woman with a maybe too well developed chest. We will have our revenge. Aren't we slaughtering Imperial spies here and there? And it's not like you don't know about the situation on the Mount Hakuba. Those guys are only playing to be bandits while it is one of the major revolutionary army's camps. We need to keep slaughtering those spies to quell our rage and to also pinpoint the attention of those who are responsible for our suffering to the Mount Hakuba. A man named Muti replied, just judging from his clothes, it was apparent that he was one of the grave keepers from Pudaloi tombs. He had 5 skulls attached to his loose clothing that was hanging over his shoulder. Humph, the cloaked woman just released a dissatisfied snort. Mashiro-san, don't be like that. We will avenge your dead lover and my brethren. Both of our goals align with each other. Do you think that I would abandon our main objective? However, we will need their help because there are only 3 of us, am I right? Muti replied with a forced smile before turning his attention to another cloaked figure walking right next to him who was silent the entire time. Yes, Master, the figure replied with a voice almost devoid of any emotions, but it was still apparent that it was a feminine voice. The most distinguishing thing about this woman was her metallic gauntlet on her right arm, while her left arm was just fine. Making her call you Master, you are really creepy, Mashiro said while glaring at Muti with narrowed eyes and darkened face. Come on, don't give me that death stare, let's just focus on slaughtering that Imperial filth while we will be slowly closing in on Mount Hakuba. It's not like I have ever done anything with her. Muti replied with a slightly awkward smile. After we are done with our revenge, I will also dispose of her. I would definitely not mind raping her, but she wouldn't actually mind that with that special parasite of mine inside her. It wouldn't be fun if she actually didn't suffer while at it. Muti thought while looking at the cloaked figure on his left side with cold eyes devoid of any mercy within them. Thus, the group of 3 people continued their onslaught of massacring Imperial spies within random villages and towns, hoping to garner the Empire's attention. 109:108 Guarding Mission. Class, Blade Master, LV8, 15 STR, 15 Agi, 7 Const, 103/1280 XP. Beastmaster, LV6, 215/320 NXP. After a few days, I was finally able to return back to the Orberg hideout, where I was instantly greeted by Chelsea and Tycho. Chelsea, of course, sensed that she was being a third wheel, so she excused herself with a deadpan face. Anyway, that should be everything that happened. I was quite surprised to find such interesting danger beast among that group. I quickly narrated everything that happened on my journey to Tycho, who was pressing herself to me while I was gently fondling her buttocks. I see, it sounds like you are quite proficient in using spear, there is so many things I have yet to know about you. Anyway, isn't it too early for such activities? Tycho replied with a curious expression and gentle smile before she asked me in teasing tone while flashing me a playful smile. This girl, het. When did she become so full of emotions as far as to tease me? However, her teasing reminds me of Roxaya a bit. I just hope her and my daughter are safe and living happy life, although it must have been difficult for my daughter to grow up without a fatherly figure. But on the other hand, she has 2 kind women looking out for her. I thought while looking into Tycho's lime-colored eyes with a happy smile before it was replaced with a slightly sad smile as I started staring past her into the empty space. Akashi? Are you all right? Tycho put her hands on my cheeks while bringing her worried face closer, and then she asked with an extremely worried tone. I shouldn't worry about things I can't affect. I should focus on making Tycho happy instead of thinking about my past. And of course on getting stronger to secure the safety of people I care about, then come other things. It's nothing, don't show such concerned expression, it doesn't suit you as much as your smile. I smiled after clearing my head and immediately took hold of Tycho's hands. Maybe she sensed that I was truly fine right now, so she just nodded her head with a happy smile. After spending some time with Tycho, I went to inform Mara about the situation. So we are to guard him if I understood everything correctly? Mara asked just to be sure with a complicated expression. Yes, is there any problem with it? I asked back with a confused expression. Well, his location is troublesome. Plus we never performed any guarding missions, so we are pretty much inexperienced in this. Mara explained with a slightly embarrassed smile. You can plant a few of your spies into that town and make them regularly report to you. I highly doubt that anyone would try to assassinate him inside that town, even that Fate Honest is too lazy to do so. However, if he ever decides to leave the city and travel towards the capital, I would be grateful if you could protect him yourself. I have only formed casual cooperation with him, he doesn't fully trust me yet, so I didn't try to control his movement. I dropped my ass on the soft couch in her room while explaining. Who? You request my personal involvement, hey? She sat down opposite to me and asked me with a teasing smile while staring straight into my eyes. Sigh, don't make me say it again, despite your perverted and lustful nature, you are a great leader as long as that matter doesn't involve any girls. I released a tired sigh before saying what she wanted to hear, and her smile immediately widened when she heard my words, however she also pouted. Excuse me? Who is perverted and lustful? It's only girls, and not just any girl will do, only cute ones. She retorted while winking at me with an innocent face, the type of face that only innocent maiden could form, which definitely didn't suit her. Anyway, you have spent some time with his daughter, Spear, right? Is she cute? She asked with a curious smile even before I could reply to her previous words. Bam! I instantly performed knife hand strike on top of her head. Ow, hey! What was that for? She held her head before she shouted at me with a dissatisfied expression. That's what I am talking about. I shouted back at her while forcing a smile out of myself, but a loud sound of gritting teeth also came from me. So, are you going to answer my question? She still asked while holding her head and winking at me with her tongue stuck out. Ha! This woman, there are many types of people in this world. This is dangerous world where most of the people don't hesitate to confess if they like someone, since they could easily have regrets right next day, but she is just having fun all day every day. Forget it, she is too bothersome to deal with. I thought and stood up from my seat. She looked a bit confused as she tilted her head to the side. I don't know your definition of cute, but I guess you would like her. She is kind, innocent, and slightly naive. Her looks are also good, while she also has an aura around her of an important person. But I doubt she would like you back. I said with a provoking smirk while slowly walking towards the door. I see, thanks for informing me. Anyway, where are you going? She asked before I was able to walk out of the room. I stopped in the middle of the doorway just to turn my head at her with my tired expression. Are you my mother/wife or what? I asked with a neutral tone in my voice. No, but I might become one in the future, so you better get used to it right now, she said while winking and pointing at me with her index finger while holding her head proudly high. And here I thought that I will discover some big plot twist of you being my mother, how disappointing. Sigh, I said with a blank face before turning back to the door. By the way, next time at least try to look serious while suggesting marriage. I am going outside to practice. I will remain here for a few days before returning to the Empire. I said with my back to her while waving my hand behind me. TCH, playing hard to get, I heard Mara clicking her tongue and muttering with a playful tone before I closed the door. Sigh, what kind of relationship is this? I know that Gil, Dora, and Mara aren't only servants and master or subordinates and a leader. They are friends who like to play around and have fun in their erotic sessions, but it feels lately like they are trying to rope me in. Are they trying to just get Tycho to join with me? I mean, I am pretty sure that they like me, but it's not love like with Tycho. They simply like me as their friend and maybe as a man, but it feels like they don't want to get into anything serious. How am I to perceive something like that? I understand their mindset of having fun while they can do to this world's nature. I thought while walking through the halls of their underground hideout with my hands in my pockets and gloomy tired expression that screamed troublesome. My destination was outside of this hideout, specifically the training field, but I met someone I didn't expect to meet. Oh? Hey, Akashi. Where are you going? Gil approached me and asked me while rudely linking our arms without any hesitation or waiting for my response. She even started pressing my elbow to her boobs with a playful smile. I am going to train outside, do we need to walk arm in arm to talk? I said with a slightly tired tone, since I had almost no energy to deal with someone like Gil. She is overly perverted and likes teasing me a lot because I never took advantage of her advances. But I am slowly losing my patience here. I don't know if she is testing me how long I can last, but if yes, someone needs to FCK her brains out to completely satisfy that perverted side of hers. Akashi. I suddenly heard someone's voice behind me and I really didn't want to turn around right now since I was still walking arm in arm with Gil. Despite not wanting to turn around, I stopped walking and Gil followed. Hi, Tycho. Gil turned her head to look behind and then waved at Tycho with a provoking smile. Hello, Gil. Tycho approached my free side and instantly locked arms with me the same way as Gil. Her smile was completely the same as Gil's. Oh no. We kept on walking like that for some time while only Gil and Tycho were talking to each other or sometimes asking me for my opinion who is better at whatever. This is why I find having more women interested in you more troublesome than fun. I thought that I could endure it until I walk outside, and once I would start my practice, they would either leave me alone or join me, but they suddenly started being bolder in their stupid competition. They started pressing themselves on me and I slowly started having a problem with just walking straight. That was the last drop for me before I lost it. I am sorry, but I will be going ahead, I muttered. Fire form. Energy, 1365/1515. Wah! Both of them exclaimed aloud in shock when my body suddenly turned into flames and I quickly escaped their lock on my arms. Sorry Tycho, but I simply don't have energy to deal with this situation. Sorry Giug, I almost apologized to her when she is the one who caused this. I thought while escaping and glancing behind me at two of them. When Akashi left. Silence. What a wondrous ability, I didn't even feel the heat of those flames. Gil commented with a smile. Gil, are you interested in Akashi? Tycho asked with a serious expression. Maybe, but not in the way as you. I just find him interesting and a good company, but I am still devoted to Mara-sama. I would never start anything serious with him, so don't worry about the thing before. It was just a friendly and healthy competition. Gil replied with an honest smile. I see, then that's fine, but I won't let you have his feelings without a fight. Remember that. Tycho said with a cold tone before leaving Gil standing frozen behind. Hey! Gil tilted her head to the side in confusion while staring at Tycho walking hurriedly after Akashi, but after a few seconds, she gently smiled. 110:109 Training. When I finally arrived at the training field, I took the spear I used previously into my hands. Although I called this place a training field, it didn't have any special functions, but I can go as much crazy as I want here. Location surrounded only by a few trees and numerous medium-sized boulders. I am no longer making any major progress in my swordsmanship. I can see Tycho's swordsmanship keep improving, but I am no longer improving at a steady pace. It feels like I am at the end of the path, but I don't believe that it's the end with how many possibilities swordsmanship can be enhanced in this world. Instead of thinking about it as the end of the path, I should think of it only as the beginning of the path. I thought with my closed eyes and relaxed body, trying to look for any major thing that could make me break through that bottleneck I am experiencing. Maybe I am too focused on the sword itself. Do I really want to focus on swordsmanship? If I want to break through this bottleneck in my swordsmanship, I am sure that I will have to abandon all other weapons. Can I do that when I trained with almost all weapons and started my career as a killer with daggers and also ended it with daggers? Third POV. Akashi, who was thinking, spent already more than an hour of standing still with closed eyes while firmly holding his spear. Tycho, who previously followed after him, caught up with him much earlier, but when she saw him just standing there with closed eyes, she decided not to disturb him. However, after she noticed that he has yet to move for more than 30 minutes and saw how sweat was pouring down his face, she couldn't help but worry about him a bit. Still, instead of disturbing him, she went for Mara and Barbara since she didn't know what was happening to him. When they hurriedly arrived at the training field, both Mara and Barbara were surprised by this. I have no idea what is going on, Mara admitted with a confused expression while pressing her hand fan to her lips. Grandma. Tycho decided to ask the last person who could answer her worries since Barbara was the oldest one in the group and she traveled through the world and saw a lot of things. Seeing how much he is concentrating and sweating but still maintaining calm expression as if he was thinking about something simple, I think that he is trying to solve something extremely important without even knowing himself. Most likely he isn't even aware of his surroundings, but let's talk in whispers just to be sure not to disturb him. Barbara said what her speculation was. Not aware of his surroundings? What if someone tried to assassinate him right now? Mara asked with an amused smile, but she still whispered it. Tycho tensed up when she heard her question. She didn't turn her head at Mara, but she still looked at her from the corner of her cold eyes hidden behind her bangs. The air around them changed slightly despite Tycho doing her best not to show it to others. Smack. Oh. Tycho exclaimed when someone smacked her ass. Calm down, idiot, she is just joking. And you, I hope you won't joke about such things in front of Tycho ever again. We don't want to have any misunderstanding, right? Barbara was the one who smacked Tycho's ass while explaining to her before she started to criticize Mara for her stupid humor. Sigh, I guess Tycho already converted to Akashi's side. Well, it's not like we, Orbergs, are any different. After all, we are working for him right now and I can see changes in Mara's attitude. She is also enjoying this type of cooperation between her and Akashi. This guy is really monster to be able to sway us to his side. Something like that never happened in the past despite the fact that world has seen many shining talents. Barbara thought with a tired expression when she recalled Tycho's killing intent directed towards Mara, which would have never happened in the past. Yet, it was just a little joke. We are working for him, so it would be unprofessional from us to kill him. Mara half-assed apologized while hiding her lower face behind her hand fan. I doubt that's the reason, but I guess it serves as a good excuse. Barbara saw through her tsundere act. All three of them sat down on the nearby boulders and continued observing Akashi from a safe distance. Suddenly, after a few more minutes, a previously calm wind started picking up. It became much stronger, but very oddly it was concentrated mostly around Akashi. Leaves started flying all around him, making it almost impossible to see his figure. Mera, Barbara, and Tycho could only watch this sight with their mouths wide open in shock. Akashi suddenly moved his right leg a bit to the back while tightening his grip on his spear, and after a few seconds of not moving once again, he started swinging with his spear all around him at an unbelievable speed. After a few seconds of seeing just flashes and after images of his attacks, he stopped in the exact same position he was in previously before he started swinging his spear around. Only once he stopped swinging his spear, the wind that was all around him, making all leaves float around him, got released to the surroundings, enveloping Mera, Barbara, and Tycho. All of them had to put a hand in front of their eyes while also squinting them with a serious expression on their faces. Oddly enough, the leaves that should have been blown away together with the wind, remained in the same position while slowly falling down on the ground. All of the leaves there were precisely cut in half, there wasn't any exception. How is it possible? He cut all of them precisely at the same place over and over. Mera exclaimed when a few of those halves of leaves were blown to her. She saw that all of them were cut at the same location. Not to mention that all of this was done with his eyes closed. Barbara didn't say anything and only narrowed her eyes while watching Akashi. Tycho was also surprised by this, but she only smiled as if she was saying as expected of Akashi. Hey! Akashi suddenly opened his eyes, and when he saw all the leaves cut in half around him, he looked a bit confused. Third POV end. What the hell happened? I looked around just to see Mera, Barbara, and Tycho looking at me with a shocked expression. These leaves, I remember being in my consciousness, similarly when I learned how to control wrigglers and how to remove my limiters. While I was thinking about my own path, I was suddenly attacked by insects-looking beasts, slightly similar to my wriggles, but I couldn't talk with them in any way and they just kept attacking me. I also couldn't use my flames, or more like they were completely resistant to it, which led me to think that they were part of me. Since flames didn't manage to do anything to them, I was only left with the spear that remained in my hand. When I was finally done slaughtering all of them, I was kicked out of my consciousness, most likely due to staying there for too long. Still, I was attacked only when I kept thinking that I can't keep relying on this system and its power it gives me. However, this fight also led me to an answer I was looking for. Akashi? Are you alright? Tycho approached me with a worried expression while Barbara and Mera followed after her. Yes, sorry for worrying you. I replied with an apologetic smile when I saw the position of the sun and recalled the position of the sun before I went into my consciousness. What was that, boy? Barbara asked me with a curious expression. I only smiled at her, which told her to wait a bit. Tycho, I am afraid that I will no longer be able to teach you swordsmanship. I looked straight into Tycho's lime eyes while informing her with a slightly sad smile. Hey? Why? She was quite shocked by this, judging from her expression and voice. I just hope she doesn't think like she has done something bad. You haven't done anything wrong. It's me, I no longer focus on swordsmanship or anything particular at all. I explained, making all of them stare at me in shock once again. What do you mean? Aren't you swordsman? You could also be spearman with the amount of skill you have demonstrated here. Mera asked with a confused expression and narrowed eyes. No. My path isn't anything. Swordsmanship isn't suitable for me, nothing particular is suitable for me in this world because everything is suitable for me, if that even makes any sense, I explained, and only then I realized that it didn't even make any sense, so I chuckled a bit. In my past life, I also wasn't specializing in any particular fighting style because I was practicing anything I could. I am blade master, but that doesn't necessarily relate only to swords. Anything can become a blade, be it your own hand, nails, or even a blade of the leaf. Well, since you are fine and looks like your head is even clearer than ever, I see no reason to remain here any longer. Barbara just stared at me with a suspicious look before she turned around and left with those words behind. I don't really understand what happened, but it looks like you have become much stronger yet again. You currently look like a kid who just realized his goal in life, Mera said with a teasing tone, but there was an honest smile on her face. I wanted to ask her something, but she stopped me by putting her hand fan in front of my mouth. I have already sent spies to look over Chowri. I will be going ahead. Mera said and gracefully started leaving. What is she playing at? I thought with a weird expression while staring at her back. Thanks nevertheless, I thanked her, but not necessarily for this matter, simply for everything. She just waved her hand when she heard me before she disappeared from our sight. Akashi, do you really mean it that you will no longer be able to teach me and point out my mistakes? Tycho asked with a serious and slightly disappointed expression. Not really, I will be able to point out your mistakes, but you will have to correct them yourself. I replied with a small smile. And since this day, I spent a few more days at Orberga's hideout training with various weapons. No matter what it was, when I was in the mood for training with daggers, I practiced with daggers. Even during meals, I practiced a bit with chopsticks. Practically anything sharp enough that can take people's lives. 111:110 Kurome's decision. Third POV. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Three sharp sounds on something tearing through the air could be heard on the training field. It was Akashi who continued his practice, and this time he was practicing with leaves. Yes, with leaves. At first, when he started practicing with them, he tried to imbue leaves with his energy, but they instantly crumbled down into bits. He spent numerous hours trying to figure out the right amount of energy he can imbue leaves with. He discovered that he can't give even a drop more energy or it would turn slightly ineffective or crumble down. He even tried to give just a bit less than ideal and leaves were no longer sharp enough. Right now, he was throwing those leaves imbued with his energy at the trunk of the tree as if they were normal daggers. Some of them had only their tip buried inside the trunk, but most of them were half buried inside the trunk. Still not good enough, hey. Akashi muttered when he saw a few of those leaves having only their tip buried inside the trunk. I still have entire day before I will finally go back to the capital. I will try to master giving just the right amount of energy even without focusing on it. After all, it's just about muscle memory, Akashi thought with narrowed eyes. In the remote town close to the borders with northern tribes a few days ago. Kozuki's expression changed to serious when he was done reading the message sent by the bird from the capital. Someone is massacring our spies at such a fast pace. If it will continue like this, we will lose large portion of our spies in most of the towns in the surroundings of Mount Hakuba. Kozuki thought with a dark expression. What happened, father? Najasho as a leader of the group asked first with his stoic expression. Change of plans, kids. We are done here and we are moving out to the Mount Hakuba. Kozuki raised his head from the paper with the message just to look at everyone surrounding him, and then he said with a serious tone. Mount Hakuba? Isn't it that mountain occupied by the bandits? Greed asked while holding his chin with a thoughtful expression. That's right, Shrimp. Najasho replied and nodded his head when he noticed that Kozuki was busy thinking about something instead of answering. Are we going to get rid of those bandits? Akame asked with a curious expression, but there was a little doubt in her heart. When she heard Akashi speaking those words at Pudaloi Tombs, she threw it aside in the end. However, when she found out those reports in the village where Guy was killed, she showed them to Kozuki, but he said that those were what they have found out at the bandits' bases. There was no sign or anything that could be said that it was written by the imperial officers, but she was still feeling uneasy. Nevertheless, she accepted Kozuki's explanation without asking more questions because she understood that she wouldn't get anything from him. After they returned to the capital after Guy's death, she started going out, looking for some evidence or documents that could clear her doubts about the entire empire. However, she never found anything and almost was caught prying inside some offices of the high-ranking people. Although she never found anything significant, her doubts were slowly growing. Maybe her friends were keeping those doubts from rising at much higher speed, but at this rate, she would one day discover the real ugly truth about the empire. Akame herself thought that everything went unnoticed. However, Kozuki, who was already paying close attention to Pony, Akame, and Tsukushi due to them hearing Akashi's words, has noticed her strange behavior. Although he didn't catch her sneaking out at nights due to being too busy with his own matters and 3 more girls to look out for, he was still able to notice that her behavior was slightly different from others. Most likely, I will explain details on the way. Kozuki looked at Akame, for a few seconds observing her before he replied with a neutral tone. Bandits targeting our spies specifically? I don't think so. Are those rebels making counterattacks since we started massacring their spies and villages that were trading with foreign countries? Kozuki thought with narrowed eyes. Akame's group stopped their current mission of smoking out rebel spies and instead started their journey towards Mount Hakuba. Although they recently lost 2 of their members, there were still 7 of them with Gil and Natala's help. Both of them were given Shingu of their own. Natala got spear resembling Naginata with the special ability to extend its range. Jin was given a relatively big one-sided blade with a unique handle. Its handle was already incorporated at the beginning of the blade without any crossguard. Its unique ability lied in its sharpness. The blade was much tougher, sharper, and lighter than any other Shingu. Although it couldn't be called special ability, it was strong enough weapon to rival Taigu in its toughness and sharpness. Not just any Taigu would be able to break it even if it constantly attacked the same location over and over, therefore it's also good for defense. However, at this time, the group still didn't know that they would be attacked from more sides. The capital, Phoenix's mansion. Sigh, I miss Akashi Nii-sama, I wonder where he is right now. Kurome released a depressing sigh while thinking to herself. She was currently inside Akashi's office doing some paperwork together with the help of Ichika. Since Akashi had yet to return, the responsibility for those things would fall on his father, but Akashi made it clear that Kurome and Ichika have permission. The same thing applies to Aiko in case paperwork includes business things. What's the matter, Kurome? Are you missing a young lord? Ichika asked with a smile when she heard Kurome's depressing sigh. Well, yes, General Death told me that she doesn't know the exact time he should return, and even if she knew and told me, it's not like something can't delay him. Kurome raised her head from the paperwork and looked at Ichika's gently smiling face before she replied while focusing back on the paperwork. I am sure nothing has happened to young lord. Although it doesn't have to appear like that, but he is actually very cautious and one could even call it cowardly cautious. He is usually making some preparations in case anything bad happened. And he wouldn't fight much stronger opponent unless necessary, that is, if there is any stronger opponent still alive. Yeah, you are right. But I can't help it, okay. Kurome replied while pouting a bit. Haha, you are so cute to worry about young lord so much. Ichika immediately took hold of Kurome's pigtails and started playing with them, much to her irritation. Stop it, we still have a lot of work before us. Kurome waved her hand behind her to shoo Ichika away, but she stopped when she noticed one of the many reports. Unusual massacre of imperial spies. Casualties keep raising in all towns and villages near the Mount Hakuba. Kurome continued reading it more carefully since it was one of the more important reports and one that awakened interest in her. What's the matter? Ichika asked when she noticed that Kurome stopped moving, so she looked over her shoulder at the report in her hands. Her eyes slightly widened in surprise when she was done reading. Do you think this is the work of rebels? Ichika asked when Kurome finally put the report down on the table. That is hard to say, but this is truly strange. The pace at which those spies are disappearing is simply too fast. There are also no reports on casualties of common people, but one of the most disturbing things is that all found victims are brutally killed. They have numerous holes in them from a gun and some of them have completely crushed bones. There were also victims that were missing all lower body bones, but later it was discovered that there were bones but all of them were shattered to small fragments. Kurome replied with narrowed eyes while holding her head. Ability to shatter bones to small fragments, that must be Taiga or some magical artifact. Ichika muttered with a thoughtful expression. Definitely, I doubt they would spend a long time shattering it by constantly striking it with a blunt weapon considering the pace at which those spies are dying. The holes created by bullets were also precisely around their vitals, so they must have suffered a lot. So much detailed report, it must be one of our people who sent this. Kurome muttered while staring out of the window while holding her chin with a thoughtful expression on her face. Kaie, you have finally said it. Our people. Ichika exclaimed with a happy smile while rubbing her cheek against Kurome's cheek. Knock it off. This is serious. Kurome replied with a small blush, slightly embarrassed by Ichika's words. If this is so serious, the higher-ups definitely won't let this matter rest, they will try to resolve it as soon as possible. For a matter like this, army is completely useless, so they will most likely send the assassination unit, big sis. Kurome thought with a serious expression and narrowed eyes before realization hit her and her eyes opened wide. Should I? Akashi Nii-sama said that I can act independently and do decision as I see fit, but, is it alright for me to leave when there is so much work unfinished? Sure, Ichika is here, but... Kurome thought and a difficult expression appeared on her face. You can go, Ichika said, which brought Kurome from her thoughts. Hey! Kurome exclaimed and looked at Ichika with wide open eyes in surprise and confusion. Do you really think I wouldn't be able to tell what you are thinking about with that expression you just showed? If you are worried about your sister, then just go, I will take it over from here. I will be more than enough to finish measly paperwork. Ichika said with a gentle smile. Ichika, thank you. I won't forget this favor. Kurome's eyes grew moist before she nodded with a happy smile. She stuffed the report into her pocket and stormed out of the room to get ready for the journey. 112:111 Death Tag All. The capital, Phoenix's mansion. Was this decision of mine really all right? What if something happens to her? Ichika's gentle smile disappeared and was replaced by a worried expression when Kurome stormed out of the office. I will just have to bear consequences once the young lord comes back. Anyway, judging from her earlier expression, it was apparent that she would go even if I didn't bring it up or even if I have forbidden it. Not like I could have forbidden it since Akashi gave his approval of her acting independently. Ichika released a helpless smile when she thought that she didn't have much of a choice. She could also offer her help and she wanted to, but she was aware that there was simply too much paperwork, and even if she could leave it to Akashi's father, she was aware that her existence was still mysterious or unknown. It would be better if she stayed in the shadows so she could be of a better use for Akashi. Akashi's POV. Roar. While on my way back to the capital, I decided to take a little detour because I was informed by Mara just before I left their hideout that there are extremely strong danger beasts in this area. However, I didn't expect to find such a masterpiece here. This one must be at least around super class. This is simply awesome, I muttered while jumping a few meters away to dodge one of its punches. Bang! The punch didn't found its target, however upon the impact with the ground, the entire ground shook and numerous debris flew around. I am definitely not stronger than that beast when it comes to raw strength power, at least I am much quicker, but there is something unsettling. I have absolutely no problem dodging its relatively fast attacks, however even Kurome would have no problem dodging them, could it be? I thought before an idea struck me and I widened my eyes. Roar! The beast opened its mouth and started gathering some kind of black energy in its mouth, and next second, the beam of black energy attacked me, but thanks to me figuring it out before actually seeing the attack, I was able to dodge within time. Boom! The terrain where I stood and behind was completely destroyed and any trees or boulders were completely destroyed, there was even numerous big holes in the ground. Such destructive power, even I wouldn't be able to do it unless I would spend all of my energy. I thought and became warier of this danger beast. Wait, aren't you Death Tagol? I thought that you are a bit too similar to that species, I muttered with a slightly surprised expression before I smiled. It looks exactly like Death Tagol, a giant dinosaur-like danger beast. Even its ability to use energy as a form of attack is the same. Roar! It evidently became enraged when it was me successfully dodging its attack and then just standing in front of it without fleeing or fearing for my life. It threw another punch at me, trying to make mincemeat out of me, so I quickly jumped to the side, narrowly dodging its attack, and then drew my sword without wasting any time while still in the air after dodging it. Health, 730/780. Hail of Blades. Energy, 1465/1515. I let my sword drink my blood and instantly sent a slash of crimson energy at its hand while also summoning 4 broadswords to attack its head. My attack successfully landed and blood spurted out of its hand, but the wound itself was pretty shallow, at least when I take into consideration its size and how much blood it has in its entire body. As for my 4 summoned broadswords that attacked its head, the moment they got into contact with its head, they were instantly repelled away. Just a superficial wound, hey? It is even intelligent to a certain level. It actually closed its eyes just to prevent those broadswords from hurting its eyesight, and when they failed in their attack, it used its other hand to repel them. I thought while I was still falling down from my previous dodging of its attack. I had to jump to the side and up to summon those broadswords much closer to its head, but despite this, I still failed to injure its head. Whoosh! I opened my eyes wide when I was already another punch nearing me. It's quick to counter-attack. I thought while narrowing my eyes and using my energy to form wings of flames on my back to maneuver in the air and dodging its fist by a hair's breadth. Energy, 1370/1515. I am still not used to summoning them in such crucial situations, so the consumption of energy is very high and maintenance will be costly too. I didn't want to damage materials too much, but let's try it out. I thought with furrowed brows, and I flew high in the sky even above its head. The beast raised its head while angrily roaring at me as if telling me, "Come down, ant." I just looked down at it with a cold smile and raised my hand, pointing at the sky above me. Sun's Wrath. Energy, 1070/1515. Normally, one cost only 150 energy, but I strengthened it instead of summoning another one. I pointed my hand at the beast and the sphere of the flames started falling down on its head. Boom! The enormous explosion as the result of my attack and curtain of dust was everywhere, making it impossible even for me to see its figure. I heard a sharp sound and suddenly, a black beam of energy pierced through the curtain of dust, aiming straight at me. This attack caught me off guard and I didn't dare to act surprised, and instead, I let my sword suck even more of my blood since I didn't know how effective are my flames against that black beam of energy. Health, 530/780. Ha! I shouted at top of my lungs while swinging my sword down in a vertical arc, releasing an enormous crimson slash of energy. Screech! The moment 2 attacks met, my slash easily cut the beam in half and continued straight through it right at the beast. Bang! Despite negating its attack, the energy still exploded due to being interrupted like that, but its explosion was some distance away from me and it was definitely weaker than before, so I had no problem escaping its damage. When the dust finally cleared up, I noticed the beast still standing on its 2 legs without much problem. There was an enormous cut across its entire body. I stopped maintaining my wings and landed on the ground since I felt a sharp pain in my brain, most likely due to an abrupt loss of blood. After all, that attack drained me of 1/4 of my health. Still, to think that it would be able to survive such an attack that drained so much of my blood. But I guess it's understandable considering its strength, and also the momentum of that slash was greatly decreased by cutting through its attack. I quickly recovered in case it would try to attack me right away, but when I saw that it was also recovering, I decided to attack it while it was still resting. I can make numerous slashes of that crimson energy just by consuming 50 points of my health, but that previous attack drained everything and used it in one attack. Also, it looks like this danger beast has big resistance against fire. I thought and slowly summoned back my wings while running towards it. Health, 480/780. I once again filled my sword with my blood and started sending slashes at its limbs. Before my attacks were able to hit it, the beast was done resting and punched a few of those attacks away, except for a few of them which have caused only superficial wounds, but none of these attacks were meant to truly hurt it since I already expected such result. While it was busy protecting itself, I closed in on it and appeared in the air right in front of it while sending a horizontal slash of energy aiming at its neck. In this attack, I used all the remaining blood in my sword, so the power of this slash was several times bigger than previous ones. When the beast noticed my sneak attack, it already had no time to protect itself with its hands, so it opened mouth and sent a quickly gathered beam of energy that couldn't be compared to its attack before, but it was still able to make my attack slightly weaker. Bang! The beam of energy once again exploded right in front of its face, but it didn't as much damage as my sneak attack. The blood started pouring down from its neck, but such dangerous beasts are very tenacious and the wound didn't even reach half of its entire thick neck. Still, it wasn't any superficial wound either. It was apparent that if it didn't rest and try to recover any time soon it would die after some time from the blood loss. The blood also started pouring down from the corners of my mouth, but it was just to indicate that I wasn't faring any better than my opponent and that I lost a lot of blood. Still, I had yet to use many moves and I am in no way in the same condition. I can keep on fighting without resting for days while it will die in a few hours at most. Our destructive fight made strong wind and a lot of trees were plucked out of the ground and leaves were flying everywhere one looked at it. Anyway, it will be much harder to cut its head off now that it figured out my sneak attack. It will be much more careful, and even if it's not the most intelligent species, this lesson made the beast learn it hard way. Anyway, I am quite surprised by its defenses and raw strength. Not to mention its beam-like attacks that are extremely destructive. The only thing this species lacks is the agility. It's not exactly slow but definitely not the fastest danger beast I have ever seen. I wonder if I could make an armor like Taiga from its materials. The one similar to what Guy was using. Anyway, this isn't time to think about that. I thought and focused on the fight once again just to see it once again resting, most likely slightly stunned from the explosion and my sneak attack that aimed for its neck. I was contemplating what kind of attack to use since my flames were almost useless against it, and even if they did make a lot of damage if used with a lot of energy, it would only destroy materials. As I was about to move out to attack once again, I stopped and quickly caught flying leaf near my head, and an idea instantly struck me when I looked at the leaf in my hand. I threw the leaf imbued with my energy towards its skin, but even the tip of the leaf didn't penetrate it. The beast itself continued resting as if it didn't even felt my attack. As I thought, but I already expected as much. I just wanted to try it out of curiosity. I am becoming stronger each second. I am more and more injured, so it doesn't stand much of a chance if we could be said to be equal in our peak conditions. Still, there are already so many spots that are no longer covered by your thick and tough skin. It would be shame if something invaded your body through those spots, I said while my eyes widened a bit and a slightly sadistic smile appeared on my face without me even knowing about it. Energy, 967/1515. 113:112 Mount Hakuba 1. Bang. The beast released another beam of energy targeting me, but I easily maneuvered around it with my wings. I already sheathed my sword and picked up numerous leaves in the air while dodging its attack. I started throwing those leaves imbued with my energy precisely into its shallow injuries on its limbs while throwing some towards its neck so it would be busy with protecting it instead of protecting its shallow injuries. The tips of leaves were also set aflame, so once they pierced through its injuries into its body, I would be capable of doing a new feat that I have learned just recently. We continued fighting for a while, and whenever it wanted to run away, I targeted its neck so I forced it to fight me if it didn't want to be caught off guard. After I filled its body with more than hundreds of leaves, its movements were getting sluggish. Energy, 747/1515. My consumption of energy while using those wings together with imbuing those leaves with energy has gotten much lower, and my overall control has also gotten much better. Truly, there is no better training than fighting an equally strong opponent. However, I guess this is already the end, I said aloud while looking down at the beast currently catching its breath. I outstretched my right arm and beast instantly looked warily at me, watching my every movement. I actually wanted to try to tame it, but this fucker has a too big ego and I guess I wouldn't be able to connect it with my system since I already have 3 beasts under my control, and I highly doubt that this beast would categorize as common beast. You had your time to submit to me, but I respect your choice, so I will send you away with a technique I have never used on anyone before. I said with a smile, and a red flame threads came out of my fingertips on my right hand and the threads were connected to its shallow injuries. Roar. When the beast saw this, it instantly released weakened roar while trying to slap away those threads, but its arm actually went through those threads without any resistance. Give up, I have set up everything, your defeat was inevitable since we met. I said with a cold tone while looking down at it with my black vertical pupils. When it heard me, it looked up at me as if it understood my words just to see me floating in the air above it. And now for the grand finale. I shouted with an amused smile and slightly curious about the result. I poured even more energy into those threads that were connected to each leaf inside its body. I made them move around in its body with those threads and attack its important organs. Energy, 500/1515. Splash splash. The beast just observed me with caution, but before it knew, the blood spurted out of its mouth and all its injuries, making rain of blood. If I was under it, I would need to be careful not to get drowned in its blood. This shows just how big this beast was and how much of blood this beast had in it. Bang! The beast has fallen down on the ground, creating another earth shake in the vicinity. 1000 XP to your current class for killing Death Tagol. 1 XP for using attacks related to your Blade Master class X123. Class, Blade Master, LV8, 15 STR, 15 Agi, 7 Const, 1172/1280 XP. 100 DP for creative destruction of your opponent. Special class, Fire Incarnate, 30 Cha, 25 Int, 10 Const, 6 STR, 6 Agi, 67/200 DP. The consumption of your energy is slightly lowered, only when related to techniques using flames. Your control over your flames is strengthening even further. What a devastated surroundings! I thought while looking around myself. After taking a look at the damage caused by our battle, I landed on the ground and dispelled my wings. Now, the question is how to take these materials with me. I can only store provisions, however, I could try to cheat around a bit. I stood right next to its head and thought while looking at its dead body with a sly smile. I took out bottles of water I had prepared for emergencies and emptied one bottle of water while filling it with the beast's blood afterward. I tried to store it into my system and it went inside without any problem, so I started filling even more bottles with its blood since it is the blood of one of the strongest danger beasts, so I believe that there is some kind of use for it. As for its hide and scales, I cut off a smaller piece of it and cleaned it off the blood and tried to store it inside the system and it went inside without any problem once again. Ha, as I thought, as long as the system recognizes it as a food, there is no problem with it. As long as those materials are attached to its flesh, I will be able to store it, which also means that I will have to spend a lot of time here since I can't store extremely large parts of it. I thought with a smile before that smile disappeared and an annoyed expression appeared on my face. After I got enough of its blood, I started chopping it into small pieces, doing my best not to damage materials. While Akashi was busy with this task, Akame's group was already near the Mount Hakuba for a few days. Their defenses are tight, we won't be able to get in without raising a commotion, Green muttered with a complicated expression while the entire group was scouting the fortress set up on the Mount Hakuba. We still don't know if they are responsible for killing those spies. Kozuki reminded everyone with a serious expression while glaring at the fortress from the great distance. What do you suggest we do next, father? Najasho asked with his stoic expression. You probably already know that, don't you, Najasho? Kozuki asked with a smile. When everyone heard him, they looked towards Najasho, who closed his eyes with a composed expression. We should investigate nearby villages first and then we can worry about breaking into this fortress if we won't find any crucial information, that is. Najasho said what was on his mind aloud and Kozuki just nodded with a proud smile. That's right. However, we can't lose much time, we will split into two groups and each group will cover one village. There are two villages that are nearest to Mount Hakuba. One is on the east side of the mountain and another one is on the west side. Once we will be done investigating, we will meet up in the town south of here. Kozuki explained with a serious expression while glaring at all of his children. Splitting the group into two can lead to very fatal situations, but we don't have much choice here. The question is how to form two groups. I still need to go back to the town to get information from our remaining spies, so I can't go with them to those villages. Someone needs to keep an eye on Akame, Pony, and Tsukushi, but mainly Akame. Kozuki thought with a complicated expression while looking at the sky with his dull eyes. Alright, listen up kids. After a moment of silence and waiting for Kozuki to say instructions, he finally said aloud, gathering the attention of the entire group. Akame, Green, Jin, and Natala will go to the east side. Najasho, Pony, and Tsukushi will take the west side of the mountain. I will go straight into the town to get into contact with our remaining spies and to smoke out any potential dangers hiding out there. Once you are done investigating, meet me at the town, don't take any detours. Kozuki gave everyone instructions on their mission. Yes. Everyone said with a determined expression and nodded their head. Not fair, why there are only 3 of us. Not to mention I am together with Chief, which means that he will most likely only slack off while leaving everything to us instead of investigating together with me and Tsukushi. An annoyed expression immediately appeared on Pony's expression when she heard the groups. Here you go, Najasho and Green. If you will run into any problem, use this gun to shoot at the sky. The other group should be able to notice a red-colored smoke in the sky after you shoot. But be careful how you use it, you might only draw even more enemies into your location, so use it only when necessary. Kozuki said and handed out 2 guns. Najasho and Green accepted them and nodded to acknowledge his words. This just showed that both of them were leaders. Najasho due to him, being an overall leader of the entire group, and Green due to his intelligence and cautiousness. But for Kozuki, he was also the one who could keep an eye on Akame, therefore he gave it to him. Not like Green knew that he was being used in this way by Kozuki. Alright, everyone, move out. Be careful and more than anything, try to be as much discreet as you can. Kozuki said and turned around towards the south, ready to travel to the town. Both groups looked at each other and nodded with serious expressions on their faces before parting their ways. Jin and Natala are still new to the group, so it would have been better to send them together with Najasho, who is very capable, but they have been brainwashed by Bill so they can help Green with keeping an eye on Akame. I am not that much concerned about Pony and Tsukushi since they haven't shown any signs of strange behavior, so I left them together with Najasho. Both teams are also quite equal in power, so everything is balanced. Kozuki thought on his way towards the town. Just don't die kids, it would have been troublesome, losing more members. There aren't any replacements. Kozuki thought while looking back at the place where they parted ways. Although his thoughts might sound cruel, in truth, he was actually just trying to convince himself that this is the only reason why he doesn't want them to die. 114:113 Mount Hakuba 2. Akame, Green, Natala, and Jin were traveling towards the east side of the mountain. When they were just a few kilometers from the village, everyone jump away. Green, who was leading the group, suddenly shouted with a commanding and stern tone while jumping to the back with all his might. Everyone immediately followed his warning and jumped back with all their might. What is going on, Green? Natala asked with furrowed brows while trying to find anything suspicious, but he couldn't see anything out of place around them. Akame, on the other hand, already noticed what is the problem when she looked ahead with narrowed eyes. Jin, on the other hand, could feel danger but couldn't pinpoint the source of it. Ma'an, you were able to avoid my trap? You are pretty good, care to tell me what sold my trap out? Suddenly a cloaked figure showed itself, standing on one of the many branches of the trees, numerous meters away from the group. From the voice it was apparent that it was a man, and he was also quite playful, judging from his tone. Jin and Natala tensed up when they saw the cloaked figure and heard his words. Trap. I can't see nor sense anything. The select team is really something else. Both Jin and Natala thought with ashamed expressions while also looking at Green and Akame with a bit of envy in their eyes. Akame just narrowed her eyes and put her hand on the hilt of her Kiryu-Kimonji, her Shingu. Sorry, this location is indeed good for setting up a trap, and maybe if we wouldn't have traveled during the daylight, we would have fallen into it. The luck isn't on your side since your strings reflected sunlight, making them even more visible. Green replied with a smile while adjusting his glasses, but there was a bead of sweat pouring down his forehead since what he just said was the truth. If they have traveled during the night, they might have ended up dead already. Oh, I see, but even then, it takes a good amount of observation skills to notice that detail. Sai, what to do now? It's 4 versus 1. How about we just talk? Haha, the cloaked man said with a slightly embarrassed tone. You want us to talk when you actually ATT? Green's sentence was cut short when the loud sound of gunfire resounded in the vicinity. Bang! A shot of concentrated shockwave traveled at an incredible speed towards Green's head from the side. Shatter after the sound of gunfire disappeared, only the sound of glasses breaking could be heard. Green. Are you all right? Akame instantly asked while looking at Green with his arched back backward. Yes, that was close, too close. He replied after taking a deep breath. The smoke was still coming out of his hair and some strands were even burnt. No way! The man exclaimed with a genuinely shocked tone. Well, at least we can be sure that these kids are truly Imperial assassins. They fit the description and their skill is truly remarkable. Truly monsters, the Empire created. A woman walked out of the hiding while resting the unique-looking gun on her shoulder and said with a pitying tone as if she was feeling bad for Akame's group. She has short silver hair and purple eyes. It was Nyinda herself who was carrying the Taiku named Pumpkin. And she wasn't alone, another person showed himself behind Nyinda fully clad in armor. As I thought, you were only playing to be a distraction. There was no need for you to show yourself when we discovered your trap. And you should have targeted others since it was too obvious that you will come for the leader of the group himself. Green said with narrowed eyes while cautiously measuring the newcomers. These two are strong, will we be able to take them on with only 4 of us? Despite us having a number advantage, Father told us that Jin and Natala rely on drugs to enhance their fighting strength. Green thought while trying his best to hide his uneasy expression behind a confident smile. Looks like we found your match. Nyinda shouted at the cloaked man who was responsible for the trap and distracting enemy. She was quite surprised to see someone of the same age as her subordinate who was also a strategist type of person. Tending to make several moves ahead of the enemy, however, this time, it looks like they were done by this black-haired 4 eyes. What do you mean? I would have won if we weren't so limited. The cloaked man shouted back with an embarrassed tone. Jin, Natala, take your enhancing drugs, this will be a long fight. Green used this chance while they were talking to each other and gave out instructions for his team. Both of them nodded and quickly gulped down the pills. It would be good if we could buy some time for those drugs to take effect. Green was thinking about the strategy he should use against this unknown enemy. Drugs, hey? As expected of the Empire. Nyinda thought with a disgusted expression. Hey kids, why are you working for the Empire when they only make people of the same age as you suffer through poverty? And not only poverty, it would have been great if it was only poverty, but they even dare to take that little they still have left, justifying it that they will die anyway so they don't need it. Nyinda asked with a curious expression. When Akame, who was already prepared to attack any time, heard the woman's words, her body tensed up a bit. It wasn't the first time she has heard those words, no, it has been numerous times already. She also heard numerous times changing the world as the last words of those she cut down. Green was quite grateful that they decided to talk instead of rushing into battle, but he frowned down when he heard next words of the cloaked man. Boss, is it alright for us to wait while their drugs take effect? Yes. I will be completely honest with you, kids, we are here to kill you just because you keep endangering the lives of the common people. However, if you decide to help the good cause, your past crimes will be forgotten. You are strong and smart, why are you using that power for the corrupted empire? Nyenda shouted at Akame's group while extending her arm towards them as an invitation. Akame looked at the ground with a complicated expression while Jin and Natala gritted their teeth before holding their heads in pain without anyone noticing since they were standing behind Green and Akame. Never believe in words of your enemy. I still remember father's words clearly up to this day and I am quite aware that some things he told us were lies, but there is no way we can just say it aloud or try something because we will be most likely killed. Akame, you are truly blessed that father chose me to keep an eye on you. Unfortunately, you are still a bit naive and think that you can just say that the empire is corrupted aloud. Green was thinking about what he should do, but either way, he can't just believe any enemy, therefore he still wanted to drag the conversation for as long as he could. Kozuki actually thought that Green is the best person to keep an eye on Akame because he was aware of Green's feelings towards Akame, therefore, he wouldn't let her do anything dangerous as speaking to an enemy, but he missed one crucial point, and that was Green's awareness of corrupted empire. Green has always been cautious and had even cowardly nature, but thanks to these traits, he could be said to be very intelligent. Despite having some familial bond with Kozuki since he raised them and cared for them for more than 8 years, he was aware that he would perhaps be killed by him if he showed any signs of rebellion. Unfortunately, the battle is most likely unavoidable due to Jin and Natala's presence. If Akame and Green were alone, he might agree to a little talk with his enemy, but he can't risk the other two reporting this to Kozuki. Those two look like they are in pain. Is this side effect of those drugs they just took, or is it something else? Nyenda noticed Jin and Natala's pained expressions and she thought while holding her chin. Nobody has yet to reply to Nyenda's invitation since Akame's group was cautiously watching them, however, Nyenda didn't mind it at all and let them have their time to think it through. That just shows how much confident she was, not even caring for those two drugged people. I can say the same, where is any evidence that what we are doing is bad? Unless you bring me solid evidence, I have no intention even thinking about the words of my enemy. Green replied in such a way that surprised his entire group. He also made a few hand gestures to Akame. Green. What do you mean? Jin immediately exclaimed with an angered tone. Green, is this your way of saying that you actually also have doubts about the entire empire? Akame was both shocked and touched that she wasn't the only one thinking so. She also understood his hand gestures, which were telling her to be careful of Jin and Natala's presence. Tell me once you are ready, Green whispered under his nose without breaking eye contact with Nyenda. Only now, Natala and Jin realized that this was just to buy some time for them, so they just lightly nodded their head without saying anything. This seems like a bad joke. We have to fight someone who actually doesn't really want to fight us unless necessary. If it wasn't for Jin and Natala's presence, I would definitely like to evade this fight. Anyway, should I send a signal that we need help? No, I have no idea about the situation on the other side. If they will also send the signal for help, Kozuki won't know where to go first, plus we still have a number advantage here. I just don't know how strong these guys are, but that sniper-like gun in that woman's hands is definitely dangerous. Green was having a hard time deciding whether he should send the signal to others or not. Sigh, I know that look, it looks like we will fight in the end. Don't hate us for being rough, kids, we gave you a chance. Nyenda released a disappointed sigh before she said something that surprised Green. He didn't think that she would be able to read his mind so accurately. Wait, if you are saying that we are doing bad things, then why are you killing our spies in such a gruesome manner? Natala shouted and pointed his spear at the woman's head in front of them with a slightly angered and cold expression. This was also a signal for Green that drugs finally took effect. Ah, I have heard about that situation, but we aren't the ones doing so. We, people of the Revolutionary Army, never make our enemies suffer no matter how evil they are. We always do our best to deliver a quick death. However, I have heard that there is another group that recently started causing trouble around here. Never mind, you don't really care about that since you are about to attack us, right? Nyenda explained before she got into position behind the armored figure. Everyone was slightly surprised after hearing that the group in front of them isn't responsible for it, but they started to worry when they heard that there is another group running around causing trouble. Najasho, Pony, Tsukushi. Everyone thought at the same time with wide open eyes. Nyenda, who was ready for their attack, suddenly looked up with a slightly confused expression. Green immediately followed the direction where she was looking. Red smoke, fuck. We are in no position to go help them. So everything depends on Kozuki, which also means that we are unable to send the signal unless we want to confuse him. What a fucked up situation. Green thought with an annoyed expression, but he was aware that there was no going back from this group and one group had to be annihilated since he doubts that they will just let them retreat. 115:114 Mount Hakuba 3. The west side of the mountain. Clang bang, dull sounds of metals clashing could be heard in the vicinity, but that wasn't all, there was also sound of gunfire. Korra. Why are you doing this? Pony shouted with an angered yet confused expression while looking at her former teammate while also doing bullets from another enemy in front of her. I don't think you have the luxury of taking your eyes off me. A woman with a huge rack and pistol in hand shouted with her face filled with hatred and rage. It was the same woman who was with. It was indeed the truth since Tsukushi was already done, however, fortunately, she wasn't dead yet since these people wanted them to suffer so they wouldn't kill them too quickly. She just took a surprise bullet into her shoulder, nothing too serious. Pony, forget about Cornelia. She is no longer with us, just focus on the enemy in front of you. Najasho shouted with a stern expression while blocking one of Cornelia's punches with his blade but he was still thrown back despite successfully blocking it. Although he said those cold words, he himself didn't want to fight his friend, however, he was aware that if he will show such weakness, the enemy will try to exploit it and his own friends will also lose the will to fight. Such was the burden of a leader, not showing his real emotions to motivate his team. Bang bang yes, listen to your friend and focus on me more so I can have more fun while avenging Kuga. Mashiro coldly said while glaring at Pony as if she wanted to tear her into pieces. TCH. Annoying cow tits. Pony shouted at her with an annoyed expression while slowly getting closer to her while making sure to dodge all bullets coming at her. Oh my, someone is insecure about their breast size. However, it is truly nice that you can still jest, I hope you will keep that attitude once we will be breaking your bones, haha. A man in attire similar to one of the grave keepers said while laughing like a madman. It was the leader of this group, Muti. That guy must be the reason why Cornelia is controlled like this. He is also keeping a distance from us so it looks like he isn't combat-oriented grave keeper, I have to try it since we are already surrounded from all sides. Najasho thought while glancing around himself just to see that they were fighting inside the circle made from those bandits that are occupying this mountain. Cornelia. You should be dead, guy is already waiting for you there. Najasho shouted right at her face when he exchanged blows with her and he noticed that her eyes widened although her expression remained stoic. Now. Najasho sprinted around Cornelia who was frozen in place from hearing his words. Najasho already knew that she was still the same Cornelia as before only being controlled so giving her information of the death of a man who loved her and chased after her, must have affected her a bit. What are you doing? Come back. Muti showed a bit scared expression when he saw Najasho bypass Cornelia, running straight towards him. He quickly shouted at Cornelia and her expression distorted in pain before she made a quick spin and literally kicked off the ground, flying towards Najasho while throwing a punch at his open back without any hesitation. TCH. I can't just ignore her, her punching strength is something even I have to be aware. Najasho thought with an annoyance visible in his eyes before he spun around to parry her crushing King Shingu to the side with his own blade. Muti, are you sure you don't want any help? A tall muscular man standing in front of these bandits asked while looking at Gravekeeper. Very nice of you to ask, Suzaku, however, I have no intention of using your help unless necessary and it also seems that it's not all of them. I suspect that red smoke was signal for their comrades, maybe more of them will come so be ready to intercept them while we will enjoy our sweet revenge. Muti replied with more composed expression than before when he was finally protected by Cornelia once again. TCH, toying with your enemy is never a good thing. You should always deliver swift death to them so they can't adapt to your methods. Never mind, they have no escape route out of here so it's irrelevant, I just hope they won't torture them in front of my boys since I wouldn't want my unit to apply such methods during battles. Apparently a leader of those bandits named Suzaku thought with an annoyed expression. After Najasho and Cornelia's small exchange, they returned to their original positions while Muti was hiding behind Cornelia's back. Should I transform here? If I would do it, I am confident in defeating Cornelia in a minute without actually killing her but she knows that I need some time for transformation since it causes me to feel an enormous pain in the beginning. She probably won't let me transform, I have no idea how well he has control over her but even if I can transform, I won't have enough time to break through this blockade made by these bandits. I will run out of my transformation after killing those two in front of us and transforming for the second time in a row is too high risk. Najasho was thinking of a plan. If he wanted to, he could simply hack his way out of here but he wouldn't be able to make it so both Pony and Tsukushi would be able to retreat together with him. Their lives were his responsibility so he couldn't make any careless decisions. He kept exchanging blows with Cornelia and on the other side Pony and Mashiro already engaged in close combat battle. Pony was quite astonished when she noticed how Mashiro was able to protect herself so well despite being so proficient with a gun. These kids, what scary talents. That girl with a ponytail can actually fight evenly with Mashiro who has been a special agent for us in the past. It even looks like she is even slowly getting the upper hand in their fight. At this rate, we will be forced to help them. Suzaku was astonished by Najasho and Pony's talent and strength. Muti's group actually spent some days inside his fortress and he got to know how exactly strong is that woman named Cornelia so he was surprised that he can see someone who is fighting her with a nonchalant expression. Clang clang. Najasho was once again thrown back after trying to advance towards Muti, but he easily rebalanced himself in the air and landed on his legs. Looks like I will have to take a gamble, I hope it won't cause me any life-lasting injury. Najasho thought and buried the tip of his blue broadsword into the ground, and suddenly his hair started to grow longer. Cornelia felt threatened and instantly darted towards Najasho to interrupt whatever he was doing. When she was close enough, she threw a punch towards Najasho's face, intending to punch off his whole head, but Najasho's closed eyes suddenly opened and his growing hair suddenly reverted back to original state. I am sorry, Cornelia, he said and slashed with his buried broadsword in an upward motion, making quite deep cut across the entire Cornelia's body. The cut was indeed deep from the outside look, but Najasho avoided any vitals, and since she was raised in the wilderness, she shouldn't bleed out unless she keeps fighting. Her toughness was probably the second best in the entire group right after Guy. Hey! Thud! She looked at Najasho with a confused expression before she dropped down on the ground with her back first. Fuck! Suzak Muti instantly panicked since he didn't think that Najasho would cut down his own friend. Too late. Muti only heard Najasho's voice nearing him at an incredible speed. When Najasho was close enough, Muti's scared expression suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a twisted smile as he took a gun from behind his back and shot at Najasho at point-blank range. Bang! However, instead of getting shot in the head, Najasho leaned forward, dodging the bullet just by a few centimeters, and then he swung his blade from above his head in a vertical arc, intending to split Muti into two halves. Splash gyaa! Muti screamed when he put his hand in front of him to protect himself, but his hand was cut off, which resulted in Najasho's slash to lose its effectivity. He was unable to cut him into two halves, but instead, he cut off his right hand and made not too deep cut on his chest. Despite failing to kill him on first try, Najasho simply followed with another slash in an upward motion. Whoosh! However, before his sword could make contact with Muti's body, a wind vortex has blown him a few meters away from Muti. Najasho regained his balance and looked at the attack just to see Cornelia standing in front of Muti without caring for her injury. She can still move with that injury. She is killing herself by standing and moving around so much. Should I wait until Father or Green's group come to help us, or should I transform right away and try to break through this encirclement? Despite feeling furious at how his comrade was being used and controlled, he still kept his nonchalant expression on his face. You fucker, I will get you for this. How unfortunate that your comrade will die when I die, so be careful about planning your next attack. If you think that by killing me, you will free her, you are extremely wrong, haha. Muti quickly used his clothes to stop bleeding before he started cursing at Najasho and then laughing like a madman. Najasho looked at Pony's situation just to see her getting upper hand over her opponent, but she still had to be careful not to get shot from the point-blank range. Even if we will defeat them, we will have to face thousands of bandits afterward. This situation is bad, even if others will come to help, all we can do is to retreat. Najasho was hesitating what to do in such a situation, but after a very short moment of having his eyes closed, when he opened them, there was a new resolve and decisiveness. Pony! Go and get Tsukushi! Najasho shouted with a stern tone, and Pony, despite being confused, didn't even ask anything and just simply followed his instructions. She distanced herself from Mashiro, and she, on the other hand, was angered that her enemy was retreating from her, so she started shooting at her once again. Cornelia once again sensed that sense of dread, and she tried to interrupt Najasho once again like before, but despite not caring for her own injury, her body definitely cared and didn't let her move as fast as before. This gave Najasho enough of time to complete his transformation, and his hair became much longer and his pupils became slit, eyes resembling that of a dragon. He kicked Cornelia to her side in the location that wouldn't worsen her bleeding any further, while making it look like he wasn't hesitating to hurt her at all. Pony kept dodging bullets until she got close enough to Tsukushi, but while she was getting her onto her back, she was at the most vulnerable state. I won't let you! Mashiro shouted and sent numerous shots aiming at her non-vital spots, which only showed that she was dead set on torturing them. This is getting out of hand. Suzaku thought when he observed the entire fight. He quickly issued a command to get ready for an attack in case they try to run away. Before those bullets could reach Pony, Najasho appeared in front of Pony, slashing all those bullets in half. What? Mashiro and others were shocked by his new speed, and not only his speed of traveling but also his speed of handling his sword. Everything about him became at least twice faster and maybe even stronger in raw strength. Let's go. Although Najasho wanted to at least kill one of them, he knew that he should focus all his energy on escaping together with Pony and injured Tsukushi, since his transformation can hold on only for a few minutes. 116:115 Mount Hakyu before. Let's go. Najasho shouted, turned around, and started running towards the bandits blocking their way out. Pony immediately followed after Najasho without any hesitation, with Tsukushi resting on her back. Stop them! Suzaku finally stopped ignoring Muti and Mashiro's wish not to interfere and immediately commanded his units to stop them from breaking through this encirclement. TCH. Mashiro clicked her tongue with a face full of hatred while glaring at the retreating backs of her enemies. She calmed herself, and instead of sending numerous bullets, she just focused on Pony's head. Since she was focusing her everything into one shot, she would be able to predict the travel time of the bullet and Pony's position right after the shot. Bang! The sound of gunfire resounded, however it didn't come from Mashiro's gun but instead it came from Tsukushi's Shingu, Prometheus. Mashiro was caught off guard that Tsukushi could still fire so accurately but she was still extremely experienced and quickly reacted to it by jumping to the side to dodge the bullet. However, the thing she didn't expect happened, and the trajectory of the bullet suddenly curved and followed after Mashiro, ultimately penetrating her right shoulder. Ack! Mashiro groaned in pain with a distorted face in pain together with hatred. Mashiro, are you okay? Muti ran to Mashiro's side to check on her. I am fine but they are getting away. She replied to him while gritting her teeth. Don't worry, there are a few thousands of rebels here, they won't be able to get away no matter what. Muti tried to comfort her a bit while glancing at injured Cornelia who stood beside him. TCH, if I want to use her more, I should wait until she recovers. Muti thought and dispelled any thoughts of sending Cornelia after them. Stop them. More than 20 people stepped in Najasho's group way, trying to halt their advance. Move. On the contrary, instead of stopping, Najasho speeded up while sprinting straight towards them with his narrowed eyes. Kill him. When they saw that he wasn't slowing down, they instantly jumped towards him with their weapons. Numerous types of weapons which for a normal person would be extremely hard to defend with only 2 free hands. However, Najasho was anything but a normal person or assassin in his transformation. Clang splash clang splash. Numerous flashes of Najasho's attack were seen while he was running straight through those people, leaving only headless bodies or half of the bodies behind him. Those people underestimated him however when others saw this, they got ready once again since there was more than 100 people in front of Najasho, and more of them were still running to help them and others were also running towards Najasho's group from behind to completely overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Najasho continued paving the path behind him with the blood of his enemies and his entire face was already covered in blood and only his glowing golden eyes with slit pupils were the most distinguished thing on his face. That guy is a monster. Some of the enemies were even avoiding crossing his path when they saw his face covered in blood. Pony kept with Najasho's speed and Tsukushi provided cover fire while resting on Pony's back. Somehow, they were able to get away from the encirclement but it cost Najasho a few smaller injuries however with how his energy was depleted, recovering quickly was out of the question. Despite being injured, they kept running straight toward the town. Kids! Are you alright? As they hoped, after running for less than 5 minutes, they met Gozuki on his ways towards the location where he saw the red smoke. We are mostly fine but there are a lot of things to report, however, I am now more concerned about Green's group Najasho as a leader said while holding the worst injury he attained while running away on his right shoulder. While it was the worst injury, it was nothing life-threatening, it was simply the biggest one out of all of them. To think they ended up in such a state, I need to hear their report of what had happened but first I should take care of their wounds. Kozuki thought with frowned brows while looking at their wounds. Let's return back to the town to take care of your injuries, you can tell me everything that happened on the way there. Kozuki said while turning around in the town's direction. What about Akame and others? Tsukushi instantly asked with a worried expression, she didn't want to lose any more of her friends. Green has yet to send a signal, once they send out the signal, I will rush to help them but right now we don't even know their exact location or even if they need our help. We need to take care of your wounds so you can fight once again if any particular situation arises. Kozuki glanced back at Tsukushi and explained with a slightly defeated expression. Green is smart, so either they have yet to encounter any enemy or they encountered enemy he thinks they can take on. Either way, we have no idea where they are so we would be only blindly looking around plus I can't leave these injured kids alone either. Kozuki wanted to look for Green's group when he saw Najasho's injuries but he knew that it was much more dangerous than returning to the town while prioritize treating those that are currently in his sight. With that, they quickly returned to the town. Back to Muti's group. Suzaku started collecting bodies of his dead subordinates while cursing Muti's carelessness inside his mind. Muti already stopped his bleeding and started treating Cornelia's wounds since he still had plans for her. This was a complete failure, if we didn't play with them, trying to break their fighting spirit, we could have won. If I aimed at that brown-haired girl's head right from the beginning, at least one of them would have been dead by now. Mashiro commented while holding her shoulder after she removed the bullet from it. She was aware of their weakness, however, she couldn't help it, she simply wanted to make them suffer for killing her lover. We weren't able to take care of 3 of them, who knows how many they have in their group, looks like I will be forced to go and ask him for a help. Muti said with a pained expression while tightly gripping his cut-off hand. Do you mean to say that you could have rope in another ally but you didn't? Why the hell would you do that? Mashiro was shocked by hearing his words but at the same time, she was feeling extreme anger towards him. Calm down and let me explain myself. He isn't someone you want to have as an enemy but you also want to avoid the situation of having him as an ally. Plus I wasn't even sure if he would be interested in helping us. What the hell does that even mean? Mashiro asked with a raised eyebrow while looking at Muti strangely. He lives far west of my former tomb and what I meant is exactly what I said. He makes you disgusted just by fighting him and he has no qualms about torturing his own friends either. He is simply a crazy person who can smile and laugh while getting beaten up or cut into pieces. However, he isn't masochist, he is simply a loser who was always bullied and also killed numerous times already, however that helped him to become strong, by enduring all the pain without making a single sound. Muti wanted to continue his explanation but he was stopped by Mashiro. What? What do you mean that he was killed numerous times? She was completely confused about how he could have been killed more than once. I also don't understand it but it looks like he can heal from any injury and death is no exception. No one knows much about him, therefore, no one knows what is the cause of his ability to resurrect since even danger beasts don't have such power. Muti released a pained chuckle before he explained what he knew about that person to Mashiro. After listening to everything, her expression became a bit complicated since she wasn't sure if she wants to work together with such a person despite thirsting for revenge. Green's group side. Green's group has already started their attack despite the fact that Akame and Green would rather avoid such conflict with those people in front of them. Green was currently fighting the cloaked person using strange strings as a weapon while Akame, Jin, and Natala were attacking an armored person who was also defending Nyenda while she was providing support with her Taiga pumpkin. Despite it being practically 3 against 1. Their weapons couldn't do any damage to the armored person and the worst of all was that person was extremely fast, something that Jin and Natala stood no chance against. Only Akame was able to keep up with that person's movements, however, she was having a problem defending herself from Nyenda's ranged attacks. If this keeps up, we will be defeated. I should send the signal right now since it has been a while since Najasho's group sent it. Green thought while his face was non-stop sweating from the pressure when facing that cloaked guy. Although he was aware that the cloaked guy liked more quick and silent killing, his combat prowess was still something amazing. Green was even suspecting that their opponents are using Taiga which was way superior to their Shingu. Not to mention that he was using a whip that could move according to his mind which was rendered completely useless in front of those strange strings. When Green pointed the gun at the sky and wanted to fire the signal, he felt a sharp pain in the hand and was forced to let go of his gun. I can't let you do that, it must be a tool that created that red smoke in the sky from before, right? The cloaked guy said with a playful tone while stealing the gun from the ground with his strings. Green already retreated a few more meters away from him to check his hand just to see it pierced by some kind of silver dagger. Dagger made out of strings. Green exclaimed with a surprised expression before he finally realized that this guy in front of him was much more dangerous than he previously thought. 117:116 Kurom arrives. I need to prolong this fight for as long as I can. I have zero confidence in winning against him in frontal exchange so either I must win by some surprise attack or by depending on Akame and others to finish their own fight. Green thought with narrowed eyes and tried his best to find any weakness in his opponent's weapon, however, such a task is extremely hard and not to mention that he still isn't aware of all its functions. Green switched to defense instead of trying to attack, hoping to see any gap in his opponent's attacks where he could strike. He was trying to make him impatient by simply defending. The one who only defends and can let go of any chance to attack enemy is someone who can never win the fight in long terms but it is also almost impossible to kill such person unless one has the overwhelming power to do so. What is he trying to do? Even the cloaked guy noticed the change in Green's movements and his attacks were slowly becoming sluggish. Despite being a little confused, Green's strange change in the pattern of his movements made him only warier. However, that was fine with Green because the longer this fight will continue, the cloaked guy will start feeling restless by constantly being wary of any of his movements. Green had no chance of winning against this guy on physical side so his plan was to play a mental battle with him. The winner will be the one who can endure the pressure put on them. Green has to endure physical attacks from that guy while the other guy needs to endure the pressure Green is generating without doing anything special in particular. This is where real battle between those two began. On the other side, Akame's group was somehow holding their ground. They were constantly attacking the armored guy while being wary of Nyenda's attacks. You are really skilled for kids but I will no longer be lenient with you. The armored guy said with a cold tone while 3 of them were rushing at him from each side and front. A spear suddenly materialized in his hand. Yes, he was fighting the entire time barehanded only with his armor, making them think that he has no weapon, to begin with. Making them think that his defense and agility was something he traded for an offense. Wah! Jin, Natala jump away from him. Akame instantly shouted at them loudly with wide open eyes. Unfortunately Jin and Natala had slower reflexes than Akame and despite being enhanced by the drugs, they weren't trained in the same way as other kids from Elite 7. Their training was more or less simply combined with training of obedience but that only made them puppets ready to die for the Empire at any time. Too late. The armored guy shouted and swung his spear overhead at Jin with intention to split her in half. Jin put her sword above her head to block his spear since she had no time to dodge. She was quite confident in her strength and thought that she would be able to block it without much problem. The next moment when the weapons met each other, Jin's weapon was able to withstand the impact with the spear without breaking, but her arms gave in after feeling the strength in her enemy's slash, making her sword drop down a bit and spear slide down deep into her shoulder before stopping. Splash! Blood splashed from her wound despite having that spear still stuck inside her shoulder, and she could only look at the armored guy in front of her with a confused and shocked expression. Jin. Why you? Trisola. Natala instantly attacked the guy's back while extending his spear's length, aiming to pierce his neck from behind because that spot was usually one of the weak points in armors. Wait, Natala! Akame shouted at furious Natala, but he wasn't listening to her at all. She was also angry at most likely losing another comrade, but she knew that this guy wasn't their only enemy. Unfortunately, Natala at that time could only see him. Bang! A beam of yellow energy was shot at Natala, who was no longer paying attention to Nyenda, and that shot just robbed him of a large chunk of his waist. Green, who saw all of that, was shocked but more worried about Akame, who would be now alone against two of them. Despite wanting to help her, he kept calm and kept on baiting the cloaked guy for any real openings. The armored guy finally pulled his spear out of Jin and looked behind him at Natala, who has failed with his attack and has fallen down on the ground, slowly creating a puddle of blood under him. So, are you planning to fight any longer? You had no chance even with three of you. Now that you are alone, there is nothing you can do. The armored guy turned his attention to Akame, who was still a bit shocked by Natala and Jin's state. Of course I will. She gritted her teeth and darted towards him while swinging her katana at him. Clang! Her speed has gotten much faster and her strength also increased a lot. Was she holding back earlier, or is this effect of seeing her comrades' deaths? The armored guy thought with a slightly astonished expression under his armor when he blocked Akame's slash without much problem. Although her speed has gotten faster, she was still nowhere near him with experience. He has gotten through numerous battles where numerous people fought. This was simply the disparity in the experience. He also started attacking since there was no need to draw out the fight any longer. Their goal was to also discover their strength in teamwork, and it was by no means bad, but they still lost it once they saw their comrade die. They were still young and inexperienced in this department. At least that's what they have thought, but Akame never lost it. She was furiously attacking, but her thinking was still there, being cautious of Nyenda while attacking the armored guy. Her speed is still improving. She was able to even slash my armor a few times, but she didn't leave even a scratch. It also seems like she is attacking the same spot over and over, which makes it only easier to defend against it, but even if she would have succeeded in doing this, her weapon is far inferior to my Taigu. Incurgio wouldn't break just from this. The armored guy thought calmly, but Hugh is still astonished by the speed of Akame's growth. She was quickly adapting to his movements and he was slowly losing his advantage, but he has yet to go all out and there was still Nyenda. Akame, look out! Green shouted when he noticed that Akame was preparing for another attack. Bang! Akame obviously heard his shout and glanced to the side just to see the beam of yellow energy nearing her ribs, so she twisted her body to quickly dodge it, but at the same time she was attacked by the spear in front of her. She quickly put her katana in front of her to block the attack, but she was still blown away into the trees. Thud! Cough! She coughed out blood before she released a low groan in pain. She was trying to get up despite feeling as if all of her bones were broken. However, before she could have got up, the armored guy was already standing in front of her with his spear pointing at her throat. Akame. Green, who was able to keep calm despite seeing both Natala and Jin being cut down, finally lost it when he saw Akame in trouble. He turned around and tried to help Akame, but his hand holding the whip was entangled in strings, and soon enough, even his neck was entangled in strings. You have finally lost it. I was beginning to think that you don't even care about your comrades, but it seems that's not the case. That girl is just more important to you than you can ignore. The cloaked guy said while approaching him from behind. He was in no hurry to kill him since he was already in his hands. He also didn't know what Nyenda would like to do with them, so he waited for her orders. Fuck. Green was forced to hopelessly watch. He tried to move forward, but when he felt strings tearing into his skin, he stopped the pointless struggle. Don't move around too much if you don't want to die yet. The cloaked guy said with a serious tone. In the dense forest, Kurome was desperately trying to find her sister. She even followed the red smoke in the sky, but when she arrived there, she only saw Najasho and Pony and Tsukushi running away. Since it looked like they no longer need help to get away from their enemies, she decided to ignore them. She was starting to feel completely hopeless, but then she remembered that there are only 2 villages around this mountain, and she was currently on the west side where one of those villages is situated, and she even saw a half of Akame's group. With that thought in mind, she instantly made her way towards the village on the east side of this mountain. Maybe I am just needlessly worrying, but I have a feeling like Big Sis is in the danger. Kurome thought with narrowed eyes while traveling through the dense forest. When she was nearing the village, she suddenly heard a few low sounds, few hundred meters to her right. That didn't sound like danger beasts fighting each other, but more like weapon clashing. Kurome decided to take a look and stealthily approached the location from where she heard the sounds. When she finally arrived, she saw the scene in front of her. Natala and Jin lying in the puddle of blood, Green being restricted by the strings while her own sister having the spear held close to her throat. Big Sis. Kurome fought the instinct to jump in and attack the armored guy, but in the end she was able to control herself and looked more carefully around just to notice the person right under her while she was observing the situation from the branch of the tree. Is that General Nyenda? There is no time to think about what she is doing here. Kurome thought and silently jumped down behind Nyenda with her katana already drawn out. Hey! Nyenda exclaimed in shock when she felt a blade on her neck. She glanced down just to see katana with a black blade and green edge of the blade. Stop this at once. Release both of them. Kurome shouted, finally revealing herself to others. What? Reinforcements! Armored guy exclaimed with a shock apparent in his voice, but he didn't put his spear away from Akame's throat. Nyenda! The cloaked guy exclaimed with a worried tone. Looks like I am not the only one who is losing cool when he sees someone he cares about being endangered. Green muttered with a mocking tone and wide smile. Shut up, the cloaked guy replied with a cold tone while tightening the strings around Green's hands, making them completely numb and blue. Ack! That hurt you, fucker. Anyway, it is still a surprise to see Kurome here, but she is really a lifesaver. Green thought with a pained expression, but he was still smiling. Kurome! What are you doing here? Akame instantly looked towards the direction from where shout came from just to be shocked after seeing her sister. Kurome! Nyenda was unable to see the person behind her, but when she heard Akame's shout she exclaimed with a slightly surprised tone as if she never expected her to be here. 118:117 Exchanging prisoners. Kurome! Nyenda exclaimed with a surprised tone and wanted to look behind her by turning her head, but she was stopped when she felt the blade of the katana pressing to her neck. To think that we would have dropped our guard when we saw the victory in front of us, this girl is extremely dangerous. She chose the ideal time to ambush Nyenda, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get near her so quietly. The armored guy thought while gritting his teeth under his helmet, but he didn't put the spear away from Akame's neck and neither did he drop his guard around her. Just because she hit her back against the trees doesn't make her defenseless and completely useless. Now that Kurome is here, I mustn't let them do what they did to Natala and Jin. Akame thought, and it was as if she gained a new life when she saw her sister in front of her. She quickly grabbed the spear's tip with her left palm and then quickly grabbed her katana lying next to her with her right hand while thrusting it towards the man's crotch. The armored man, despite being on guard against her, was still surprised to see that her speed became even faster than before, but he was still fast enough to grab the blade of her katana and stopping it with his hand covered in armor. Out of instinct, he was about to drive his spear through her hand into her neck. He wasn't thinking straight since the girl in front of him was too dangerous, and this time her attack was even dangerous. Stop! Kurome shouted in a completely different tone. The shout finally woke him up and he quickly stopped himself unless he wanted his leader to die. However, when he turned back at the small girl who seemed even younger than those he fought with, he was a bit taken back seeing her expression. Kurome's black eyes gained a slightly grey hue as she coldly stared at the armored man while pressing her blade even closer to Nyenda's neck, making a little nick on it. A few drops of blood started pouring down her neck. What do you want? The cloaked guy was the first one to burst out when he saw the blood on Nyenda's neck. Ack! Kurome's eyes moved towards him, and when he saw her eyes his head moved a bit to back. I want you to release both of them, and in exchange, I will release your leader. Kurome said with a tone completely devoid of any emotions. There was more than 10 seconds of complete silence, just staring at each other, waiting what others will do, but no one was brave enough to make the first move in this situation. Hey Kurome, long time no see. Nyenda finally broke the silence with a greeting, but her voice was too awkward. Yes, truly a long time, General Nyenda. Kurome replied without dropping her guard at all. Some distance away from the capital, on the plains. Red-headed guy, dressed in full black uniform, was walking towards the capital with his hands in his pockets. He was walking leisurely despite the fact that he could be attacked by any danger beast anytime soon. It was Akashi who was returning to the capital, but there was one big change on him. And that was a black blindfold covering his eyes. Despite being blindfolded, he was able to avoid any boulders and other obstacles on the road. He suddenly stopped walking and turned his head towards the specific location. Kurome is out of the capital, and now it looks like she even met some enemies. Akashi thought while contemplating whether he should go towards her location or not, but he was sure that the wriggler he left with Kurome wouldn't inform him if they were just some weaklings. I guess, I should go and take a look just in case. I won't interfere unless necessary. I wouldn't want her to think that she was being under my protection all the time. Even if she would have won and discovered it, she wouldn't have a good feeling from that victory. It's really a pity that my wrigglers aren't smart enough to inform me of everything, but at least they can inform me if someone is in danger, so I shouldn't complain too much. Akashi thought and summoned Kiyomi from his shadow, a griffin-like danger beast. I need you to take me somewhere. Akashi said and jumped on Kiyomi's back without even waiting for her acknowledgement. Chirp! Chirp! Can't you at least ask nicely? As expected, she immediately complained about it with watery eyes, but Akashi gently smacked her head, which made her shut her beak. Sorry, it is something important, but I will prepare good food for you later as a reward if you will get me there fast enough. Akashi replied while patting her head a few times. Hearing good food, Kiyomi instantly took off and started flying towards the direction at her fastest speed without complaining at all. I can feel my senses getting stronger every second with this blindfold. It is really a good way how to enhance one's senses, but it's definitely not the easiest way. At least it's harmless most of the time, except for the time when you need to fight against danger beasts without your sight. Akashi thought with a small smile while he was remembering his small training after he killed that death tag old danger beast. He was numerous times injured by even danger beasts that would have never dreamed of touching him. However, those injuries caused his senses to only enhance even further. If one wants to improve quickly, one needs to be ruthless, however, not only on those around him but also on himself. It has been already a day or two since Akashi took on the blindfold for the first time and he had yet to take it off. He kept blindfold on even during sleeping. Back to Kurome. Nayenda and Kurome talked for a bit, but it was apparent that Kurome had no intention of releasing her. Despite this fact, others were surprised when they discovered that those two know each other. Concerning your offer, don't you think that it's a bit unrealistic? Exchanging two prisoners for one. The armored guy said while trying to gain higher ground in this situation. Bulletin. The cloaked guy was surprised to hear his comrade's words, and when he was about to call his name, he quickly covered his mouth and kept quiet when his friend gestured to leave it to him. Who? It seems that there is a misunderstanding between us. Kurome replied with a cold smile, but her eyes never changed a bit, they kept their grey hue. What do you mean? The armored guy sensed something bad, but he still asked with a confused tone. You see, my offer has never been an offer to begin with. It was an order. Kurome replied with the same cold smile while pressing her blade harder against Nayenda's neck. This black-haired girl must be your sister, no? I have seen how you two look at each other, you also look similar. Do you really think that you are in advantage here? Or are you telling me that you don't care about your sister? The armored guy asked with a confident tone. He was sure that Kurome cares about Akame, so using her, he might be able to trade her for Nayenda. Someone dear to me once taught me that the dearest people to you are your biggest weakness. At that time, I was still a little girl, so I asked if I should just not make any people near me dear to me. Kurome said with a completely emotionless voice and expression. Two guys just listened to her without saying anything, but they have been getting a bad feeling about this, and while Kurome was speaking, they felt chill down their spine. Nevertheless, they agreed with the fact that the dearest people are the biggest weakness for anyone who truly cares about them. He shook his head at that time and told me, it's not a sin to have such people around you, you will be only happier with them around, so never abandon them if you can save them. Kurome continued her story. Then, the armored guy finally saw the hope, and even though he didn't feel good about doing such a thing as exploiting small girl's feelings by using her sister as a hostage, he was still determined to save Nayenda. He was even determined to let those two go, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Kurome once again. However, never let your enemies exploit your weakness. Kurome shouted, and her eyes finally became dull and completely grey. Her blade created a slightly deeper nick on Nayenda's neck. Both guys were taken back by the change in her eyes and aura. This woman for both of them. If you don't want to, tell me so I can already kill her without wasting any more time. Kurome said. Grr, are you aware that your own sister and her friend will die if you will kill our leader? The cloaked guy shouted back at her while gritting his teeth. I am already prepared for that, and once that happens, I will slaughter both of you like pigs. Kurome took dagger into her left hand and placed it on Nayenda's neck while she pointed her katana at the armored guy with an emotionless expression. She is completely serious about this. He thought when he looked deep into her eyes. He couldn't see any hesitation, for him it looked like she was looking at everyone here as dead people, including her own sister. Is this what Akashi taught you, Kurome? Akame thought with a shocked expression, but she was also feeling a bit sad. She didn't want her to abandon Green, but to hear her own sister say that she is already prepared for her death was still a little blow. Alright, alright. Don't kill her. No one has to die. The armored guy finally gave in and jumped away from Akame, towards Green. Now, both of us will let go of our prisoner, alright. He said. He let go of Akame first to gain some of Kurome's trust. Wait, however, contrary to his expectations, Kurome said. Are you planning to back on our deal? The armored guy said with an angered tone, and his aura also got more ferocious like a danger beast. No, but I am sure that you won't just let us go, so I want to offer you another deal before letting Nayenda go, so you can at least listen to me. Kurome said. Talk, he replied shortly, since he truly doesn't want to let them go and reunite with the rest of their group. A fight, one-on-one. You against me. You know that you are stronger than me, so don't even think about refusing. I imagine that you still have some kind of pride as a man. Kurome said, which completely shocked Akame. You can't, Kurome. He is too strong for you to take on alone. She tried to talk her out of it, but Kurome ignored her. Fine, what are your winning conditions and mine? He decided to take this into his own hands and act without the leader's instructions, but Nayenda also didn't make any objections. As long as I can injure you in that armor, it's my win and you will leave us alone. You will win once I am unable to fight or once you kill me. Kurome replied with a small smile, seeing that everything goes according to her plan. I accept, now let's release the prisoner, he accepted with a surprisingly excited tone. Under his helmet, it was visible that he was astonished by Kurome's determination. Although he couldn't say that he likes her side where she can ignore the death of her own sister, at least enemies can't use her dearest to exploit her, which can be sometimes a good thing. Hesitation is sometimes what truly kills your dearest. 119:118 Kurome vs Mysterious Taiga Wielder 1. Thanks, Kurome. But what about Natala and Jin? Green whispered when he came back to Kurome and Akame's side, still with sore hands from the strings. They lost too much of blood, judging from the size of a puddle under them. Akame replied while warily watching the opposite group. They won't make it. Kurome added a sentence that neither Akame or Green wanted to say. Green was thinking about their offer but he couldn't bring himself to accept it right after two people from his group got killed. Despite not being big friends with them since they joined only recently, it would leave a bad taste in his mouth. However, if Akame wanted to, he wouldn't hesitate at all. I wanted to take the signal gun from that guy's hand but there wasn't any opportunity to do it. Green whispered while gritting himself as if he was blaming himself for his incompetence. So? Are we doing it? The match. The armored guy interrupted their talk once they reassured themselves that Nyenda was fine. He stepped forward and his friends took a few steps back to create enough space. I guess we can only trust your word that you will let us go once I win, right? Kurome also stepped forward with a confident smile but her hand was grabbed by Akame who only looked worriedly at her without saying anything. I have a plan, don't worry about me, just don't do anything stupid in case it will look like I am about to lose. It's not lost until I am truly dead. Kurome whispered back to Akame and put Akame's hand that was holding her own hand away. About that. The armored guy instead of replying looked behind him at Nyenda. You have my word but it's really nice to see how confident you are. I remember the first time we have met, you were also looking confident and strong while standing beside Akashi. However, on the first look, I immediately knew that you were looking so confident and strong only because you were standing beside him. This time, you look the same but for a whole different reason. Nyenda said with a small smile. Kurome didn't reply to her words since she was aware that she was general, which isn't the post that just anyone can obtain. Maybe even now she was trying to discover if Akashi isn't anywhere near, so she was trying to make her talk about him and let some information slip by. Kurome's, perhaps biggest weapon and reassurance was their ignorance of Akashi's presence. They weren't sure if he is here or not. Nyenda might be even thinking that this is just Kurome's training but she is still being watched by Akashi. You know, I didn't have any chance to talk to Akashi ever since I deflected from the Empire. I made an offer to them. I know that all of you aren't happy with the current state of the Empire. Why don't you help us reform this Empire? Nyenda asked with a slightly sad smile while extending her hand towards them. This question was more intended for Kurome than Akame and Green but it also served to say that they can still join. Why do you think that we are unhappy with the current Empire? And do you seriously expect us to join you right after killing our comrades? Kurome deemed that it wouldn't hurt to answer her questions. I know it from their eyes, there is so much doubt inside them, I was the same. Although I can't say the same for you, Kurome, I am sure that you aren't a bad person. And I can understand that expecting you to just join after seeing your comrades getting killed by us is just a pipe dream. I still don't want to kill someone who isn't happy with the current empire and could help us instead. Nyenda said her honest thoughts. She truly didn't want to kill someone like Akame who seemed to be growing stronger at an extreme pace. She also didn't want to kill strategist like Green, there aren't many people of his type out there. She was also aware that if both of them had Taigu, they would actually be able to hold their own against three of them. You can't just find strong people who are recruitable every day. I don't know, how about them, but if you want to talk about politics, it would be better to go talk with Akashi Nii-sama. Kurome said while glancing into the dense forest which didn't go unnoticed by Nyenda. Is he really here? If yes, why didn't he show up? What's the game he is playing? Nyenda thought for a while before arriving at her answer to this situation. Let's just go along with the duel, those two will have enough time to think it through, no need to rush them or we will appear to be forcing them to join us. If Kurome asked for the duel, let's give it to her. However, I am still not sure about Akashi's presence. I would actually like to talk to him, we weren't exactly close but he struck me as a reasonable fellow, unlike us death. Nyenda thought while looking down at her metallic arm. Alright, let's forget it, for now, you wanted the duel, right? You will have it. Nyenda said with a strong voice and furrowed brows. Finally. Kurome muttered as if she was getting bored by this talk and put her hand on the handle of her sheathed katana. Nyenda, should I? The armored guy turned back at Nyenda to ask something. No need to hold back. She wanted fair duel, she will have it. Nyenda immediately replied since she knew what he wanted to ask just from his hesitant tone. No. Need to hold back, hey? That's not the same as the order don't hold back. Does it mean that it's up to me? HAAA. The armored guy thought with a complicated expression under his helmet. You heard her, Kurome, right? If you will be able to injure me, we will no longer pursue you today. The armored guy said with a calmer tone as if he was just about to spar with an acquaintance instead of an enemy. However, this caused Kurome only to narrow her eyes since it looked like he was looking down on her. Yes, but I guess you won't tell me your name, right? Kurome said while getting into a position to rush at him at any time. She was still trying to get some additional information from them. I am sorry, I know this is very rude out of me but I am unable to tell you. He replied with genuine regret in his voice. Then let's get it over with. Kurome said and bent her knees with her right leg back and left leg forward. She was leaning slightly forward with completely relaxed shoulders while resting her right hand on the handle of her katana. Her sister said that she has no chance, which usually means that she is weaker than her, but her posture is perfect, even better than her sister's. However, posture doesn't make up for speed and strength. The armored guy wasn't thinking about going all out against someone who looked even younger than the girl he just fought a few minutes ago. However, if the situation required so, he wouldn't hold anything back. He also got into his defensive position while keeping the shaft of his spear under his right armpit, with the tip of the spear facing the ground behind him while his left arm was stretched out in front of him. My biggest chance for a win is in the beginning by surprising him with my speed. He seems to be underestimating me, which is good for me. But that doesn't mean I have no chance even after I fail, so be it. Kurome thought out her first attack, and while the atmosphere between those two was getting tense, she stealthily moved her left hand into her pocket while trying to keep eye contact with her enemy. Unfortunately, she had no idea if he was looking into her eyes due to his helmet. He almost got caught up while looking into Kurome's eyes, but he still noticed her left hand slowly going into her pocket. But he was still surprised by how she was able to use such creative distraction. Now, since Kurome was unable to see his eyeballs and where he was looking at, she just imagined herself in front of her, and at which moment she would notice her own act. At what moment she would look at her own left hand inside the pocket. Whoosh! Kurome kicked off the ground with everything she got and slashed her katana even before she arrived in front of him, aiming at his armpit. Wah! The guy was shocked by her speed and he no longer had time to block her slash with his weapon, so he put his left forearm in front of her blade to block it, thinking that her weapon is at the similar level as those others were using. Crack! After their exchange, the armored guy remained standing at his original position without moving a bit while Kurome stood a few meters behind him. Both of them were standing to each other with their back first. Small bits of armor have started falling down from the guy's forearm. What? Everyone exclaimed when they saw the result with their wide-open eyes. Hey! This completely took him by surprise, but there was only a small nick on his skin, there wasn't even any blood. Now was the question if this could be taken as an injury or not. Wasn't that Iaido back then? My former martial arts master was well versed at Iaido technique. No. Forget about that for now. Was that first attempt to distract me just a bait for me to pay even more attention to the second and real distraction? This girl, her sister has said that she has no chance of taking me on alone. Was this also just the attempt to make me drop my guard down? The armored guy thought while he was glancing behind him at Kurome's back with wide-open eyes under his helmet. He tore his eyes away from Kurome just to glance at others, but when he saw Kurome's sister expression, he was shocked once again. She is shocked. Even her sister didn't know how strong she is? These sisters are truly talented, we must rope them in. Anyway, recruiting comes later, now I should focus on our duel. Her weapon might even be Taigu, it's definitely sharper than their weapons, to be able to cut through defenses of my Incursio. It could have been also caused by Iaido technique, which is very dangerous in itself. The guy thought with a much calmer mind this time. I knew that Akashi was training her and keeping her always by his side, so I knew that she is going to be strong, but to this extent. Nayenda thought with an opened mouth in surprise. Is this result of her training under Akashi? I hope he didn't use any drugs on her. Akame was also surprised, but she also noticed that the armored guy's reaction time was slightly off. She had to admit that Kurome was fast, but she still thought that it wasn't enough to make him hesitate like that. Everyone was surprised how she was able to crack an opening inside his armor, and most of them thought that she just caught him off guard, but only he himself stared at Kurome in disbelief because of her well-thought-out strategy. However, that wasn't everything. Wait, how was she able to distract me and predict when to attack without having sight on my eyeballs? This fact shocked him the most. 120:119 Kurome vs Mysterious Taiga Wielder 2. Kurome, you are really strong, but we have a problem here. Can this be called an injury? Even if your blade was poisoned, from such a small nick, I wouldn't have been even poisoned. The armored guy finally turned at Kurome while showing his forearm to everyone around to judge. There is no blood, so I wouldn't call it injury. However, her blade definitely grazed you despite you wearing armor. Nayenda was the first one to recover from the shock, and she quickly honestly replied. After replying, she looked towards Kurome. What? I agree with your reasoning, so let's resume the match. Kurome replied nonchalantly, which definitely surprised Nayenda. It's your win, girl. However, it almost seems as if you are disappointed by the result. Did you want this duel for a different reason other than saving your friends? Kurome's opponent replied without any shame in his voice, no, it even looked as if he was proud of her despite having no reason to. It's not every day that I can go all out, so it was disappointingly too short. Kurome nodded her head and replied without hiding anything. If you will join us, we can spar every day and you will even meet enemies stronger than you. He said, thinking that Kurome was actually battle junkie. I already told Nayenda, you have to talk to Akashi Nii-sama and not me. Also, I am not a battle addict, don't try to rope me in if you don't even know the reason why I want to gain more experience and grow stronger. Kurome replied with furrowed brows. It's Akashi, isn't it? Not wanting to be left behind, right? Nayenda said in a low voice. Sai, will you let us go or will we continue our duel? Kurome refused to acknowledge or refuse Nayenda's words. They can go, the armored guy said while pointing his spear at Green and Akame. You remain, I will give you what you want. I will give it my all this time, plus I know from your expression that you aren't satisfied with this injury you have caused me, if you can call it so. He redirected his spear at Kurome and continued. Naturally, that was my intention to begin with. Kurome replied. Kurome, no. You don't need to do this, let's go back. Akame immediately shouted and Green supported her. She is right, we won't leave you here. Green narrowed his eyes at the enemy in front of him. You are losing your cool, I thought that at least you would be able to see the reason, but I guess you are still inexperienced, but I also don't blame you since you are just a kid. Nayenda said with a small smile while looking at Kurome with genuine respect in her eyes. Nayenda took a liking to these three, they cared for each other and didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves for others, having someone so dependable on her side is essential. Not to mention that one day, they would suffer under the Empire's injustice. One of them could be killed by some noble who saw them just as an eyesore and they wouldn't be able to even avenge their comrades. She was still regretting a little bit the deaths of those two other kids, but she still saw hope. They didn't care for them as much as for each other, and their strength was also much lower than theirs, which could only mean that they were from the other unit. Maybe with some time, they would have forgiven them, but either way, if Nayenda wants to have this chance, she would have to let them go even if Kurome lost her duel. Green frowned upon hearing Nayenda's words and tried to think about the reason, but before he could even start, Kurome interrupted him. If we will return without Natala and Jin, it will look too suspicious. We can't tell them that I have rescued you because we would need some kind of proof that we killed them, and they will also send a team to investigate. If we will say that we had a deal while exchanging hostages, they won't trust us and I already know that you are a big suspect in their eyes, big sis. Kurome explained before glancing at Akame with a sad look in her face. Wait, then what is your plan and how do you know that I am a big suspect in their eyes? I have never had a chance to tell you anything about this. Akame no longer tried to hide anything since there was only Kurome in front of her and Green, who was actually consulting with her about that matter for some time already. If he wanted to sell her out, he would have done so already a few weeks ago. However, she had complicated feelings since she knew that Green wouldn't sell her out because of his feelings towards her, which only make her feel guiltier. She felt as if she was exploiting Green's feelings. She had no intention of dating anyone even if she really liked Green. My plan is this, you two will return and say that I remained behind to buy you some time. As for how I knew about you, he already predicted it. Kurome said, and Nayenda nodded her head. Akashi. Akame thought. Do you really think that they will believe me that I left my own sister behind? They will never buy it. Akame said and shook her head with closed eyes. Then just mention Akashi Nii-sama, he has yet to return to the capital, so no one knows his whereabouts. He can be here, watching over me even right now. You just have to say that we arrived too late to save Natala and Jin. Kurome hugged her sister and secretly whispered to Akame's ear. Kurome let her go and looked at her with a look in her face that said, please, trust me. After a few seconds, Akame nodded her head and looked towards Natala and Jin's bodies. Akame, no. There is no way they will believe us if we will take them with us, it must look like we are retreating. We will come for them later. Green instantly knew what she was thinking about and talked her out of it. Alright, Akame replied and turned around to leave while Green followed her. Before she disappeared inside the dense forest, she cast a last look at Kurome before running inside. I must say that I am impressed by you. Nayenda said while looking at Kurome with a smile, since she was now all alone in front of three possible enemies that could break their promise. Yeah, you are strong, and not just in terms of fighting. The armored guy said, and Kurome could imagine him all smiling under that helmet. Don't misunderstand, I just know what kind of person you are, General Nayenda. Rebels or not, I wouldn't trust any kind of enemy if I didn't have information about them. Anyway, let's continue our duel, we still need to create some damage to the surroundings to make it believable. Kurome said with a sarcastic smile before she sprinted towards her previous opponent who already got ready for her attack. This time, I will do my best not to hold back at all. So come at me with everything you have, Kurome. The armored guy thought with an excited smile under his helmet. Kurome slashed at the place with cracked armor. Too predictable, he easily deflected her katana to the side and then performed thrust towards her head. He really isn't holding back. Kurome thought when she dodged the spear just by a small margin, but even then a little cut appeared on her cheek. I already knew that he will guard that place the most, but it's even harder to get through his defenses than I previously thought. He is in an advantage because he needs to protect only one place, then let's force him to protect more of those places. Kurome thought and slashed towards his right shoulder. However, when he was about to intercept her attack with his spear, the trajectory changed. He was surprised that Kurome was able to change it in the middle of her attack, but the only thing she hit was his wrist. And due to the abruptly changing trajectory of her attack, it was much weaker, therefore it was unable to penetrate armor. Still, her attack managed to leave a scratch. I was ready to protect my forearm and head, but I never imagined her going for my wrist. The guy thought with a slightly confused expression under his helmet. He wasn't the only one confused by this, both of his allies were confused by Kurome's choice where to attack. They thought that she would try to find a weak point in the armor but attacking a wrist. Kurome continued her onslaught of attacks while the guy just defended himself while occasionally counter-attacking when he saw the opening in Kurome's defense. After a few minutes of fighting, Kurome was catching her breath since she was constantly attacking while being under the pressure of his perfect counter-attacks. Left wrist, left thigh, and right location under the knee. She has been constantly attacking those places which are difficult to protect at the same time. Although my Incurgio was able to absorb all attacks, it's still cracking after that onslaught. The guy glanced down at his armor just to see cracks in all locations he named. Let's end this, he said and darted towards Kurome with incredible speed while swinging his spear overhead at Kurome. Bang! Kurome quickly jumped to the side to dodge the attack and debris flew everywhere. That attack was strong enough to easily overpower someone like Kurome, so she decided to dodge it instead of meeting it head-on. She didn't waste any time and rushed through the curtain of dust at the previous location of her opponent, and when she finally had him in sight, she quickly made a motion of attacking him while looking at the gap between his armor on his forearm. He saw through her intentions, but instead of defending, he decided to attack her, thrusting the shaft of his spear towards her stomach. This time he used shaft because he was unsure if Kurome will be able to dodge this or parry it. However, on the contrary to his expectations, her planned attack was only feint, and before she could gather the momentum behind her attack, she stopped it and maneuvered around the shaft and dodged it just by a small margin while she maintained her eyes on the gap on his forearm. This is definitely a fake, but what location will she attack? He thought and got ready to intercept her last attack with his free hand. Once again, Kurome performed her last attack. The trajectory of her slash was pointing that her goal was really his forearm. TCH, this girl, one doesn't know if she is just faking it or not until you can see it. The guy thought and moved his free hand to intercept her slash, but at the moment when he was about to punch her blade away, Kurome moved her body even closer, slightly changing the trajectory of her attack towards his left thigh. Crack splash! The blade finally pierced through the cracks in the armor and caused him a small injury, but the instant moment after her blade slashed his left thigh, she was kicked to the side by him. Cough cough! Kurome was out of breath while coughing and holding the place where he kicked her with her hand. Her face was slightly distorted in pain, but there was still a confident smile on her face. You are greatly using your size to your advantage. For me, it's hard to fight someone with a small figure like you despite me being fast enough. This time, you were even able to truly injure me. The armored guy rested his spear on his shoulder while saying this with a slightly surprised tone. You were still holding back, that's why I was able to win. Only one of your kicks rendered me into this state, Kurome said, but this time she was smiling and was quite pleased with the result. She was able to learn a lot of things from this guy and she couldn't wait till she can apply it, but first, she needs to absorb all of it and try to incorporate it into her style. You are still young, raise your head and hold it high and be proud of the result, he said while giving her thumb up. Kurome could already imagine him smiling from ear to ear, revealing his teeth like an idiot. 121:120 Beginning of the Darkness. After Kurome's duel was over, the armored guy helped her to trash the surroundings a bit, create a few pits with his spear and other signs of a battle. Thanks, but that won't change my mind about joining, Kurome said with a small smile while looking towards her previous opponent. Stubborn, I already like you, the armored guy said with a laid-back voice while resting his spear on his shoulders. Is that guy named Akashi deciding everything for you? Why can't you decide for yourself? The cloaked guy asked with a slightly irritated tone. I can decide for myself, but not something like this. I have no reason to leave Akashi Nii-sama's side. Tell me one reason why I should abandon someone dear to me for joining your group, Kurome replied with a calm tone. Of course, because it is Rai. The cloaked guy took a step forward and started speaking with a strong voice, but he was stopped by Nayenda. Stop, words won't change her mind. Kurome, Can you relay a message to Akashi for me? I would like to meet him somewhere. If he will agree to meet me, tell him to come 10 kilometers south of the capital at night. He can start a fire there and I will come in an hour. Nayenda said while gesturing for the cloaked guy to back off, or more like she was shooing him away. I will relay your message, I just hope it won't be a trap. Kurome said while taking a few things out of her pocket and gathering dry wood and grass to start a fire. I just want to talk to him, I promise I won't try anything against him. Nayenda replied with a grateful smile and nod. Nat, I am hoping for your sake, Akashi Nii-sama doesn't like traps, so if you truly just want to talk, I advise you not to create any backup plan because it will only be your downfall. And I don't want him to be angry at me for leading him into a trap. Kurome said while crunching down, trying to start a fire. It took her a few more tries before she created a spark and turned it into the fire. I know that you have just won the duel, but don't you think it's too arrogant from the cloaked guy mumbled with an annoyed tone, but he was once again stopped by Nayenda. Don't, if possible, even I don't want to fight him. Anyway, that should be everything I wanted to tell you. We should move out before your spies arrive and see you talking with us. Nayenda said and beckoned both her allies to retreat with her. Nayenda waved at Kurome before leaving first, and the cloaked guy just took a look at Kurome before following after Nayenda, while the armored guy remained for a while just to give her thumb up before following after his allies. Why was she starting a fire? Was she trying to signal her position to her allies? The cloaked guy asked while they were running away from there. I think you are too wary of her, she isn't like the others, Lubbock, the armored guy said to the cloaked guy named Lubbock. And how can you be so sure? You are always like that, Bullet. Lubbock got rid of his hood just to reveal his shoulder-length green hair. He shook his head with a helpless smile while he was talking to the armored guy named Bullet. Bullet undid his armor and only a sword with a chain attached to the handle remained in his hand. I fought her, there is no better way to get to know someone's heart other than a fair clash of weapons. Maybe you were unable to feel that black-haired guy's heart and true intentions, but that's because you aren't a true warrior. It's just unfortunate that we had to kill even those two, their hearts also weren't bad. Bullet said with a slight regret in his voice. Maybe their nature wasn't bad, but they were stuffing themselves with drugs, and I know units full of people like them. The Empire brainwashed soldiers like them, so we wouldn't be able to get them to fight for us even if they felt that it is the right thing to do. Plus we wouldn't even be able to cure them, their lifespan was already small thanks to those drugs. Nayenda finally spoke out. She was once general of this corrupted empire, so she knew very well the things happening behind the curtain of the dark side. Both Bullet and Lubbock looked at each other with a slightly surprised look before looking down with a pity visible in their expression. Maybe it was better that you killed them and let them leave this world as brave fighters even if they were fighting on the opposite side. As for Kurome's actions, I have an idea but I am not sure, so let's forget it for now. This mission can be called success, but not because we killed those two, but because we were able to meet Kurome's sister and that strategist guy. Both of them might join us in the future and I also hope so. Nayenda continued with a smile while looking forward with a determination in her eyes. Maybe he wasn't truly there, Kurome, she has become really strong in her usage of strategies in battle, her usage of our worries against us, she is unfathomable. Nayenda thought with a mysterious smile across her face. That should do. Kurome thought and nodded with a smile while looking around the clearing that was covered by scorched ground and ashes of burned things. I am sorry for borrowing your name in this way, Akashi Nii-sama. In the end, I still have to depend on you. Kurome thought with a slightly sad smile, but she quickly recovered from it. Around 20 minutes ago, Akashi and Kiyomi were on their way when Kiyomi reported seeing 3 people walking alone in the forest. Akashi asked for their description since he didn't want to take his blindfold off and stop his training. Kiyomi immediately described those people. Gravekeeper, perhaps? And that blonde woman with metallic gauntlet, is that Cornelia? There is no evidence of her death, so it's possible, but right now we have no time to deal with them, plus I have no reason to meddle with them. Akashi thought while holding his chin. Ignore them, continue flying towards the place I mentioned before. It is only around 20 kilometers away from here. Also, don't forget to maintain our current altitude so no one can detect us. You have sharp eyes enough to see what's going on the ground, but not all humans are able to notice us. Akashi instructed, and Kiyomi just chippered before picking up her speed. It's really weird how she can release cute sounds of normal birds despite her size and even fearsome appearance. Of course, that doesn't mean that she is ugly, quite contrary. Akashi thought with a weird expression on his face. After a few minutes of flying, Kiyomi reported that she sees 4 humans and one of them is Kurome. Akashi once again asked for the situation and their descriptions. Chirp chirp. I see, that must be Nayenda, she knows about Kurome so she wouldn't dare to kill her without any good reason. By what Kiyomi described to me, it looks like they just ended their fight, but only Kurome and that armored guy participated in it. By the way, that armored guy might be that imperial officer who ran away from the capital with the help of Taigu. Akashi thought and didn't take any action of interfering since he couldn't feel any killing intent in the air, despite them being really high in the sky. his senses were strengthened like never before, so he would be able to feel something potent like killing intent. Not to mention that his senses were already good to begin with. Kiyomi continued describing what's happening while flying in the circles. Looks like they have some kind of deal, but, according to Kiyomi's intel, Jin and Natala who we rescued in those tombs already died and are now lying down there. I was already expecting Nyenda to take action since Mara said that their deal is over. She had to reduce numbers of that fearsome assassination unit. Sniff sniff, is that a fire? Akashi muttered, and Kiyomi immediately explained what Kurome was doing. Haha, this girl, I am really proud of her, but at the same time I am a little angry at her using me this way. Akashi laughed a bit before calming down. He wasn't aware of what everything happened here, but he saw through Kurome's intentions. Anyway, judging from her expression, she is quite proud of herself. Maybe she thinks that this is her first major problem she solved herself without my or Ichika's protection. I should definitely not let her see me, because even if I said that I just arrived, she wouldn't believe me. Akashi thought and decided to trust Kurome with her actions and ordered Kiyomi to fly towards the city. She instantly complained since they have just arrived for them to leave again. Chirrub! Chirrub! Kiyomi released angry and revolting sounds from her beak, but despite it, she still followed Akashi's instructions. Calm down, you will get your reward regardless. Akashi said, and Kiyomi immediately started happily chippering. However, after a few minutes of flying towards the city, when it was finally in their sight, or more like in Kiyomi's sight, there was a lot of smoke coming out of there. What's going on, Kiyomi? Even Akashi sensed the change of atmosphere when they got near the city. He was able to sense unusual amount of death in the vicinity, and mainly he was also able to sniff once again fire, but this time it was much stronger. Chirp! Chirp! Kiyomi hurriedly explained the situation in front of them. What? These idiots, it must be doing of the incineration squad. What the hell are they thinking? They are killing more than 70% of people who have no idea about rebels or bandits. They are just hurting themselves by doing this, they are really stupid. Akashi thought while Kiyomi got them above the city. The screams of people being burned alive were heard in every direction. Sigh, what should I do? Akashi sighed and then muttered while listening to those screams with a calm expression. Occasionally, his lips twitched a bit when he heard the screams of children. 122:121 Burning City. Chirp Crip. Kiyomi reported what she saw some distance away from the burning city. A battlefield. Did they burn the entire city just to force those rebels out of their fortress? They are nuts and incompetent, so much for the so-called glorious and strong empire. Just a bunch of good-for-nothings who can't even penetrate one fortress. Akashi thought with furrowed brows. I just hope Kurome won't do anything stupid, but the way she went after she was done indicated that she won't have time to come here, not until everyone else is dead. Akashi looked towards the direction where Kurome should be. His first day and sleep with the blindfold on were the worst, since when he woke up he had no sense of direction, but after a few days with it, he already got used to it, and it wouldn't take long before he would even be able to see without his eyes open. Unfortunately, he can't disturb his training or everything will be for nothing. Of course, that doesn't mean that he can't fight with his eyes closed. See refers to actually being able to see everything in its full colors. Right now, he can only make outlines of the things around him. Kiyomi, find a good spot to land it. You should be able to resist the heat of these flames, right? Akashi said, and Kiyomi instantly followed without any complaints, since she knew very well the intensity of the situation. When they landed, Kiyomi quickly hid inside Akashi's shadow. Despite having smoke and flames as a good curtain to hide behind, she was still quite large and someone could see her outlines through the flames. This, even if they wanted to massacre everyone, didn't they go a little bit overboard? Akashi thought while looking around, and he couldn't find anything else other than flames and running people who were on fire, constantly screaming in pain. Saving everyone or those who can still be saved is out of the question, since it will look too suspicious. Plus, like they have a place to go, and even if they have, the Empire might even catch them, so saving only a few of them is safer for both me and them. Once Akame sees this, she will most likely defect, or it will at least leave her on the edge. Akashi thought while walking through the flames as if it was a walk through the park. On the street, he stopped flames from eating one of the black cloaks, and then he put it on while putting on the hood just in case someone saw him. Everywhere he passed by, the flames got weaker, but none of them got extinguished. Look for survivors. We have our orders, don't let anyone leave this city. Akashi heard shouting, and it was apparent that they belonged to the incineration squad. What he found interesting that he could control those flames and make them move out of his way or slow burning, but there were some flames he couldn't completely extinguish even if he wanted to. Of course, after using his other ability to drain something's temperature, he was able to put it out, but he was unable to put it out with only his flame control alone. Those aren't ordinary flames, at least some of them aren't. Anyway, looks like I have a company running around the burning town, definitely the incineration squad, since they have flame resistance training. It's time for the distraction. Akashi thought with a small smirk and summoned his other two bigger danger beasts. Isuku, Orakai, I want you to cause even bigger chaos by attacking those guys that are running around and burning everything. You also don't have to directly attack them, you can also just keep making a lot of noise for them to come after you, and you can also attack them from afar. But don't go overboard, I just need a distraction, try to act as wild as you can so they think that you are just normal danger beasts, alright? Therefore you can't be too close to each other. Akashi explained to a python-like danger beast of violet color with black stripes over its entire body and gorilla-like danger beast with an unusual dark black fur with a few red strange markings over its face. They quickly take a look around before turning at me, and with a small nod, they both dashed in the opposite direction. Dad! Dad! Come on! Brother! We can't move it, it's too heavy. Ah! Just when Akashi was planning to go look into another area of the town, he heard a few screams of two children. The first one belonged to a boy that was shouting only out of desperation, while the second one belonged to a girl who already started crying. Well, I need to start somewhere. Akashi thought and made his way towards the small house, but the entrance was barricaded by the flames and fallen wooden pillars. Sai, ready or not, here I come. Akashi approached the barricaded entrance with his hands in the pockets and said in a low voice before kicking out, while hoping that no one is right behind the entrance. Bang! Wah! The boy got a big scare when the entrance that was blocked until now suddenly got opened while wooden remains flew through the house. Please help us! The girl immediately ran up to cloaked Akashi, who just came in, and she hugged his waist. Kana! Get back here! The boy quickly shouted at the girl with tears in his eyes. Akashi ignored the girl and let her keep hugging him while he approached the boy while dragging the girl with him. He looked at what was the boy doing and he saw the outlines of what's happening. He won't make it, the entire pillar went through his body, his bones are crushed, and the only reason why he didn't bleed out yet is that pillar is still inside his body, preventing rapid bleeding. Akashi said while taking off his hood for the kids to see his blindfold. Wah! Sob sob, the girl began crying even more when she heard his words. How can you say that when you are blind? On the contrary to the girl, the boy started shouting at Akashi with an angered expression. Stop Tetsu, he is right, I can't feel my entire body. I love both of you, Tetsu, Kana. The man pierced by the pillar managed to say a few weak words while looking at the ceiling with an absent look in his eyes. Both kids started crying when they heard their father's words. The slowly dying man who suddenly heard his kids cry suddenly lost his absent look in his eyes and managed to look towards Akashi. Akashi looked back at the man right at the same time, shocking the man, but what shocked him, even more, was his next words. I don't promise anything. They will get a choice. Akashi said while looking at the man. He knew what I wanted to say. And it doesn't feel like he is blind, maybe he is some kind of sage as the one in those stories for the kids, haha. Anyway, at least I know that he will try to save them, that's all that matters. The man thought, and with that, he breathed his last breath. Dad. Died. The boy immediately started shaking with the body of his dead father, trying to wake him up. Steps survivo. A man dashed inside the house, and when he saw 3 people still alive, he wanted to shout to alarm others, however before he was able to finish it, a dagger pierced his throat which extremely scared the kids, but after a while, they once again only focused on their father. Let's go. Akashi said, but none of the kids moved away from their father. No, not until Dad wakes up. The boy said with a resolute voice while tears were pouring down his cheek. It wasn't a question. They could only hear Akashi's words before they collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Before taking them out of the burning house, Akashi burned the father of those kids to the ashes and gathered them into a small battle. When he was done, Akashi took each kid under his arms, and when he was outside, he summoned Kiyomi. Take them somewhere safe for now, then quickly come back here. Akashi said while putting both kids onto Kiyomi's back. Chirp. Kiyomi nodded her head and tried to stealthily fly from the city under the curtain of smoke. That man had clothes belonging to the Dark Squad, Bill's special assassination unit enhanced by the drugs. So they are working together. The Incineration Squad is burning the city while Dark Squad is looking for the survivors. Let's hurry up and see if there are other people I can secretly save, although, it could also backfire me if I save them. Well, worries come later, for now, I should take care of that dead man. Akashi thought and went back to the house where he killed the man belonging to the Dark Squad and burned him so no one can find him. Kurome met up with Akame and Green since both of them weren't going fast. Kurome, are you alright? Akame asked while looking at Kurome's tattered clothes. Yeah, just a few scratches, nothing new. Anyway, I took care of the problem so no one will suspect you two or me. Are you both going towards the city? Kurome replied while they were slowly traveling in one direction. She asked with a curious expression since she thought that their friends were inside the forest and not inside the city. Thanks once again, Kurome. And yes, we are going towards the city since it can be said to be our safe point. Green said with a grateful expression while looking at Kurome, who just nodded her head to acknowledge it. Since when were you so strong? Did he stuff you with something unpleasant? Akame asked with a worried expression while looking straight into Kurome's black eyes. Please, have more confidence in me, big sis. And Akashi Nii-sama never forced me into anything and I am not using any drugs to enhance my strength either. Kurome replied with a gentle smile. Instead of strength, I think that your strategy was even better than your strength, without any offense of course. Green added with an impressed smile. This guy, I noticed how he looks at big sis, does he love her? Is this also the reason why he is helping her despite knowing that she is suspect in the eyes of the Empire? Kurome thought while examining a guy named Green more closely but her thoughts were interrupted when they finally exited the forest. Why is the city on fire? Akame muttered with an absent-minded expression while looking at the burning city in the distance. Her voice made both Green and Kurome wake up from their own thoughts and both looked in front of them just to be shocked by the burning city in the distance. Green opened his mouth but nothing came out as he only stared in confusion. Akame, Green, you are finally here. We already thought that you are dead, your unit isn't inside the city anymore so you don't have to go there. I will give you directions on where your unit is instead. A man with black hair, wearing a standard dark squad uniform approached three of them and explained with a stoic expression. He threw a curious look at Kurome and then back at Akame but he didn't say anything more. Kylie? What is going on? Why is the entire city covered in flames? Akame asked the newcomer named Kylie who was the current leader of the dark squad. That was the point of our operation, our goal was to eliminate everyone affiliated with the rebels. This way we were also able to make their army leave their fortress and meet us head-on, he said with his stoic expression while looking at the horizon on the burning city. So you burned the entire city? What about civilians? Akame turned at him and almost shouted at him with a shocked expression. It seems that the incineration squad took it a bit too far. They massacred everyone to make an example out of them. He answered with narrowed eyes. Kana, Tetsu. Akame thought about two kids she met not a few days ago, while she was looking at the city with a defeated look in her face. 123:122 Tetsu and Kana. Akashi continued his search for the survivors inside the burning city and was able to find a few more kids around 8-12 years old. He always used Kiyomi to transport them to safety. It's no longer safe using Kiyomi to transport them out of here and I also killed some of their members so they should start getting suspicious. They will never find their bodies since I burned them but that doesn't mean that their absence won't be suspicious. Anyway, thanks to Isuku and Orikai's distractions, I was able to save quite a few of those kids. Akashi thought while looking around himself. Akashi looked up just to see Kiyomi slowly landing next to him. Hide inside my shadow, the flames are weakening and the smoke is slowly clearing up. You will no longer be able to stealthily fly away. Akashi said and Kiyomi just nodded her head and got sucked inside Akashi's shadow. Akashi was actually wondering how it feels for them to hide there and he even asked once but they just told him that it's like they have their own world there which was completely opposite what Akashi anticipated. He thought that there is only darkness or that they see what he sees but it was definitely an interesting discovery. Although I don't like to leave while I can still hear screams of some survivors, there is no way if I don't want to be discovered. Plus I took as many kids as I could since slaughtering innocent kids is really a bit out of the line, even for the Empire. But I understand that they need to make an example out of them and also that they need to get rid of the roots, they wouldn't want those kids to grow up and join rebels to get revenge. Akashi thought and started slowly leaving and before he left the city, he stopped right near the hole inside the wall. He stretched his arm upwards and sent a pillar of flames towards the sky that towered over the entire city. He kept the pillar there for a few seconds before he quickly stopped pouring energy into his hand. He immediately exited the city through the gap in the wall and started running away from the city towards the forest at full speed while holding his hood on. Energy, 1490/1515. On the other side of the city, Orikai and Isuko were rampaging, occasionally killing a few members of the incineration squad and members of the dark squad. But mostly, they were running away from them while destroying things around them. However, when they saw the pillar of flames in the distance area of the city, they started retreating back to the forest, making it look like they were afraid of the incineration squad's flame-spouting weapons. Shit! We couldn't even kill them. One of the members said. Don't chase after those worthless danger beasts, we need to check what happened back there. What do you think happened, Captain? How should I know? We already marked the places and storages with explosive materials but maybe we missed something. Leave a few members in this area and the rest follow me. All the kids were sitting on the grassy ground while resting their backs against trees, all of them were unconscious, some of them were already found like that and some of them were knocked out by Akashi himself to prevent any further trouble. Kana? Kana. One of the rescued kids named Tetsu just regained consciousness and started looking around for his sister but when he saw her sitting next to him, resting her back against the tree while resting her head on his shoulder, he heaved a sigh of relief. Oh? You are already up, looks like you are pretty tough for a kid of your age, how old are you anyway? Akashi said which alarmed Tetsu who has yet to take a careful look around his surroundings since he was focused only on his sister. What is this? Tetsu thought with a shocked expression when he saw numerous kids in the vicinity. Some of them had burns on their arms, but that didn't matter since he could recognize some of them and he knew that they were from the same city. When he saw Akashi sitting in the cross-legged position, an enraged expression appeared on his face. He put Kana's head against the tree so she wouldn't fall and he got up just to take a nearby stick from the ground, taking it into his two hands. A little ungrateful, aren't we? Akashi said with a small curious smile, still sitting with his arms folded. You. I know people like you. You are like those evil government officials. I won't let you do anything to my sister. Ah! Tetsu said and then started running towards Akashi while releasing his motivating cry. Hi-ah! He swung the stick as if it was a sword in a horizontal motion, aiming for Akashi's neck. Akashi dodged the stick by leaning his head backward, and then when he saw the moment when Tetsu's balance was at its most vulnerable moment after having his attack dodged, he tripped him with only the help of one hand. Tetsu released a groan of pain when he has fallen down while holding his arm which he had fallen down on. Despite feeling the pain, he quickly stood up and tried to attack Akashi a few more times just to fall down in the same way. Only after around 20 tries, he remained to lie on the ground with a pained expression. Sai, are you done, kiddo? I am not someone who is going to do something bad to you, I just saved you. And until you cool down, I won't be giving you this, Akashi said while he took the bottle half filled with ashes. What's that? Tetsu asked with a pained voice, maybe with a speck of helplessness. I won't tell you since it would only anger you more, but trust me, it's something you want and something important for you. Akashi replied with a stoic expression before hiding the bottle away from Tetsu's eyes. Tetsu didn't say anything and only had a thoughtful look on his face, thinking about Akashi's words. Something I want, something important, Ak. Could it be? Tetsu felt a mild pain in the head and he just recalled the death of his father, which also caused him to figure out what was inside that bottle. You. Give it to me. Please. Tetsu outstretched his arm towards Akashi and said at first with a strong look in his face, but that quickly changed when his eyes teared up when he saw Akashi's stoic expression. Sigh, I guess that's one way to calm down, at least feeling the sorrow is better than anger right now. Akashi looked at Tetsu's face for a few seconds before he sighed and gave the bottle into his hand. Thank you, aren't you blind? How were you able to dodge all of my attacks? Tetsu said after a few minutes of complete silence. Just him lying near Akashi while hugging the bottle and hearing the birds sing. Whoever said that I am blind? Anyway, you are quite brave to take up such beating and keep getting up despite knowing that it's pointless. Akashi asked with a small smile while tilting his head to the side before he complimented Tetsu. Tetsu. Are you alright? Kana, Tetsu's sister finally woke up and immediately ran up to lying Tetsu, dropping on her knees. Kana. Tetsu's expression brightened when he saw his sister wake up. Akashi just let them have their sibling moment. Kana suddenly stood up and approached Akashi. Sir, what happened to my brother? She stopped right in front of him and asked with a determined face, but she was constantly fidgeting. He is stubborn one, I guess you know that very well. Akashi replied with a small smile while looking at a little girl in front of him. He already got the description of their hair color from Kiyomi. Both of them were blonde and Kana had shoulder-length hair while Tetsu had short spiky hair. He also answered in this way because he saw Tetsu's attacks. That kid's form wasn't that bad. He sure is inexperienced and let himself get attacked 20 times in the same way, but he has some basics which could be only taught by a real teacher, a real swordsman. Even basics can be separated into good ones, adequate ones, and then bad ones. He has good basics, so it couldn't be anyone from such a small city. Even if his own father was a guard, they have at most adequate basics and most of them are even using spears or firearms. Yet, he is. Kana could feel that Akashi's smile was friendly and she couldn't help but reply with a smile while blushing a bit from being embarrassed by her brother. Kana soon noticed what Tetsu was hugging and so he explained it to her. She immediately teared up but no longer made any sounds of sobbing, she only let her tears pour down her cheeks. After helping Tetsu with recovery from his bruises, both Kana and Tetsu nervously stood in front of Akashi, who was also finally standing. Do you two have anyone who can take care of you? Akashi asked with folded arms. There might be someone. Kana was the first one to reply with uncertain face. Kana. We can't do that, we are already indebted to her. Tetsu said with a sad expression. Who is her you are speaking about? You don't need to be wary around me, whether you want to go or not is something you have to decide among yourselves. Akashi reassured them. Sai Akame Nichan might be able to take care of us, but I don't know for sure. Tetsu replied with a difficult expression. So that's where he has gotten those basics of swordsmanship. Akashi thought with a slightly surprised expression. I wouldn't consider Akame as an option. After all, she is together with those who burned your city and killed your father. Akashi said while shaking his head. What? Lies. She would never help those who did that. Tetsu immediately started shouting with an angered expression, which meant that he cares for Akame quite a lot despite knowing her for at most 1 week. You know Akame Nichan, sir. Kana didn't get angry and instead asked with a composed expression. That's right, and kiddo, I said that she is together with your enemy, but I never said that she helped them to do it or that she helped them knowingly. These are two completely different things, remember that and try to be a bit calmer like your sister. If you want to swing around with a sword, you mustn't swing it with your emotions, anger will lead you only to mistakes and impatience. I take it that she was the one who taught you how to swing around with a weapon, right? Akashi replied to Kana before he turned his attention to Tetsu. That's right, but what should we do if we can't depend on Akame Nichan? Tetsu asked with a confused and lost expression, but this question wasn't intended for anyone to answer, it was a question out of the desperation. 124:123 Nanny. On the road towards the capital. That's everything that happened. Akame explained what everything happened on their side. Kurome was also traveling together with them. Of course, after a small talk between Green, Kurome, and Akame, they decided not to tell Gozuki the names of their attackers and only said that they were covering their faces. Sojin and Natala didn't make it. Tsukushi muttered with a sad expression while looking down, and everyone followed her example. Despite them not being part of the team for a long time, they still were good comrades. I see, once we arrive at the capital, we need to send out a unit to find Cornelia. Gozuki said while carefully observing Akame, Kurome, and Green. He was sure that Akame didn't like the sight of the burning city, but there wasn't much he could do since it was his superior's plan. He was also slightly suspicious of Kurome's presence, but he didn't bother to think about it too hard. They all looked like they had fought the difficult battle, so that's one evidence that they aren't lying. What? Korra is alive! Both Akame and Green exclaimed in surprise. Tell them, Najasho. Gozuki instructed Najasho to explain what happened on their side, and he proceeded with his stoic expression. So she is alive, but she is being controlled by someone, and that someone said that if we kill him, she will also die. What a complicated matter. Green muttered with a thoughtful expression while holding his chin. She should be alive. I was forced to cut her, but I didn't aim to kill her, and with her endurance, I believe that she is still alive. Najasho frowned and said. Why aren't we going after her right now? Tsukushi asked while looking at Gozuki with a pleading look in her eyes. You are all injured, you are in no position to fight another battle, plus we all will have different missions once we arrive at the capital. Gozuki shook his head with closed eyes and explained. Although no one liked the idea of leaving Korra behind knowing that she is still alive, they had to agree that their conditions weren't the best. Inside the forest near the burned Hakuba town. You have a few options on what to do right now with your life. First, if you have any relatives out there, I will safely take you to them. Second, if you want to get revenge, you can start working under me and I will take care of you, but you have to be hard-working. Third, you can go wherever you want and I won't stop you. Fourth, you can commit suicide. It's up to you, what way you will choose with your own hands. Akashi explained to all kids that have finally woke up and stood still in front of him with Tetsu and Kana standing in forward in the middle. What? Do you have anyone? Kids immediately started whispering and talking to each other since they all were from the same town, so most of them knew each other. And if we don't necessarily want revenge? What will be required for us to do if we will go with you, sir? Tetsu asked with a worried tone while throwing a few glances at his sister. I see, so he wants revenge but he still prioritizes his sister over revenge. Akashi nodded his head with a small smile. It's not a necessity to want revenge to go with me. You will be assigned jobs that suit you, and those who want revenge will be training under me instead of working. You told me that you and your sister were selling regularly clams and other sea products. If you want, I can teach both of you about business and you will be working for me in that department. Akashi explained, making all kids gasp in surprise. Such an offer was unusual in these areas. After all, most people who need more personnel to take care of their businesses are abusing their power and usually don't bother taking kids into their care. Can we at least know your name, sir? Kana asked while fidgeting with her fingers. No need to know that, you will get to know once you will decide to work for me, otherwise, we will just part our ways and never see each other anyway. Akashi replied to Kana without any consideration since telling them his name could be dangerous for him. Thankfully he had his blindfold on and he was wearing just some rags. If any of those kids described his look, not many who knows him could guess that it was especially him. There are only a few people with pure red hair as him, but he isn't the only one in this world. I will give you 30 minutes to decide. Akashi said and started leaving. Wait, where are you going? Tetsu shouted at Akashi with a confused expression. You are safe in this area and as I said before, you aren't my prisoners, you are free to leave if you want to. I will come to this place in 30 minutes, take your time. Akashi didn't stop walking and just waved his hand behind him. After Akashi disappeared from their sight. That blindfold man pisses me off. Tetsu said with an angered expression while gritting his teeth. Tetsu, he doesn't mean anything bad, maybe he is just awkward dealing with children. But that's not important right now, what should we do, Tetsu? Kana tried to calm her brother down while placing her hand on his back. We can't take care of each other alone without anyone's support. All of our savings burned inside that fire. Tetsu muttered with a hard expression. Kana? Do you trust him? Tetsu glanced at his sister and after staring for a few seconds, he asked her. He knew that he was hot-headed and Kana was much better for deciding about these things. I think that he doesn't mean anything bad. What is stopping him from taking us with him by force? Yet he even allowed us to leave. Kana looked towards the location where Akashi disappeared before she replied while holding her chin and looking at the ground. Kana was an extremely intelligent child for her own age, but she was still inexperienced because out there exist also nobles who like to make kids feel secure, happy just to see their expression of despair once they start to abuse them. There are many sick people high in power. Fortunately for them, Akashi wasn't one of them. I guess you are right. Tetsu said with absent-minded expression. If we will go with him, I will be able to avenge my father, and Kana will be able to work in business management, which has been our dream. To take care of a big shop with many different types of merchandise. However, I can't expect that man to protect us for the rest of our lives, I need to get stronger for Kana's sake. Tetsu thought and clenched his fist with all his strength. Tetsu, is your name, right? One of a few kids approached the siblings and asked them with a nervous expression. Yet Tetsu turned his attention to a newcomer and nodded his head. It looks like you know that person more than the rest of us. None of us have any other relatives, so we have no idea what to do. Can he be trusted? What will you do? The kid asked with a hesitant expression since he already heard out everyone's opinion and nobody has any idea what to do. Tetsu was caught off guard with such a question since if he is going to tell them that they can trust him and then it turns out bad, he will be blamed for all of their misfortune. I believe that he won't do anything bad to us, so I am going with him to get stronger so I can finally protect Kana. However, please don't take my word for it, this is our decision and everyone should make their own too. Tetsu started fidgeting, but then he remembered his little fight with Akashi and his words, thus he calmed down and answered with a calm tone. Brother. Kana on the other hand got embarrassed by Tetsu's words and tried to hide her face behind her hands. After 30 minutes passed by, Akashi returned and saw that none of the kids were missing, which slightly surprised him since he expected a few of them to run away from an unknown man. I don't know if I should praise all of you for your courage or reprimand you for your naivety. Form one row and each of you will tell me what they want to do. Akashi said with a stoic expression before he sat down on his original position while waiting for the kids to do as he said. After everything was done. Who would have thought that everyone would choose to come with me? Something must have happened when I was away, quite a big change in 30 minutes if you ask me. Akashi thought while glancing at Kana and Tetsu, gesturing for them to come to him. What is it, sir? Tetsu asked while standing at attention like a soldier. It's Akashi, what did you two do? You are the only one I can think of who would be able to influence everyone. Akashi said after a few seconds of staring at Tetsu, who tensed up a bit under his stare despite not being able to see his eyes. Alright, Mr. Akashi. We simply told them that we are going because we trust you and that they should decide themselves too. Tetsu replied, trying to sound as much formal as he could, but it was evident that he never did something like that except for politeness to his customers. Is that all? Akashi asked since he was sure that it wouldn't be enough to influence them. What else could it be? Tetsu asked with a beaming smile and closed eyes. I don't, maybe boys decided to show their strong side in front of your cute sister. As for girls, Akashi said with a small smile, making Kana blush in embarrassment, then he continued, but he stopped and looked towards Tetsu once again, puzzling him. Forget it, not possible. Akashi finished and turned around to finish preparations for the journey. What? What was that supposed to mean? Tetsu shouted at Akashi's back, but he didn't even stop walking, not to mention turning around to pay him attention. Everyone naturally heard their conversation, so boys started to laugh and girls started to giggle while looking curiously at Akashi. Hee. Kana. Not you too. Ak. Tetsu started pulling his hair out of his head due to being the center of attention. During this small moment, kids completely forgot about the horrifying things they have seen and had their good amount of laugh. They even started thinking that going with this unknown man might not be so bad. 125:124 Akame and Ayenda's second meeting. Akashi and kids prepared for the long journey in front of them since they would have to walk all the way to the nearest town. They made a few stops along their way before they finally came across the first town. Huff, this is a bit hard, Tetsu muttered while holding onto his knees. However, he was better off than others who were already sitting on the ground, catching their breath. Stop complaining, we were just walking through some small mountains. The terrain wasn't that bad. Even your sister isn't complaining, she is more manly than you, Akashi said while turning around to look at everyone. Is that supposed to be a compliment for me, or is he trying to insult both of us at the same time? Kana thought while catching her breath in silence, she didn't even have the strength and energy to ask aloud. Easy for you to say, you are already used to this. Tetsu grumbled while looking to the side. Alright, all of you will wait for me here. I can't risk you getting recognized by anyone in that town, so I will be going alone to buy a few things for you. Akashi said with his hands in his pockets. There is no way anyone would recognize us, only a few merchants might be able to do that. And are we even safe here? Tetsu asked while looking around just to see some boulders and a few trees. It wasn't the best location in case they would get attacked, but it was definitely well hidden from the main road. No, but this is the nearest town from the Hakuba town, therefore some of the attackers who burned your town might still be here. They also can have records of residence. Anyway, there is no need for you to come with me if there is some risk of you getting recognized. I will also leave these three with you to protect all of you, Akashi explained and summoned Kiyomi, Isuku, and Orakai. Kids' eyes widened in horror when they saw three large danger beasts appear out of nowhere. They wanted to run, but their legs were already weak and were shaking from the exhaustion, not to mention that they were now shaking in fear. Don't show such expressions towards them, you owe all of them your lives, they were the ones who were helping me with rescuing you. Akashi calmly said while Kiyomi approached him and he started to pet her head. Chirp chirp. Hiss. When they heard Kiyomi singing like a normal bird, they eased up, but they once again tensed up when they heard python-like danger beast. Alright Orakai, I know you mean well, but your voice is a bit creepy. At least Isuku played it safe and rather didn't produce any sound not to scare them. Akashi said with a helpless smile while looking at Orakai. Upon hearing Akashi's words, Orakai could only keep his head down with sad air enveloping him. Akashi introduced three of his danger beasts and explained that unless they will try to hurt them, they won't make a move against them. He also let braver kids like Kana and Tetsu mount Kiyomi and play together with her. After an hour, Akashi came back together with a few horses and a quite big carriage. Enough to hold more than half of the kids inside while the rest could sit next to the driver position. I thought you were intending for us to walk all the way to the capital on our feet. Tetsu sighed in relief with a small smile. I wanted to, but your stops every few minutes are quite annoying. With such speed, it would take a few years for us to get there. Akashi replied and threw a few bags with supplies inside the carriage. He could store the supplies inside his inventory, but letting these kids see some supplies of food and water is better than have them keep worrying and asking about it. 3 days later, Akame's group. Akame and others already arrived at the capital a day ago and they spent rest of the yesterday resting. It was currently morning and they have a meeting inside the palace. Najasho Gozuki called out while reading a few reports. Yes, Najasho replied and got up from the chair and approached Gozuki. I know it's abrupt and might even seem like a waste of time, but your mission is to go back and track down Cornelia and those two guys with her. A few people from Bill's unit will be going with you, they are fast, strong and have high stamina, they won't drag you down. You are their new leader, they are at your disposal. Gozuki explained with a slightly annoyed expression before handing a few papers to Najasho with more details about his mission. Understood, I will read through everything and prepare myself to be ready to move out right after the lunch. Can't even one of us go with the leader? Tsukushi asked with a worried tone. No, I already told you that everyone will have separate missions. Najasho is more than enough for this, he already fought this enemy once so he won't fail, right? Gozuki replied before asking while looking at Najasho. Last time, I was focusing on getting others to the safety due to the number disadvantage, if I will be able to focus solely on killing my enemies, there won't be any failure, Najasho replied while nodding at Tsukushi, who finally dropped the matter with a small sigh. Akame, Gozuki called out. Yes, she replied, but there was visibly less enthusiasm in her voice. Your mission is to assassinate this woman, she is a dangerous asset to rebels and she is also a traitor. Used to belong to us. Gozuki said and handed Akame the drawing of the said woman. When Akame saw the drawing, her eyes widened a bit in surprise, and Green, who also saw the drawing, was similarly surprised, but he didn't let it be seen on his face. What is it? Do you already know former General Nyenda? Gozuki asked with narrowed eyes, which made Green tense up as he slowly moved his hand towards his weapon. No, I am just surprised that she is a deserter and was able to live on for so long. Akame shook her head and replied completely naturally. She really used to be a general, the things she had said must have been true, I need to talk to her more. I don't see the reason why would she desert Empire from such a high position if she truly didn't have a good reason, like for example what she was previously telling us. Akame thought, and while looking at the drawing attentively. Don't underestimate her, she wasn't the general just for show. Even if she is now in a weakened state, she is still strong. Gozuki warned her when he saw how she was looking at the drawing suspiciously too long. I am going to bury her. Akame deformed the drawing by clenching her hand and said with dull eyes devoid of any emotions. Looks like I was worrying over nothing. Gozuki thought with a smile when he saw Akame switching into her killer mode without any problem. For a moment I thought a fight will break out right here right now, thankfully, I still got some time to live. Anyway, Akame was able to shake off Gozuki's suspicion. Green thought with closed eyes and wiped his sweaty hand that was ready to grab his weapon just a few seconds ago. Kozuki gave others their mission and everyone parted ways after lunch inside the palace. Akame with help of horse got to the location where she was supposed to meet with imperial spies. The spies told her that Nyenda was usually within the fortress among the rebel army, but there were times when she went into mountains with only one bodyguard. The entrance to the mountains was guarded, but that wouldn't pose a problem for Akame. She got near the entrance and then jumped out of her hiding, surprising two soldiers guarding the entrance. They didn't have any time to react to her surprise attack, however, when Akame was about to draw her Kiryu-Kimonji from the sheath and cut their heads off, she stopped and only hit their necks with her sheath, successfully knocking them out. I didn't come here to kill, I came here for answers. I will no longer blindly abide by the Empire's orders. Akame thought while looking at two unconscious guards before she turned around, entering the mountains filled with trees. So you came, I am a little surprised at how early you decided to come considering our encounter happened only a few days ago. Nyenda said with a light cigar in her mouth while sitting near the campfire in front of a little wooden cottage. My mission is to kill you, so I didn't exactly come here out of my own free will. Akame replied while approaching Nyenda and a cloaked figure sitting next to her. Oh? That's quite a good coincidence, so? What are you going to do? Nyenda asked with a smile while enjoying her cigar. I came here seeking answers. I don't want to fight anymore unless I truly know what I am fighting for. Akame replied, but her guard never eased up since she still didn't trust them. You say all that while looking like you are ready to fight at any moment. Come here and sit opposite to us, we can talk if that's what you truly want. Also. Nyenda said with a smile and pointed with her hand at free space near the campfire and then also gestured to a cloaked figure next to her to get rid of the cloak. By the way, this is Bullet. You have already met him and clashed weapons with him. Nyenda introduced her companion to Akame and she just nodded with a cautious expression. Bullet, 100 Manslayer Bullet. If we clashed weapons together, he must have been the one in that armor, he has an almost identical physique to that armored man from before. No wonder I had such a hard time fighting him while evading Nyenda's shots from her own weapon. Akame thought with furrowed brows and sat down near the campfire while keeping her weapon on her thighs. Around 50 kilometers away from the capital, on the main road. Elder brother Akashi. Are we planning to stop at the inn or are we planning to travel through the entire night? Most of the girls would like to take a bath already, it has been 2 days. Kana's head peeked out of carriage's cover on the driver's side and she asked while hugging Akashi's neck with her small arms and resting her chin on Akashi's shoulder. Sai Kana, aren't you acting a bit intimate, considering that we know each other only a few days? Akashi didn't answer her question and instead asked his own question with a slightly tired expression. I don't think so, you have protected us so many times that I already forgot the number, therefore I trust you. Kana said with an innocent voice and a beaming smile. We can stay overnight in one town that's only a few kilometers away from here. However, this time, I won't be keeping watch over you or help you in any way, neither will I do any of your strange requests. I am not your nanny. Akashi said with a stern tone while pressing his index finger to Kana's forehead. But that wasn't my idea and it was because we had to clean ourselves in the river, the girls didn't want boys to peek so they requested your presence. Kana protested while putting her all strength to push Akashi's index finger back. Whatever, I don't care whose idea it was, just relay what I just said to all girls. Akashi replied. Who would have ever thought that 13-year-old girls are afraid of boys peeking on them? The biggest irony is that they wanted me to stand on watch, even when I offered to summon Kiyomi, they said that they aren't sure if she would be able to comprehend what's her task. I hate kids, I guess I shouldn't say that when I have a daughter of my own. I just hope none of them will talk about it since many people could misunderstand. Akashi thought, and if he didn't have his blindfold on, his eyes would be completely dull and lifeless. 126:125 Cat and Mouse. Please, one by one. Don't push or you will be chased away. One of the guards near the first checkpoint shouted while maintaining numerous people trying to enter the capital's territory in order. The queue was extremely long and Akashi's group came quite late. Looks like more and more people are relocating to the capital, poor souls, they don't even know that their life will be even worse there. On the other hand, I don't pity them since it also means more work for me to do, I can't accommodate too many people and since my territory isn't that bad to live in, a lot of people will try to get there. I already had to regulate the migrations of people from other territories because of too little available space. Akashi thought while sitting on the driver position of the carriage. All kids were already wearing cloaks and were hiding their faces, making them look quite suspicious. Wait here, Kana and Tetsu, take over the reins. Akashi said and jumped down on the ground. Where are you going, elder brother? Kana asked but refrained from using his name since he warned them not to use it in public. Talk to the guards, the queue won't be moving anytime soon so don't worry, it won't take long. Akashi replied and advanced along the queue, gathering the attention of many people, and some of them even started shouting at him. What the hell is going on here? One of the guards immediately arrived due to commotion and shouted while hitting the ground with the shaft of his spear to gather attention. He is skipping the queue. Someone from the crowd of people shouted while pointing at Akashi. Why are you disturbing the queue? Everyone has to go through this checkpoint fairly, so you can't skip anyone even if you are alone and have no carriage with you. Now, go back before I will be forced to chase you away. The guard shouted at Akashi with a slightly tired expression, but Akashi didn't even stop walking and kept on walking towards the guard. Hey! I get that you are blind, but don't tell me you are also deaf. Get back already. The guard moved in Akashi's path and pointed the tip of his spear at him, but despite this, Akashi didn't stop, making all people gasp in shock while guard narrowed his eyes. Just when Akashi was about to walk into a shaky tip of the spear, he gently put it aside with his finger, shocking the guard. The guard wanted to quickly retreat, but before he could, he felt Akashi's hand in his pocket and then he heard his words. Take me to the captain of this checkpoint. You don't want people or your colleagues to see you taking bribes, right? Akashi said while passing by the guard, and he continued walking towards the tents in front of the queue. Hey! The guard put his hand into his pocket just to feel a coin, and by the size, it must have been a gold coin itself. What are you all looking at? Don't cause any more ruckus. The guard said and turned around. He didn't dare to take the coin out of his pocket in front of so many people, so instead, he followed after Akashi like a loyal dog. He gave me entire gold coin just for taking him to the captain. I believe that captain won't reprimand me for this, maybe I will also get a promotion. The guard thought with a happy smile on his face. So simple, but it's easiest to work with people like him. In this era, everyone needs to be selfish, especially weak and poor people. They have no energy or strength to spare for helping others. I even quite like people like him. As long as you have something to offer, you are free to do what you want to do, but I wouldn't dare to entrust him any secret. Akashi thought with a small smile while keeping his head low. Captain, this man wants to talk to you. The guard that escorted Akashi said once they entered the biggest tent. Fuck, how many times have I said not to disturb me unless necessary? The captain sitting at the table raised his head, and once he saw blind man he immediately reprimanded the guard. I want to pass, right now, without any checkups. Akashi said and threw a sack full of gold on the table, making a few gold coins spill out of it on the table. Both men's jaw dropped down when they saw the number of gold coins. The captain recovered faster than the guard who arrived with Akashi. He was still in his fantasies, spending the money lying on the table in front of him. The captain looked at the money before glancing at Akashi with a complicated expression. Don't even think about that, pal, just think about it. From where could I have gotten so many gold coins? Steal it? Small chance. Don't be too greedy or you might lose your hands. Akashi could see through his intentions, so he warned him with a cold tone. The captain's eyes widened in shock before he nodded, completely putting aside Akashi's threat. While the guard woke up from his fantasies only after hearing Akashi's threat, which completely shocked him how easily and calmly he could threaten the captain of the entire checkpoint. This guy, I can feel glaring daggers at him even though he has that blindfold, creepy. I better just take what he is offering. I just need to give a small part of the money to that idiot who escorted him here, and no one will know about this bribe. The captain thought and quickly decided before taking the action. You, go back with this gentleman and let him pass without any complications. Here is my permission. After you are done, go back to your post. The captain took the sack of coins and ordered his subordinate while nodding at me with a grateful look. He then took a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to the guard. Yes, sir. The guard saluted while doing his best to tear his eyes away from the sack in captain's hands. The guard escorted Akashi and the rest of his group inside the carriage through the checkpoint without any problems, except for some people shouting that it's not fair, but they were quickly calmed down by other guards. Whoa, so this is the capital. Kana, who was sitting next to the Akashi at the driver's position, muttered while looking around like a country bumpkin. However, she wasn't the only one. Most of the kids peeked out of the carriage just to take a quick look around while local people were looking at them like on idiots. Don't let this image of mighty and glorious city fool your mind. You aren't safe even if you are inside this city. You would do well to remember that, Akashi whispered to Kana when they finally passed through the enormous gate, finally entering the capital. Kana and Tetsuo looked at each other before they nodded their heads with determined expressions. Once someone passed through the gate, they could see a small pub right on the side beyond the gate. There, a woman with short blonde hair with two long tufts that frame the sides of her head and golden eyes was sitting at the table, watching everyone passing through the gate. She was wearing a revealing outfit with a black tube top and scarf around her neck. Overall she was a curvaceous woman and her cleavage was gathering a lot of attention, but most people seemed to know her already as no one dared to approach her and flirt with her. The said woman groaned while gulping down the remaining beer inside her mug. Try to look out for any potential members, strong, strange people. Or people who might know something, she said, easier said than done. Sometimes, she has the craziest demands. The woman thought while crossing her legs, to find more comfortable position. Well, at least there will be apparently a new member joining us in a few days. I heard it's a cute girl from Lubbock. Anyway, that should be enough for Totoham. The woman stretched out her arms while yawing, but before she could stand up, she noticed a new carriage passing through the gate and she immediately spotted a few kids peeking from inside it. This garnered her attention since it was very rare to see so many kids being transported at the same time. Who is that driver? Is he a human trafficker? Well, I didn't have any action since the morning, I might as well take a look at this case. The woman thought and continued sitting while stealthily observing the carriage. Akashi's senses have gotten much sharper since he began his training with the blindfold and he could feel that someone was eyeing him or carriage itself. Person who is currently watching me must be very experienced, I have no idea from which direction they are looking at me. They are also good at hiding their malicious intentions, which makes it even harder to discover them. Not to mention that there are simply too many people inside the capital to discover which person is it. Akashi thought and decided not to take any shortcuts, and instead he took some detours into streets where people don't usually gather. The woman was carefully watching everything from a safe distance on the roofs of the capital. However, when Akashi's carriage took a sharp turn to the right behind the building where she was currently staying on, she was forced to jump over to another roof, but when she got the carriage in her sight once again, it wasn't moving a bit. What's this? Why stopping in the middle of nowhere? I can tell that those kids are still inside, but where is that man? The woman thought with a confused expression. Enjoying your creeping on little kids? The voice came from behind her, which made her body snap around, looking at the red-haired man wearing a cloak and blindfold with wide-open eyes in surprise. I was too focused on those kids and carriage, but to think that he would be able to pinpoint my location so easily, he must be really strong. The woman thought while taking one step back with her right leg. Haha, you must be joking, of course not. I am into adults, by the way, hi. I haven't greeted you yet. The woman replied with a forced laugh and an innocent smile. Are you saying that you weren't following the kids but me? I am flattered. Akashi replied, playing along with her despite his voice being devoid of any emotions. What should I do? He is obviously just playing with me, there is no going back now. I can't fight him since I have no idea how strong he is or who he even is. The woman thought with a complicated expression while looking to the side on the ground. Well, I would like to talk more with you, but I forgot to put out the fireplace at my place, see you later, Lionel. The woman said with an apologetic expression while seductively pouting before she shouted one word and her hair became longer and she gained lion ears, tail, and claws. He is dangerous. Due to having her Taigu activated, her senses were enhanced to a much higher level and she could feel that behind that blindfold and cloak was hiding a monster. She couldn't really feel any murderous aura from him, but she could feel his strong fiery aura, which was more than enough alone for her to know that she should flee. She quickly jumped away at another roof. She covered numerous meters with just one jump, indicating that her strength was enhanced by a lot. She is similar to the grave keepers in their transformation, but they weren't using any tools to transform. Of course, the difference between those two is still visible since her transformation isn't too much beast-like as of those grave keepers. Yet it looks like her physical abilities are enhanced even more than of those grave keepers. Akashi thought with a curious expression before he quickly jumped after her, following her. And this is how cat and mouse game began. 127:126 Leon. He is able to keep with me despite me choosing difficult terrain and annoying obstacles. The woman thought with a shocked expression while occasionally glancing behind her just to see Akashi slowly getting near her. It would only take some time before he would catch up to her. If she wouldn't have such a big head start at the beginning, she would have already been caught. Fireplace, is it? I don't mind going with you. Akashi shouted at her so she could hear him. You are real gentleman for wanting to escort me, but I don't usually invite guys I have just met into my house. She replied while changing her strategy from running on the roofs to running among the people walking on the streets. No need to invite me in, I am content with waiting outside. You still have some time to think about it before I will catch you, and I will no longer feel the obligation to hear you out first. Akashi shouted with a small smile across his face. He was quite enjoying this little tag game. However, he was taking this so lightly just because he knew that she had no bad intentions towards those kids. Also, he would be lying if he would say that she doesn't intrigue him, mostly the tool that enables her to transform partly into a beast. He is telling the truth. He is gradually getting closer to me despite me having an advantage in overcoming tricky obstacles by using all four of my limbs together with claws. Wherever there is some time without any obstacle, he closes in on me by a lot. I have no chance of getting away from the capital with him on my back. Neither I can lead him to our hideout inside the capital just to have some chance in ambushing him with traps. The woman thought with an annoyed expression as she slowly began to hate the man running after her due to him concerning her like this. She wasn't a big fan of this game. She liked chasing her prey and ambushing it, but she totally hated if the roles were reversed, which was happening right now. Grr, I hate your guts. Catch me if you can and I will talk. She shouted back while doing zigzags on the streets full of people. She was leaning forward, trying to keep her hidden inside the crowd. She is smart, if I was using my sight as my main sense, I would eventually lose her inside that crowd of people. Unfortunately for her, I am already locked on her, unless she will run more than 50 meters away from me, I will always be able to tell where she is hiding. Akashi thought with a small smile and jumped up back on the roofs to get better sight or at least make her think like that. The woman who saw that used her chance to blend in with the crowd and started slowly walking in the direction from where she just came from, trying to fool Akashi. Damn, even if I am able to see outlines of things and people, there is simply too many to recognize which person is that woman. I would have really lost her if I was only relying on my sight alone. Akashi thought with a smile while observing the crowd at the front while the woman was already behind. When she finally disappeared behind the corner leading to the dark alley, Akashi stopped looking at the crowd and slowly went after her while she had no idea about this. Sigh, this guy gave me quite a scare, I have to report this to the boss, the woman muttered in a low voice while stretching her back and arms. When she was at her most vulnerable moment, she felt something nearing her shoulder, making her eyes wide open in shock. She quickly reacted and caught Akashi's hand while throwing him over her shoulder. She stared in shock at Akashi, who performed a few flips in midair to gain balance and then landed on the ground unharmed. I intended to break his arm or even tear it off. This guy's physical capabilities aren't definitely any weaker than bullets. The woman thought while observing Akashi's movements with a cautious expression. Tag, you are it. Akashi said to ease a mood by a bit. He just wanted to know who she is working for, although he already had some guesses in mind. Sigh, what do you want? The woman sighed and asked while keeping her defensive pose. She was aware that she wouldn't get another chance in running away and she still wanted to try her luck by talking since she felt how Akashi is dangerous. If she had to abide by her senses, she probably has only 10% of getting alive from the fight with him and her senses are very good including her sixth sense. Why were you following me in my carriage? Also, it would help if you could tell me your name, but if you are planning on giving me a fake one, don't even bother. Akashi asked as he leaned against the wall with his arms folded. Those kids, are you a human trafficker? She didn't like this feeling of helplessness, so she replied with her own question instead of just obediently answering. Do you think that any random human trafficker is as strong as me? If I needed money, there are many other ways how to make them other than transporting annoying kids. Akashi asked with a confused expression. He was aware that she didn't want to obediently answer, so he decided to give her some space. If she wouldn't talk even then, he would be forced to use other means. Well, I certainly don't hope so. You call them annoying, so where are you taking them and why bother? She asked with a small smile while scratching back of her head. Ahem, have we forgotten who is asking questions here, lion girl? Don't be too greedy after getting one slice of the cake. Now, tell me why you were following me. Akashi replied with a harsher tone. I was curious about where are you taking those kids. Isn't that obvious? She replied with an innocent smile. If you are so curious, I can take you together with them to my house, Akashi replied with folded arms. I see, well, I am not that type of girl, sorry handsome. She said with a teasing tone while turning Akashi's offer down. I take it that you are with Nyenda, right? Akashi decided to stop this little act between them and went straight to his goal. Who? Her eyes widened for a split second, but then confused expression appeared on her face. She was able to cover it very well, but she couldn't hide the increase of her heartbeat from Akashi. Do you know what's the biggest obstacle in improving all of your senses? Akashi asked after looking at her for a moment without saying anything. She didn't answer and just continued cautiously observing Akashi. Your eyes, for me you see, the strongest sense is sight. Most people believe only in things they can see with their own eyes. In a fight, if their opponent just suddenly disappears, they are instantly shocked trying to find them with their eyes instead of focusing on smelling or hearing their enemy. Why? Because sight is much stronger than smell and hearing, it has a wide field of view, being able to see a lot of things at the same time, which is very convenient, but it can also distract people. Just a few people can use all of their senses at the same time in the battle, but those who can are very seasoned warriors that won't be surprised by any moves their opponents will make. Akashi explained with a content smile. I already guessed that he isn't blind, and that's the sole reason why I even tried to mask my shocked expression despite him wearing a blindfold. Unfortunately, the idea of him using that blindfold only to train his other senses never crossed my mind. He must have heard an increase of my previously stable heartbeat. If I wouldn't have chosen such a quiet alley, I would have been able to fool him. Tisk. The woman was a little shocked by how much she failed here. On which side are you? She suddenly asked while looking at Akashi with furrowed brows. None, I am on my side, on my family's side. People are selfish creatures that usually only think about themselves and their close people. But you can say hi to Nyenda for me. Now, off with you before I reconsider my opinion of having a lion on dinner. Also, don't bother me anymore. Akashi said and nodded his head towards the lively street. Gershi grunted but still turned around while slowly leaving the alley. To think he would just let me off like this, and I was already prepared for a tough fight. She thought, but before she left the alley, she suddenly stopped in her steps and glanced back at Akashi. Name's Leon, and haven't you left those kids alone? Shouldn't you go back fast? She suddenly introduced herself and asked with a worried tone. She completely forgot about those kids because of that entire chase. I guess you need to know my name if you are to say hi for me to Nayenda. I am Akashi, nice to meet you. And don't worry about those kids, I have my ways, I wouldn't bother extending this useless chase if I had to leave them unguarded. Akashi replied with a slightly provoking smirk. Do as you see fit. She said and entered the main street, blending in with the crowd. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Extending useless chase? Anyway, his name sounds familiar, I just can't put my finger on it. I will just ask the boss after I return, but I still better check on those kids. However, he doesn't look or feel like a bad person. Leon thought with a slightly curious expression while trying to recall any memories tied with the name Akashi, but she gave up after a while. She quickly went back to the location where the carriage with kids was left. Sai looks like they are all right. I can feel some things inside that carriage together with those kids. It feels like danger beast presence, but it doesn't make any sense since I would have already smelled blood or feel fear from those kids. Weird. Anyway, they are all right and I already learned my lesson, so I won't follow them and just decide to trust that man named Akashi. He called them annoying, but there was a speck of tenderness in his voice, so I can tell that he isn't like those nobles who try to lure kids in with their kind-looking faces just to tear those faces off to reveal their fangs. Leon thought with a small satisfied smile when she arrived at the same roof where Akashi found her and when she discovered that all kids are safe. Anyway, Akashi, Akashi. Haven't boss mentioned that name a few times? Well, whatever. The night is still young, so I will go for a few more drinks before returning to hideout. Leon stretched her back a few times while throwing other worries aside. The cat smile instantly appeared on her face when she thought of more beer. She still had no idea that once she would return and report this to Nayenda, she would be reprimanded for creating an unnecessary dispute with Akashi without any provocation from the other side. 128:127 Spy or not? Akashi returned back to the kids and resumed his way towards his territory. Stop. Show us what's inside your carriage. The guard at the entrance to the Phoenix family's area stopped Akashi's group with a stern expression. It was sort of another checkpoint, but it was Phoenix family's own regulation and not instituted by the capital itself. Akashi only let people guard here who were already working for his family at least for a few years. How about you just let us pass? Akashi asked with a slightly changed voice just in case while handing the guard sack of gold coins. He remembers the face of this guard, but he wasn't sure if the guard itself can recognize him just by his voice alone. He was currently wearing a hood since he wanted to test a little his loyal guards. The guard looked at the sack filled with gold coins before looking around if anyone is watching before he leaned forward and whispered. How about I report you to Phoenix family? I don't care which rich young master you are, but this is Phoenix family's territory and you will abide by their rules if you want to enter. Now, show me what's inside that carriage or leave. The guard threw the sack back at Akashi before giving him a glare. And will that report grant you hundreds of gold coins? Akashi asked with a slightly angered tone. What the hell is he transporting? 100 of gold coins, if I could just let this man pass, I can secure future for my family. No, I mustn't, my family already lives in one of the best areas and my pay is also good. My family practically doesn't need money right now, plus I am slowly getting richer without facing any danger. Not to mention how much I owe Phoenix family for saving me and my family from famine. The guard thought, and at first, he was considering the offer, letting just one harmless man pass by to make a lot of money, but his consciousness didn't let him think about it for too long. You don't have to care about that. Just decide quickly and don't block the traffic. In the end, this was his answer. He wanted the person in front of him to disappear quickly before he would reconsider his offer. Akashi smiled under his hood and flipped a particular golden coin with silver letters on it towards the guard, and the guard instantly recognized it and looked at Akashi with a surprised expression. However, despite seeing the item only close members of Secret Phoenix organization could own, it could also be stolen, so he checked the silver name on the coin. Akashi. Wait. This coin is a bit different from mine, only the highest members can own this type of coin, but there is slight difference even between them. The phoenix engraved on it has 4 wings instead of 2, if I remember correctly from the superior, there is only one coin of this type. The guard thought before he raised his head with a shocked expression and wide open mouth. He was stuttering due to him remembering what he just said a few seconds ago to the leader of the entire organization. It's fine, will you make a little exception for me? I don't want bystanders to see what's inside. Akashi said with a small smile and without a changed voice while extending his hand to get his coin back. Oh, of course, sir. I wish you a good rest of the day. The guard whispered and then flipped Akashi's coin back in the same way as him, which also served as sort of password that they are truly members of the said organization. Akashi nodded and urged horses to start moving again when the guard stepped aside. Good job with passing the test, I will mention this to your superior, Ryu Akashi said while passing by him and secretly throwing a smaller sack of gold coins at him which stunned him, but he quickly reacted and hid it. Sigh, fortunately, I didn't take that offer. The guard thought while watching Akashi's carriage. The sweat was pouring down his back. Anyway, to think that I would get a chance to talk to the leader himself, I should have thanked him for everything, but I didn't want to waste any more of his time. Wait. How does he know my name? I never showed him my coin. The guard stared at the carriage with a shocked expression before his colleague woke him up. Hey Ryu! Don't slack off, there are people who want to pass too. Why yeah, sorry. He replied and shook his head before returning to his job. It looks like everything is going well here. Guards aren't slacking off and neither they are accepting any bribes. But of course, I can't speak for everyone and I can't completely say that there are completely no criminals in my territory. Akashi thought while driving the carriage towards his residence before he noticed a small disturbance. In front of the pub, two men started shoving each other before it broke into a fight. Where are the guards? The only explanation I can come up with is that they were just here a few seconds ago but went to check other areas, or they are simply slacking off. It would be great coincidence if that was the case, but it's not impossible and I certainly hope so, because I would feel like an idiot for just praising the guards for not slacking off. Anyway, this is my territory, so if guards aren't in sight, I have to act like one. Akashi stopped the carriage and told the kids to wait once again. They weren't exactly happy for another stop, but Akashi ignored them and quickly made his way towards the pub. Stop fighting, you two, I already called guards. If they see you, you will go to prison. You can still stop and just say that you both tripped. One woman among the crowd around those men fighting said. Those men already had a few bruises, but if guards didn't see anything, they could certainly just leave. Don't worry, although I am not in working hours, I will stop them before they will cause any more damage. A young lady with amber eyes and with auburn hair tied in ponytail said with a righteous voice, but before she could move in between those two men, someone dashed between them ahead of her. That person was Akashi, who caught them by their necks. He raised both of them above the ground before he slammed them to the ground with their backs first, making them groan in pain. He quickly tied their hands and legs with his wires before they could recover from the blow. Hey! What is going on there? The guards already started shouting from the distance while running towards the pub. Akashi reported what he saw and other witnesses had no choice but to testify what he said, even though they didn't want to cause problems for those drunk men. They didn't harm anyone else, so they deemed it was a bit harsh to send them to prison, but they also knew that it was their own stupidity for starting a fight in public. Thank you for helping us. Since you two didn't cause any damage to the pub, you will only spend 3 days inside the prison cell to sober up and think about what you have done. If you have any dispute between yourselves, apply for the duel in the arena and don't disturb public order. Take them, guys. Most likely the leader of the group of guards thanked Akashi before he turned to the tied two men. His subordinates took both guys by their arms, dragging them away. After that, the leader of that group did his best to disperse the crowd of people. Akashi decided that there is nothing else to do, and he also confirmed that those guards weren't slacking off since they came from the area they are supposed to guard too. Wait for a minute, please. While Akashi was walking back to the carriage, he heard a feminine voice behind him calling out to him, so he stopped and turned around. He saw a young lady in a green dress, the exact young lady who wanted to interfere that fight. What was the most distinguished about her was that she was holding a leash with what resembled a dog behind her. Yes? Is something the matter? Akashi asked with a calm tone while observing the thing on that girl's leash, since it gave him a strange feeling. He could tell that it wasn't an ordinary pet. Her pet returned the look at Akashi and stared back at him with a confused look in its face. Ah, no, I just wanted to thank you for what you have done. Thanks to you, they will only have to spend 3 days inside the prison instead of more days in case they broke something or hurt anyone. She said with a beaming smile, and a little blush crept up on her cheeks. What's this girl's problem? She is a bit strange, but since she is so polite, I have no reason to ignore her or tell her off. Akashi looked weirdly at her. I see, no need to thank me. I simply did what was right. Akashi replied with a small smile while showing part of his face under the hood. Gasped! The girl immediately gasped when she saw Akashi's blindfold. Why, you were able to subdue them so flawlessly while being blind. Ah, I am sorry for my overreaction. She exclaimed, but she also quickly apologized since she felt it was uncalled for, calling Akashi blind so casually. I am experienced, Akashi replied shortly, since he didn't feel a need to explain himself that he isn't really blind. You see, I am from Imperial Guards, don't you want to apply? I can tell my superior about your skills and you might be able to skip the procedure of joining. She closed in on Akashi and caught his hand and asked him with an excited look in her face. What is Imperial Guard doing here? Is she spy? Akashi thought. He already wanted to excuse himself, but he decided against it when he heard that she is within Imperial Guards. I don't know, maybe. Tell me, you don't look dressed as Imperial Guard, so I guess you aren't here in working hours, right? Akashi asked without minding her, still holding his hand and being quite close. That's right, I am here because I heard that this area of the capital is very beautiful, so I decided to go for dinner here. By the way, I am Siryu and this is Koro-chan. Would you like to come with me? She said everything extremely quickly while she also introduced herself and her pet. I looked at her pet named Koro before I looked back at her with a smile on my face. Alright, can you wait here for me? I still have a matter to attend to. It will take at most 30 minutes. After that, I will come back here and take you to a good place. After all, it's better to have a local show you around. Akashi said while finally shaking away from her grip on his hand. Alright, that sounds good. But, may I know your name before you leave? She replied with an excited smile before she asked with a slightly awkward expression, since she probably thought that Akashi would introduce himself after hearing her own introduction. I will tell you after I get back, you can guess in the meantime. In case you guess my name right, I will pay for all food you and your pet eat today. Akashi said and started walking toward his carriage. Hey! Siryu tilted her head to the side in confusion before thoughtful expression appeared on her face as she tried her best to think of a good fitting name. While Koro, who heard Akashi's words, instantly looked at Siryu with a pleading look in its eyes. 129:128 Speechless. Elder brother Akashi, was that your girlfriend? Kana asked with a teasing smile. Finally, a chance to see him embarrassed. Kana thought, and other girls who heard Kana's question immediately pricked up their ears while boys looked outside of the carriage to take a look at the so-called girlfriend. Curiosity killed the cat. Do you know this proverb, kids? And no, I have just met her, but I need to drop you off at my place and return, so I won't be around for you for a few hours at most. Akashi replied. So you are saying that you will ditch us so you can go on a date? This time, Tetsu asked with a slightly upset tone, but it was apparent that he was just playing it. Yes, Akashi didn't want to play this game with them any longer, so he just confirmed it with a casual smile. This guy. Ugh. Tetsu rolled his eyes. After spending some time with Akashi, he already knew that he was just trying to get rid of them without explaining himself. Upon hearing Akashi's words, a few kids looked down and their mood worsened a bit, so Tetsu worked on explaining things in Akashi's stead. Akashi obviously noticed this, but he let Tetsu do this job. It couldn't exactly be taken as Tetsu working for him already, but it was the beginning. It was a small test on how he can solve minor problems in Akashi's stead. After all, Akashi can't pay attention to everything. Akashi already included the guards of the entrance to his residence into his organization, so he just showed them the coin and they immediately let him in without demanding him to take off his hood. Who was that? Why did you let unknown carriage inside? The maid who was working in the garden immediately ran up to the guards and asked them with a stern tone. Not exactly all maids here knew how to fight. Aiko, for example, this one was also one of them, so she wasn't the part of the organization. Akashi's so-called organization already has around 1,000 members, which might not be much for some people, but all of them were carefully scouted, and there are even people who are working for his family for more than 3 years, yet he didn't include them yet for safety reasons. That's none of your concerns. Of course, we have no problem with you reporting this to the Lord Phoenix. The guard replied while standing straight and looking straight in front of him without showing any fear in his expression. Maybe they have some kind of permission from the Lord. Anyway, it's none of my concerns. He is right. The maid returned to her job while occasionally glancing at the carriage. Akashi used his wrigglers to signal for Ichika to come outside. After a few seconds, she hurriedly arrived with a slightly panicked look. Why, young lord? You are finally back. It felt like an eternity. See, can I? She approached Akashi and opened her arms, wanting to go for a hug, but she stopped herself and asked first. However, she completely disregarded the presence of those kids behind Akashi. Akashi just shook his head with a helpless smile and just spread his arms. Ichika immediately tightly hugged him with a peaceful smile on her face and closed eyes. The kids behind Akashi could only stare in disbelief as a tall, beautiful lady with tan skin and long black hair tied in a ponytail and mesmerizing violet eyes just asked for a hug from Akashi. TCH, Playboy Tetsu clicked his tongue and muttered while looking sideways. What's going? What happened to your eyes, young lord? Ichika instantly started questioning Akashi when she noticed his blindfold while holding his hands with a worried expression. Nothing happened to them, don't worry, trust me. I need your help to accommodate these kids within our residence. We will talk about details later. I still have somewhere to go, but it's just within the capital. Akashi replied while putting Ichika's hands on her chest to reassure her. Can I come after you once I am done with this task? She asked with a pleading look, but before Akashi could reply to her. I wouldn't recommend it, that is if you don't want to ruin his day. Ouch. What's wrong with you, Kana? Tetsu said while looking away from them, but before he could finish, he was pinched by his sister. Kana just gave him death stare, so he just retreated and played dead. Date. Nah. Young lord wouldn't prioritize normal date over greeting his entire family first unless behind that date is some kind of hidden meaning which wouldn't make it a normal date anymore. Ichika looked at Tetsuo with a smile before she looked at Akashi and nodded her head. Thanks, I promise to tell you everything that happened to me. Also, don't inform anyone of my return, I want to surprise them myself. Akashi said with a gentle smile while ruffling and playing with her hair tied in a ponytail. Once again, kids were shocked to see this gentle smile on Akashi's face since all they got from him was a small smile. Listen up kids. This is Ichika and she will take care of you, for now, you don't have to be afraid. Before Akashi could finish talking. Big sis Ichika. How come you have such nice tan skin? You have such a nice silky hair. Boys ignored Akashi and immediately jumped on their new beautiful big sister, bombarding her with questions. The girls immediately glared at boys since it was far too obvious that they were trying to impress Ichika. Ungrateful pricks, Akashi thought with a wide smile, but anyone who saw that smile got scared for some kind of reason. Anyway, you know the drill. Behave. Akashi said for the last time with a stern tone before leaving. Well, you have heard young lord, you need to behave. How about we eat something and you tell me where are you from in the meanwhile? Ichika asked with a friendly smile while bending a bit to match their height. Everyone agreed, and after spending a few minutes with Ichika, they got to know that she is extremely patient with them, gentle and understanding. She would be a perfect mother. All kids thought after interacting with Ichika for a few minutes. Sorry for the wait, are you ready to go? Akashi asked when he finally arrived at the pub where Sirio was waiting. Yup, let's go. Koro-chan is already restless, teehee, she replied with an embarrassed laugh at the end while scratching back of her head. Akashi just nodded and led Sirio to a more remote area filled only with a few stalls of food. Sorry if I am not well dressed for this. Akashi apologized while pointing at his cloak with his hands. Oh, don't worry. I don't mind at all, really. She immediately started waving her hands in front of her to intensify her words. Good, it looks like she has forgotten about the whole name guessing thing. I am planning on telling her my name but only after I get more information from her. If she isn't a spy, I don't mind her being here, Akashi thought with a small smile. Akashi ordered some steaks made from special delicious danger beast for all of them. He didn't forget on Koro and even ordered a bigger serving specifically for Koro, which impressed Sirius since most people usually forget about its presence or they just ignore it. Of course, one who was the most happier was Koro itself. Akashi started conversation since he didn't want Siriu to remember the fact that she still doesn't know his name. Wherever it looked like a conversation about one matter was about to end, Akashi instantly asked another interesting question. He also used those questions to see what kind of person Siriu is and most importantly if she is truly here just for the sightseeing or whatever. Akashi never studied human psychology but he learned a lot in his previous life and even in this one. He just couldn't get how some people perceive right and wrong. There was no absolute and everyone has their own opinions, the only thing that is absolute and can be distinguished is black and white. They were having quite a good time with a merry atmosphere around before Siriu suddenly looked down at her half-eaten steak with a sad look in her eyes. I joined the Imperial Police mainly because my pop used to be one, and a pretty good one at that. Siriu suddenly said with a sad tone. Is that girl actually opening up to me? She must be emotionally pretty unstable if she can open up to a stranger. Or she must have a lot of emotions pent up inside her and she needs to release them. Akashi thought while poking into his own steak with the fork. Used to be? Akashi asked, although he already guessed what happened to this girl, he decided to play along. Yet, he was killed by the revolutionaries. That's why I joined them. I will deliver justice to all of them. She said and her tone was gradually becoming colder, at the end, she clenched her hands while gritting her teeth. I am sorry to hear that. Akashi said while keeping his head low, keeping the sour mood. No. I am sorry for bothering you with this. She shook her head and forced out a smile. However, are you sure it's the justice you want? Akashi suddenly asked her with a curious tone, making both Koro and Siriu look at him in puzzlement. What do you mean? She asked while perking up her ears. Justice in this world is such imbalanced word bordering with revenge. One doesn't even know if what they truly want is justice or revenge. I haven't lost anyone dear to me like you, however, I already know that I would choose revenge. You can perform justice on those who wronged others but if anyone hurt you, you should learn how to be selfish and accept that boiling rage inside you and release it all at once. If you will keep telling yourself that you want justice, that rage will never come out of you and will keep boiling inside you until it explodes, making you unstable. Akashi took a sip of his tea and then said while playing with the cup of his tea. Thanks, Siriu said with a genuine smile across her face and small blush on her cheeks. She probably thought that he was trying to cheer her up, but despite thinking this, she still took a few of his words to her heart. Father taught me a lot about justice before he was killed and he would perhaps want me to deliver justice to his killers, but perhaps all I want to be is a little bit selfish. Why did he have to die? He was a good man. Siriu thought and a few tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Clap anyway, let's forget about this depressing matter, and let's talk about something else. For example, have you heard about the heir of the Phoenix house that occupies this area of town? Apparently he is going to have a marriage in a few weeks. Siriu wiped the tears in her eyes with her hands before she asked with her previous cheerful smile. I have heard about that, do you know more about this matter? Akashi released a sarcastic chuckle and replied with an amused smile across his face. He was already thinking about revealing his identity, but he decided to wait for a bit and have some fun. Asking people about their opinion on me without revealing myself is kind of fun and addicting. Akashi thought. Well. Siriu looked around if anyone is listening to them. There is a rumor going around that those two never even met each other. I can't imagine marrying someone who I haven't even seen yet. I guess being the son of a noble house isn't always that nice. She leaned closer to me and said in low voice. Maybe there is something more into it. Maybe, he can stop this marriage from happening, but he has some kind of goal in mind. After all, he is the heir of one of the most powerful nobles in the entire capital and he is marrying a girl from some minor noble family. Who knows what is this all about? Akashi said with an amused tone while sipping on his tea. Siriu looked more carefully at Akashi. There is something that doesn't make sense, his amused tone, that sarcastic chuckle from before. Siriu thought and then remembered that she still doesn't know his name. Hey, I know that it's kinda late for this, but you never told me your name. Siriu said with an awkward tone. Aren't you going to take a guess? Akashi asked with a smile and Koro immediately stopped eating and looked towards his master. Siriu just shook her head with a helpless look in her face. After all, such a task was as good as impossible. It's Akashi, nice to meet you Siriu, finally Akashi said and held his hand in front of Siriu. She unconsciously accepted the handshake while looking at Akashi with a thoughtful expression. I know that it's kind of rude of me to ask this, but can you take off your hood, please? Siriu asked while still holding his hand. Akashi just shrugged his shoulders and took it off, revealing his distinguished red hair, making Siriu's jaw drop down as she stared in shock at him. Koro on the other hand just looked at Siriu with a confused expression, wondering what she is doing. As I thought, she already knows how I look despite never meeting me. It's no wonder that a member of the Imperial Police knows me based on my appearance. Akashi thought while flashing Siriu a wide smile. 130-129 Preparations. Siriu was stuttering and couldn't find the right words to say since she was quite shocked by this development. Don't worry about it, that is if you aren't speaking because of those rumors you just spoke about a few seconds ago. I was the one hiding this from you, so no need to feel embarrassed or foolish. Akashi said and finally freed his hand that was still being held by Siriu until now, and then patted her shoulder a few times. Inhale exhale. Isn't it bad for you to be outside with a girl just a few weeks before your wedding? What if anyone sees you together with me? Siriu took a few breaths before she asked in a low voice with furrowed brows. Are you worried about me? Akashi asked with a raised eyebrow and confused expression. I just think that you aren't a bad person. She replied with a little blush on her cheeks while looking sideways. To be honest, I thought that the first thing you ask would be how I feel about this entire marriage. As to answer your earlier question, that's why I am wearing a cloak and hood, but you don't really have to worry about such a small thing. I can do whatever I want, I can even get out of this entire marriage thing. Akashi said with a smile. You can? Then why didn't you do anything about it yet? Are those rumors just lies, or are you actually fine with marrying someone you have yet to meet? Siriu asked with a curious tone while perking up her ears. You see, I can see that you are very compassionate and want to help people by delivering justice. Her family isn't exactly the cleanest family out there, so I am waiting to deliver my own justice on them. By the way, it is the truth that I have yet to meet her. Akashi said while gesturing for the owner of the stall to refill his cup with tea. Are you saying that they are evil? That's some serious accusation. Are you sure? She turned serious and asked with narrowed eyes. I have some evidence, but probably not enough to overthrow a noble family like them. Also. Akashi said, but it was an obvious lie. However, he would like to have more evidence than he has right now, and most importantly, he wanted them to fall right a few days before their wedding. They would be feeling extremely good and satisfied for being able to form a connection with his family in a few days, but right at their happiest moment, they would fall into despair. Yes. Siriu was surprised that he actually has some evidence. Don't use the word evil in such a way. Maybe they have reasons for doing what they are doing. This doesn't excuse them, but selfish is a better word than evil. You would recognize true evil on the first sight, that is someone without any emotions, not caring for even their close people, that kind of person is evil. You perhaps regard thieves as evil, but they are usually stealing because they were forced to. Are the ones who forced them evil, or are they? The world is actually much better if you stop judging everyone evil or good. However, I understand that as the Imperial Police you need to have such a mindset. Akashi said what was on his mind while sipping on his tea. What a weird mindset, but this area so far is the best one where most people are happy. Maybe there is something to his words. Siriu thought for a bit about his words. How can you say something like that when you earlier sent those two men into prison? They didn't exactly do anything evil. Siryu decided to ask some questions to see more into his mindset. No, they didn't actually break anything or hurt anyone, but rules are here to maintain public order. Just by starting the fight, they endangered the safety of the people around them. I don't judge them if they are evil or good, for all I care they can even be saints who just lost it for a moment, but that won't protect them from the punishment. Punishment awaits all people, for you to understand, evil and even good. The best example is death, doesn't judge, just kills, both good and evil. Akashi replied with a smile. Like this, both of them spend an hour talking to each other and exchanging their views on this world and its criminals. Akashi lived through a lot already, so Siryu's words didn't really appeal to him much, but Siryu took some of his opinions into the heart. There was even time where she got a bit angry because Akashi's opinions were sometimes crossing with the opinions of her deceased father. In the end, Akashi threw a few gold coins at the owner of the stall and left the stall with Siryu and Koro in tow. Why did you pay for our meal? I didn't guess your name right. She asked with a confused expression while dragging Koro behind her. I think that I make more money than you, don't you think so? Plus it's my territory, it's my obligation to pay for your meal if you were keeping me a company. Akashi bluntly replied without caring for the girl's feelings. Haha, I guess you are right. However, Siryu wasn't a normal girl, she didn't take it as offense and only chuckled and actually agreed with him. Thank you for everything. If what you said to me is the truth, I will be there to support you once you will uncover their crimes against the Empire and its people. However, for that to happen, I will probably need an invitation to the actual wedding, hehe, she said while showing me thumb up with a wide smile across her slightly blushing face. Koro used this chance and actually approached Akashi just to hug his leg. Akashi looked down with a confused expression. Haha, it looks like Koro-chan wants to thank you for a fulfilling meal too. It's very rare to see him acting so familiar with anyone else other than me. And believe me, buying him a meal doesn't work, so you must be quite compatible with him too. Siryu released a hearty laugh after seeing Koro act like this before she explained it to Akashi. Compatible. So he really is Taigu, hey? Biological Taigu, interesting, Akashi thought and confirmed his guesses with only one Siryu's word. It was nice having your company, Siryu, Koro-chan. Akashi crouched down and patted Koro's head before he once again stood up. They said their goodbyes and Akashi returned back to his mansion. The moment Akashi returned and entered the mansion, a silver-haired woman instantly jumped on him, tightly hugging him. Is something the matter, mother? Akashi asked with a confused expression while patting Ember, his mother's back. You have been away for quite a long time and you ask me what's the matter? And what the hell happened to your eyes? She immediately attracted the attention of everyone since the entire mansion was completely silent. Nothing happened to them, really. See. Akashi replied while taking the blindfold off and opened his eyes without blinking to adjust his eyes to the light. He took the blindfold off just because he felt that it was alright to stop the training right now. Previously, he was afraid of losing all progress, but right now he was already accustomed to working without his eyes. The only thing that remained was to merge his enhanced other senses together with his sight. This can be quite hard, and if he once again gets accustomed to using his sight as the main sense, he can even lose the entire progress, so he must be careful. His eyes were immediately attacked by the intense light, but despite feeling burning pain, he endured it. His eyes look like they are completely new, his pupils are slightly enlarged but nothing else is different, so why does it feel that way? Ember thought while carefully looking into Akashi's eyes. Akashi and Sama. Young master. Both Kurom and Aiko came down from the second floor, and once they spotted Akashi standing in the main hall, they ran up to him and hugged him from each side. Ugh, am I some kind of stuffed animal for hugging or what? Akashi thought, but he still smiled at them and patted their heads. Akashi remained there hugging them for a few minutes before he excused himself to greet other people inside the mansion. He reported to his father and also the situation about the kids. I see, you did well, but we need to be careful so no one recognizes them. They should also feel indebted to you, so they might be great future assets to our family. You mentioned that each of them will pick a different department which they want to study. I can arrange some teachers, and I can also hire regular teachers to teach them some regular stuff. We wouldn't want them to be uneducated. June, Akashi's father said to Akashi while doing some paperwork at his table in his study. Thanks, I already had Ichika accommodate them. They are probably sleeping already since they must be tired from the entire journey. Is there anything else? Akashi nodded his head with a grateful smile and then asked with an uncertain expression, since it looked like his father still had something he wanted to ask. Sigh. Yes, unfortunately, yes. Your wedding is only a few weeks from now and you still haven't done anything about it. If you want to marry that girl then I don't mind, but at least be honest with me. June said with a complicated expression. PFF, haha, you think that since I haven't done anything yet, I actually want to marry her? Don't worry, my plan is already set in motion. Akashi laughed a bit and then reassured his father with a calm expression once again. Just be careful how you do it, if anything happens to their family just a few weeks or days before wedding, most people will think that we are the culprits since we don't want to have ties with such a small family. June said with a serious expression since he was aware that his son was slightly sadistic. He was aware that his son just wants to give that family hope just to lose it right in front of them. No need to worry, I already have a plan on how to do it. I have met someone from Imperial Police today and I believe she will help me. And even if her superior is scum, he won't let himself be bribed by them if he will see opportunity to take everything from them. Either way, that family is done for once the evidence I have accumulated gets to the public. It doesn't matter if high-ranking members in the Imperial Police are righteous or scums anymore. Akashi explained with a calm tone and smile. Akashi, you need to be cautious. Jun already wanted to warn his son since he thought that he might be too trustful to that woman. After all, women are very dangerous no matter in what department. Don't worry, I am not naive, neither I am horny. I will make sure that there won't be any leads to our family. Akashi replied before his father could finish his sentence. Cough ahem, language, Akashi. Your mother could be listening behind the doors. Anyway, that's everything for today, you should also get some rest. June cleared his throat and said with a calm tone. Akashi nodded his head with a smile before he left his father's study. From what I have heard from the guards, it looks like the tension between the Revolutionary Army and the Empire is becoming bigger each day. The true war will start within a few weeks or months at most. Akashi thought while relaxing in the bath. 131:130 Defection? The capital inside the palace, Akame's room. So you are planning to go together with them? Green, who was sitting at the table together with Akame while making origami, asked with a serious tone while maintaining his carefree expression due to the window inside the room. Green was always a very cautious fellow. Once he would think of a way for them to be discovered by others, he tried to prevent it even if the chance of that happening was almost none. Yes, but I wanted to talk about it with you first. Hear out your opinion since you are the first and only person who started discussing this dangerous matter with me, and for that, I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Green. Akame replied with a grateful expression while lowering her head and holding her hand close to her heart. Green blushed a bit and immediately tried to mask it by adjusting his glasses. Why yeah, no problem. Ahem, I think that we shouldn't include others in this matter. Green replied with a dead serious tone. What? You want us to exclude Pony and Tsukushi? I understand why you think so in the chief's case since it's kinda hard to tell what he is thinking and not to mention that he is currently away, however, what about our other friends? Akame exclaimed with a surprised expression, but she managed to keep her voice down enough not to be heard by anyone. You can say that I am pessimistic but I am also pragmatic. It's unknown what Pony and Tsukushi would do once we tell them about our plans. Both of them are completely drowned in Gozuki's lies, although I treat all of them as my close friends and I still think of Gozuki as my adoptive father, however, I know that he wouldn't hesitate to kill me if I were to rebel. Please trust me, Akame. We can try to rope them in later once we build up some. Green explained while frowning down, begging Akame to listen to him. I can't, Green. Tsukushi is my best friend, I don't believe she would try to kill me, at most, she will refuse and let me go. Akame said while clenching her hands together with a complicated expression. Do you have an escape route if things go wrong? Green was aware that he won't be able to change her mind, so instead, he asked if she has plan B. Green, thank you. I have an escape route out of the palace and then out of the capital, but that route leads to the forest where we usually train and exterminate danger beasts that are endangering local farms, so, a few people might be there trying to stop us. Akame took hold of both of Green's hands and thanked him with a big smile. TCH. Why can't I just say no to her? I already have a feeling that this will end very very badly. Green blushed at first, but he quickly recovered and thought with a slightly down expression. Do you have a role for me to play? Green asked with a serious tone once Akame retracted her hands. To be honest, no. I will just talk to Tsukushi and after that, I will try to find Pony since she isn't currently in the palace. You should probably just go ahead of me. Akame replied with a slightly ashamed expression. I see. What about your sister? Why don't we ask for her help and perhaps even Akashi's help? Green asked with a curious expression. Please listen to yourself, Green. You don't trust our comrades that spent 8 years together with us and you want to trust Akashi. I am sorry, I overreacted there. We have absolutely no idea on which side he is on. As for my sister, I rather not put her in danger, so I will try to talk to her only once we will be ready to leave. Akame replied with a slightly upset tone, but she quickly apologized since she knew that Green was only thinking about her safety. And if she won't be willing to come with us? After a few seconds of silence, Green asked a question that was haunting Akame in her sleep all the time since she started preparing for their escape from here. Then I will simply take her with me. She might not like it at first and she might even start to hate me, but I believe that she will see the reason in the end and stay with us willingly. Akame replied with a complicated expression, but resolve could be seen in her eyes. She could still remember the night she spent with her sister and their argument. She was aware of how much Kurome adores Akashi, but Akame simply couldn't bring herself to trust him and let him have her sister's fate in his hands. I will follow your escape route and wait for you outside the capital in the woods. It's getting dark, so I assume it's the best time for you to start, so if anything goes wrong, you can hide in the shadows of darkness. Green said, and Akame just nodded her head. Both of them left her room, and in the hall, they met Tsukushi. Hi, you two. Where are you going? Tsukushi asked with a smile while looking at both Green and Akame. Hi. I was just about to go look for you, Tsukushi. I want to talk to you about something. Akame said with a friendly smile. Green only put up his hand as a greeting with a small smile. Hey? What about Green? Tsukushi asked with a curious expression while looking strangely at Green. You know, it's girl ta. Akame wanted to reply, but Green interrupted her. It's fine, I am going outside for a fresh breath. Have fun, you two. Green said and already started walking away from them while waving with his hand behind him. Well, all right. Akame, you wanted to talk, right? How about my room? Tsukushi asked with a smile while ignoring a slightly awkward atmosphere from before. Yeah, sounds good. Akame replied with a wide smile while following after Tsukushi. Green, who heard them, stopped walking and froze in place while looking at the ground with wide open eyes. Why would she want to go to her room when Akame's room is nearer to them than her own room? Am I overthinking things, or is Tsukushi actually already suspicious of our actions? Should I stop them? No. That would be even more suspicious, not to mention that Akame wouldn't leave without trying to talk to her. Shit. Fuck. I must go quickly to my position. I am sure that Akame can take care of herself. I must trust her. Green thought while increasing his pace while walking through the hall towards the exit. Once he exited the palace through Akame's escape route, he immediately went into a sprint with another escape route in his mind as a goal. A few kilometers from the capital, inside the forest. What the hell did you just say? Nayenda asked while pulling Leon's hair with her metallic arm. She was quite upset after hearing Leon's report. Ouch. Please stop, boss. Everything I just said is the truth, is there anything wrong? Leon replied in hurried tone while holding her hair and standing on tiptoes, doing her best in preventing Nayenda from pulling them out completely. Haven't I warned you about the person named Akashi? You could have died there, you idiot. I am quite surprised that he let you walk away after bothering him so much and talking to him in such a way. Sigh. Nayenda shouted at Leon before she calmed down and released a tired sigh. Well, I must have been drunk at that time since I don't really remember, hee. Leon replied with a forced laugh and smile while scratching back of her head since it was the first time she saw her boss being so upset. You. Nayenda stopped herself from saying more and just light her cigar. Inhale exhale. You surely know about the infamous death. I have also told you a few things about her. That Akashi you have met previously is in terms of danger on a Steth's level or even higher. He doesn't have such high fame as her for destroying numerous armies, but that's because he isn't part of the Empire's army. I haven't witnessed his skills personally, but when I still worked together with Steth, she was praising him quite often, which was extremely rare, to get praise from her, not to mention to be praised constantly. Nayenda explained while calming herself with her cigar. You kidding, boss, right? Leon asked with a slightly panicked expression, to which Nayenda only nodded her head with a serious expression. It. I should have accepted his invitation. Marking such a remarkable man would be my win. Leon suddenly exclaimed while holding her head and looking up at the sky. Upon hearing this, a deadpan expression appeared on Nayenda's face while she dropped her cigar from between her fingers. You. Stupid. Cat. Nayenda shouted while using her metallic arm to beat Leon into her gut with one punch after each word. But the real reason for this outburst was the cigar Nayenda dropped due to Leon's fault. After the cat was punished, Nayenda asked what she exactly meant with the invitation. That, we were just playing around, speaking in playful way to express our intentions. It was kind of fun, or it would have been if I wasn't the one being chased. Leon replied with a carefree smile. Sigh. I guess Akashi doesn't hold anything against you since he let you leave, but be careful around him. We can't afford to make him our enemy, as death is already big trouble enough. Anyway, you have a job. Tonight is the night when Akame deserts the Empire together with the guy named Green and maybe a few more people. Here is a drawing of him, so don't attack him if you see him alone. Nayenda said with a tired tone before she handed Leon a paper with Green's face drawn on it. All right. Leave it to me, Hop. Leon replied while leaping to her legs and brushing off the dust from her clothes. 132:131 Sisters Drama. What did you want to talk about with me, Akame? Tsukushi sat down at the table, her back facing the wide open window. She is acting a bit strange. Well, whatever. Akame also noticed something strange about her friend but she decided to ignore it and sat down at the table, facing Tsukushi. Akame started talking about her plans to escape and Tsukushi's smile gradually lost its radiance. Akame, you are my best friend, I can't let you do this against the Empire and Father. Tsukushi said with an almost stoic expression while putting up her hand. Akame frowned at that just to see behind the Tsukushi a few figures of people standing on top of the wall, looking straight into Tsukushi's room. Tsukushi. You. Akame's eyes widened in shock, seeing how her best friend just sold her out. Both Father and I already suspected this outcome but you can still apologize. I will make sure that Father will give you only a light punishment. Please, you don't have to, Tsukushi said with a sad expression, trying to convince her best friend. However, before she could finish, Akame already moved forward. I am sorry, Tsukushi. Akame said while hitting Tsukushi's neck with a light chop. Tsukushi had no time to react, not to mention that in terms of close combat, Akame was much superior to her. Akame used this chance to throw a smoke bomb under her legs and made a quick escape from the room. The people who saw the unexpected outcome with a cloud of smoke coming out of the room instantly moved and jumped into the room through the opened window. Tsukushi, are you alright? Kozuki crouched down while resting his hand on her shoulder. Cough, why yet, it's nothing. We need to catch Akame before she will be treated as a traitor. I have no idea if Green is aware of this but there is a high chance that he is helping her after all, he has feelings for her. Tsukushi coughed out, short of breath before she replied with a hurried tone. You wait here and take some time to recover. I will go look for her. You can come after me once you are feeling fine. Kozuki patted her shoulder a few times before getting up and turning his attention to a people dressed up in the Dark Squad's uniforms with masks. Look for Green, if possible subdue him but don't kill him unless he will be resisting. Tell him that I want to talk to him first and if he refuses, only then you can attack him. Kozuki ordered. Understood. Members of the Dark Squad replied in unison and ran out of the room. Father. Tsukushi asked with a slightly worried expression. Don't worry, they won't kill him unless he really resists. After all, I can't risk lives of other people just to subdue him without killing him. If he isn't involved in this, he will go with them willingly since he knows their uniforms. Kozuki consoled Tsukushi before he ran out of the room, following Akame's trail. You think that I have no idea about what you were doing the entire time. I don't know the specific location of your escape route but I know where it leads to. The most important thing is, does she have any helper? Green has our highest priority due to his feelings for Akame. To think that I selected him to keep an eye on her, maybe that was my mistake, not taking his feelings into consideration. Kozuki thought while running outside of the palace. I can either go to that location or I can go after her since there is only one place where she still needs to go to, but I guess I won't be welcomed there. Actually, it might even do me a favor if I let her go for her sister. If Akashi gets involved in this, everything will be much easier. Kozuki thought with a sly smile before he decided to leave beyond the capital's walls to arrive ahead of Akame. Akame, who narrowly escaped from the palace, used darkness to her advantage while traveling through the streets and alleys of the capital. Thankfully no one heard the disturbance so the guards of the palace only looked strangely at me when they saw me sprinting out of the palace. Still, hiding my tracks from Kozuki is extremely hard. Akame thought while traveling to the certain mansion. She easily sneaked through a small checkpoint leading to the Phoenix's territory. Unfortunately, she was unable to sneak successfully inside the mansion and once she climbed over the fences, she found herself surrounded in the middle of the garden. Stop where you are. Who are you and what you are doing here? The guard wielding a spear took a step forward and asked her while pointing his spear at her. Other guards only made sure she can't escape from any other side without taking any further initiative like the first guard. Guards here look slightly weaker than the ones inside the palace, if I can get past this guy in front of me, I will be able to get to where Kurome is. Akame thought and suddenly dashed forward while drawing her katana, completely surprising the guard. Clang! Wah! Akame exclaimed when her attack was blocked by the guy in front of her. She it! How fast is she? I was out of the balance to block her strike, I have to thank that we have such quality of weapons. The guard who blocked her surprise attack thought with wide open eyes in shock the same as Akame. He was aware that he wasn't her match at all and only managed to block her attack due to his experience and high quality of his equipment. Doesn't matter, one more time and I have him. Akame calmed down and prepared to attack once again before others decide to rush in at her. Stop! All of you stand down! Kurome appeared in the garden and shouted at the guards with a stern expression. But, why yes, the guards wanted to say more but when they noticed how Kurome was glaring at them, they just put their weapons down and dispersed, leaving surprised Akame standing in the garden alone. What the hell are you doing, big sis? Kurome immediately ran up to her sister and asked her while shaking her shoulders. She also noticed her hastened breathing and her disheveled and torn clothes. Kurome, what is Akashi doing right now? Akame hurriedly asked. What? Why? If you want to talk to him then you should wait until tomorrow, he is sleeping since he hasn't slept for a few days already due to his work. Kurom asked with a confused expression before replying with a slightly apologetic tone. She didn't want to say that he is tired from the journey so she simply changed the reason. I see, I need you to go somewhere with me. Quickly, please. Akame said, and before Kurom could say anything she already started running towards the streets of the capital. Wait. Kurom had no idea what is happening and why is her sister in such a hurry, so she decided to follow her for now. What the hell is going on? Did anyone find out about her connection with rebels? Kurom was thinking about all possibilities while catching up to her sister. Akame, stop! Kurom shouted and stopped running altogether when they already run through more than half of the capital. Kurom. Akame also stopped and looked at her with a complicated and sad expression. Big sis, unless you tell me what's going on, I won't follow you anymore. I have a right to know what is going on. Kurom demanded with furrowed brows. They found out about me and I need to run away from the capital. I want you to go with me, please Kurom. Akame admitted while looking down before she raised her head, saying her sister how much she needs her. Big sis, I think that we already talked about this matter. I won't just leave Akashi nii-sama because if I was to leave, I would be named as a traitor and no longer be able to spend time with him. Not to mention that my desertion might also cause him and his family problems. I can't go with you big sis, I am sorry. Kurom replied while shaking her head with a sad expression while holding back her tears. She was aware that this time would one day come, but she still wasn't as prepared as she thought. Kurom, please. He is strong, he will deal with any situation somehow. Akame still tried to convince her sister, but tears already formed in her eyes. Then why don't you join him? Kurom asked while avoiding eye contact. If I were to join him right now, it would only cause him more trouble. Do you want that? Akame said with a sad smile, and Kurom slowly shook her head in response. You should just go, big sis. Unless you want them to find you. Kurom bit her lower lip and said with a depressed tone while looking to the side, avoiding eye contact with her sister. Kurom. Akame upon hearing her answer finally let those tears out, and all she could do was to spread her arms, expecting goodbye hug from her sister. Kurom looked at her and at first, she thought that Akame was planning something, but when she saw her tears pouring down her cheeks, she ran up to her and tightly hugged her. You know, you will always be my big sis, no matter what you choose to do. Kurom said with closed eyes while forcing out a smile. Kurom's words took Akame by surprise as her crying only intensified. I am sorry, I truly am sorry, Kurom. Akame said while Kurom frowned down and found her words weird, so she tried to break off from the hug, but before she could, she felt something hit back of her neck. Big sis, you. Kurom's vision blackened, but before she lost her consciousness, she managed to shout in disbelief. Akame quickly caught her from falling down. I really am sorry. I didn't want to do this. Akame said while tears were pouring down her cheeks despite knowing that Kurom no longer could hear her. The guilt she felt for doing this was on the extreme level, not to mention how Kurom shouted at her in such disbelief and anger. Akame was aware that what she has done was bad, taking advantage of Kurom's guard being down. She was even having second thoughts about all of this, but since she has already done it, there was no room for regret anymore. She put Kurom over her shoulder and started running towards her escape route while wiping her tears away. 133:132 Escaping 1. Green, who was already outside the capital, was being under constant danger of having his location revealed. A few members of Dark Squad sent by Gozuki somehow picked up his trail and were currently searching areas all around him. To think that they would send assassins especially after me, despite the fact that I have never shown any signs of disobedience. I just hope everything is fine on Akame's side. However, even if my worries are unnecessary, she will still have to pass by here. I need to take care of those assassins myself. Green thought while hiding on a branch of one of many trees. Green, we know that you are here. Gozuki wants to talk to you, so just reveal yourself and come with us. Nothing bad will happen to you as long as you won't resist, we promise you that. 4 people kept shouting this while looking around inside the bushes. Heh, father must really underestimate me, to send only 4 people after me. Maybe he thought that they would be able to catch me on an open field, but I am the one in advantage here. Let's first play a little psychological game with them, shall we? Green thought with a small cold smile across his face. Whoosh, the wing picked up a bit while those assassins continued their search in silence while also keeping quite close to each other. Rustle, suddenly, they heard something moving behind them in the bushes. Come out. All of them snapped their head at the sound, but they couldn't find anything wrong with those bushes. Hee, just a little more and wind will do rest of my work, Green thought while sneaking near them behind the bushes. Green continued creating sounds around them by either throwing stones into puddles or into trees. 3 of them already started to be restless. Right now they weren't practically searching for anything or anyone, they were only standing with their backs to each other. Calm down. This is what he wants us to lose our cool. Don't be attracted by each sound you hear. Now, don't be such pussies and make some space between each other, we are a too easy target being so close to each other. The leader of those guys ordered and they calmed down a bit while taking some distance away from each other, their backs were no longer touching each other. And now, the final touch. Green thought and started making sounds with his own body while moving around them between bushes and trees extremely quickly. There. I saw a shadow. One of the guys shouted and pointed at the location while slowly moving back to assume the same position as before. I told you not to be so close to each other and don't lie, I didn't see anything. You must be seeing things due to being so nervous. The leader replied while scanning the area with his eyes. Green's work was finally done and he could now just relax and wait for a bit until they completely lose it. He only had to wait for 10 minutes and with the help of the wind, they were completely paranoid of every single sound. Even the leader himself couldn't stand it so he ordered to search area individually which was his biggest mistake. Green just had to travel from branch to branch and silently make his whip wrap around their necks, quickly suffocating them and breaking their necks without them making a single sound. Sigh finally done. Green dusted off his hands when he was finally done hiding their bodies. Hey, you are pretty good, Green, right? He suddenly heard a voice above him and when he looked up with wide open eyes in shock, he spotted a woman with long blonde hair and lion ears standing on the branch of the tree and pointing at him with her index finger while winking at him. Who are you? Green jumped some distance back while taking out his weapon and cautiously observing the woman in front of him. Don't worry, I am with you and Akame on the same side. Name's Leon. Your fighting style reminds me of my friend a lot. Leon said with a wide smile while jumping down and approaching him for a handshake. Leon, Akame mentioned that name, I guess she is all right. Green thought and hid his weapon at his belt. I am Green, nice to meet you, and thank you for coming here, Leon. By the way, what do you mean by that last sentence? Green took hold of her hand while introducing himself and then asked with a confused expression. Both of you are cowards who prefer to do everything in a safe way instead of risking your neck, haha. You two will be great friends. Leon said and released a hearty laugh while still holding his hand. Green could only blink a few times while looking at her after hearing her words. Why do you think so? Green asked out of curiosity. That you have cowardly nature? Because you are much stronger than those guys, you could have taken care of them without any strategies, no. Leon replied with a teasing smile. That's just my habit, I don't usually fight battles head-on. Green replied with a slightly ashamed tone. Don't worry about it. As I said, we have a guy similar to you among us so you will be more than welcomed, plus we need to balance things. We have pretty a lot of reckless members so someone cautious as you will be a great help. Leon said while smacking his back once to encourage him. Ouch. Cough. Green groaned in pain while almost losing his balance and falling down on his face. Oh. Sorry, I forgot that my strength is enhanced by a little bit right now. Leon apologized while rubbing Green's back with an apologetic grin. A little bit. That group might even be crazier than ours. What have I gotten myself into? Green thought while looking at Leon's grinning face with a forced smile. Finally out of the capital. Akame's sour mood suddenly turned to better once she was finally beyond the walls of the capital. However, at the same time when she was beginning to feel better, she stopped running while looking in front of her with narrowed eyes. Akame, you are finally here, I was beginning to think that you actually fooled me but it seems that you just took your sweet time with your sister. Kozuki who was waiting for Akame said with a smile. Akame kept silent and only gently put Kurome on the ground without tearing her eyes away from Kozuki. It looks like she didn't want to go together with you, do you really need to force her to desert the empire? You are aware of who is her backer, right? I will give you the last chance to be a good girl and return to the capital with me. If you do so, I will forget about this entire matter and no one has to know anything about it, I promise. Kozuki said with a small smile and despite sounding like a snake, he truly meant his words. He doesn't really want to fight Akame but he is loyal to the empire so he will correct his own mistakes even if he doesn't want to. Akame looked behind her at Kurome lying on the ground still unconscious before she snapped her head back at Kozuki with narrowed eyes. I will bury you. She said with completely emotionless tone while drawing out her katana. Not even a bit of hesitation, hey. Kozuki thought with dull eyes, maybe slightly disappointed in her reaction. I don't have time to fight you honorably. Leon. Akame said to Kozuki before she shouted while looking at the certain location behind Kozuki right at his blind spot. Kozuki snapped his head behind him which made Akame dash towards him, intending to cut him down. Just kidding. He said while smiling and still looking at the same location before all nails on his feet extended, piercing through his boots, aiming to even pierce Akame's gut. Akame was able to easily dodge his attack due to already expecting it and when she sidestepped his attack, she also slashed his nails so they would be unusable for a short time without losing her momentum. When she arrived in front of him, she slashed her katana in a horizontal motion, intending to separate Kozuki's upper body from his legs. Kozuki was surprised how easily she dodged his attack without losing any speed, and before he realized it, she was already in front of him, slashing her katana. He had no time to react with Murasame, so he bent the area between his ribs and hips, moving that area to the back in an inhuman way. Splash! He was able to dodge a fatal strike from Akame, but the tip of her blade still slashed his entire abdomen, creating not too shallow neither too deep horizontal line on his abdomen. He gritted his teeth and didn't let her continue her attack by using his hair as drills to attack her from above. Shatter! Shatter! The ground upon the impact was slightly destroyed, but his hair didn't dig too deep before stopping. Body manipulating skills are really annoying, but if everything goes like this, it will be fine. Akame thought while gritting her teeth. 134:133 Escaping too. And I was already about to deny you being my daughter, but only my daughter would be able to succeed in attacking me despite me knowing about that bait. I have made a very dangerous assassin out of you, Akame Kozuki said with a proud smile while looking at Akame, who was ready to attack at any time. However, you can't win against me. Not as long as I have this blade with me. Kozuki said, and his entire arm extended itself and started acting as a whip while holding Murasame in hand. Kozuki performed overhead slash at Akame from great distance. I better dodge it instead of blocking it, the momentum is too great when his entire arm is acting as a whip. Akame looked up and thought before she jumped to the side, narrowly dodging his attack. His unsuccessful attack caused a cloud of smoke to rise up. And before Akame was able to regain her footing, she was hit by his foot that came from the cloud of dust. Gah! Thud! Akame groaned and was blown to one of many trees. Confronting him at the open field is too dangerous, not to mention his weapon can kill me in just one scratch. I have to be extra careful around that weapon, which means that I don't have enough energy to focus on his troublesome body manipulation. Akame thought with a pained expression while getting up and holding the area under her ribs. You blocked it wonderfully. I meant to break your ribs, but you were able to shift your body to evade it despite having so little time to respond. Kozuki praised Akame with a smile. He was now really regretting the fact that he has to kill her because she could grow up to be the best assassin in the entire empire. Akame didn't say anything while looking straight at Kozuki for a few moments before she suddenly jumped at the branch of the tree she just hit and turned around to run inside the forest. Trying to run away. She is good. If I lose her now, I won't have any other chance to find her. Kozuki thought with narrowed dull eyes before he hurriedly jumped after her. His speed was even greater than Akame's speed, but she still started first. I know this area very well thanks to performing exterminating missions here. She won't run away from me. Kozuki thought while following slightly swaying branches as if someone just jumped from them. However, when he was chasing after Akame, the next turn he made he suddenly saw Akame with her knees and upper body bent down lower to the ground. Kozuki eyes widened the moment Akame burst forward with all her might while slashing her katana at him. Haa! Akame shouted while putting all her strength into this attack. Shit! I can't stop, and she is in an advantageous position. Kozuki thought and could only put his weapon in front of him to slow down Akame's attack and reduce its strength. Clang! Splash! The moment two katanas met each other, Akame's katana repelled the other one to the side while sustaining a little crack on it, but she was successful in injuring Kozuki once again, and this time it was much deeper than the previous wound. After the attack, both passed each other in the air, but Kozuki used this chance to snap his head behind. He opened his mouth and his tongue extended, aiming to skewer Akame in the air. Tch! She noticed his attack and couldn't do anything else other than completely twisting her body to dodge his attack. She was successful, but she still completely lost balance and her body hit the tree with full force before she started falling down and hitting branches in the process. When she has finally dropped on the ground, she quickly rolled away from Kozuki and stood up with a pained expression and blood coming out of her nose and corners of her mouth. Kozuki's state wasn't any better. In truth, he was much worse than Akame. He already sustained 2 relatively deep cuts on his body that will never ever heal, and he can only stop bleeding with the support of bandages. Despite Akame's Kiryu being only Shingu and it has no right to be called Taigu, it is still very dangerous weapon and practically a dream of any swordsman. Having a weapon that can inflict unhealable wounds is still wonderful ability in itself. Therefore, even if Kozuki lives through this battle and he will stop bleeding with the help of bandages, if he performs any highly strenuous movements, his bleeding won't be stopped even by those bandages. Maybe there is a way to stop bleeding by completely sealing the wound with something, however, that would make his entire body manipulating skills useless, at least in the areas where his wounds are. And burning the wound itself doesn't help much since it is a solution only for a short while. Akame slowly approached Kozuki, who was sitting and leaning against the tree while holding the area under her ribs with one hand. You actually decided to attack instead of running. That was risky out of you. I always taught you that you should run away in fights you can't win. Kozuki said with a crazy smile, but there was something else in that smile. Maybe he was slightly disappointed that Akame didn't act according to his teachings, yet he felt proud of her for defeating him. I know, but I am also aware that you know these woods like your own shoes. There was almost no chance of hiding away from you or running away. The most important thing I had to be wary of was your sword. I made a simple bet and did whatever you wouldn't expect from me. Akame replied while glancing to the side at the ground where Murasame was lying. She felt an attraction towards that blade but she stopped herself from walking towards it before finishing her fight. I see, well, you won your bet. However, humans who train many years at the Temple of the Imperial Fist are tougher than other humans. I won't die from these wounds so easily, Gozuki said while trying to get up on his feet just to fall back on his ass while coughing out blood. Akame looked down at her weapon in her hand and saw a little crack on the Kiryakimonji's blade. She put down Kiryakimonji on the ground while making her way towards the other katana lying on the ground. True, you are very tough but not enough to survive this blade. Akame said while picking up Murasame from the ground and pointing it at Gozuki. PFF, true, even I will die instantly. Gozuki chuckled a little and blood came out of his mouth before he replied with a small smile, already accepting his fate. Akame didn't wait anymore and drove Murasame's blade into Gozuki's chest. Gozuki coughed out more blood and black markings appeared on his skin. This Taigu has its own trump card which involves discarding one's humanity. I was never able to activate it but if it's you, Akame, you, might Gozuki said his last words with a smile across his face. I guess I wasn't able to activate it because I had no humanity to begin with, het. I am sorry for being such a pathetic assassin, Guy, Cornelia. Gozuki thought while ridiculing himself. He has yet to die but he had no strength to speak anymore and his eyes were already closed just waiting for Murasame's finishing touches. Goodbye, father. Gozuki's eyes opened thanks to just his sheer willpower just to see Akame looking at him with her regular shiny eyes which indicated that she was no longer in her killer mode. But that wasn't the only thing he saw, he also saw all members of his previous team standing around him together with Akame, his adopted kids. Why? What have I done to be allowed to see this? These were Gozuki's last thoughts as he died with a pleasantly shocked expression on his face. When he died, Akame quickly made her way back to where she left Kurome. If she had spare time, she would definitely at least bury Gozuki. He was her enemy but she was still raised by him and taught everything by him. Sigh, she is still here and unharmed. Akame thought and sighed in relief when she arrived at the place and saw Kurome lying on the ground. I should hurry up before reinforcements from the capital arrive here. Akame thought and put Kurome's arms on her shoulder, intending to put her on her shoulder once again. However, when she was about to put her there, Kurome suddenly opened her eyes and kicked her into the abdomen while also twisting her feet to inflict more damage. Akame was immediately blown a few meters away before she stood up with a pained expression while looking at standing Kurome with a shocked expression. Thankfully, Kurome's kick didn't hit the area where Gozuki kicked her, or she would have definitely suffered the internal bleeding right now. How does it feel to be attacked by someone you love? Kurome shouted at Akame while massaging back of her neck and looking at Akame with one eye closed since her vision was still slightly blurry. Kurome, Akame wanted to say something but Kurome interrupted her by swinging her arm in front of her. Stop. Don't even apologize or anything. You perfectly knew how much I didn't want to leave the capital. And you still knocked me out to take me with you. Your own little sister. Kurome said in an angry tone while doing her best not to lose balance while standing. 135:134 Education. Akame. While Akame was thinking about what she should say to her little sister who was extremely angry at her, she heard someone shouting her name so both Akame and Kurome looked towards the location where the shout came from. They spotted Green running towards them while waving his hand at them with a slightly panicked expression. Akame, are you alright? We should start moving, it will take only a while for others to notice that we are away. They already sent Dark Squad after me so I suspect you also had your share of troubles. Green asked while looking at Akame's messy appearance before he looked at Kurome and finally sensed a tense atmosphere between those two. Did she really take her against her own will? Akame, sigh, sometimes you make really dumb decisions. Green thought, and despite knowing how much Akame loves her sister, he still thought that she was going a little bit too far. After all, her sister is no longer a kid that needs to be looked after. Unfortunately, Akame still saw Kurome as her little sister she needs to protect and have at her side all the time. Kurome. Akame looked at her with a pleading expression upon hearing Green's words. She knew that no matter what she says right now would only make the situation worse. I already told you that I won't go with you. Now, either you will wait here with me or leave while you still can. Once the capital's reinforcements arrive here and see me together with you, I will be branded as a traitor together with you, but unlike you, I won't run away, so I will be executed just because of you, big sis. Kurome said, trying to apply more pressure. She was extremely angry at her sister but she still didn't want her to be killed, so she decided to threaten her with her own life on the line. This simply isn't going anywhere. I am in no condition to fight another battle even if Kurome is in a weakened state right now. Not to mention that I have Murasame right now, if I won't be careful enough, I can kill her by any smallest scratch. Akame thought when she noticed Kurome taking a defensive stance. It was apparent that she would be just trying to buy some time for the reinforcements to arrive. She was completely serious about her threat. Akame was thinking of using Green's help to capture Kurome, but then she thought if it's even worth it, To fight her own sister. It wouldn't be like the previous time where she just knocked her out in one move, she would be forced to really fight her. I don't know what to do. Perhaps I shouldn't be so selfish and also think of Green's safety. If they catch up to us, Kurome will be branded as a traitor and I will be also endangering Green's safety. Akame thought, and when she was about to open her mouth and say aloud her decision, Wuxie cloaked figure suddenly appeared in front of Akame literally out of nowhere. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, but Akame, who was the target, couldn't have the luxury of being shocked. She quickly slashed down with her newly acquired weapon. A cloaked figure also slashed their own sword to meet Akame's attack, but Akame was still in advantage due to attacking first, so her momentum was better. Clang! Despite the advantage, when both blades met each other, Akame's weapon was repelled with brutal force, throwing her off balance. What an unbelievable strength! Akame thought with one eye closed while gritting her teeth as she could only helplessly watch. The cloaked figure didn't continue their attack and instead caught Akame's neck and picked her up off the ground. Akame! Big sis! Both Green and Kurome shouted at the same time. Stop where you are, Green! The cloaked figure said with the voice devoid of any emotions. Green, who was just about to move towards them, stopped and continued staring at that cloaked figure. His voice. Green thought with narrowed eyes as he could recognize the voice, or more like he already heard this voice more than once, but he couldn't recall where and who was it. That voice. Kurome muttered as her worries regarding safety of her sister went instantly away. Akashi! Akame said with great difficulty while holding onto his hand that was tightly holding her neck. A wind picked up and threw that figure's hood off, revealing Akashi's stoic face staring straight into Akame's red eyes. Although it appeared stoic for others, Kurome knew that he was extremely upset right now. Even she herself was slightly afraid despite knowing that he is here for her. She had already seen him with an angry or upset expression, but it never scared her in the way as right now. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for others, they didn't have the same feeling as Kurome since they don't know Akashi well enough. Akashi made sure that she wouldn't suffocate despite feeling extreme anger. The only reason why he didn't snap her neck yet was that she didn't mean any harm to Kurome. But he still had to teach her a lesson for what she has done, to wake her up. Are you aware of what you have done, Akame? Akashi asked with narrowed his eyes, and then he sheathed his sword. His voice was for everyone chilling, and they felt as if the temperature around them just dropped by 2-digit numbers. I was just trying to protect my sister. She is my sister and a lot of people are aware of that fact. They might use her as bait once I run away, or they might execute her in my stead. Everything I have done was for my sister's well-being. She shouted as blood was pouring down from her mouth while looking straight at Akashi without any fear in her eyes. Kurome, who was listening to her, couldn't help but sigh while looking at the ground with a complicated expression. Slap! Akashi slapped Akame without holding back, and red handprint instantly appeared on her cheek. There was only silence as both Green and Kurome stared at them with wide-open eyes. Even Akame was also greatly shocked, but she was also confused by this burning pain on her cheek. Rarely, very rarely anyone slapped her like this, like some kind of punishment for a disobedient child. She turned her head at Akashi with a confused expression, and if it wasn't for all blood around her mouth and under her nose together with that red handprint on her cheek, her expression could be even called cute. Your sister is no longer a little kid who needs your mind protection. She is an adult and she should be allowed to make her own decisions, and I, as someone who watched her growing up for more than 8 years, am here to ensure that she won't be forced into doing anything against her will. So grow up, Akame! Akashi shouted while glaring at Akame, and she couldn't do anything else but stare helplessly at him. By now, she completely stopped resisting or trying to get out of his hold. If the situation was any different and she would want to desert together with you, I would even support her decision, but she doesn't want to. It's her own decision, and humans might even regret their decisions in the future, but humans should at least have the right to make their own decisions. Akashi said, and gently threw Akame back on the ground, making her fall down on her butt while gasping for breath. If you were successful today, what would you do in the future? Kurome might regret her decision to stay in the future, but if she will go with you against her own will, she won't have anything to regret and it will haunt her the entire life. When the next hard decision will come, she will immediately look toward you or will simply let you decide without even thinking about it herself. Do you want your sister to become a doll? Akashi continued. Akashi nii-sama. Kurome thought while looking at Akashi's back with a tender smile. No. Everyone should have the right to make their own decisions. That's why I am deserting in the first place, to make it possible for all people, to make people living inside the empire happier. Akame muttered while still sitting on the ground. Akame, are you alright? Green finally approached her and slowly helped her to stand up. That red handprint on Akame's cheek isn't any ordinary handprint, even if it looks so, since Akashi included his flames in that slap, so it would take more than 1 month before the mark would completely disappear. Hopefully, this humiliation would teach her to be more considerate of her closest people's decisions. Why ugh? Yeah, Akame replied while standing up, but she quickly held the area where Gozuki previously kicked her. You two should already go. I have met not a few pursuers of yours, they are being led by your close friend Tsukushi. I managed to slow them down a bit but that only bought enough time for this conversation. Akashi said while turning around. He wanted to beat some sense into Akame but he had no time if he didn't want them to be caught. Well, he didn't really care but Kurome wouldn't want her sister to die like that. Akame. Green called out to her while nervously looking in the direction of the capital. Just a second. Kurome, I am truly sorry for not respecting your own decision, I was so afraid of losing you once again that I simply ignored your opinion. For that, I truly apologize. Akame replied to Green before she turned to Kurome and deeply bowed down with a genuinely regretful expression. It's not like this is the last time we see each other but if you will waste any more time, it actually might. Kurome couldn't bring herself to smile at her sister since she was still upset, therefore she replied in this slightly cold way. Green nodded at Akashi with a grateful expression and Akashi also responded with a small nod. When Akame and Green started running away from the location, it was time for Akashi and Kurome to disappear. Shall we disappear too? Kurome asked with a smile. She wanted to hug Akashi but she was aware of the situation so she would do that after they would get back home. Agreed, Akashi replied shortly with the same smile while taking Kurome into Princess Carry position. Akashi nii-sama. Kurome immediately exclaimed with a small blush and widened eyes in shock while wrapping her arms around Akashi's neck in an awkward way. You are in no position to keep up with my speed yet. Akashi said and they almost instantly disappeared from that location. 136:135 Bonding. Akashi nii-sama, thank you, I thought that you were sleeping. Kurome thanked him while being carried. For some kind of reason she couldn't bear to look at Akashi's face, maybe she was slightly afraid of making eye contact with him. No need to thank me, but you are damn reckless I tell you. And indeed I was sleeping until I heard a commotion inside the mansion about your disappearance. Akashi replied still with his stoic expression. To think that those wrigglers hiding in Kurome's shadow didn't inform other wrigglers on me just because they didn't sense any danger threatening Kurome's safety, they are really primitive but I don't blame them. Akashi thought about the weakness of his wrigglers with furrowed brows. I am sorry. Kurome muttered in a weak voice while burying her head in Akashi's chest. Akashi looked down at her and thought for a while how to cheer her up. Well, it's not necessarily a bad trait. Reckless girls are usually very appealing and high in demand. Akashi said with a smile. Hey. Kurome raised her head and finally looked at Akashi's face with a confused expression. Akashi looked into Kurome's eyes and released a teasing smile. And now I can say that they are usually also very attractive and cute. He said and started uncontrollably ruffling Kurome's hair and she could only endure since if she would let go of his neck, she would fall down. Ah! Stoop, please. Kurome started pleading while shaking her head around to get rid of his hand. Hearing her begging, Akashi finally stopped and left Kurome with messy hair while she was pouting and glaring at him. Seeing her like this, made him unknowingly form a gentle smile. Akashi nii-sama, do you think they will be alright? Kurome asked after a little silence. The direction where they were running is a cliff with a river at the bottom. There is also a rope bridge but I don't think Akame would like to cut it off since it is used by traders, regular people and it's also guarded anyway. Other than jumping down from the cliff and praying to survive the fall into the river, I don't see any other solution. Akashi honestly spoke out his thoughts. I see, well, both of them are tough so I believe in my sister. Although I am still upset at her, if she will die right now, I won't have a chance to return what she has done to me today. Kurome said with a positive smile, however, it felt more like she was reassuring herself. She must be feeling really complicated right now, she left her blood sister for me. Well, it's not like blood is the strongest bond out there but I should still give her some time and space for her to think about it in peace Akashi thought with a gentle smile while looking at Kurome before he narrowed his eyes and glanced behind himself. There is someone running away. Stop them. Kill them if you must. Pursuers. Kurome muttered with a surprised expression while resting her chin on Akashi's shoulder and looking behind him. She was surprised since Akashi said that he slowed them down and he also knew the location from which they were coming from. He completely masked their trails before escaping from the location where they parted ways with Akame and Green which meant that those people weren't pursuing them right from that location but they must have seen them somewhere in the middle of running. Assassins from the Dark Squad. It looks like they separated themselves from the main group to search the area despite going after Akame and Green's tracks. I can either run away and spare their lives but, the moonlight is pretty intense tonight so they might have seen my hair already. Well, better not risk anything. Akashi thought and stopped running once he found a small clearing in the middle of the forest. Akashi nii-sama. Kurome muttered in a low voice while trying to get down back on her feet but Akashi held her tightly. Won't I be in your way staying like this? Kurome asked with a confused expression. Just rest for tonight. If you can, it would be even better if you fall asleep, you have been through a lot today. Akashi said and gave her a quick peck on her forehead. Alright Kurome replied with a peaceful smile and closed her eyes while burying her head in Akashi's chest once again, completely trusting him with her safety. There! One of 5 assassins pursuing Akashi and Kurome shouted when they finally caught up with them. Come with us and no one has to die tonight. Wait, who are you? The leader of the group shouted at Akashi before he narrowed his eyes while looking more carefully at him, trying to recall who he is. Phew, who knows? Maybe the one you will meet in a minute will know the answer. Akashi replied and cocked his head slightly to the side with a smirk. What do you? Before the leader could respond to his provocation, the ball of fire was already thrown at him, completely surprising him. Aig! The leader was able to dodge, but the person behind him was no longer so lucky. However, he managed to scream out only once before he turned to ashes. And the leader, despite successfully dodging the attack, still sustained light burns on his arm due to the intense temperature of those flames. Snap! Akashi snapped his fingers and flames devouring even the ashes of the victim and grass around suddenly disappeared. Why, you are Red Devil? Why are you doing this? The leader, who saw those intense flames just magically disappear, snapped his head back at Akashi with a panicked expression while pointing at him with a trembling index finger. Because I don't want others to know that I was outside of the capital right at the moment when traitors escaped. Akashi replied with a slightly bored expression while shrugging his shoulders. How can he be like this? He just killed someone and now he is acting as if nothing happened while shrugging his shoulders. Is he accustomed to taking lives so much that he no longer feels anything after killing someone? The leader thought with a panicked expression while gritting his teeth. They were indeed trained assassins, but no matter how many people they killed, they were unable to just shrug it off as nothing. You must be here to catch them, no? If not, we can keep this secret. We understand how much trouble it could cause you if misunderstood. The leader said with a nervous smile. Nice try, but I practically already told you that's not the case by mentioning that I don't want others to know about my presence here. Akashi said with a stoic expression and appeared once again in front of them, stabbing his sword through one of those remaining assassins, quickly ending his life. A panicked expression appeared on others' faces and they decided to attack Akashi from both sides while the leader kept his distance and only watched. Akashi gripped the collar of the man he just killed and put him on his left side to block the attack from that direction while performing a horizontal slash to his right. When his weapon met with the other weapon, Assassin's Way Kaizashi broke in half without stopping Akashi's weapon's momentum, directly beheading him before he could release any sound. Eek! The leader, who saw all of this happen within a few seconds, quickly turned around to run away, without caring for the last member of his team who was still alive. The guy who wanted to attack Akashi from the left side had pierced his sword into the corpse of his colleague instead of Akashi. He clicked his tongue, and when he wanted to retract his sword, Akashi caught it with his bare hands. The quality of these weapons was pretty bad and there was no momentum behind it, so the blade was unable to even pierce Akashi's skin. If it would have been the attack with great momentum behind it, it would definitely be able to injure Akashi. Hey! The guy noticed that his sword was stuck and tried to use his entire body weight to pull it out just to receive a kick from Akashi to his ear, but the kick was so strong that his entire head was blown away. Thud thud thud! All 3 bodies of dead assassins dropped on the ground at the same time. Try to run away, hey? I don't understand why he is a leader when he is such a coward, Akashi thought, and chased after the last guy. Quickly, I must return quickly to the main group, he won't attack me there. The leader of now deceased group thought while jumping from branch to another branch at his top speed without even looking behind him. Are you aware that main group is a few kilometers away from here? He snapped his head behind him when he heard that chilling voice right behind him. There, he saw literally a smiling red devil covered in blood, carrying peacefully sleeping maiden without a drop of blood on her body or her clothes. Aik! He released a high-pitched scream that could be heard kilometers away, making all birds in the vicinity to fly away. Shit! Akashi muttered when he finally burned all of their bodies to ashes. Was he some kind of danger beast? How could he release such a scream? Thankfully, I put my hands on Kurome's ears to block the sound, but I still had to suffer that. Akashi thought while massaging his ears with a disgusted expression. The scream was also heard on Akame's side and they were running in the opposite direction, so they were quite far away from Akashi. Akame and Green didn't stop running despite hearing the scream, but it slowed the main group for a few seconds before they a few people to investigate it. Green, how far is it? Akame shouted while glancing behind them to see a few assassins slowly catching up to them. Only a few minutes of running until we arrive at that cliff. We will have to jump down to the river if we want to get them completely off our backs. Leon will be there to take care of us in case we lose consciousness upon the fall, Green replied while gritting his teeth. He didn't like this idea of jumping from more than 250 meters high cliff down Indiana the river, but he was also aware that they didn't have many options. Stop where you are, Akame, Green. The assassins at front pursuing Akame and Green shouted while catching up. Akame and Green, who were constantly running at their top speed, suddenly stopped and dashed back at those assassins, completely surprising them. Green broke the neck of 3 assassins while Akame took care of more than 7 of them only by inflicting small scratches on them. By having such a strong weapon with the ability to kill upon inflicting the smallest wound, Akame was able to focus on taking more of them in one strike, which was previously impossible for her. Akame, Green. Stop, both of you. Father can still. Tsukushi caught up to them thanks to them stopping for a moment. She wanted them to stop deserting, but her words got stuck in her throat once she saw bloodied Akame holding Gozuki's weapon. Akame, why do you have that weapon? Tsukushi asked while intensively staring at Murasame in disbelief. Her voice was completely devoid of any emotion. Tsukushi. Akame noticed that Green was intensively staring at her and shaking his head, but she couldn't just run away from her best friend without saying anything first. He didn't give it to you, right? Tsukushi asked while looking at the ground with a slightly crazy look in her eyes. She was holding on to the last strands of hope before she would completely lose it. I am sorry, Tsuku. Before Akame could finish. Bang! Tsukushi fired without any warning, aiming at Green's head instead of Akame, which surprised both of them. TCH. Green clicked his tongue and tilted his head to the side at such speed that normal people would damage their neck. Despite reacting almost instantly and dodging in a fast way, he was able to dodge the bullet only by a small margin. Her bullets can change trajectory. Green thought before he even took a breath after evading death by a small margin. Green was ready to react to a bullet in case it would come back at him, but instead of coming at him, a bullet took turn to left, aiming for Akame's shoulder. Clang! Akame was fast enough to put Murasame in front of the bullet, successfully blocking it. Although she was surprised by this attack since she also thought that the bullet would come back at Green, she was still able to easily block it since bullet's speed slightly decreased after changing the trajectory. Tsukushi. Akame said while gritting her teeth. She would have never imagined that her best friend would try to kill Green for something she has done. Green was also Tsukushi's friend and they spent 8 years together. I could understand her if she targeted me, but why would she go after Green first? Akame thought with upset expression. She was currently extremely angry at Tsukushi, however, she was also angry at herself for once again endangering her friend's life. Akame was extremely shocked when she saw Tsukushi looking at them as on the strangers. 137:136 Cliff. Green, I am very disappointed in you. How could you let Akame kill our father? And you, Akame, even if you two didn't see eye to eye, you still didn't have to kill him. You have completely destroyed our group. A group that guy who died and his murderer is still unknown helped to form. He died without us around and now you have killed father. Do you think he would have been proud of you if he was here? Tsukushi said while still pointing her gun at both of them with a slightly crazy look in her eyes. No, you don't Sidewinder. Before Akame could explain anything, Green made the first move by attacking Tsukushi with his whip like Shingu. Tsukushi, who already expected this, jumped back out of his whip's range. Tisk. Green clicked his tongue when Tsukushi dodged his attack without much difficulty. Green. Akame knew that Tsukushi was her enemy right now, but she was still slightly surprised how Green tried to perform a surprise attack at Tsukushi. However, Green also had a good reason for attacking her and trying to get rid of her as soon as possible. Do you know why I went for you, Green, first instead of Akame, who is the main culprit here? Tsukushi asked with a cold expression. Shit. She is playing for the time, and by the looks of it, Akame won't be able to kill Tsukushi unless she is forced to do so. Neither we can run since having someone like Tsukushi behind our backs is basically suicide. What a fucked up situation. Maybe once more assassins arrive to help Tsukushi, Akame will see that our only option is to kill Tsukushi or knock her out, but that would be much harder. Green thought when he glanced at Akame's curious and confused expression. Her mind is a total mess, even more than it should be. I get that Tsukushi is your best friend, but you are acting like a normal girl who doesn't know anything about the cruelty of this world. Leaving her sister here must have left a bigger impact on her mind than I previously thought. Green decided to play along with Tsukushi and pray that the group that would arrive won't be the main group that Akashi mentioned. He wasn't sure if he could influence Akame's mind when she was behaving like this. Because you have always been a bit more distant from us, even when Guy died, it looked like you weren't exactly sad, maybe a bit of regret, but that was all I could see. It was at that moment when I realized that if a situation came up where you would become our enemy, you wouldn't hesitate to attack, well, except for Akame of course. As for the reason why I didn't at least try to convince you to stop deserting, since you probably have nothing to do with father's death, everyone is already aware of your feelings for Akame, and despite your weird fetish about her armpit, you truly care for her, so you wouldn't let her alone in this situation. Tsukushi said while looking slightly strangely at Green, who turned red in shame, but his mind was still calm. Even Akame glanced at Green with a slightly strange look in her eyes, but a warm smile was visible on her face. There they are. The voices came from behind Tsukushi, which made her form a smile. Which also brings me to another point. You are realistic and usually calm in any situation, which must also be the reason why you attacked me without any warning or even hesitation. You must have been aware right from the beginning that I was just buying time, so that's one more reason why I targeted you first. Tsukushi continued talking until more assassins arrived to help her. With their help, she had better chance at winning since her specialty was long-range surprise attacks. Having her bullets able to change trajectory only added to the surprise element. Akame, we need to kill her if we want to have a chance to run away. Green shouted at Akame while swinging his whip at the incoming group of reckless assassins, instantly breaking their bones with only one swing since his whip was moving according to his mind at high speed. What am I doing? I am endangering someone's life for my selfishness and sentimental feelings once again. Akame, who was until now slightly shaking, suddenly stopped shaking and closed her eyes in front of incoming assassins. Akame. Green, who saw that Akame wasn't moving, wanted to jump in front of her to take care of her enemies, but Tsukushi was once again targeting him with her bullets. Kill her and retrieve Murasame. The assassins that were now only a few meters away from Akame shouted while swinging their swords at her. I will bury you. Akame shouted and suddenly opened her eyes that became completely dull red without any feelings. She performed wide swing, instantly cutting down more than 5 assassins in front of her without them having any chance to react, which made Tsukushi raise her eyebrow. How does she have so much strength and energy with that ragged and messy appearance of hers? Tsukushi thought while being slightly shocked by Akame's sudden outburst. In her eyes, Akame's speed might have become even greater than what she was accustomed to seeing. Akame didn't waste any time and dashed towards Tsukushi while cutting down a few assassins on her way. When she arrived close to Tsukushi, 2 assassins got in her way, so she easily cut them down, but when she wanted to pass them, Tsukushi was already hiding behind them while pointing her gun at Akame's head. However, that wasn't the only danger she was facing right now. 2 more assassins were trying to attack her from behind. Green, who already took care of the assassins on his side, and Tsukushi finally stopped targeting him, obviously saw this situation. Those 2 guys. Green didn't even think and just swung his whip instinctively at those 2 guys attacking Akame's back. If it was before Akame's sudden outburst, he would have targeted Tsukushi since her gun was just a meter away from Akame's head, not to mention her still being Akame's best friend. But right now, he was sure that Akame would be able to deal with what's in front of her, so he should cover her back so she can focus on Tsukushi, at least that's what his instincts told him. Tsukushi, who had her gun close to Akame's head, just stared coldly at her and was about to pull the trigger. Splash! Before the gunfire could resonate through the vicinity, Tsukushi's arms holding a gun flew to the sky while leaving her with a dumbfounded expression. Akame moved without any hesitation, and even when she cut Tsukushi's arm, she simply stared at Tsukushi with her dull red eyes and stoic expression. Akame thud. Tsukushi could only mutter the name of the person in front of her before she has fallen on the ground with wide open eyes. Akame didn't even look behind her despite sensing the danger, because only a second after she cut Tsukushi down, that danger disappeared together with loud groans of pain. Only after Tsukushi has fallen on the ground, Akame's dull eyes turned back to her previous shiny state like ruby itself. Akame continued staring down at Tsukushi, who already had a few black marks on her body, before she raised her head just to see a larger group of enemies approaching them from the distance. I have no time to think about things that just happened. I need to think of escaping together with Green right now. Akame thought, and completely threw aside the fact that she just killed her best friend. Her once messy mind returned to calm state and most likely was also enhanced by everything that happened today. But that doesn't mean that she won't suffer consequences of killing her best friend. It won't just be today and right now. We must go, Green. Akame turned at Green and shouted before she turned around and started running in the direction of the mentioned cliff. Green was slightly surprised how easily she turned away from still dying Tsukushi, but he was happy to see her return to her calm self. He followed right after her. What happened to Akame? Somehow, I feel much safer around her. What is this feeling? Green, though, while looking at Akame's back with a thoughtful expression. Even Green himself couldn't figure out what changed in Akame, but he was at least sure that it's nothing wrong, which is the most important thing. They have Murasame. Use guns to take them out. Bang 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 bang, the pursuers started firing at them, but they were still some distance away, so their accuracy wasn't the best and it also slowed them down. TCH, they are catching up to us. We spent too much time fighting, not to mention our bodies aren't in their best state to run at our top speed after so many battles fought in a row. Green informed Akame while doing his best at dodging incoming bullets. Most of them hit trees, but some of them went straight at him and Akame. How far is it? Akame asked while increasing her speed despite her condition wasn't exactly good. We should be exiting this forest in just a few seconds and there should be that cliff not far away. Green was also surprised how Akame was able to increase her speed, so he did the same. His condition was much better than hers, so he was just matching her speed. And as Green said, only after a few seconds, they were finally out of the forest, but that would also mean that they have no cover against the guns. They stopped running just on the edge of the cliff to look down. Ugh! This is definitely higher than that woman said. Green's mind started spinning after seeing the height under him. There they are. Stop them. The one in command of the entire searching group shouted while pointing at Green and Akame. Akame glanced behind her before she took hold of Green's hand. Akame! He was surprised by this act, but before he could say anything more, Akame jumped, dragging him along. Hey! Hey! Green was dumbfounded when they were still above the cliff, but his expression quickly turned to panicked one once he looked down to the abyss with a small river at the bottom. Ah! Green hysterically screamed while they were falling down. Akame only closed her eyes. The soldiers that came after them came up to the edge to look down before they backed off a few steps away from it. Go after them. The leader ordered. But, the nearest point where we can safely descend is a few kilometers away from here, not to mention they will most likely die. One soldier said with an uncertain expression. And what about it? Yes, they will most likely lost consciousness falling from such height into the river with their wounds, but you forgot that they still have Murasame. We must retrieve it, now go. The leader snapped at him and ordered half of the entire group to go to the point where they can go safely down. Looks like both of you made it, but with some difficulty, which was expected, Leon in her transformed form muttered while fishing out both Akame and Green from the river before they would be taken away by the current. Both of them were currently unconscious and both were bleeding from various spots. Better return quickly and treat them immediately. Leon thought with a serious expression when she saw their state. She put both of them on her shoulders and started running away from the location. 138:137 Unexpected Visitor. What is it? Kurome almost shouted with a panicked expression when she noticed Akashi's strange expression. They managed to get away, but that green guy is really something else. Akashi replied with a forced smile. Kurome sighed in relief. They were still on the edge of the forest and Akashi used his wrigglers to watch over the situation. His wrigglers on their own aren't exactly intelligent and they can only perform primitive tasks, but once he is focused on a certain group or only one of them, he can see whatever his spy sees. When he directly control them, they are much more powerful and more dangerous. Looks like you are not so angry at your sister as you described. Akashi tried to tease Kurome a bit. That's not it, as I already mentioned, I want to fight her on my own for what she has done to me today. I wouldn't be able to fight her if she wouldn't have been able to escape. Kurome replied while avoiding eye contact with Akashi. Sure, let's go home, shall we? Akashi said with a knowing smile while patting Kurome's head. Kurome nodded her head with a bright smile, but when Akashi started moving, she remained standing at the same place. Is something the matter? Akashi stopped and turned at her with a confused expression. Upon his question, Kurome's cheeks became slightly red, however, it was unknown if it was due to shame or embarrassment. Well, since Akashi Nii-sama asked, would you mind if could you please carry me back home the same way you did when we parted ways with Big Sis? You know. I am still slightly tired and my sight is still slightly blurry. Kurome started playing with her both index fingers while saying this with her head down, and once she was done saying her request aloud she quickly raised her head and raised her voice, justifying herself. Akashi looked at her act with a slightly dumbfounded expression. Why is it so hard to ask him of this? Kurome put her head down in shame once she noticed Akashi looking at her with a dumbfounded expression. Sure, if it won't embarrass you, you can even fall asleep. I will carry you straight to your bed. Akashi replied without even thinking about it and just took her once again into Princess Carry. Thanks, Akashi Nii-sama. Kurome replied with her head down, but her blushing cheeks were still visible under the moonlight. Akashi has returned to his mansion with Kurome in his arms. She kept talking with him on the way, but just before they arrived, she fell asleep, so Akashi went into his room and put Kurome on her bed. Maybe I should really convince her to accept her own room because she is no longer a kid. I have no idea how it is with woman's needs, but I doubt she would do anything here with the danger of me walking in any time. I don't even knock since this is my room to begin with, so she practically has no privacy. Akashi thought while standing next to her bed and looking at her cute sleeping face. I guess I will go to my study to look at some reports. I doubt I can fall asleep after what happened today, plus it would be better if I am ready for any emergency. Akashi thought and scratched back of his head before walking out of the room. Once he closed the door behind him, Kurome opened her right eye to check out the perimeter, and once she saw that Akashi really left, she smiled gently. By the sigh Akashi released, she was aware that he was worrying over her. Thankfully Akashi didn't mutter aloud his thoughts or Kurome's act would be discovered by her face turning fully red like a tomato. And the entire peaceful situation would turn into an extremely awkward one. Akashi went to check on Ichika before doing anything else. Do we have enough rooms for all those kids, or do we need to accommodate them outside of the mansion? Akashi asked with a stoic expression while leaning his back against the wall with folded arms. Young lord, you sound like you don't even know your own mansion. Ichika said while throwing Akashi a weird look. I don't. There was never a need to check on each guest room, so I actually never explored this entire mansion. But judging from your response, there is more than enough space for them. Akashi replied while shrugging his shoulders, and Ichika nodded with a smile in response. They have told me about your travels and about what happened to them, and I can't say that I am surprised by that. The Empire sometimes doesn't even bother looking for a reason to start trouble and exploiting its citizens. I have a very similar past to those kids, so I know very well how they feel. They must be feeling quite restless right now. The first night is always the hardest. Even though they bonded with the young lord through that journey, it still doesn't change the fact that sleeping in an unknown location full of unknown people is hard. Ichika said while looking down at the ground with a sad nostalgic smile. Akashi didn't say anything and only continued listening to her with his eyes closed. Then you can train them, you can become their new mother and help them to get accustomed to this situation. Akashi opened his eyes and said after a few seconds of silence. Me? A mother? Hi, that doesn't sound bad but I always wanted to start at one kid and not more than 15 at the same time. Haha, she was slightly surprised after hearing Akashi's suggestion but she quickly giggled while covering her mouth and replied to Akashi's suggestion and at the end, she no longer bothered to cover her mouth and started laughing aloud. You said yourself that you know how they feel so use that to your and mine advantage. Train them for me, be it education, business, cooking, combat, or whatever. Let them have a choice of what to do and then help them. Are you willing to do that for me? Akashi asked with a gentle smile while looking straight into Ichika's bright violet eyes. Why, young Lord, Ichika muttered while looking tenderly at Akashi with a sweet smile. Don't. I know that look, I am not a good person. I simply try to balance my karma plus if I am to turn this country into a better place to live at, I need to start somewhere even if it is making lives of more than 15 children better. Akashi replied while waving his hand in denial in front of him. Hi, of course, young lord. Please allow me to continue aiding you. Ichika giggled after seeing the reaction she already expected from Akashi and then she suddenly kneeled on one knee in front of Akashi while taking his hand into her hands. Please stand up, Ichika, you are already part of the family. You only make me feel weird by doing this, but thank you for your loyalty. Please continue being by my side and you have my word that I will never sell you out even if the entire world turned against you. Akashi raised his eyebrow upon seeing Ichika's act but he quickly replied and then it was his turn to take hold of her hand as he promised her while gently caressing her hand. Sniff, I think it's time for me to go to the bed. Have a good night, young lord. Tears welled up in her eyes when she heard his honest promise but she quickly wiped them away while getting up and excusing herself. Yeah. Good night to you too. Akashi replied and as he saw her leaving, he shook his head with a small smile. What was with this entire situation? Well, I should finally go to the study to read reports of past few weeks. I guess Aiko is already asleep so I won't be reviewing business reports without her. Akashi thought and silently went his way without waking anyone up. The guards he met in the halls just quickly saluted him before returning to their duties. As Akashi was reading through not so interesting reports, he suddenly recalled something as he lightly smacked the table with his hand. I completely forgot about his death. Shit, she must be quite angry at me for not returning for so long. Sigh, I said that I will owe her but I am thinking of backing on my word since she must be quite angry and her request will definitely be crazy. Akashi thought with a sour expression on his face. Knock knock, a subtle sounds of knocking on the door brought Akashi back from his thoughts. Come in, Akashi replied and one of the guards from the main entrance walked in and bowed to Akashi. Lord, there is a young woman that wants to meet you. She is saying that she knows you, we wouldn't normally bother you about this but she looked really down so I thought I better report this to you, I am sorry if I am bothering you. The guard explained the situation and apologized once he noticed Akashi's still sour expression. Don't worry about it, I am annoyed by these reports, not from your report. What's the name of that girl? Akashi denied his worries while pointing at the stack of documents lying scattered across his entire table. Well, she didn't want to tell us. She said that it would be better for us not to know. Normally I would chase someone rude like that away but she seemed really sad and genuinely sorry so I let it slide. In my opinion, I suspect her being one of those assassins who escaped tonight from the palace. He replied with a respectful tone and smile formed on his stiff expression when he heard that he isn't bothering. I see, escort her here but be quiet and don't wake anyone up. Akashi replied while he started cleaning his table of the mess on it. Understood. The guard saluted and left the room in silence. Knock knock. After a few minutes, they finally came and lightly knocked on the door once again. Thank you for your hard work, let her enter on her own. Akashi said and guard didn't say anything and only left. Creak, the door opened and Akashi raised his head to look at who could it be and was shocked to see the person in front of him. Pony. Akashi muttered with a dumbfounded expression. Hi, Akashi, she greeted Akashi while looking at him with red puffy eyes. It was apparent that she was crying just recently. However, her ragged and depressed appearance didn't shock him since he already expected this but he would have never expected her to come to him. To be honest, he wasn't even sure why is she here, he couldn't make a guess except for asking for Akame's location. 139:138 Damsel in distress. Good to see you again, please take a seat, Akashi said after a short awkward silence while pointing at the chair opposite to him. Thank you for agreeing to see me at this hour. Truth be told, I already expected you to be asleep so my hopes were really small. Pony replied while forcing smile out of herself. I had a lot of work to do and I am not sleepy anyway. What is going on? Akashi shook his head before he asked with a worried expression while looking at Pony. Have you heard of the commotion that happened tonight? She asked with a depressed tone. Yeah, a few assassins ran away from the capital together with Taigu in their hands. Akashi replied with a natural tone, not trying sound surprised, neither he tried to sound too knowledgeable about the situation. It was Akame and Green. The moment when I heard the news, I immediately went after them. However, when I caught up with the group that was responsible for catching them, I found a father and Tsukushi together with them, well, only their corpses with black markings on them. Pony said while looking down and folding her hands between her thighs. Tears started to well up in her eyes once again. Akashi gave her time to catch a breath before she continued. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what is happening. 2 of my closest people to me died while another 2 ran away and the chief is still somewhere outside on the mission to find Cornelia. I had no energy to do anything, not to mention chasing after Akame and Green. I just wanted to grieve for a while, however, I wasn't even allowed to do that. One of the officers of that group put a gun to my head and asked me if I will go look for Akame and Green or not. Pony said, and tears finally slowly rolled down her cheeks. Seeing this side of hers is really different feeling. She always struck me as a cheerful and airhead girl, which definitely suited her. Akashi thought before he released a short sigh. Seeing that you are here, it's safe to assume that you are already branded as a traitor, right? Akashi asked with a serious expression. Let's see what's her answer, and maybe I should also cheer her up so she can speak without pausing after each word. Akashi thought while awaiting her answer. Why yes, it's safe to assume that. Pony looked down at her legs, not daring to even look at Akashi. That serious expression, I am gone, what was I even thinking? Akashi doesn't know me well enough to stick out his neck for me. Pony thought while biting her lower lip. Thud, ouch. Pony felt a small pain from the middle of her forehead, so he raised her head while protecting her forehead with her hands. Thanks for being honest with me. Akashi, who flicked her forehead while leaning forward, said with a smile. Hey. Pony continued rubbing her forehead while looking at Akashi with a dumbfounded expression. Don't hum me. Tell me, what do you need from me? I might be able to help you. Akashi said while leaning back against his chair. I don't know what to say, thank you. However, I don't know what I want or what I should do, Pony said, and when she noticed Akashi's expression, she released an awkward laugh while scratching back of her head. Akashi facepalmed himself. This is the old Pony I know. Akashi thought while looking at Pony like on the idiot. You actually risked getting sold out by me to the Empire just to talk to me? What about Akame and Green? Don't you want to find them? Don't you want revenge? What is it that you truly want? I won't be able to help you without knowing that first. Akashi said with his arms folded. I have no idea, this is simply too much for me to absorb. In just a few hours with my absence and apparently Akame killed her best friend and father, what is this development? Pony asked while leaning forward, putting her face close to Akashi as if she was trying to find answers on his face. Akame and Green simply chose their own way. I get it that Gozuki taught you everything, but once you grow up to have enough of common sense, you should also start questioning the teachings of the person who was taking care of you. You shouldn't walk the path someone taught you to or show you, you should discover your own path and make sure that it is what you truly want. Akashi said, slightly implying that Gozuki wasn't exactly what he pretended to be. Do you mean to say that they were no longer content with the father's teachings? Why? I know Akame very well and she wouldn't abandon the path that helps people. Pony muttered with a thoughtful expression. Maybe the path you see isn't exactly what it appears to be. It is easy to deceive eyes and ears. However, if you will have at least some doubts within your heart, you will one day see holes even in the perfect disguise. I won't beat around the bush anymore and will be blunt instead. The Empire is making its people suffer instead of making them happy. You should be aware that I have access to better information than you, who is just a simple assassin, a tool for the Empire to take care of those who try to help people by fighting against the Empire. Akashi said with his eyes closed and completely calm expression. I can't detect any lies in his words, no way. Pony was quite shocked by Akashi's words. Then what are you if I am just a tool? Pony asked after few seconds of silence with a confused expression. She was quite confused because she had no idea why was he telling her all of this despite being someone quite high in power. In their eyes, I am the same as you, a tool with a higher value because I can keep some people in check. One person in power can't control everyone, he also needs to have other people to take care of some side matters. It's completely the same with the army. When you are general, you also need to have your subordinates, captains who watch over your disposable foot soldiers. Akashi grinned when he heard her question and replied to it very quickly. So you are saying that you know that you are just a tool and that you are helping them despite knowing what they are doing is bad. Pony was quite surprised when Akashi admitted that he is just a tool in their eyes with a wide grin on his face. Hold up, when did you assume that I am a good guy that wants to stick his own neck to stop them doing bad things? Akashi asked with a fake confused expression. Pony expression suddenly became serious as she stared at Akashi in silence as if it was obvious. Geez, just because I didn't sell you out yet doesn't mean that I am a good guy. Who knows, maybe I am just interested in you so I want to have leverage over you. But if we are being realistic and serious here, I just have my own way of doing things. Akashi said with a laid-back smile while shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Pony became more cautious of Akashi but there was still a small blush on her cheeks, combined with her puffy eyes, she was currently making a quite cute expression with a vulnerable vibe around her. Don't look at me that way, I was just joking. Akashi said. Yeah, I know, thanks for trying to cheer me up. You are the first person who actually tried to cheer me up instead of shooting me in the head. Pony said and released a small smile while she stopped staring at Akashi so intensively. You are welcome, Pony. Anyway, enough of joking around. What do you want to do? Do you want to find Akame and Green? Or will you try to find Najasho? Akashi replied with a big smile before he turned serious and asked her about her plans. If Najasho succeeds in rescuing Cornelia, she will most likely go after Akame. From what I have seen after spending with them a few days is that she is the most attached to Gozuki or was. Akashi thought about the entire situation and its pros and cons. I am in a very delicate situation here. I still have yet to absorb what happened tonight, not to mention your words, but I still believe you. I don't see any reason why would you try to lie to me. I am not sure if I would be able to face Akame and Green, they would have reminded me of Tsukushi and father. If I will go try to find the chief, I will only put him in the danger since I am practically a deserter right now. Pony said with a serious expression and Akashi nodded his head since even he thought that her situation was very tough. She was in the middle of everything with no good way out. So, if you are still interested in me, how about keeping me here for a while? Her mood suddenly took 180 degrees turn as she asked while sticking out her tongue and winking at Akashi, trying to look cute. Please don't do that ever again. Akashi looked strangely at her act before he honestly replied and Pony puffed out her cheeks in response while glaring at him. I can't let you stay here. Don't get me wrong, I have no issue with hiding you here but I can't keep you around me. Akashi replied with a serious tone. At first, Pony was dejected after hearing his answer but when she heard the reason, she had an urge to tease him but she stopped herself when she noticed Akashi's serious face. Why? She asked with a completely confused expression. I am very similar to Akame and Green. Truth be told, we shouldn't even act as friends like what we are doing right now. Akashi replied while maintaining strong eye contact with her. Pony was quite scared by how serious Akashi was and when she heard his words, her mind worked on 100% but she still couldn't find the similarity between Akashi and her friends that deserted tonight. I don't see any problem telling her about Guy since she is branded as deserter right now and nobody would even believe her words. Not to mention, their group is now disbanded with Gozuki's death and most of its members dead or missing. Nobody would care about the disbanded group anymore, at least the Empire wouldn't. Even if they did, it would still be word against the word. Akashi thought and decided to inform her about his play in Guy's death. 140:139 Aftermath. Because I am the one who killed Guy, your friend. Akashi said with a serious expression with his hands folded. What? Pony looked even more confused than before and even Akashi was quite surprised how confused one person can get. It's the truth. Why would I lie about that? Akashi confirmed it once again and waited for Pony to absorb this information. But why? You have never met each other so why? It was unknown if Pony no longer had any energy to raise her voice but she was taking this new information relatively easy. Maybe it wasn't the right moment to tell her that. It's hard to say what she is thinking under that a super confused expression Akashi thought while closely watching Pony's expression and changes in her eyes. Wrong, we actually met each other and as for my reason, first, he endangered the life of someone I care about but the second and main reason is your rampage of assassinations of powerful people supporting the Revolutionary Army. I am not with the Revolutionary Army that someone I care about was bound to help them and Guy was a price to pay for them to be free. Akashi explained with his eyes closed and calm expression. Pony just listened in silence while looking down at the ground with a completely dumbfounded expression. What the hell is this situation? Who can I even trust here? Akame and Green who were my friends for so long just killed Tsukushi and father while Akashi killed Guy. Why is our group so unfortunate to be targeted from every side? Was what we were doing really so wrong? Pony thought while pressing her nails into her palm slowly turning her skin red without her even being aware of it. I am not trying to say that thanks to his death you were no longer targeted by that group and neither I am trying to say that it was for the greater good or something. Do you now understand why I don't want you to be close to me? Akashi asked after waiting a few minutes for Pony to recover a bit. Can I still remain here through this night? Pony nodded her head and asked with a tired expression. Be my guest. You can tell me what you want to do the next morning. I might be able to help you get to Akame and Green so think about it carefully. Akashi said and called for one maid to take Pony to a free guest room. That group, Does Akashi mean the group that targeted Cornelia? Taiko and Katsura? What connection do they have? From his words, they must have been indebted to the Revolutionary Army or something like that. This is getting more and more confusing and complicated, ugh. Pony thought while she followed after the maid, but before she could close the door behind her. If you will want to remain here despite knowing what I have done, I also have no problem with that. Pony turned her head back at Akashi and released a small smile. Thank you for being honest with me, she said before closing the door behind her. Akashi's smile suddenly disappeared from his face when Pony closed the door. Go and watch her carefully, Akashi ordered to his wrigglers, and two of them flew out of his shadow, flying out of the room through the small gap between door and the frame. For Akashi, her reaction was quite odd. Not yelling at him or anything else was quite a surprise considering that he just told her that he killed one of her friends. But on the other hand, she lost so much today and even got to know the truth behind the Empire, so she must have been so overwhelmed that she completely disregarded something that happened way back to the past. Akashi also thought of her being just a spy, but he couldn't really imagine her playing that role after what happened today. Not to mention, her confused expression was very genuine. Nevertheless, he still decided to watch over her with his wrigglers. If she were to make any suspicious move, he would get to know that immediately. I should inform Kurome to keep an eye on her if Pony decides to remain here for the time being. But that comes in the morning since Kurome is sleeping right now. Akashi thought and stood up from his seat. He was done for today with the reports. He went outside of the mansion to find the guards who had contact with Pony and told them to completely forget about her and never talk about it to anyone. That night, Pony couldn't get a wink of sleep due to her constantly thinking about what happened today. And before she knew it, she already noticed a light coming through the windows into her room. It's already early morning? How is that possible? I don't remember ever falling asleep, but at least I got a few things sorted out in my head. Pony thought and decided to go out and ask someone where she can take a bath to freshen up herself. Outside of the capital, at the same time. Chirp chirp, the sounds of birds singing were resonating in the vicinity. Hey! Akame slowly opened her eyes and noticed an unfamiliar wooden ceiling, so she quickly sat up, but she felt a short but sharp pain under her ribs, so her expression distorted in pain. She put her hand on the location where she felt the pain while calmly observing her surroundings. Is this some kind of hut in the middle of the forest? Akame thought and was slightly confused, but she quickly began scanning the room for Green's presence. Oh! You are finally awake, Akame. Akame snapped her head at the sound just to see Leon walking in the room and approaching her with a big smile. Leon, where are we and where is Green? Akame asked, still with a slightly weak voice. You should rest a little bit more before getting up. I fished out both of you from the river. The guy who was with you is inside the next room. I already took care of both of you and your injuries, but to be honest, that guy got more injured from the fall itself than from fighting. Leon explained while handing Akame a wooden bowl filled with some kind of soup. What happened to him? Akame exclaimed with wide open eyes in horror. Don't worry, don't worry. He most likely just hit his head against the boulder on the bottom of the river, nothing too serious. Leon waved with her hand, trying to reassure Akame, who was on the verge of getting up, but Leon managed to stop her in time. I see. Thank you for the food and for patching us up. Akame said with a small smile before it turned into depressed smile while she began staring down at the wooden bowl filled with the soup. Is there something wrong? Leon asked while taking hold of Akame's hand. I wasn't able to convince my sister, and to make it even worse, I actually tried to take her with me by the force, which only deteriorated our relationship. But the worst thing of all is that I actually never respected her choice. I can't imagine facing Kurome once again after what happened between us. Akame said while tears finally welled up in the corners of her eyes. It's all right, you two are sisters. And it seems that you realized what you did wrong in Kurome's eyes, which should be the most important thing, no? Anyway, I have heard that Kurome is quite strong, but to think you would still fail while having the advantage of the surprise on your side is quite a surprise. What exactly happened? Leon sat down next to Akame and hugged her while saying this, and then she released her while asking for details. She woke up after my battle with the father, but nothing happened between us because Akashi arrived at that time. I had no time to react since I was too injured, resulting in him catching me by my neck. Right now, I am quite grateful to him since he prevented me from ruining my relationship with Kurome even more than before. Akame explained with a forced smile. Akashi? What was he doing there? Was he trying to stop you? Leon immediately started bombarding Akame with questions while putting her panicked face as close to her as she could. No. He just slapped me and took Kurome back, since it could be said that he is her guardian. He completely ignored me and Green and maybe even helped us by giving us some information. Akame quickly replied since she was surprised by Leon's acting. Hey, ha. He is her guardian and you tried to take her away by the force. What will I say to boss? Leon at first only looked at Akame in confusion before she fully absorbed what Akame just said, and she began panicking and muttering aloud while pulling her own hair. Leon! Akame exclaimed in worry. Inhale exhale take a deep breath, Leon, alright, I will somehow deal with this. Anyway, back to the topic, I guess that handprint is from Akashi, right? Leon referred to herself in the third person before she asked Akame while pointing at her cheek. Hey? It's still there? I can't feel any pain from it anymore. Akame muttered while touching her cheek in confusion. It looks like it's still fresh, are you sure about that? Leon asked in suspicion while glaring at Akame in worry. I am not lying, I swear. Akame replied with a genuinely confused expression. Weird but I trust you, Akame. Leon said with a smile. They continued talking for a while and after Akame ate her soup, she began to remember all events from yesterday in great detail. Clank the wooden bowl suddenly slipped out of Akame's hands, sliding on the bed until it has fallen on the ground. Akame. Are you alright? Leon asked in worry when she noticed Akame's absent-minded expression as she was staring at her shaking hands. With wide open eyes. I killed my best friend, I cut her arm off to protect myself and Green. Akame replied weakly but her expression didn't change a bit and tears slowly began rolling down her cheeks. SHH, you didn't do anything wrong. If she stood in your way, she was endangering you and your friend's life. You have done everything you could and look, your friend made it together with you in one piece. Leon hugged Akame once again, putting Akame's head on her shoulder, comforting her. You are right, Leon. I chose this myself so I have no right to cry. Akame replied while wiping away her tears but her absent-minded expression never changed. No, I didn't mean it that way. On the contrary, you should cry as much as you want while you still can. You might not get another chance and you should use this chance to completely empty yourself. Leon said while gently rubbing Akame's back. Sniff aik. Sniff wah. Akame began uncontrollably crying and even Green who has woken up some time ago heard her. He started gritting his teeth since he was aware that he can't do anything about this. After all, she killed her best friend with her own hands. Maybe he should have taken that burden in Akame's stead but at that time, his instincts told him to cover her back instead of attacking Tsukushi. 141:140 situation on the other sides. Najasho's side. Najasho, we most likely picked up their trail. It's not exactly fresh but they should be only a few hours away from here. The member of Dark Squad reported to Najasho while crouching down, inspecting the ground. They were currently in the forest some distance behind the Mount Hakuba. Najasho opened his closed eyes and got up from the ground while saying. I see, good job. Let's run, we need to catch up to them. We have an advantage since they don't know that they are being pursued. Rustle whoosh. Najasho narrowed his eyes when he felt quite an unusual wind against his back. He stopped and turned in a certain direction with his narrowed eyes. Najasho. The rest of his members questioned him while looking at him with confused expressions, however, no one dared to say anything more so they simply waited for him. Rustle rustle rustle. After not a whole minute, someone wearing a Dark Squad uniform ran out of the bush, revealing himself to everyone. I have finally caught up to you. I am bearing grievous news straight from the capital. The one who just ran out of the bush was quite surprised how everyone who he was looking for was staring at him. Despite that, he quickly recovered and reported while making his way towards Najasho. Here. He said and handed a sealed document into Najasho's hand. Thank you. Najasho was slightly surprised by this but he accepted it with his stoic expression on. What? Akame and Green killed them. Cease the pursuit of your former comrade and immediately return to the capital without any delays. Hey. Najasho's expression finally took some changes when he opened the document and started reading the contents. Tears swoosh. Najasho tore the document into a few pieces and then let the wind to disperse it into different directions. Wah! What do you think you are doing? This is a direct order right from our superior. Superior of your own leader. The messenger watched with a dumbfounded expression before he shouted at Najasho with an angered expression. The members of Dark Squad who heard this frowned while watching Najasho's back. We are not cancelling this searching mission. Najasho replied with his restored stoic expression. Do you think you have any say in this, Najasho? Are you planning to become a traitor? The messenger asked with narrowed eyes, trying to pressure Najasho. The members of Dark Squad already took a few steps closer to Najasho's back in case he says anything wrong. Of course I won't become a traitor but neither will I cancel this mission. Najasho said while staring straight into the messenger's eyes. That's impossible to happen. Everyone was confused by his words so they weren't sure if they should take him down or not. Not really if I tell the Empire that I haven't received any message. The only problem here are Najasho explained and before he finished what he wanted to say, he swung his broadsword behind him in quick motion with a quick spin, decapitating all remaining members who were in his team. Witnesses Najasho finished as he finished his spin and faced the messenger once again with some blood on his face. Thud 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 the bodies of the assassins have freely fallen down on the ground together with their separated heads. Najasho, you. The messenger who saw this widened his eyes before he quickly took something out of his pocket, trying to stuff it into his mouth, but before he could do that, he stopped feeling his arm. Splash! Aggh! It took him a while before he noticed his arm lying on the ground and before he finally felt the pain. This will never work out for you. They will see though you'll lie eventually. The messenger shouted through his gritting teeth while kneeling on both of his knees and holding his arm, at least the part that remained connected to his body. Maybe, who knows, but I won't leave that shrimp all alone, Najasho replied and cut off messenger's head. I have to take care of the bodies if I want this lie to work out for me. TCH. How troublesome exactly at the moment when I already know where they are. Najasho thought while looking at the corpses lying around him with narrowed eyes. It was visible that he was quite irritated. If what that message said is the truth, what will happen with me and Pony? We no longer have a group, so we might be relocated to another unit. The question remains, why did Akame and Green betray us? I know that Green is an intelligent and very cautious fellow, he wouldn't do anything too dangerous if he didn't see a real reason behind it. Why would he risk betraying us if it was just for his feelings for Akame? Najasho thought while holding his chin and looking at the ground. I have already seen a few reports about the Empire's corruption, knowing Akame, if she saw them too, she definitely betrayed us and fled because of them. Maybe she and Green found more evidence and decided to join the Revolutionary Army. Well, I should focus on Cornelia for now. However, I have no idea how to explain the situation to her if I am able to rescue her. Najasho thought while waiting for the danger beasts to arrive, so he has a reassurance that bodies will truly disappear. Leon sighed. That morning after Akame woke up and cried her heart out in Leon's embrace, both of them took a bath. Leon gave clothes to both Akame and Green. Akame's clothes consisted of a dark sleeveless tank top with a white collar and a red tie. A red belt holding her pleated black skirt. Long black socks and black shoes together with red gauntlets and black gloves. Green's clothes were also a full black pants, shirt and long trench coat, all black with a few red stripes on some locations like a belt, shoulders and forearms. The clothes themselves were made from the danger beast materials, so they were very light but also strong at the same time. They didn't have any protection properties like heavy armor, but they wouldn't get torn off by any ordinary attacks. Akame and Green were currently getting ready to leave. Each of them were still inside the hut while Leon waited for them outside. What do I do? What kind of excuse can I come up with? Maybe I don't have to tell anything to the boss, after all, it looks like he bears no real grudge against Akame. Leon kept walking in circles in front of the door while muttering something and biting her nails with a slightly panicked expression. While she was walking in circles, she suddenly felt someone resting their hand on her shoulder, but that hand felt fairly heavy than any other hand. What excuse? What have you done this time, Leon? Leon stopped herself from turning around once she heard that voice. She tensed up and only after a few seconds, she slowly turned her head at the person behind her. Hi, boss! Leon exclaimed with a forced smile when she saw Nayenda's widely smiling face up close. Creak at the same time. Leon, we are Rea Disprosium. Akame announced before she had a sight on what was going on, so when she saw Nayenda and felt the air around her, she stopped walking. Is this our leader now? It feels weird to have her as a boss when she tried to kill us some time ago, but I guess sometimes we can't choose what we want to do. At least she looks like she is a competent leader who knows what she is doing, judging from the aura around her. Green also stopped since the way out of the hut was blocked by Akame and he just silently observed Nayenda. Hello, Akame, and you too, Green. Can you go ahead of us? I still have something to talk about with Leon, something personal. Nayenda turned at Akame and Green and threw them a friendly smile while politely asking them to leave. Sure, both Akame and Green replied with an awkward expression, but before they went ahead, Akame threw a worried look at Leon. She noticed it, so she just waved at her with a wide smile saying don't worry, but in truth, the back of her black tube top was drenched in sweat. Upon seeing this, Akame just smiled and led Green away from the hut. When they finally left, Leon explained the situation, and after she was done, she noticed one big vein that popped on Nayenda's forehead. You! Nayenda shouted while gritting her teeth and clenching her metallic hand with all strength. Eek! Run while you can! Leon exclaimed and started running away. Green and Akame, who were waiting for some distance away, noticed Leon running towards them. What is going on? When she was only a few meters away from them, they wanted to ask her while wearing confused expressions, but before they could finish their question, Leon's shoulder was suddenly caught by a prosthetic arm that was connected to the wire rope. Both of them widened their eyes when they saw this. Help me, Akame! Leon shouted when the wire rope started reeling back and while dragging Leon across the ground with it. She started waving her arms around, trying to find something solid to hold on. PFF Akame and Green looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions before they started chuckling quietly. After the cat was punished, Nayenda decided to have a small talk with Akame and Green. I might have information that could interest you. Maybe you are already aware, but we have some spies inside the capital and some of them are also on the high posts. Your friend that you described, named Pony, is currently missing. Nyenda said. Did she run away? Akame asked with a confused expression, but it was visible that she was still happy to hear that she won't have to fight with Pony. No. If she ran away, you wouldn't say missing, right? Green asked Nyenda with furrowed brows. Stop being so serious, will ya? Leon interrupted while she was rubbing the top of her head with a slightly pained expression. Bam! Nyenda's mechanical arm dropped down in form of the chop on the same spot Leon was previously rubbing. Ouch! Why? Leon exclaimed and started guarding the top of her head once again while cautiously looking at Nyenda. Stop interrupting. As to answer your question, Green, yes, none of our spies saw her actually leaving the capital, so she must be hiding somewhere inside, but she was already branded as a traitor and deserter. Apparently she was ordered to go after you and Akame, but instead of going after you, someone saw her entering the capital that night, but that was also the last time anyone has seen her. Nyenda explained more thoroughly. I see, I only hope she can survive this. Akame said while looking down with a slightly sad expression. Don't worry, it's Pony we are talking about. She might appear to be airhead and sometimes dumb, but she is actually very resourceful. Green said with an encouraging smile while putting his hand on Akame's shoulder. Thank you, you are right, there is no need to worry about her now when I can't even do anything for her. Akame replied while returning Green a smile. Why yeah, Green, who saw her smile, was mesmerized by it for a small moment before he answered with an almost non-existent blush. Leon leaned closer to both Green and Akame while staring at Green with a knowing look in her face. What is it? Green asked while taking a while to return to his serious expression. Nothing, Leon chuckled before replying and retreating, leaving their personal space with a teasing smile across her face. 142:141 3 Beasts. Akashi and I-sama, I actually forgot to tell you, or more like I had no time to tell you, but, former General Nyenda wants to meet you, alone. Kurome and Akashi were currently walking down the halls of his mansion when Kurome decided to tell this to Akashi in low voice. I see, good to know. Thank you, Kurome. Also thank you for remaining by my side. Akashi replied and stopped walking to ruffle Kurome's hair. That goes without saying, I have no reason to leave even if it is with my own sister. She might be my blood sister and I still love her, however, for me, you are also my family, Akashi and I-sama. Kurome replied with a bright smile, and instead of trying to get rid of his hand she caught it and kept it on top of her head while smiling at him. After a moment of silence, they both released the same smile and they began walking once again. Akashi and Kurome stopped only after taking a few steps forward, since they saw a door opening in the hallway and Pony walking out of there with the towel wrapped around her head to dry her hair. Akashi, hi, Kurome. Pony also noticed them, and when she looked at Akashi, the atmosphere turned awkward, but she still greeted Kurome with a big smile which only enhanced the awkwardness since she practically greeted only Kurome. Hi. Kurome replied while looking at her before she threw a suspicious look at Akashi. He already informed her about Pony's situation, but she was still unaware why is such an awkward atmosphere between them. Have you thought about my words? If not, I can give you more time. Your presence here isn't exactly bothersome, but you would have to be careful when going outside. Akashi said with a slightly forced smile, trying to break this awkward wall between him and Pony. To be honest, for him, it would have been much better if she were to hate him and wanted to leave after Akame and Green. At least he wouldn't have trouble dealing with this awkward atmosphere. Hey? I can remain for a longer time without giving you my answer? And I can even leave whenever I want? Wouldn't that be dangerous to you? She asked with a dumbfounded expression. You aren't mine prisoner, and letting you stay for 1 or 2 nights doesn't change much, so as long as you don't plan to freeloading here for the whole month, you can stay here for some time. Akashi replied, and he was finally able to form a friendly smile while looking at Pony. Of course, Akashi might have said that she isn't the prisoner, but his wrigglers are still watching her every move, and he also has a plan if she were to try to take him down together with her by showing herself to others outside the mansion. Thank you, she said and tried to bow down, but the towel wrapped around her head suddenly started falling down, but Akashi was fast enough to catch it before it got dirty from the floor. No need to bow down to me. Akashi said while offering back her towel. He wanted to say more like we are friends, no, but he held it back since it might only make the situation worse. Pony nodded her head while her face was getting slowly red. She took the towel and walked past them with her head down. Akashi and I-sama, how do you do it? Kurome asked when Pony disappeared around the corner. What? Akashi asked with a confused expression. Embarrassing everyone. Kurome replied with a smile while she started walking ahead of him. But I am not even doing anything. And it's not like it's my intention to make mood awkward or embarrass anyone. Akashi thought while looking at Kurome's back for a moment before he caught up to her by taking a few big steps. Anyway, I should go to the palace and try to find his death while I still can. Akashi thought while he was walking together with Kurome to the dining hall. After he ate the meal, he went straight to the palace, in hopes to find his death. It looks like having their best group of assassins dead or missing hit the Empire quite hard. Akashi thought when he noticed more guards and a lot of people running around. The entire palace was quite busy. He went straight to the business since he had no interest in meddling with these matters. After a few minutes of walking around and asking people, he discovered that Estetha's room was relocated, so he went according to the directions until he arrived at the door with 3 people standing next to it and guarding it. One of them was a man of large muscular build with long, spiky blonde hair. He was wearing standard Imperial's black military uniform with a few changes from the original. The second one was a tall man of standard build with grey hair tied in a long ponytail, blue eyes and a mustache. The last one was a young man of small build with blonde hair and golden eyes. His pupils were also slit, like Akashi's pupils. Akashi threw one look at each of them and stopped for a while when his eyes landed on the third man, who almost had an appearance of kid. Midget, hey? Anyway, they don't seem like regular soldiers, as expected of his death. Akashi thought before he redirected his attention to the door in front of him, and as he wanted to knock on it, something was trying to hit his hand, so he retracted it to dodge the attack. Estetha-sama doesn't want to be bothered by anyone, right at the moment. However, I must say that was a nice dodge. A midget said with an annoying voice and expression while he was holding some kind of flute in his hand that he used to attack Akashi's hand. Truly impressive reaction time and speed, you and I must have a fight in the future. The large man with long, spiky blonde hair said with an excited expression. But I am still sleepy and I haven't even reacted as if my life depended on it. After all, it felt more like a fly was about to land on my hand. Akashi only stared at them with his half-open eyes, tired and completely uninterested look in his face. Datara, no, both of you better calm down. We promised to Estetha-sama not to cause any trouble here at the palace. My name is Liver and I would like to apologize for their conduct, however, as no mentioned before, Estetha-sama doesn't wish to be bothered right now. The tall man who looked the most refined out of them apologized while performing a little bow. This guy with grey hair is definitely of higher standing, judging from his conduct and air around him, or maybe he appears to be so by standing next to that midget and muscle head. Akashi thought. I see, it's not like I need to talk to her but more like I should, since she was probably expecting me for a while already. However, if you won't let me knock and you think that you can bear the consequences, I have no problem going back. Akashi put his hands together behind his back and said with a smile and closed eyes. Who is this arrogant guy? Who can behave like this in front of Estetha-sama's room without losing his head? I doubt this is the first time he is so arrogant. No thought with an annoyed look on his face, and thoughts of attacking Akashi already popped up in his mind. Haha, this guy is definitely anything but spineless. Not even rich and powerful nobles dare to behave like this. I already like him. If he is also strong, I might try to persuade Estetha-sama to recruit him. Datara thought as his smile only widened while looking at Akashi. Who is he? He looks very familiar, but I am sure that I have never seen him in person before. Maybe I should risk it. He talks like he knows Estetha-sama very well. If what he said is the truth, then we would suffer more for not letting him in rather than for bothering Estetha-sama. Liver was the only one who carefully gauged Akashi and thought about each detail he could find in Akashi's words. Well, it looks like I am not welcomed, bye. Akashi said and turned around, ready to leave. Wait. Liver raised his voice a bit and both Datara and No looked at him with confused expressions. What is it? Akashi stopped and turned his head at him. Please wait a bit. Liver said and went in front of the door. Liver. Are you sure about that? We will have to suffer together with you too. No said while putting his flute between Liver and door. When Liver glared at him, which clearly told him that he was going to do this no matter what, No retracted his arm to let him knock on the door. Knock knock. After a few seconds of silence. What is it? Haven't I told you not to bother me just a few hours before our departure? Estetha's voice could be heard from behind the door, and she didn't sound exactly happy, but instead of raising her voice, her tone did enough job to show how much she was irritated right now. Departure. Maybe I shouldn't have come here. If she is about to leave just in a few hours, it would have been much better if I haven't come here today. It will be much more awkward this way. Akashi thought, and his right eyebrow twitched a few times in displeasure. I am sorry for bothering you, but there is someone who is saying that he should talk to you. Liver replied and empathized word should instead of saying need. Let him in. After a few seconds, they heard Estetha's voice with an amused tone. If he is lying, he is already a dead man, judging from Estetha-sama's tone. All of them except for Akashi thought while Liver looked down to express his condolence. It wasn't so hard, no? Thank you, Liver. Akashi said with a small smile while opening the door and closing it right behind him once he entered the room. He looked around but saw no one. You are already here, hey? I am in the room next door, you can come in. Estetha's voice became much colder, but it was also strangely alluring. If it was any other man he would lose his mind and then head. Akashi thought with a smile together with his hands in pockets. He made his way to the door from where her voice came from and opened it without knocking since she told him to come in. When he opened the door, what attacked him was a large amount of steam. Don't tell me that she is bathing right now, no wonder she didn't want to be bothered. Akashi thought with a slightly hesitating expression while still standing at the doorway, but due to a large amount of steam, he couldn't see Esteth. However, thanks to his enhanced senses, he was able to smell something nice and cold despite standing practically in a sauna. Splash! He heard water splashing around before he saw something nearing his neck, but he hasn't moved an inch. Oh? You are quite courageous, I give you a chance to explain why you are bothering me for such a display of braveness. Esteth said while a sharp tip of the ice spear was an inch away from Akashi's neck. Seeing and hearing this, Akashi couldn't help but smile widely. She became even more commanding than before, the same can be said about her aura. What did I miss? Akashi thought while slightly tilting his head to the side with a curious expression. 143:142 Esteth is special. A/N, after reading through this chapter once, I realized that I made Esteth slightly dumber in regard to the relationship between man and woman than she previously was. Sorry about that, but I am too lazy to change it now. So if you feel like it's not her, please be like me, ___. Thank you for being so smart and understanding readers you are. Chapter start. Well, for now, come in and close the door if you don't want to die, Esteth said with a harsh tone, and the ice spear retreated some distance from Akashi's neck, leaving him some space to step inside and close the door. Akashi did exactly as she said since he was aware of why she wanted it. The steam was constantly escaping through the open door, so he would be able to see her in all glory if he waited a bit longer. Are you a quiet type of person? Esteth asked when she noticed that the figure covered in steam did as she asked without any shaking but never spoke out a single word. She was quite intrigued by now. Who is this person? This person knows how to attract someone's attention. I have no idea who is he, so killing him would be reckless. Maybe he is aware of that fact, so he is trying to take advantage of it. Interesting. Anyway, by his build, I can assume that it is a man, but to think that he has his hands in pockets. He must be really confident. Esteth thought while sparing a side glance at the figure standing in front of the closed door. Her entire body was submerged in water except for her head and hand that was holding that ice spear. Despite the fact of having the ice spear in the room full of steam, the temperature never changed, be it the temperature of the room or the spear itself. Akashi already opened his mouth to speak out, but he found this situation quite entertaining, so he decided against speaking out. He was looking forward to what Esteth's next actions would be. I can appreciate quiet and obedient subordinates, but I hate when I ask a question and someone doesn't answer just to act to be mysterious. Esteth frowned, and this time she was truly offended, and instead of pointing her ice spear at Akashi's neck, she lowered it a bit. Don't tell me. Akashi also frowned when he noticed where she stopped her ice spear. Therefore you won't need this anymore. Esteth said and pushed the ice spear forward, attacking Akashi's treasure. Oi, it will still be useful to me in the future, so let's stop. Akashi exclaimed while quickly grabbing attacking ice spear with his bare hand, but he was still able to stop it without getting harmed. He didn't even feel any coldness from it since it was all instantly negated upon the contact with his skin. Finally decided to drop that mysterious act. Esteth asked with a slightly provoking tone. How was he able to stop it so quickly? I haven't used much strength, but that only confirms that this person is anything but ordinary. Wait, that voice. Esteth thought with a slightly curious expression and a small smile across her face before a slightly surprised expression of realization appeared on her face. Splash! Akashi! Esteth exclaimed and immediately stood up and waved her hand in front of her to disperse the steam at least a little bit. Yo, long time no see, I see that you have become even more beautiful than last time. Akashi said with a forced smile while holding up his hand as a greeting once the steam dispersed and they were able to see each other's faces. He was aware that he pretty much screwed up by not even contacting her since he promised her to owe her for escorting Kurome some time ago, therefore he used the trick all men use once they are facing angry woman, flattery. Why you? Esteth pointed her trembling index finger at Akashi's face with an upset expression. Haha, sorry. Something came up and Akashi released an awkward laugh before he started explaining. However, before he could finish, Esteth dashed forward and jumped on him. Thud! He didn't sense any killing intent coming from her despite seeing her angry expression, so he didn't dodge and let Esteth push him on the ground. She sat down on him and locked both of his arms with her hands. This Esteth's entire dash and jumping on Akashi made most of the steam to disperse, so when Akashi was lying on the ground with Esteth sitting on him and he looked down, he saw two jiggling and mesmerizing melons. He quickly looked up not to be caught staring since Esteth was already upset enough. The three beasts outside of the Esteth's room also heard some kind of commotion, but they couldn't pinpoint the sounds. Since it didn't sound like someone's scream before dying, neither like a peaceful conversation. Nevertheless, they continued minding their business since they were aware of how strong their general was. You know, I wouldn't have run away. Akashi was the first to say anything ever since Esteth sat down on him. One never can be sure enough with you. Esteth replied, still frowning, but her angry expression was relatively cute, at least for Akashi. If it was anyone else that would see her expression, they would have pissed their pants. Well, you didn't have to make my clothes wet just because of that. Anyway, aren't you embarrassed by this position and the fact that you are naked? Akashi asked with a small smile while looking up straight into Esteth's blue eyes despite having two beautiful and jiggling melons to look at just below. Why should I? This is how we are born. Or are you perhaps embarrassed? Esteth asked, and her angry expression slowly disappeared and was replaced by a curious one with a teasing smile. Well, I definitely can't deny the fact that you were born to become beautiful. And no, I am not embarrassed, who would be since you are showing me something nice. Akashi shook his head and replied with a smile. This time, it wasn't just flattery to calm her down but Akashi's honest opinion. You like what you see in front of you? Esteth asked a strange question with a combination of curious and confused expression. Most of the women would ask in a different way, trying to tease the one in front of them. Yes, but not sure if it's worth having my clothes getting wet over it. Akashi replied in a teasing way. She really must be a virgin, the way she speaks about this situation, she slightly resembles Taiko in this way. Akashi thought. Despite saying this, Esteth started feeling something poking her as if it was telling her to get off Akashi. Even Akashi was slightly surprised how quickly his member woke up since he was already used to seeing a woman's naked body and he has even undergone training against the seduction, so his member wouldn't get up unless he would be with the person he really likes or because of romantic and special atmosphere. He didn't deny that he quite likes Esteth, but there wasn't any time to develop any romantic feelings towards her, so he denied that. Neither the atmosphere was any romantic or special. It must be her body. There is quite a nice temperature in this room. Of course, for regular humans it is a sauna with high temperature, but despite feeling nice temperature, I can feel her cool and almost cold body grinding against mine even through my clothes. Her body temperature isn't changing at all despite the environment or contact with me. It definitely is a satisfying feeling, feeling something cold grinding against your body while you are in a hot environment. Akashi thought and found reasonable cause of this. While Akashi was thinking, Esteth, who felt that thing poking her butt, frowned down. She was never really interested in the relationship between man and woman, with a few expectations when she was around Akashi, but she still never researched how exactly humans reproduce. She was aware of what was poking her, but she didn't know that it has also other functions other than emptying yourself on the toilet. Well, she was also aware that it hurts a lot when being cut off from her torture sessions. After all, she has to be aware of each organ in the human body to know where to strike in what situation. Therefore she took that poking as some kind of challenge, so instead of getting up or making more space, she sat down straight at it and slowly started moving forward and back. Esteth? Can you please get up and I will forget about the matter of getting my clothes wet? Akashi also noticed how she started moving on his member, so he asked with a calm smile. Humph. Have you forgotten that you owe me? What if I use that favor to use you as my towel? Esteth snorted and snapped her head to the side, making her long blue wet hair hitting Akashi's face. Pfft. I am sorry, but I already ate the meal, so I am not exactly hungry right now. As for how you decide to use that favor, that is your choice. Akashi blew a few of her hair out of his mouth and commented with a slightly regretful expression as a joke. Akashi didn't exactly want to act as her towel, but it was much better than her asking for something more bothersome. So that means you accept to act as my towel for a while? Esteth asked with a sadistic smirk and narrowed eyes. It is really weird how sadistic smile can even look cute at the same time. Akashi thought with a blank expression. Alright, but I won't be controlled by you since I am not just normal towel. I am talking and capable of movement, therefore I see no reason for you to use me with your own hands. Akashi said, since it would feel humiliating being used in that way even though they are practically friends. I guess it would even be more comfortable that way, not having to do it myself. Alright. I accept your terms, but you must use your clothes and not a normal towel. Esteth muttered with a thoughtful expression while holding her chin before she pointed at Akashi and said in a raised voice. Alright, I axe, before Akashi was able to finish his sentence. Wait. You can't take those clothes off. And you must use your current clothes that you are wearing to dry me off. Esteth shouted with a triumphal smile while pointing at him. You are basically asking me to grope you. Akashi wanted to say that she should just say that she wants him to grope her, but he recalled the fact that Esteth is similar to Taiko in this regard. Has anyone told you that your intelligence matches your brilliant beauty? Akashi asked with a twitching smile, since his plan to take off his shirt and use it as a towel and then dry it with his flames and use it once again as a towel failed. Nope, but right now I can say you. Thank you for another compliment, but flattery won't help you. I won't let you off until I am completely dry. Esteth replied with a big sadistic smile, and her hands long stopped pinning Akashi's arms on the ground and now they were on top of Akashi's chest. Completely dry? Does that involve that place too? Akashi thought with a blank face as his eyes wandered deeply down, even further down than before when he saw those two melons. 144:143 favor paid back. Sigh. Alright, Can you please get off me first so I can start? Akashi sighed and asked with a blank expression. Oh. Right, you can't start in that position. Esteth seemed like she just woke up after hearing Akashi's voice. In truth, she was slightly more focused on grinding on Akashi's treasure through his clothes. Why did that make me excited? It almost feels like I am about to fight a strong opponent, interesting feeling. I should definitely research it more thoroughly once we are done here. Esteth thought with a slightly curious expression while holding her chin when she finally stood up and gave Akashi space to get up. Anyway, why aren't you embarrassed from being seen naked? Or, never mind, Akashi asked once he started hugging Esteth and drying off her back by rubbing it with his arms. He wanted to ask more, but once he saw Esteth narrow her eyes, he stopped since he himself knew how inappropriate question it is. It's not like I let anyone see me like that. You are in fact the first person to see my naked body. If anyone else dared to barge on me like you, he would have died faster than he would even be able to catch a glimpse of me. I take being naked as showing your true self, and I definitely don't mind showing that to you. Esteth replied while putting her arms up so Akashi can have an easier job, but that only made her look more seductive and vulnerable. Yes, Esteth in a vulnerable position would be able to seduce practically anyone who knew her personality and strength. Thankfully Akashi wasn't just anyone, but he was still slightly surprised by this position of hers. He thought if she is testing him, but he quickly erased that thought since he was aware of how aloof she is regarding relationships and not to mention advanced techniques like seduction. After a while of acting as a towel in silence, Akashi's member woke up even more than before, and even Esteth noticed that while looking down. Does that hurt? I can allow you to take off your lower clothes, but you still must continue. Esteth asked and then said with a generous smile. You are really clueless, aren't you? Anyway, it doesn't hurt and it will go away in a while. Akashi answered while continuing his work with a blank expression. He wasn't actually enjoying it, and more than humiliating, it was awkward. At least when they were talking to each other that awkwardness eased up a bit. What do you mean? Esteth frowned down and asked with a sharp glare, demanding answers. It's nothing, why don't you mind showing your true self to me? Why exactly me? Akashi decided to evade discussion of relationships and sex, so he asked another question to occupy Esteth's mind with something else. Hey! This time, Esteth's eyes actually widened in a cute manner while her mouth was slightly open. You don't know? Akashi asked with a weird look in his face while he put his forearm between her melons to dry off that area. I guess I can't come up with a reason, it just doesn't anger me, but if anyone else saw me, I would be furious, I have no idea why. Esteth replied while shrugging her shoulders and putting her feet more apart to once again open up ways to Akashi how to dry off the other areas of her lower body. I am not kneeling down, that would definitely feel too humiliating, and she is even looking at me as if she was expecting it. That expectant yet sadistic look in her eyes, you really think that you are the one in control? Akashi looked down at the ground and then back at Esteth with narrowed eyes. Esteth cocked her head to the side when she noticed that Akashi wasn't moving and only staring at her face. Akashi suddenly pushed her against the wall and put his hand under her thigh and pulled her leg up. What are you doing, Akashi? Esteth opened her eyes wide open when she recovered from experiencing all of this and asked with now narrowed eyes. You said that I can do it my way, so I am doing it the way I want. That lower area is hard to reach with my hands. Akashi said with a slightly confused expression while pressing his knee to Esteth's crotch. You just don't want to kneel. Esteth wanted to shout out, but when she felt him moving his knee in that area, the words got stuck in her mouth. Whatever, it's not like he isn't right. I let him do it his way, anyway, it's kinda nice feeling, Esteth thought with a small genuine smile before that smile disappeared when Akashi removed his knee. After that, Akashi used his legs to dry off the rest of Esteth's body. Mostly it was in silence, so he was feeling super awkward while doing it, but he hasn't let it be seen on his face as he wore stoic expression. He didn't want to give Esteth any amusement or satisfaction from his expression. I am really completely dry, I haven't really expected you to do this so thoroughly. Esteth muttered in surprise while looking down at her body. She also noticed that Akashi's member was no longer trying to tear through his clothes. Satisfied? Akashi asked with a smile. And yes, Esteth wanted to say no for some kind of reason that she herself didn't know, but she managed to quell that urge down. But despite this pause, she kept strong face in front of Akashi with a slightly sadistic smile. Good, my job is done with this. Anyway, you mentioned something about the departure. What is it about? Akashi opened the door and walked out of the bathroom while asking. When he was out of the bathroom, he increased temperature on top of his skin and a bit of steam escaped from his drenched clothes before they became completely dry. Maybe I can also iron them with my hand. Nah, that is too much of work, Akashi thought while looking at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. Ah yes, about that, I was ordered by the emperor himself to take my army to the north. Apparently they expect northern tribes to make a big move. Something about a lot of tribes uniting to create a resistance against the empire. Esteth said and followed after Akashi, still naked, and went towards her bed to take her clothes. Honest doesn't trust her entirely. I have heard something similar but I don't think it's so severe to send one of the strongest general with her entire army. Well, there is still great General Budo who is extremely loyal to the crown. I had very little to none interaction with him but he struck me as a loyal person who would do anything for the good being of the empire but he is also extremely loyal to the emperor and those two things overlap with each other since the emperor isn't the one making decisions. His loyalness also blinds him from seeing the truth in front of him. Maybe I should investigate him and his family more so I can be aware if he is worth looking out for. Akashi thought for a while when he heard Asteth's words. I see. Akashi muttered and glanced behind him where he saw naked Asteth standing by her bed looking at him with her clothes in her hands. She tilted her head to the side with a confused expression when she met his eyes. You are really a demoness. Akashi said while he took a while appreciating the sight of Asteth's body. Akashi wasn't any horny teenager but even he knew how to appreciate beautiful things. Instead of blushing or covering herself up, Asteth smiled and stretched out her arms to the side to give him a better view, although she did this more like out of instinct since she wasn't even thinking about it. I take it that's a compliment, right? Asteth asked with a smile and Akashi honestly nodded his head. Asteth dressed up and they continued talking for a while until they both exited her room, greeting her subordinates at the same time. All three of them opened their eyes wide as their jaws also dropped completely down when they saw Akashi and Asteth walking shoulder to shoulder out of the room. They were even graced with Asteth giggling while she was covering her mouth. All of them turned at Akashi and No felt cold sweat pouring down his back. Three of you. This is Akashi. Although I see no reason to tell you this right now when we are about to leave but if he ever comes to find me, you are to let him and not create such a scene again. Asteth stopped in front of them and introduced Akashi to them. She didn't bother to introduce them since she was already aware that he knows them. Yes. All of them shouted in unison while kneeling down. I apologize for my incompetence. Asteth Somoliver took the charge and apologized while still kneeling with closed eyes. No need to, you weren't aware of who he is. Plus I would have never even expected him to come here and find me. Asteth waved her hand and then said with a slightly irritated tone while glancing at Akashi. She is still holding that against me. Sai Akashi thought when he noticed her irritation. After that, they didn't exchange too many words before Akashi took his leave and returned back to his home. 145:144 Night Raid. After Akashi arrived home, he immediately went inside his study and sat down at the table with a pensive expression on his face. Clang only when Aiko put teacup with a plate on the table, Akashi woke up from his thoughts and looked up at Aiko leaning forward above the table. Her hairstyle never changed, still two pigtails despite those years. This actually made her look slightly childish even though she was no longer a little girl. Thank you, Aiko. Can you please start your report on our expanding businesses? Akashi forced out a smile and asked. Before that, is anything troubling young master? Aiko asked with a concerned expression while looking at Akashi. Was that scent what I think it was? It certainly smelled like another woman. When did the young master have time for this? Maybe I am just misunderstanding the entire situation. It could be Lady Phoenix's scent but she smells quite different. Aiko thought when she remembered the scent she smelled from Akashi when she was leaning forward to put down the teacup. Nah, it's nothing that important, just, interesting Akashi replied with a slightly surprised expression before he returned to his stoic expression. Alright, I won't ask any further, however, know that you can always talk to me and discuss anything you want, after all, I am young master's personal maid. Aiko joined her hands together and said with a bright smile. Akashi nodded with a small smile and gestured her to start the report. Gold, for 423? That's the amount I previously had after paying Orberg to join me which left me in quite a dire situation but as I hoped for, my business here only continued flourishing. The estimated amount I made in those days I was away is about 15.000 gold coins but the empire is quite ruthless with their taxes despite me being one of the most powerful nobles. Well, it's only expected since taxes rose quite a lot since the revolutionary army kept pressing against the empire. The final amount is around 12.500 gold coins and that is after meeting some important people in the finance department of the empire. After talking with them for a while I was able to save roughly around 1,000 gold coins. They were boring but I guess I can call it worth it. However, as expected of Aiko, she always kept some percentage of earnings away for development of other potential businesses or improving already existing ones. At least I don't have to worry about that type of thing with my own money anymore. Akashi thought when he was returning from the palace together with Aiko who accompanied him there. Akashi glanced to the side at Aiko and found that she was frowning and her expression itself was radiating that upset aura. Are you alright? He asked but he already knew why was she like that. Why yes, I just hate how most of these men were ogling me. Just because I am wearing a maid outfit they think that they can do whatever they want even if I am not their maid Aiko replied and tried to form a smile, not wanting to appear too depressed in front of Akashi but she failed quite miserably. I suggested you change your clothes but you insisted that it will show everyone that you are my maid. Sometimes you can still be very childish. Akashi shook his head and replied with a small smile. I know, but I thought that they won't stare if they will know that I belong to you. One of those leaders of the finance department even suggested making taxes lower for a little favor. I was already shaking under his stare, not to mention after what he said. Aiko replied with a disgusted expression while putting her arms around her chest while holding her shoulders. I can't do anything about stares you are receiving. After all, you are a beautiful young woman and I am pretty sure that those wolves know how to smell out if the girl is innocent or not, which only excites them more. Akashi replied with an apologetic smile, although he stopped some men who were staring too much and from too close, but he can't do anything about people staring from afar. Hee, thank you for the compliment, young master. Suddenly, Aiko's mood took 180 degrees change and she giggled with a bright smile and blushing cheeks. Then, if they can smell that I am innocent, how about young master helps me with that? Aiko suddenly blurted out while looking expectantly at Akashi. Sigh. Both of them stopped walking and Akashi turned at her and kept silent for a while before he sighed while shaking his head with a smile. He went ahead while Aiko kept staring at his back with a slightly surprised expression. You better treasure it and not use it for your convenience. Only when she heard Akashi's voice from afar, she picked up a pace to catch up with him. But I am doing exactly that. Aiko thought while pouting and looking at Akashi's back. Days passed by and the Empire almost completely forgot about the incident with their best assassination unit. They actually stopped actively searching for Pony, but there were still wanted posters with her drawing, so she was pretty much screwed if she ever wants to live inside the capital. These days, Akashi didn't even leave his mansion since he was too busy with all kinds of meetings and paperwork due to his nearing marriage. There were many people congratulating him even a few weeks before the actual marriage, and he could see a few ridiculing looks in some of the people's eyes, and he was perfectly aware why. Normally, big and powerful families like his, heirs usually choose who they want to marry, and usually, it is also from another big family or only slightly weaker one. Sometimes, it can also be commoner. After all, there are many more commoners than nobles, so chances of finding a more beautiful woman there are higher. But that only happens when the family is strong enough and doesn't need to form any bonds with others. And that's the reason why they felt pity or why some were ridiculing Akashi. Of course, none of them dared to show it in front of him. Arya herself wasn't exactly ugly or beautiful, she was looking alright, which was fine with Akashi. He has never been a type to pay too much attention to appearance, but her personality is something he wouldn't be able to stand. Akashi was actually contemplating if he should meet her a few days before the marriage and go on a few dates with her. He was already aware of many cases of how she and her family lured other people into their mansion with kindness just to be tortured or tested with poisons. He wanted to pay her in the same way, show her kindness, and love just to betray that at the end. Actually, he was slightly accepting the matter with testing the poisons, but if he ever had to quickly test any important poison, he would go for prisoners first. However, if he really had no other way, he would also kidnap someone off the street just to test it. However, he hated how they lured those people in with fake hope. In this world, everyone was ruthless in one way or another, but giving someone fake hope is really disgusting act. He wants to let them feel how their victims feel. Akame sighed. Akame, Green, Nayenda, Bullet, Leon, and Lubbock were standing in a small circle around a table. We have waited long enough. We have gathered considerable amount of people, so I think it is out time to slowly start this revolution. We are going to carry out this revolution with as few casualties as we can, and that's also the reason for our group existence, Assassination Unit. Nayenda said with a light cigar in her mouth. Both Akame and Green looked at her with a slightly nervous expression, or maybe impatient would be better a word. Come on, Nayenda. Don't tease them so much, announce our group's name already. Lubbock exclaimed with maybe a too much excited tone and expression. Our organization's name is Night Raid, and with this mission, I declare official existence of Night Raid. Bam, Nayenda said and slammed the table in the middle while leaving a poster on it. Bill. Akame and Green exclaimed at the same time with slightly surprised expressions. Oh? You know this man? Leon asked both of them with a curious expression. Of course they know him, he is leader of the different assassination unit, but they must have met him a few times, right? Nayenda replied in their stead while puffing out the smoke out of her mouth. Yes, he is quite an important person, but there is still someone higher above him, however, we know nothing about him. Akame replied with a thoughtful expression. Still, trying to assassinate someone deep inside the palace will be extremely hard. Green muttered while holding his chin, looking down at the poster. Saikyu is the name of the man above Bill, but he can be said to be the second most important person in the Empire, so targeting him right now is nearly impossible. On the other hand, Bill is another matter, right? Nayenda said while looking at Green. That's right, Bill most likely spends most of his time in the laboratory that's located inside the palace, but most of the security is concentrated in the middle of the palace and laboratory is in the underground on the edge of the palace, the same with the entrance. There is tight security, but definitely not as tight as near the Emperor's Hall. We might have some chance to sneak inside. Green nodded his head and replied. Do you know any secret passages we can use to our advantage? Bullet asked. Since he was a soldier and not assassin, therefore, he has never spent a lot of time at the palace during his time in the army. There are a few underground passages but we still need to get inside the palace through the whole capital. Akame replied while thinking hard about ways how to get inside unnoticed. 146:145 Newcomers. A few more weeks passed by and Akashi's marriage was around the corner. He spent those few weeks mostly in mansion and training with all kinds of things that have a sharp edge and can be used as a weapon since it was helping him gain a better understanding of his own path of Blade Master. During that time, a new organization named Night Raid became overly famous as far as to rumors traveling through the entire capital about their assassination of the important person inside the palace itself. There were many other nobles who lost their lives by their hands. Wanted posters were everywhere across the capital with Akame, Bullet, Green, Pony, and Nayenda's faces. Ha ha ha! Akashi released unusual hearty laugh while reading some documents. What is so funny? Pony, who was together with Akashi in his study, was slightly startled by his sudden laugh, and after she calmed down, she asked with a confused expression. In the end, she chose to remain with Akashi since she really had no idea what to do. Thankfully, the atmosphere between those two was no longer awkward. It could be said to be quite merry since Pony can be sometimes real airhead and Akashi found it relaxing talking to her. At first, when she accepted to remain here and work for him, Pony thought that she might not be able to forget about what he told her regarding Guy, but she somehow got through it. Mainly thanks to spending more time with him, she was aware that at that time they were practically bad guys, so she doesn't hold Akashi responsible. More like she started to hate herself for not noticing it earlier. She kept saying to herself that if she noticed earlier, none of the assassins that came after them would ever bother targeting them. After accepting to be on Akashi's side, she got to know how he wants to reform this entire empire and she found his idea appealing and interesting. Of course, he didn't tell her everything but only basics, and the prospering state of his territory only further helped Pony to find that idea appealing and interesting. Some nobles request to live in my territory. Coincidentally, they are the same nobles that previously liked to avoid my territory due to my harsh rules without any exceptions towards them. Night Raid is really doing a good job by scaring everyone with a lot of wealth. Akashi threw the stack of documents to Pony so she can have a look herself while he explains it. I see, what will you do? Pony muttered while looking over the document before raising her head and asking Akashi with a curious expression. I already have information collected on all of them, take a look for yourself. Akashi said while taking a few files from underneath his table and threw them to Pony once again. Child abuse, murder, rape, human trafficking, Pony muttered while going through each file belonging to each of those nobles. She didn't even have the heart to read any further since it was becoming only worse. Do you think I should let them in so they can save their asses from Night Raid? Akashi interrupted Pony thinking about what she just read. Of course not. They are trash that shouldn't even exist in the first place. Pony suddenly blurted out with an angered expression. When she noticed Akashi's smile, she blushed and covered her mouth and realized her unnecessary outburst. You are right, they aren't worth saving if they will only cause trouble in my territory. Plus, why do you think that Night Raid very rarely assassinated anyone inside my territory? Akashi said and then rested his chin on his hand while asking with a smile. Because you have some kind of connection with them? You previously said that you can get me to Akame and Green and they are part of that group, so. Pony said, but she still had a slightly uncertain expression. Nah, that's not really the main reason. I have close to none corrupted nobles here, and those that got killed were difficult to get rid of without killing them, so I am quite thankful to Night Raid for making some of my small worries literally disappear while taking full blame. Normally, such things would be partly blamed at the biggest family controlling the territory for bad security, but Night Raid is so infamous that no one blames anyone. Akashi explained with his legs resting on top of his table. He was currently feeling quite content. Night Raid was actually helping him quite a lot without even being aware. Of course, it would have been a different matter if any of his loyal guards got hurt or worse, killed. Akashi placed high importance on hiring loyal people into his organization, but it was hard to even hire one person like that, therefore losing anyone would be quite irritating and he would have to have a word with Nayenda. I see, tell me, is there any chance that we will be fighting them in the future? Pony asked with a slightly sad expression. Hard to say, we stand in the middle, we might be forced to even fight on both fronts at the same time. Our goal aligns with their goal but our paths are a bit different. Akashi replied while looking at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. I also don't want to see anyone from the Revolutionary Army in power. If they will win, they will be the ones deciding who is to be the next emperor. They will also most likely try to take down my family since, on the light, we fully support the empire. No way I am allowing it. Akashi thought to himself. Anyway, I have a date today so I can't spend the entire afternoon talking with you, I am sorry, Pony. Akashi suddenly said and jumped from his chair to his feet. Hey! Pony, who was looking at the ground with a slightly distressed expression, raised her head and looked at Akashi with a dumbfounded expression. AD date. She muttered still with a dumbfounded expression. Yep, with that Arya, Akashi said with a smile. Why are you even doing it if you don't want to marry her? Pony asked with a blank expression. It's my training, Akashi replied unexpectedly, which caught Pony off guard. What? Training? Are you training how to date a girl or what? If that's so, I don't mind teaching you, you don't have to spend time with her. Pony replied with a confused expression. Pfft, no. It's training to endure being with a miserable company while constantly wearing a kind smile across your face. You women are pretty good at it, I think, but I will hold you up on that offer. Akashi chuckled and then replied with a bit of teasing at the end. Why you, what the hell do you think we are? It's called a polite smile. You are the one here playing with someone's feelings. Pony felt ashamed of how Akashi took her offer and used it against her to embarrass her, so she blurted out in counter-attack while holding up her fist and swaying it at Akashi. Can you even call her someone? I think better word would be something. Don't worry, I also don't like playing with other people's feelings, and that's one of the reasons why I also told you about Guy even though you wouldn't have a chance to discover it. Akashi replied while opening the door to leave. Wait. Pony called out before Akashi could close the door. He turned at her with a confused expression and waited for her to continue. I didn't mean it that way, I got carried away, I am sorry. Pony said with a regretful expression while looking at the ground. I wasn't offended, I understand that as a fellow girl, you think that what I am doing to that, Arya, is unacceptable, but this can't be compared to what she and her family had done to others. Akashi said with a gentle smile before he closed the door. Night Raid recently new hideout in the outskirts of the capital inside the forest. Bang! Concentrated shockwave of spirit energy saw seen traveling a few hundreds of meters before destroying a smaller boulder lying between two trees. Nice shot, mine. I guess you are already getting accustomed to pumpkin, right? Leone exclaimed with an impressed expression while looking to the distance with her hand shielding her eyes from the sun. Mine is the recently new member of their group. She is a young girl of below average height. She has very long pink hair tied in twin tails on the right and left sides of her head. She has pink eyes and she wears a pink outfit, consisting of a tied shawl with a high collar, a pink long-sleeve shirt, a gown, and black stockings with pink shoes. If one imagines a girl like her description, they might think of a very cute and shy girl, generally liked by everyone, but... Ho ho, of course, I am not a genius sniper for nothing. Mine replied while putting the pumpkin over her shoulder and raising her head up while proudly sticking out her small nose. Her attitude combined with her outfit made her only more annoying. Why yeah, Sayur, what about you, Shili? How are you doing? Leone replied to Mine with a forced smile before she turned her attention away from her to another girl sitting nearby, reading a book. Shili is also a recently new member and she is a slender woman with long purple hair and purple eyes. She is wearing a revealing sleeveless lilac cheongsam with detached lilac arm sleeves and white boots. She is also wearing a glasses and has a small scar on her right cheek. On the first sight, she appears to be a very collected and mature woman with a gentle air around her, contrary to Mine's bossy air. I am doing very well, everyone is extremely nice here. Oh? Oops. Shili raised her head and replied to Leone with a bright smile, but while she was trying to move her hair behind her ear, she suddenly knocked off her glasses on the ground. She exclaimed and started searching for them before Leone shook her head with a smile. After a short moment of watching, she took Shili's glasses off the ground and offered them to her. Oh? Thank you, Leone. Shili, who suddenly saw a blurry object in front of her, thanked Leone, but when she tried to grab her glasses... Oh no! Instead of grabbing them, she knocked them of Leone's hand since her vision of them was blurry. She once again kneeled down and began her search. Slap! Leone just facepalmed herself. Both Shili and Mine looked towards Leone with confused expressions after hearing her facepalm. These two. Leone thought while watching how Mine, after a while of watching her, just shrugged her shoulders and helped Shili grab her glasses, and this time, she put them on Shili herself. Thank you, Mine. And I am sorry, Leone. Shili thanked and then immediately bowed to Leone. It's all right, don't let it get to you. Leone said with a smile, but she also noticed Mine proudly puffing out her almost non-existent chest as if to say, that's how you do it. A thick mark appeared on Leone's forehead, so she also puffed out her 2 mountains almost bigger than Mine's head itself as if to say, and that's how you truly do it, with a proud smile across her face. Humph. Mine just hatefully glared at Leone's melons before she threw her hair to the side while looking away from Leone. However, she couldn't stop herself to take a last glance at those 2 jiggling melons. 147:146 The most difficult date. N/A, in this fan fic, Arya is a bit older than original, just for a few people who would like to complain about it or point it out. Hello Arya, I hope I haven't kept you waiting for too long, I had to deal with a few things before leaving the mansion. Akashi said with a charming smile when he arrived at the restaurant and met up with Arya. Arya is a 16-year-old girl, she has blonde, slightly over shoulder length hair topped with a fluffy light blue accessory and blue eyes. She was currently wearing a blue dress that suited to her eyes. Not at all. Please sit down. Arya smiled brightly while resting her chin on her hand and pointing at the seat across her. At first, I didn't really like what my parents set up for me, this entire marriage thing, but after seeing who will be my husband, I have changed my opinion very quickly. I even thanked my parents. Not only is he powerful and feared by many, he is also extremely handsome compared to other fat nobles. I just hope that delay wasn't caused by any whore maid. Arya thought behind that bright and kind smile. At first look, Arya looks like a kind and gentle girl, but a very small amount of people know how twisted she truly is. Alright, even though you say that, as an apology, I would like to pay for today's lunch. We can also go shopping afterward, I will also cover those expenses. Akashi sat down and suggested with a kind smile while looking into Arya's eyes with full of gentleness and love. Fuck, who knew how hard it is to keep that polite smile, women are truly creatures not to be underestimated. Akashi cursed inwardly behind that kind smile of his. I don't know, are you sure about that? Arya asked with an uncertain expression while playing with her hair in a nervous way. Of course. Anything for my future wife. Akashi nodded his head resolutely while winking at her. Hehe, this is truly like a dream came true, his eyes are full of gentleness and love. He is powerful, has status and money, and he is even handsome. Kiyae. I just realized that he has practically everything any woman can dream of from their husband. He doesn't even give me any perverted looks, therefore I might have a chance at controlling who he is sleeping with. Arya, who heard his words, blushed while looking away in a shy way, and when she thought to herself about her catch, her blush only deepened as she glanced at Akashi, who was looking at her with a patient smile. You are really adorable when you blush. Akashi complimented her with a smile. Ugh, it's really much harder than keeping a poker face. Akashi thought. What was Akashi doing right now could have been called a miracle at controlling his emotions and feelings. He was capable of looking at someone he doesn't give a shit about with full of love. It was also hard to compliment her since he knew all her deeds, but he was able to set them aside and started accepting the girl in front of him just in her physical form and completely disregarded her personality. Thanks to this, he was able to look at her without any problem since all he saw in front of him was a fairly beautiful blonde girl in a nice blue dress. He was practically looking at her as if he was looking at a doll. If this bitch makes me bleed too much, I will take it back from her family treasure anyway. Akashi was able to keep his smile on his face without any change, also thanks to repeating this sentence a few times in his mind. Hello, are you ready to order? A waitress came to us and asked while standing by our table with a small notepad and pen in her hands. While she was asking this, she also threw a quick look at Akashi and they suddenly made a brief eye contact which made her look into her notepad. Yes. We would like to have. Arya started naming numerous dishes as if she was hosting an army, but Akashi kept smiling although there were a few twitches in his smile, he always covered it up with his hand. Bitch. I will make you bleed in a different way after today. Akashi thought. While the waitress was writing down our order, she occasionally kept glancing at Akashi out of the corner of her eye. I knew it. This bitch is actually checking out my future husband. Thankfully, it looks like Akashi isn't aware of it. Too bad that this is quite high-end restaurant and I can't just do whatever I want here. Arya thought behind her smile as she kept observing the waitress. Please stop looking at me if you value your life, Lady, Akashi thought with his eyes closed and a bright smile across his face. When Akashi saw how Arya looked into her handbag, he threw waitress an apologetic smile while extremely quickly shoving a few gold coins into her pocket. The waitress was slightly startled by this, but when she saw his apologetic smile, she got his meaning. She was able to see how Arya could get jealous or angry, so she gave a grateful nod to Akashi before she stopped bothering them after taking their order back to the kitchen. Despite this, Akashi was able to notice the same waitress peeking out of the kitchen window at him. Thankfully, the kitchen was located behind Arya, so she had no idea. Her looks are above average and slightly below Arya if I strictly judge just appearance. However, next to Arya she still looks like an angel that descended on this earth. Maybe I will be able to live through this date by secretly looking at her instead of Arya. Arya won't be able to find out since she is right behind her. Akashi thought while making eye contact with the same waitress who started blushing. And like this, Akashi was able to survive the meal together with Arya, all thanks to a mysterious waitress. If he wasn't constantly under Arya's eyes, he would even ask for that waitress's name and asked her parents for her hand in marriage for such a help she provided him today. After the meal, they went shopping and Arya bought a few dresses. I held back quite a lot today. Arya muttered while looking at numerous bags carried by Akashi, who was constantly smiling. One would even ask if his lips got stuck in one position since his smile never changed throughout the whole day. I will definitely not hold back, Akashi thought while he was walking her home. At this point, he already began replying to her every comment in his mind. Here we are. Thank you very much for today, Akashi. When they arrived at Arya's mansion, she spun around at Akashi with a bright smile. She called for her guards to take the bags back to the mansion, which left Akashi and Arya all alone. No need to thank me. Seeing your happy smile is already big enough, thanks. Akashi suddenly said quite a cheesy line with a really charming smile like never before since he already saw freedom. He finally saw the end of this date, so he got carried away. Hearing his line, Arya's mouth remained open as she kept staring at Akashi's face with a dumbfounded expression. I don't know why, but I have sudden urge to. Arya thought while taking a few steps closer to Akashi. Still, you were quite a gentleman the entire day, I think you deserve at least a little reward. Arya said while standing on her tiptoes and aiming at Akashi's lips. Fuck no. I can pretend to look but no physical contact, thought. Akashi immediately felt cold sweat pouring down his back. He felt as if death itself wanted to kiss him. Wait. Akashi quickly stopped her by placing his hands on her shoulders, which quite surprised her. She can even make sad expression. Akashi thought when he saw Arya in front of him to look dejected. Can I ask a slightly personal question? Akashi asked with a reassuring smile. Arya raised her head in confusion but still nodded. Would this be your first kiss? Akashi asked while trying his best to form a small blush. Why yes, Arya replied, slightly nervous. Mine too. In that case, let's wait until our marriage, wouldn't it feel more magical? Akashi asked with a gentle smile. Shit, I am really good at defusing. I also think that I am going a little mad with all this talking to myself. Arya is more formidable opponent than I previously thought. Akashi thought, and those stupid jokes were a large part of the reason why he was able to survive a date with Arya without garnering her suspicion. You are right, thank you for stopping me. Arya thought for a while before she answered with a bright smile. I can't believe he has yet to kiss anyone with his looks and status. However, imagining both of our first kisses during our marriage ceremony is truly something else. Hehe, I can't wait until then. I will definitely be restless these few days, maybe I should find a few more people to play with. Arya thought and parted ways with Akashi. I can't believe that I almost let her kiss me. Akashi thought as he made his way home. Village near the borders with northern tribes. We will be on our way, chief, said a young man of average height with green eyes and medium-length brown hair wearing a black coat over his brown sweater and black jeans. He also had quite plain-looking black broadsword on his back with his backpack. There were also two other people standing next to him, one young man and one young woman. The other young man had short and somewhat unruly, dark brown hair and brown eyes. He was wearing a white martial arts headband and an identical black coat over a similar sweater to the first man. He had an axe on his back together with his backpack. The young woman had long black hair and black eyes. She was wearing a white butterfly hair accessory and a similar black coat to her friends. She also had a bow with a quiver of arrows on her back attached to her backpack. Tatsumai, Ieyasu, Seo, you have learned a lot of things here, and I think you are more than ready to use what you have learned to make a name for yourself in the outside world. The old man, most likely chief of the village, said with a slightly sad smile, standing in front of them. Leave that to us. We will make the village so wealthy that no one will starve to death ever again. Ieyasu said while pointing at his face with a thumb, showing off his smug look on his face. Yet, you will most likely break some rules due to your recklessness and end up on the guillotine, Seo said while looking at Ieyasu like on an idiot. What? Don't say such things. What if they happen just because you mentioned them? Ieyasu immediately snapped at Seo while pointing at her with his index finger, an upset expression on his face. They began their bickering and the elder used this chance to give something to Tatsumai. What is it? Are we to sell that so we have some starting money? Tatsumai asked with an excited smile while holding a small wooden figurine. No. This is my parting gift to you. If you keep that on you at all times, God will surely look after you. The elder said with a serious expression, and Tatsumai couldn't help but grip the figurine tightly before thanking the elder. They said a few parting words before they left their village with the capital as their destination. 148:147 Performing a miracle. Ugh. Akashi groaned with a tired expression while literally dropping face first on the sofa once he arrived at home. How was it? Pony, who was sitting right next to the place where he dropped down, asked with an amused smile. Impossible to describe. Akashi raised his head to look at Pony and kept silent for a few seconds before replying to her, and then he buried his face back into the sofa. Does that mean, it was so good that you can't describe it or something else? Pony asked while grinning. You better remove that smug look on your face before I kick you out. Akashi once again raised his head to look at her before he replied with the same grinning face. Haha, I am just joking, you know, we are friends after all, aren't we? Pony released a nervous laugh while cold sweat began pouring down her back. How bad was it? Pony asked, this time with a truly curious expression. It was horrible, but I was able to pull it off without any major problems. However, at the end, she tried to kiss me. Akashi rolled on his back so he doesn't have to keep raising his head when talking to her and explained it. When he got to the matter of Arya trying to kiss him, he shuddered in disgust a little bit. Pfft, haha. Sorry, I couldn't keep it within me, so? What happened after that? Pony started laughing while holding her stomach, but when she noticed Akashi's glare, she stopped and asked with a curious expression. Akashi explained how he defused the situation and Pony couldn't help but laugh once again. But I must say that your excuse was truly incredible, a magical first kiss during the marriage ceremony? Haha, Pony honestly praised while wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes with her fingers. I am not really sure if she has some feelings for me or if she did it to please me, Akashi said with a frown, since his main reason for enduring it was to make Arya attached to him. Of course, it wasn't the only reason, but it was still the main reason. By what you have explained to me, I think that she truly developed some feelings for you. After all, why wouldn't she? It's not like you are just fat ugly noble with status and money. You are also handsome, so I see no reason for her not to like you. Pony replied, seriously trying to help, but when she got to the part of describing him as handsome, unknowingly a small blush appeared on her cheeks. I guess so, thanks for helping me. Having a girl's opinion and her point of view is also good. Say, would you like to come with me for a little show? Akashi replied with a small smile before he asked. A little show? What kind of show? Pony asked, definitely intrigued by his words. I am planning to, let's say, craft a weapon on or above Taigu's level. Akashi casually said while smiling. What? Pony exclaimed while leaping to her feet and standing right by lying Akashi and leaning above him with her hands on her hips. Calm down a bit and sit down. Akashi replied with a blank expression when he saw her tight, black, short leggings complementing her curves right next to his head. Sorry, but isn't that impossible? How can you craft something on Taigu's level, not to mention above its level? Pony blushed, ashamed of her reaction, so she sat down on her previous position. While you are with me, nothing is impossible, therefore I am an absolute. Akashi decided to reply in a cheeky way with a smug look on his face while winking at Pony. Very funny, will you tell me or will you keep your dirty secrets to yourself? Pony didn't like his smug look, so she asked hurriedly and bluntly. I won't tell you, but I will let you watch. What about it? Akashi asked with a smile. Humph. I guess it's better than nothing, Pony replied while throwing her head to the side. She thought that Akashi was just teasing her, but she doesn't really mind it. Alright, I will call for Kurom and we will be ready to go out. Akashi said while sitting up. Wait. Go out? Pony exclaimed with a surprised expression. Yes, I have no idea what kind of reaction it will create, so we better do it outside of the capital. Try to put some clothes over those short leggings and a tank top. I prepared a mask for you that will also hide your hair. Also, try to find yourself boots, Akashi said while getting up and informing a maid behind the door to inform Kurom. If enchanting Taiko's weapon made a small whirlwind inside the spacious room, I have no idea what reaction will cause something of 2 levels above. Now that I think about Taiko after that miserable date with Arya, I really want to see her now. Akashi thought. Won't wearing a mask make me look only more suspicious? Pony asked with a small blush after she heard Akashi's remark about boots. She was always barefooted since her main weapon was her kicks, and having boots would improve the hardness of her kicks, but it would make it impossible for her to perform some of her moves. It's been a few weeks since your disappearance, and with appearance of night raid, their focus is definitely somewhere else. Not to mention everyone in the Dark Squad are wearing masks. We will sneak out of the capital undetected anyway. Akashi replied while standing near the door. Kurom quickly got the message from the maid and made her way to Akashi's study. Akashi explained everything to her. Meanwhile, Pony found herself some new clothes and put them over her current ones and put on her new mask. The trio sneaked outside of the capital. On the way, Akashi remembered about Kurom's information and the location where he should be if he wants to make a contact with Nayenda, so he moved right in its opposite direction since he didn't know what kind of reaction he will cause and he didn't want to alarm them either. Contact them. When they were more than 20 kilometers away from the capital at a small clearing, they finally stopped. I have no idea what is your plan, Akashi Nii-sama, but here is my weapon, Kurom said and still handed her sheathed katana to Akashi without any hesitation. Exactly my thoughts. Pony thought with a confused expression while attentively looking at Akashi and his actions from aside. Keep some distance away from me since I have no idea what will happen, but if my guess is right, Zeus will show his wrath upon your weapon. Akashi said with an amused tone since he was really curious about this. Let's do this, I am bleeding for you today, Kurom. Akashi thought and focused on his mind. Lesser shock can be upgraded to common shock for 2.000 gold. Gold, 16.923. 14.923. Common shock can be upgraded to greater shock for 5.000 gold. Gold, 14.923. 9.923. Greater shock can be upgraded to grand shock for 10.000 gold and blood of super class danger beast. Although it is tempting to upgrade it once more, I must keep some money to myself, and the upgrade of the weapon itself will cost something, so going up is a no-go. Akashi thought while licking his lips in anticipation. Alright, be careful, girls. Here we go. Akashi warned them for the last time and pierced the ground with the weapon still in its sheath. The sheath wasn't crafted from any cheap material so it was able to easily pierce the ground with some help of Akashi's strength. Do you wish to upgrade Kurome's weapon with the greater shock element for 3.000 gold? Cough. Akashi almost forgot to breathe when he saw the overly high price. I guess it only makes sense since I am creating a weapon around Taigu's level. Good thing that it already recognizes Kurome as that weapon's owner, which means that I don't have to care for any compatibility bullshit or something like that. Akashi thought and accepted the upgrade. Energy, 510/1700. Holy shit, it took 70% of my energy. Akashi thought while holding his head since he experienced a little headache from draining most of his energy in one go. Of course, for Akashi a little headache is an unbearable headache for normal people. Kurome and Pony, who were looking from aside, had confused expressions on their faces since they saw just how Akashi pierced the ground with Kurome's sheathed weapon while leaving it there, and then one moment later he sharply gripped his head. Hey! Pony and Kurome looked at each other with a confused expression while raising their eyebrow in question when more than 5 seconds after Akashi took a few steps back from the weapon passed by without anything special happening. Boom! Suddenly, out of a clear blue sky, enormous lightning struck at the place where Kurome's weapon was erected. Shit! Akashi immediately used his biggest trump card when it comes to saving his life, fire form. Energy, 360/1700. Akashi. Akashi nii-sama. Both Pony and Kurome shouted at the same time with their eyes wide open when they saw Akashi get enveloped in the lighting. Thankfully, they were far enough, but they still felt slightly paralyzed, or more like their movements were sluggish. Despite transforming his physical body into flames, he was still blown away. When Kurome and Pony saw flames taking a human figure blown away from where thunder was still raging, they sighed in relief. Still, despite having no physical body, he was uncontrollably rolling on the ground, and since he had no real physical contact with the ground, it was even harder to stop. Pony even went as far as to chuckle when she saw how flames in front of her were rolling on the ground. This is annoying. Akashi thought and cancel his transformation, which made him finally stop uncontrollably rolling. As I thought, despite transforming in time, my body is still slightly paralyzed. After all, it was an elemental type of attack and my transformation is also an elemental type. I was able to avoid destruction or damage of my body, but I still feel some consequences. Akashi thought while still lying on the ground. He was waiting until the paralyzing effect would go away. It wasn't like he couldn't move, but it would be faster if he simply stood still. Akashi. Pony, who was laughing until now, stopped when she saw Akashi lying on the ground without moving. This startled both of them, so they quickly went to check on him. Don't touch me! Akashi was forced to shout when he heard them running to him. Both stopped on the spot and didn't take any further steps. All they had to know is that Akashi is fine, which quickly calmed them down. After less than a minute, Akashi slowly got up, testing if everything within his body is just fine. I never expected this kind of big reaction. I don't really want to see what is even above it. Anyway, that wasn't just any ordinary lightning, I guess it was also empowered by my own energy I spent on the upgrade. Akashi thought and turned at girls to show them that he is fine. Let's look at the result, shall we? Akashi suggested with an excited smile while looking at girls. Only when Pony and Kurome heard his words, they finally focused their sight on what is in front of them and couldn't help but gasp. They were only worried about Akashi, so they never paid any attention to other things, but an enormous crater appeared in the ground in front of them with Kurome's weapon at the bottom still standing still, with the tip of the sheath buried in the ground. What the hell is this? And what the hell was that? Pony couldn't help but think with her jaw dropped. Since they were previously in danger, they never cared about what happened, but once the danger passed away, they began thinking about what just happened in front of them. 149:148 Meeting two idiots. Stop standing there and stare at it, it's not gonna grow legs and come to you. Akashi said while jumping down to the crater. Once Kurome and Pony heard his voice, they woke up from their shock and quickly followed after him while looking at his back with admiration. When they arrived in front of her weapon, they were greeted with a slightly different sheath. The original sheath was black with a few red markings made with Akashi's flames, but red markings completely disappeared and were replaced by yellow glowing ones. Akashi was slightly worried since he didn't want it to glow at night, which would give Kurome a big disadvantage during the stealth missions, but the more carefully he looked at it, the more it looked like its glow intensifies with the bigger intensity of the outside light. It looks completely different. Kurome muttered while hesitating to take hold of the hilt. Take it, it's your weapon, so no one else is going to take hold of it. Be careful, it's not exactly the same weapon. Akashi said with a smile before he warned her with a serious expression. Kurome nodded and gripped the hilt with one hand and sheath with another. She took it out of the ground and stared at the yellow markings on the sheath for a while. Gulp! Kurome gulped down. She herself had no idea why is she so nervous, but she steeled herself and very slowly draw the katana out of its sheath. When just a bit of its blade was revealed, it was visible that the sharp edge that was previously green was replaced by yellow color and yellow sparks started to dance around it. Kurome was slightly startled by it, but she narrowed her eyes and kept holding it without any fear. Inhale exhale. Kurome prepared herself and drew her entire katana in one motion, making an arc of yellow lightning in front of her in the same motion as she drew her blade. However, the lighting was behaving a bit wild and tried to attack Akashi and Pony, but Akashi already anticipated it and took Pony by her waist and jumped back out of its reach. Ah, sorry. Kurome looked behind her at Akashi and apologized with a regretful expression. Don't worry about it, tame it and show it that you don't need its protection, Akashi said with a smile while still holding Pony. Akashi was suspecting that this new weapon recognized Kurome as its owner, but it still acts on its instincts. Kurome needs to show it that she doesn't need its protection but only help. Can you put me down? Pony asked with a blank expression despite being all shocked just a few seconds ago. Sure. Akashi said and put her down. I guess she doesn't like it when someone carries her around, good to know. Akashi thought with a small evil smile inwardly. Kurome pointed her katana at the sky. Ah! Kurome shouted while a big ball of yellow concentrated electricity appeared on the tip of her katana. Soon after that, lightning bolts started shooting out of that ball to surroundings, destroying the ground even further. Her hand started to shake, so she gripped the hilt with both of her hands, trying to calm her weapon down. Pony and Akashi just kept observing from a safe distance for more than 5 minutes before the ball of electricity got sucked into her katana and only small sparks occasionally danced across its blade. 2000 XP to your Master Blacksmith class for successfully creating your first weapon on Taigu's level. Master Blacksmith, LV9, 10 STR, 10 Const, 450/2560 XP. Successfully. Does that mean there is a chance of failure? Maybe if Kurome failed to put it under control. Akashi thought with frowned brows. Huff huff. Kurome was left breathless as she kept panting. Good job, it looks like you showed it that you don't need its protection. Akashi approached and gently patted her back a few times. It was much harder than I anticipated. Halfway through, it stopped trying to convince me peacefully and started sending sparks of electricity directly into my body through the hilt, but I was able to endure it. Kurome replied with a smile, but her face was full of sweat and slightly pale. This is impossible. Yes, this must be a dream, Pony kept muttering behind Akashi as she kept looking around with a dumbfounded expression. Is she all right? Despite Kurome's exhausted state, she still asked if Pony is all right. Yeah, let her absorb it, she will recover soon enough. Anyway, you should name it if you still haven't done it. Akashi looked back at Pony just to shook his head with a helpless smile at Kurome. Name, hey? How about? Kurome muttered while looking at the yellow edge of the blade. Kaminari. Kurome said with an uncertain expression while looking at Akashi for his approval. Good name. However, even if I didn't like it, it wouldn't matter since it is your weapon. Anyway, we should get going and really quickly since that lighting at the beginning was pretty large and loud. I don't doubt that the capital already sent someone to investigate, so let's run some distance away from the capital before joining the main road leading back to the capital. We wouldn't want to meet any spies or assassins on our way, we would also look suspicious for walking from the same direction as that lighting. Akashi said with a smile while patting Kurome's shoulder. I guess we better disappear. Kurome nodded with a serious expression and wanted to jump out of the crater, but she noticed that Pony was still inside her own world. Don't worry about her, let's go, Akashi said and put Pony under his arm, carrying her like a sack of potatoes. This caused her to wake up and stare at Akashi with a blank expression. Do you really have to carry me like that? You have both of your hands free, so why not something more civilized like Princess carry? Pony thought while staring at Akashi with a face saying, are you serious? Akashi noticed her look, but he decided to ignore her, but he still couldn't help but smile a bit, which caused Pony to angrily stare at him for the rest of their way. When they ran more than 10 kilometers away from the previous location, they joined on the main road leading directly to the capital. Phew, still, that was scary. At first, I thought that it was a danger beast, but thankfully it was just a thunder. Still, it's a bit weird since everywhere I look, I see only a clear sky. A boy with short, dark brown hair and white martial arts headband said with a slightly panicked expression while walking alongside a black-haired girl. Ayasu, don't be such a wuss. I still can't believe how you were able to escape from those bandits. His companion replied while holding her forward with a tired expression. Hey! You are the one who got scared the most when we heard that thunder, Sayo. And what's the surprise about me escaping unscathed? Maybe you aren't aware, but even Tatsumi has problems when fighting me, He immediately shouted back at the girl with an upset expression before he started talking all big just to stop talking when he noticed 3 people coming out of the forest and joining them on the road. Oh! What a cutie, and we still aren't at the capital. Ayasu started completely ignoring Sayo while looking at Kurome, who was all smiles while talking to Akashi, who was still carrying Pony. Why the hell did he stop talking and started completely ignoring me? Seo thought frustrated by this change, so she took a look to the side, over Iyasu, and she immediately understood the reason which made her glare at Iyasu. He has no chance, looking at how that girl has all her attention on that boy. Seo thought with a wide smile while looking at Kurome and Akashi. She decided to check what is so interesting on Akashi since already one beautiful girl was paying him attention. It was more of a womanly instinct, however, when she was checking him out, he turned at her and made eye contact with her, which made her quickly turn away. Hey! What's their problem? Akashi thought with a confused expression. He recognized their clothing and knew that they come from northern tribes or at least somewhere near its borders. Can you finally put me down? Pony, who kept quiet all the time, suddenly snapped while baring her teeth at Akashi, ready to bite his hand. This cat has rabies, Akashi muttered while holding up Pony in front of him under her armpits. Ha! I am not a pet! She shouted and started wiggling all around, kicking with her legs and swinging her hands around. Both Seo and Iyasu, who saw this, had a blank expression on their faces. At least they got to know that masked figure is a woman by her voice. Hey, should we ask them if we are on the right road? We lost everything during that ambush after all. Iyasu asked Seo in a whisper. Why should we? It's pretty obvious that this is the main road, we have met a lot of vendors already. Seo replied while giving him a strange look. Well, it's kinda awkward walking next to them without saying anything. Plus, who said that we can't make sure if we are going in the right direction anyway? Iyasu said while scratching the top of his head with his hand while having a silly smile across his face. I knew it. You don't care about directions at all. Well, they don't look like bad guys, so I guess it's alright, Seo replied while glaring at Iyasu since she knew what was his goal. Akashi was actually able to hear their entire conversation since they weren't exactly whispering that quietly, not to mention his enhanced senses which include a hearing. However, he pretended like he never heard anything. The only thing that caught his interest a bit was so-called ambush. He also noticed that they didn't have in backpacks or anything. Akashi decided to put Pony down since he was expecting those two to approach them shortly. And as he expected, the boy was the first to introduce himself with the girl behind. They definitely came from the village, but still, that girl has some fair skin and silky hair, I quite pity her beauty already. She will have a hard time in the capital. Akashi thought while he was introducing himself and his companions, which showed those two that he is the leader. If you don't mind us asking, do you know how far the capital is from here? Iyasu asked while looking at Kurome, but she simply frowned and tilted her head to the side with a confused expression. Cute. This was Iyasu's first thought when he saw Kurome tilt her head to the side. Smack, ouch. Iyasu felt something hit back of his head, so he turned at Seo with a confused expression. Oh ho, sorry, I saw a fly on your head but it managed to get away. Seo replied with a menacing smile while failing to hide it behind her hand, but when she noticed Akashi looking at her with a weird expression, she changed it into a flowery gentle smile. These guys are naive idiots, they will die the first day inside the capital. Akashi thought. It's probably about 25 kilometers from here if you will follow this road, we are going there too. Akashi quickly replied since Iyasu's question was about to be forgotten. 150:149 Kidnapping. You must be from somewhere here, right? Seo asked while observing Akashi's military type of clothes. Yeah, you are definitely from far away, right? Akashi couldn't help but ask back with a slightly teasing smile while looking at their clothes. Yes, Seo lowered her head with a little blush as she answered weakly. Don't worry about it, in the capital, it doesn't matter what clothes you are wearing, but it is the truth that everyone will recognize you as country bumpkins. Akashi reassured Seo, who was a little ashamed now that she noticed how much difference there was between her clothes and the clothes of the other two girls. Why are you wearing a mask anyway? Iyasu asked Pony, but Akashi obviously didn't tell them her real name since she was currently a wanted criminal. Iyasu. Don't be rude. Seo immediately snapped at him and glared at him. Before Pony was able to say anything, Akashi started explaining. She is too beautiful, far too beautiful, therefore it's for her protection and not to attract too much attention. Usually, in the capital, attention equals problems, you better remember that. Akashi explained casually while waving his hand disinterestedly, which made it only look more believable. Kurome and Seo didn't show much of reaction, maybe a little bit of surprise, but Iyasu was completely shocked by Akashi's words. And Pony, well, she was currently glad that she was wearing the mask that was hiding her completely red face. She was aware that Akashi had his reasons for using such a stupid excuse, but she still couldn't help but blush to hear him say that. Akashi used this type of reason to redirect Iyasu's attention to Pony instead of Kurome, since he noticed how he was secretly glancing at her from time to time. Akashi didn't hold it against him, but he still knew that Kurome was feeling a bit uncomfortable and awkward, so he simply let him think about Pony's face. Far too beautiful. Kurome is already cute and beautiful, but she doesn't have to wear a mask like the other girl? What kind of beauty is she? Iyasu started racking his brain, imagining Pony's face on her figure. Seo once again had to smack him to stop absent-mindedly starting at Pony. They talked a bit on the rest of their way until Akashi and his group parted ways with them a few kilometers away from the capital. He simply said that they still wanted to go hunting not to arouse any suspicion from them. After that, Akashi, Kurome, and Pony sneaked into capital without being checked and went directly to their mansion. Those two, they said that they got separated from their friend named Tatsumi. Pony muttered while lying stomach first on the sofa while swinging her legs behind her in a relaxed manner. Are you worried about them? Akashi, who was sitting at his table, looking over the documents, asked with a raised eyebrow in question. Not really, I just think it was kinda big coincidence for us to meet them there. Pony said with an uncertain expression. You think that they lied? Akashi asked with an amused tone since he was for 80% sure that they didn't lie, at most they didn't tell them everything. No. That's not it. I guess I am just a bit paranoid. Pony shook her head, but before she could finish, she was interrupted. Knock knock. Akashi nii-sama, something important happened and I believe you would like to know that. Kurome's muffled voice came from behind the door. Kurome, you don't need to knock, just come in. Akashi said with a helpless look on his face. She has been living here for more than 8 years, yet she still acts all polite whenever possible, while this cat carelessly lying on my sofa has been living here only a month, yet she is acting literally like a rebellious cat. I also noticed my shampoo disappearing at a much faster rate than before. Akashi thought while glaring at Pony's long auburn hair when Kurome walked in. Here it is. Kurome approached his desk and handed a document to him. Akashi accepted it and started reading. 1 hour before. What are we gonna do now? Most of the people here are kinda unfriendly. Even if we just ask for directions they behave like we are asking for money. Ieyasu asked Seo with his shoulders down and dejected look in his face. Shut it for a moment, I am trying to think of something, Seo replied with a troubled look as she was frowning. Maybe I should warn those two before anything bad happens to them. A cloaked figure kneeling on the side of the street who saw those two with their helpless looks in their faces thought. It was one of many members of Akashi's organization. This man was previously beggar, and even though he has warm place where to live, he still plays one since he is already well known in some areas and it was the easiest way for him how to get to all kinds of information. However, when he was about to get up, he noticed someone else approaching them already. TCH. Looks like I am late, still, to think that she would be here, this will definitely interest the leader. The man thought with a sinister smile hidden under his hood and remained on his knees, begging for money while carefully listening to their conversation. Hello, you two. You look troubled, do you need help? A blonde girl approached Seo and Ieyasu while asking with a kind smile. That person was precisely Arya. Oh? Hi. I guess you can say we are in a little predicament. Ieyasu was surprised to see a cute girl approach them, but he still replied with a slightly forced smile, not so merry as before since he was aware of their situation. Seo greeted more politely and Arya took a closer look at her, which confused Seo a bit, but she didn't mind it. This girl is really beautiful, much more than that waitress. Her hair looks even better than mine. The only reason why I let that waitress alone was that she couldn't compare to my appearance and status, but despite feeling reluctant to admit, this girl in front of me is more beautiful than me. There aren't so many women with her beauty. Arya thought and felt jealousy while looking at Seo, but she also felt something else, insecurity. Arya quickly asked for the reason of their worries, which Ieyasu and Seo explained without any problem since they didn't see any disadvantage at telling her despite her being complete stranger. Then how about you two stay at my place for tonight? You can search for your friend tomorrow morning. Arya offered with a kind smile. Why would she invite us, complete strangers, to her house? Seo thought while Ieyasu was about to agree with an excited face. Aren't you afraid that we might be dangerous people? Seo interrupted Ieyasu before he could agree. Not at all, you two don't look like locals and I might be reluctant to invite two guys over, but you are a girl and boy, which makes it even easier. Arya cocked her head to the side in confusion before he replied with an innocent smile. I guess what she says makes sense. After all, I wasn't against starting a conversation with Akashi and others just because there were fellow girls around him. If there were just 3 guys, even I would be hesitant about it. Seo thought, and this time, she didn't interrupt Ieyasu as he agreed after a few seconds of silence. Ieyasu and Seo introduced themselves and went deeper inside the capital together with Arya. Cuckoo, looks like the leader will have finally a chance to bring justice to those things. Sorry, I couldn't warn you kiddos in time, but your suffering will serve a greater good. The cloaked man muttered and released a sinister laugh with a pleased smile hiding under the hood. He suddenly stood up and dusted off his cloak while throwing his earnings to a fellow beggar before disappearing inside the dark alley. Present. Good, although it's really a weird coincidence that those two we met before are also the ones who got tangled up with Arya's family. Never mind, it was already some time since they kidnapped anyone, so I was fearing if they stopped doing it right before our marriage. Akashi muttered while looking out of the window with a slightly weird look on his face. So, when are we going into action? Tonight. Pony asked while restlessly swinging her legs around while lying on the sofa. She also wanted to get rid of such a disgusting family. No. Good job, Kurome. Please reward a man who relayed this information, and also can you please call Ichika for me? She should be together with those kids, they really like her. Akashi shook his head and joined both hands together, keeping them right in front of his face with a serious expression. Kurome nodded her head and left the room. When Ichika came. Have you called for me, young lord? Ichika asked with a pleasant smile, since it was already some time since she saw Akashi from up close. She was really busy teaching those kids some self-defense and other aspects. I need to use the advantage of your magical artifact. Akashi smiled at her before he nodded with a slightly more serious expression. You want me to do something stealthily for you? I am sure that you are aware that invisibility alone isn't anything grand as long as there is an experienced warrior or assassin around, right? Ichika asked just to be sure, since she was afraid that Akashi was overestimating her ability in using that invisibility. Don't worry about that. There are 2 new victims inside Aria's mansion and I would like to sneak inside and keep them alive. Of course, it will be a very ugly job since you will have to make sure that they won't die during the torture, and in case they are severely injured, you have to treat their injuries but don't go overboard so others can't suspect anything. In case it will look like they are about to die during the torture, knock out the torturer and immediately inform me, Akashi instructed with a serious expression, waiting for Ichika's answer. He didn't want to force this job onto her and she was aware of it from his look in his eyes. Pony too heard him stop swinging her legs back and forth and just stared at Akashi with wide open eyes, but she didn't interrupt them. Young lord, I am already accustomed to such things. It will be done without any problems. May I take some potions made according to Orberga's recipe? It will stop their internal bleeding, which is hard to treat, and they won't even suspect anything. Ichika replied without any hesitation, still with a smile across her face. Of course, use whatever you require as necessary. Aiko will take care of those kids in your stead, and meanwhile. Akashi's serious expression disappeared and was replaced by a warm smile before he replied. Ichika nodded with a grateful expression before leaving the room, leaving Pony and Akashi alone. Young lord, hey? Anyway, why would you wait and waste resources when you can strike tonight? Pony said with a teasing smile while looking at Akashi before she asked with a confused expression when they were finally left alone. Their friend Akashi leaned back in his chair with a curious smile while looking at the ceiling while completely ignoring Pony's little teasing. Hey! Pony cocked her head to the side while giving Akashi a confused and strange look. This series of coincidences, I wonder where it will end. It almost feels like a written script, haha. This is really interesting. Akashi muttered while also releasing a laugh at the end. Pony just waited for her answer in silence. I have a feeling that their friend will come into play. They said that they got separated but they didn't look too worried about him, which means he has got the skill. He will definitely arrive sooner or later, he might play some role in striking them down too. Who knows? Anyway, if I let them get tortured, I will also get witnesses together with evidence to show to the Imperial Police. Akashi said while performing one spin on his chair with a thoughtful expression. Whenever he was inside his study, he has picked up a habit of spinning on his chair whenever he was thinking about something. That's a bit cruel, but I guess it can't be helped if you believe that their friend will join in. Pony said with a bit forced smile, but she quickly recovered to her carefree attitude. Also, getting witnesses together with evidence is a pretty good plan, even though it is a bit cruel since those 2 haven't done anything wrong. Pony thought for a while about it before she returned to lazying around like a true cat. I should give you pet name sooner or later, Akashi muttered when he noticed her change of actions. What? Pony exclaimed with a dumbfounded expression. 151:151st encounter. One day later, at the evening. Akashi was sitting at the table in his study with furrowed brows and a serious look in his eyes. Creak him. What's with that expression? What happened? Pony, who just walked in while drying her long loose hair with towel, asked with a confused expression. She also came in with snacks that she put down on Akashi's table before jumping back on his sofa, or more like her sofa by now. Bringing snacks won't make it easier for you to laze around me. Anyway, another guy fell victim to Aria's sweet talking. Akashi said with narrowed eyes, thinking hard about something. Then why are you behaving like that? Haven't you expected this to happen already? Pony asked with a smile, happy to redirect their conversation away from her laziness. I wasn't really expecting it to happen, it was more of a fun rather than a true assumption. Akashi raised his head and looked at Pony with a slightly troubled look. That doesn't matter now, does it? Tell me, what do you assume that will happen with their friend? Pony said while shrugging her shoulders before she asked with a curious look. Akashi, who just heard her words, couldn't help but smile. I guess it doesn't matter as for what I would assume to happen, either Arya will put him together with his friends or she might play with him a bit more, it all depends if she will discover that he is looking for his friends and those friends are the ones who are being tortured by her. Either way, we will discover that after Ichika report back to us. Akashi said while supporting her head with one hand resting on the table. He was quite amused by this twist of events. Everything that's missing is Night Raid's presence and Taiko stepping in to stop this marriage between me and Arya. Haha, Akashi thought with an amused smile, but he was aware that Night Raid might appear since they were targeting people based on the severeness of their crimes. He was sure that Arya's family was bound to become their target one day. I will contact Siriuhu tomorrow afternoon and have a talk with her about her help. We will see if she can organize a small patrolling party, but it looks like her superior favors her, so there shouldn't be any problem with that. Akashi thought with his eyes closed. One day later. Unexpectedly, Arya decided to use Tatsumi as her pet for a bit, even though he had no idea about it. Most likely it was the feeling of having him around all happy while also having his friends he is looking for so close to him. Her entire family was twisted and they weren't mentally ill in a way that they liked torturing people, no, they liked torturing innocent people specifically who have never done anything against them, which was one thing that completely disgusted Akashi. He had no problems with torture as long as there is some kind of reason behind it. Come on, Tatsumi. You need to help me with the preparation for my wedding. Arya shouted at a young man of average height with green eyes and medium-length brown hair. Why yes, I am coming. Tatsumi replied with a look of helplessness in his face while chasing after Arya, who kept running from one shop to another. All the time they were outside, shopping, there was constantly someone following them without them even being aware of that. Most people weren't even paying any attention to beggars, therefore they were best for this tailing and information gathering. Inside Akashi's study, at night. Young lord, they are still alive, but I am afraid that they won't live for too long in case we don't stop them from getting tortured for some time so they can recover some strength. They are also getting slightly suspicious, both sides that is. I always treated them while they were unconscious, and until now they kept thinking that it was their enemies who treated them, but I am afraid it won't take too long until they lose it and plead them to stop treating their wounds. Ichika reported to Akashi while standing in front of his desk. She was currently having a serious expression and bits of disgust were still present in her eyes. Despite being experienced in all, she was still disgusted when she saw insides of Arya's family's warehouse behind their mansion. Well, there is no longer a need to wait since I have no idea when they will add that Tatsumi to his friends. I hope he won't stand in our way before we show him his friends. You have done a splendid job, thank you, Ichika, Akashi said and stood up from his seat, making Pony, who was lazying around, stand up in attention too. Can I go with you, young Long? Ichika asked with a pleading smile. No. Akashi bluntly replied. Hey. Ichika was slightly surprised how quickly he shut her request down. You should go rest, there is no need to see more of those disgusting things than necessary. Akashi said, and despite Ichika wanting to join in, she accepted his decision in the end. You can come with me, but once the Imperial Police appears, I want you to disappear. Even though you will be wearing that mask, there is no need to take any unnecessary risks. Akashi said while looking at Pony, but he didn't even wait for her answer before grabbing his black military coat and sword, and then he simply walked out of his study. Wait for me. Pony shouted while grabbing the clothes to wear over her current ones and mask before she sprinted out of the room, chasing after Akashi. On the way outside, Akashi met Kurome, so he asked her if she wants to join in since it would be awkward not to ask her after running into her. He didn't really want her to see unnecessary things, but it was her choice since she was already responsible for herself and her decisions. Of course, she immediately agreed. When they arrived near their mansion. A bloodlust. Akashi frowned and stopped while stopping both Kurome and Pony with his hands. What is it? Kurome asked with a confused expression while looking around, trying to find anything suspicious. Pony was visibly confused by Akashi's actions too. I can feel someone's bloodlust, but this definitely isn't from any of their guards. This is from someone much experienced who has killed numerous people. Akashi explained while slowly and cautiously approaching the mansion. Akashi Nii-sama, do you think that? Kurome suddenly frowned and asked with an uncomfortable expression. You can also feel her bloodlust? I don't know to what extent is their goal, but I need to leave one of them alive, but I definitely don't want that person to be Arya. TCH, they really know how to show up at an inconvenient time. Akashi turned at Kurome before looking ahead with narrowed eyes. You two, go to that warehouse behind the mansion and wait for me there, hide inside the trees. Akashi instructed before stealthily yet quickly running towards the mansion. Pony and Kurome didn't even get a chance to reply, so Pony just shrugged it off as something usual, but Kurome couldn't help but look towards the mansion's entrance with an uncomfortable expression. Still, they quickly moved behind the warehouse where they found quite a good hiding spot, waiting for Akashi. There. Akashi thought when he saw a blonde woman very similar to Arya in her appearance in the window walking through the hallway. Phew, maybe I will make diary entry today as well. The said woman was Arya's mother, who was completely the same as her twisted daughter, maybe with a difference that her age made her look more mature and kind. She was currently blushing a bit while thinking about writing down to her diary about today's torture, which only indicated how insane she was. Suddenly, when she was about to cut in half by large scissors from behind without being even aware of it. Clang! A loud sound of weapons clashing against each other resounded in the hallway, which made her abruptly turn around with a startled expression. She saw a young purple-haired woman holding large scissors standing with a surprised expression while looking at the person right in front of her. She deduced that the person right in front of her must have saved her, but she couldn't say anything since all her words got stuck in her mouth. Akashi turned at Arya's mother and the moonlight illuminated his face with a cold expression enough for her to recognize him. AKAs before she was able to mutter his name, she was knocked out by him, by getting punched right between her breasts into solar plexus. Don't even utter my name from that filthy mouth of yours, you are not worthy. Akashi said while recalling his date with this woman's daughter. I am sorry, but I need to kill that woman. The purple-haired woman suddenly said while pointing her scissors at Arya's mother after she recovered from the shock of having her attack deflected. The only reason she didn't attack Akashi yet was that he wasn't their target, and even though he protected her target, he didn't look or sound like her guard. Sorry, I can't have you do that, I have better plans for this woman. Killing her would have been a waste. Akashi turned at her and replied with a small smile. Sigh, then I guess I have no other choice here. A slightly regretful expression appeared on her face before she struck her scissors forward, aiming at Akashi's shoulder where Arya's mother was lying. I appreciate the thought, but as an assassin, you should aim for me first instead of my hostage, Akashi said, and instead of deflecting the scissors with his sword once again, he struck it with his palm at the perfect time, making it completely miss his hostage's head. But that wasn't all. Before the woman in front of him was able to make another move, he used his sturdy boots to stomp her scissors down, burying into the floor. He didn't use his sword since he felt what kind of pressure those scissors generated on his sword when he deflected them for the first time, so he didn't risk going against that weapon only with his strength alone and used gentle approach. Good thing that I reinforced bottom of my boots with Danger Beast's materials, but I shouldn't keep standing on it unless I want her to cut my foot. Akashi thought and immediately jumped away while the woman, who was already frowning and definitely preparing some special move, once again regained her calm expression. Who is he? Only after one exchange, he was able to see through my ex-dace's strong point. Still, this is the first time anyone used this type of interesting approach to render my ex-dace useless. I was already prepared to use its trump card to quickly end it, but looks like I won't get that chance. Sheely thought while she was calmly observing Akashi, since she had a lot of time on her hand and she had her allies outside who could come and help her very soon. Well, I have got what I came here for, see. Akashi suddenly broke off his defensive stance and waved at her before he started running away. Wait. She was surprised by this twist of events, but she still reacted quickly and started running after him while being cautious of any possible surprise attack. Akashi suddenly pointed his hand behind him and blocked the way behind him with his flames. What? Sheely exclaimed when she was suddenly blocked by the wall of flames. She thought of jumping through it, but she quickly discarded that idea when she felt the temperature of those flames. Instead, she tried to cut through them, but every time she made a small gap, the flames regenerated back, blocking her way once again. In that case, Sheely looked to the side at the window and jumped through it. He must have left that hallway already, Sheely thought once she was looking from outside to the windows and couldn't see anything strange. She didn't waste any time and entered the mansion once again to find Akashi's tracks. While Akashi, who hasn't even moved an inch when he created that wall of flames, walked through it at the opposite side while crouching down, hiding from outside's view. That woman's critical thinking was quite good and quick, but she will never expect me not trying to run away, and she even has a valid reason to think so. Akashi thought with a small smile.